Chapter 1. Once the greatest in the world. In the 35th year of the Yuan era, at the pinnacle of the world, atop the summit of the underworld mountain, a tempest raged, ominous clouds loomed overhead, thunder roared, and celestial might surged. Above the dark clouds, it seemed as though divine beings were drumming, a thunderous cacophony echoing, rising and falling in an unending tumult, resonating throughout heaven and earth. Within a radius of several dozen miles, figures moved restlessly. Without exception, they were all formidable practitioners of martial arts, drawn by the legend. At the distant peak of the world stood the highest summit of martial arts, recognized as the foremost among the 5 great masters, the undisputed number 1 in the realm. Atop the underworld mountain, clad in a blue robe with flowing white hair, he sat in solitude. Had they arrived? His blue robe fluttered in the wind, white hair billowing like clouds. The man slowly opened his narrow eyes, his pitch-black gaze calm as still water. This individual, hailed as the greatest in the world, the pinnacle of martial arts, now felt as if his heart was made of ash, his spirit withered. Amidst the ominous clouds, a flicker of heavenly lightning danced, resembling a celestial dragon thrashing within the dark clouds, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely. The tribulation was imminent, the celestial might overwhelming and unapproachable, shaking the earth within 100 miles. Even those renowned masters of the martial world trembled at the weight of the looming clouds. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. The lightning dragon, coiling amidst the ominous clouds, descended in an instant. Simultaneously, the figure atop the mountain soared, racing towards the thunder. A blinding white light erupted in the sky, as if heaven and earth had merged into one. The assembly of martial arts elites, nearly the foremost of their time, instinctively turned their heads aside, evading the dazzling brilliance emanating from the mountaintop. After the white light faded, silence engulfed the world. The sky was clear, the ominous clouds vanished, and the once great martial artist disappeared without a trace. The masters of the world displayed various expressions. This figure, the foremost among the 5 great masters, the pinnacle of martial arts, universally acknowledged as the number 1 in the realm, had failed his tribulation, dissipating into the cosmos. The greatest in the world, Lin Cuo, ascended to the heavens, his soul scattered, vanishing from existence. In the 38th year of the Yuan era, 3 years had elapsed since the once great Lin Cuo had attempted to ascend and lost his soul amidst the celestial tribulation. In the Kaiyuan dynasty, Yuzhou, at a bustling tavern 9 stories high, resembling a mountain peak. Above the tavern, a grand plaque hung, inscribed in bold characters, Phoenix Immortal Pavilion. The Phoenix Immortal Pavilion was the most thriving establishment in this remote county. To seek assistance, one would choose Phoenix Immortal Pavilion as the venue, and anyone would commend it as authentic. In the expansive hall of the tavern's lowest level, a throng of people bustled about. Hey, did you know that in the 10th year of the Yuan era, a newcomer emerged in the martial world? This individual broke through barriers with astonishing speed, wielded unmatched killing power, and possessed profound martial prowess, indeed unparalleled in history. That remarkable man, within a mere decade, ascended to the position of the foremost among the 5 great masters, acknowledged as the number 1 in the realm. Once the greatest in the world, Lin Cuo, an elderly storyteller, animatedly recounted tales of the martial world, saliva flying as he spoke. The martial world has always been indifferent, quick to forget no matter how remarkable one was, they would soon be overlooked. Yet, this former champion seems to have garnered the favor of the martial realm, or perhaps time has been too short in any case. Since Lin Cuo's disappearance, the tales of him still circulate. Why is it that we no longer hear of the number 1 in the world? A curious onlooker shouted, almost provocatively. Upon hearing this, a chorus of voices erupted in response. Indeed, where is Lin Cuo? The storyteller raised his cup of tea, taking a gentle sip. The tea was bland, yet sufficient to moisten his throat. That number 1 sought to transcend the realm of mortals and ascend to immortality. So Lin Cuo ascended atop the underworld mountain to face the tribulation. Alas, he failed, leaving no remains beneath the ominous clouds, his soul scattered, vanishing from the world. The storyteller snapped his fan shut abruptly, bringing the tale to an end. This marked the abrupt conclusion of the saga of the greatest in the world. Stories like these are worthy of being recounted repeatedly, even if heard multiple times. Each retelling stirs a pang in the heart. The tale of this number 1 is truly captivating, far more grand than what is circulated in the martial world. From the moment he emerged, he had known no defeat, and in just 20 short years, he ascended to the ranks of the 5 great masters, conquering the renowned martial artists. Before Lin Daoxian became a household name, the 4 great masters of the martial realm stood equally respected. Martial arts are divided into the lower 3 realms and the upper 3 realms. Strengthening the bones, seeking meaning, harmonizing energy. These comprise the lower 3 realms. Golden body, profound spirit, celestial being. These represent the upper 3 realms. The sword immortal of the cold pool, the true young martial saint, the carefree recluse, the mysterious old demon. These 4 celestial beings were collectively hailed as the 4 great masters of the martial world. Once Lin Daoxian entered the realm of celestial beings, he became the 5th master. Yet, this rising star within a mere decade was proclaimed the number 1 in the realm by martial artists everywhere. Just when everyone believed he would hold the title of number 1 for decades, he unexpectedly ascended at the Underworld Mountain. In the 35th year of the Yuan era, Lin Daoxian faced tribulation and ascended. Once this news spread, it swiftly traversed the martial world. The world was shaken. The greatest in the world was about to transcend. In an instant, renowned masters of the martial world flocked to the Underworld Mountain. Over 100 martial arts experts made their way to the Underworld Mountain, from near and far, all gazing at its peak. Within a 10-mile radius, ominous clouds engulfed the area, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Beneath the ominous clouds stood the number 1 in the world. The outcome, long since known throughout the martial realm. The greatest in the world failed his ascension, his soul scattered, dissipating into the void. At this moment, the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion was alive with activity, the clamor of voices, the sounds of games, and storytelling mingling in a cacophony. In stark contrast, across the street stood a quiet little shop. Its name, the Misty Studio. The shop was entirely verdant, elegantly tranquil, adorned with countless scrolls of calligraphy. Whether in flowing cursive, precise regular script, or robust clerical script, all styles were represented. The techniques displayed were profound though not of the highest caliber. They were sufficient to establish the shop as a master's domain. Within this somewhat desolate establishment sat a young man alone. With black hair and thin lips, his eyes were deep and tranquil, reminiscent of a cold pond. The young man sat upright, entirely absorbed, holding a wolf hair brush, slowly putting ink to paper. Surrounding him were the 4 treasures of the scholar's desk, all of modest value, not particularly precious, but rather unique. Only the ink bore a remarkably special fragrance, akin to faint green plums. As the young man continued to write, elegant strokes graced the rice paper. Spring breeze fills the eyes, all is well. Written in flowing cursive, top to bottom, resembling a swimming dragon. The young man gently set down his brush, lost in thought. My name is Lin Cuo. Currently, I am a master of this humble Misty Studio. However, compared to the name Lin Cuo, my original name holds greater renown. Lin Daoxian. My name is Lin Cuo, once the greatest in the world. Chapter 2, The Misty Studio. I am Lin Cuo, formerly known as Lin Daoxian, and I was once the greatest in the world. Reflecting on my past 30 years, I have committed countless errors, regretting them deeply. Missed opportunities, mistakes. Thus, I adopted the name Lin Cuo. 3 years ago, during the widely known event of the tribulation at the summit, I was the one who faced the tribulation. Yet, contrary to the tales circulating in the martial world, claiming that the number 1 failed his ascension and scattered his soul beneath the thunderous tribulation, the event that shook the world was merely an illusion. I never sought to ascend. My intention in invoking the tribulation atop the Underworld Mountain was to cleanse the hardships of my past life and to let Lin Daoxian completely dissipate from existence. It was precisely on that fateful night, after the tribulation, that the once great Lin Daoxian's soul scattered, giving rise to the unremarkable Lin Cuo. The former Lin Daoxian, now the present Lin Cuo. In these 3 years, the man known as Lin Cuo has been tirelessly practicing calligraphy within this Misty Studio. During my youthful years, when I had yet to pursue martial arts, I practiced calligraphy for several years, but I was merely mediocre, showing little promise, considered only elegant. After embarking on the path of martial arts, my calligraphy was set aside, and over the next 20 years, as my martial prowess soared, my calligraphic skills naturally waned. After the demise of Lin Daoxian at the Underworld Mountain, Lin Cuo picked up the brush once more after a 20-year hiatus. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Picking up the brush again brought a wave of nostalgia. Whether it was the shedding of youthful impatience or a true late-blooming talent, in just 3 short years, my calligraphic skills surged to new heights, enough to establish a presence in the world of calligraphy. Practicing calligraphy is akin to practicing martial arts. The principles are interconnected. Lin Cuo often pens a few pieces, and occasionally, some cultured patrons would come to exchange copper for ink. Sometimes local families would request my calligraphy for birthdays or academic pursuits, seeking auspiciousness. As for the quality of business or the amount of wealth, Lin Cuo remains indifferent. After all, the former Lin Daoxian had already amassed a considerable fortune for Lin Cuo, freeing him from the burdens of worldly wealth. Lin Cuo silently lifted the Xian paper in his hands, gently shaking his wrist. The paper trembled incessantly, yet the ink did not scatter. Instead, it seeped into the fibers of the paper, drying completely within a few breaths. This was not an extraordinary technique. Even the martial artists of the lower realms today could achieve such feats. At that moment, someone lifted the curtain of Cuo Zhai and stepped into the modest ink shop. "Mr. Lin, today marks the birthday of my younger sister. Might I invite you to the Lu residence to create a work of art?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Cuo turned to gaze upon the gentle woman before him. Her voice was soft and delicate, reminiscent of the gentle rain in Jiangnan. Lin Cuo smiled lightly and replied, "Of course, I would be delighted." The lady was named Lu Li, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. The younger sister she referred to was Lu Shu, the second daughter of the Lu family, who had just turned 14. The Lu family stood as the foremost clan in this county, having once produced an official of the third rank. Although the family no longer boasted officials in the Taihe dynasty, their prestige, though diminished, still commanded respect in this county. After all, the Lu family's ancestor, who had attained the third rank, had many descendants serving as officials in Yuzhou today. Lu Li smiled gently, then added softly, "I shall await your arrival, Mr. Lin." With that, Lu Li bowed gracefully, lifted the curtain, and departed with measured steps. This sheltered daughter of the Lu family, both in appearance and intellect, was indeed exceptional, her reputation having spread throughout Yuzhou, attracting numerous young scions eager to forge alliances through marriage. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Li had politely declined all marriage proposals from these noble families over the years. The Lu family currently had only 2 daughters, and their vast estate, along with the significant familial connections in Yuzhou, made them the envy of many noble houses. For reasons unknown, the Lu family had shown no inclination towards marriage alliances in recent years, allowing Lu Li to act according to her own disposition. Lin Cuo smiled knowingly, gently shaking his head. This seemingly gentle and delicate woman, nurtured in seclusion, was, in reality, a genuine practitioner of the Qi realm in martial arts. The final stage of the lower realms, Qi. In the martial world, those who sought the realm of intent were considered to have achieved minor success in martial arts, possessing the confidence to traverse the world. Conversely, practitioners at the Qi stage could establish martial arts schools, accept disciples, and gain renown throughout the county. If memory served correctly, there was an elderly martial artist over 80 years of age residing in this remote county, highly regarded for his past military exploits, having fought valiantly against the Kaiyuan dynasty in the south during his youth. After retiring, he opened a martial arts school, garnering numerous disciples who revered him as an esteemed guest among the county's noble families. At merely 28 years old, Lu Li had quietly entered the Qi realm, a testament to her extraordinary talent. For years, Lu Li had kept her martial prowess a closely guarded secret, employing a highly effective concealment technique, which the entire Lu family diligently protected. Yet in Lin Cuo's eyes, this concealment method was akin to a futile endeavor, utterly ineffective. With a mere glance, her realm of cultivation was laid bare before him. It was not that Lin Cuo possessed the ability to see through illusions, rather. It was the result of his profound spiritual energy. He retrieved a piece of high-quality Xian paper, soft and smooth as jade. After a moment's contemplation, he dipped his brush in ink. Like the enduring moon, like the rising sun. With a stroke, the ink flowed with varying depths, the texture visible, the essence of the ink clear, the layers distinct. Lin Cuo then picked up the seal on the table, exhaled softly, and pressed it down firmly. Lin Cuo Shu. After a brief moment of thought, he inscribed in small, delicate characters beside it, "Lin Cuo congratulates Lu Shu on her birthday." The birthday of the Lu family's second daughter, Lu Shu, attracted numerous guests, including several prominent families from Yuzhou, who arrived with gifts aplenty. The celebration was merely a pretext. The more significant purpose lay in the social interactions among noble families, the exchange of favors, or perhaps even clandestine dealings. This remained a mystery. Lin Cuo lifted the Xian paper, giving it a gentle shake, the ink settling into the fibers. This lightweight gift was but a trifling token, insignificant to the Lu family's vast wealth, which was not diminished by a few pieces of silver. Nevertheless, Lin Cuo was more than willing to attend the banquet. As dusk fell and the sun dipped low, a number of well-known scholars and martial artists began making their way to the Lu residence. Estimating the time was near, Lin Cuo closed the door of Cuo Zhai, holding his artwork, and leisurely made his way to the Lu family. As Lin Cuo departed Cuo Zhai, the nearby Fengxian pavilion remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. At that moment, a storyteller seated in a grand chair was animatedly regaling his audience. That renowned figure of the world, during his time in the 100-acre peach grove, encountered a stunningly beautiful woman, cold as ice, and at first glance, Lin Cuo could only chuckle helplessly, shaking his head slightly before turning to leave. Chapter 3. A gathering of lines and voices. The Lu family courtyard was brightly illuminated. The birthday of the Lu family's second daughter, Lu Shushu, had drawn not only officials from Yuzhou to extend their congratulations, but also over 100 martial heroes from the rivers and lakes, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. On the crimson door, 2 rows of bright brass door rings bore intricate Qilin designs, exuding an air of nobility. Flanking the entrance were 2 imposing stone lions, vividly sculpted and imbued with a sense of vitality. Lin Cuo retrieved the artwork from his sleeve. The 2 servants at the Lu family entrance exchanged glances before proceeding to inform the steward of the Lu family. Once the steward nodded, the servants led Lin Cuo inside. The Lu family was festooned with decorations, and within the expansive courtyard, 66 banquet tables were set, creating a magnificent spectacle. The courtyard was filled predominantly with wandering heroes of the martial world, each clad in diverse attire, yet largely embodying a sense of chivalry. It was rumored that the second daughter of the Lu family held a deep yearning for the martial world, having practiced martial arts since childhood, eager to explore the rivers and lakes. This banquet indeed attracted many martial artists, lending credence to the rumors. Lin Cuo navigated through the crowd of martial heroes, making his way directly into the Lu family's parlor. In the parlor, the steward sat at a redwood table, holding a brush as he meticulously recorded the congratulatory gifts received. Lin Cuo casually surveyed the array of treasures piled high, a veritable feast for the eyes. Among the myriad of worldly treasures, there were also rare weapons from the martial world and an assortment of curious items, each more bizarre than the last. From a Shangwan family of Yuzhou, a jade watermelon. With the steward's loud declaration, all eyes turned to the exquisite jade watermelon, translucent and lifelike. Yet, even more attention was drawn to the 2 young individuals presenting the gift, one a dashing young gentleman, the other a petite, silent lady. The Shangwan family of Yuzhou was a renowned martial arts family, boasting a plethora of skilled practitioners, with countless martial heroes raised under their banner, not to mention the highly accomplished elders within their ranks. It was said that the ancestor of the Shangwan family had reached the later stages of the Xianxun realm, ranking among the top 10 martial experts in Yuzhou, securing the second position. The dashing young gentleman, the scion of the Shangwan family, is Shangwan Zhao. At the tender age of adulthood, he has already attained the realm of Qi He within the lower 3 tiers of martial arts, demonstrating exceptional talent and deeply inheriting the martial legacy of the Shangwan clan. The guests within the Lu family displayed expressions of astonishment, for none had anticipated that the Lu family could forge such a bond with the Shangwan clan. Lu, adorned in a flowing azure gown, stood tall, her long hair elegantly fashioned into a chignon, and with a delicate touch of makeup, she exuded an ethereal grace. Captivating in her beauty, Lulu inclined her body slightly towards Shangwan Zhao, her voice gentle as she said, "Young Master Shangwan, I appreciate your efforts after such a long journey." Shangwan Zhao chuckled lightly and replied, "How could I, as your elder brother, miss the birthday celebration of my esteemed junior sister?" Lulu smiled modestly, slightly turning her body, and said with a soft laugh, "My father has requested your presence in the study for a discussion." Shangwan Zhao nodded in acknowledgement and followed the Lu family's servant to the study, while a petite, taciturn young woman quietly trailed behind him. Lin Cuo gazed at the dashing Shangwan Zhao, his expression remaining composed. Yet his attention lingered for a moment on the petite woman nearby. Half-step into the golden body realm. Quite intriguing, achieving such a level at this age. Merely a step away from the upper 3 realms, this caliber of martial talent is indeed among the elite in the world. At that moment, Luli noticed Lin Cuo standing amidst the crowd, clad in a blue robe, his black hair cascading like a waterfall. Lin Cuo also noticed Luli's gaze. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a subtle smile. Just as Lin Cuo was about to step forward to present the ink treasure as a gift, Lu Li gracefully moved beside him. With a gentle smile, Lu Li raised her hand to intercept Lin Cuo's offering, saying, "Mr. Lin, allow me to take care of your gift. There is no need for it to be officially recorded." The chief steward immediately understood her intention and silently set down the brush in his hand. The young lady wished to personally place the ink treasure among the gifts, thus eliminating the necessity for a formal acknowledgement or announcement. A commonplace ink treasure, when placed amidst treasures of immeasurable value, would appear utterly insignificant. Had it been publicly proclaimed, the young man's dignity would undoubtedly have been compromised. Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Lu." Lu Li also smiled gently, then took the precious artwork and remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for coming to celebrate my sister's birthday." Subsequently, Lu Li carried the treasured piece to the guest house, while Lin Cuo proceeded to the banquet, following the seating arrangement laid out by the Lu family. Lin Cuo strolled leisurely within the courtyard, casting casual glances that allowed him to discern the profound levels of this assembly of martial artists. The overwhelming majority were skilled practitioners in pursuit of the elusive realm of enlightenment, save for a few whose presence was shrouded in mystery and concealed intentions. Lin Chao stood quietly at one side of the courtyard, his hands clasped within his sleeves, observing the group of martial artists before him with a serene demeanor. The few warriors, concealing their true abilities and realms, scanned the surroundings with sharp expressions. One one-eyed warrior's gaze met Lin Chao's for a brief moment before he instinctively averted his eyes. The one-eyed warrior furrowed his brow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the figure clad in green robes standing in the corner. At that moment, the green-robed man was also with his hands clasped, wearing a smile as he regarded the warrior. Unperturbed, the one-eyed warrior shifted his gaze away and began to communicate through a secretive method known as gathering lines. "Yellow Oriole? Who was that green-robed man at the northwest corner of the courtyard?" A sense of unease flickered in the one-eyed warrior's heart. The operation was to remain exceedingly clandestine, leaving no room for error. As he sent his inquiry via gathering lines, a woman's voice resonated from within the Lu family's guest room, employing the same method of communication. "Unfamiliar background. Do not concern yourself." Upon hearing the reply from the woman known as Yellow Oriole, the one-eyed warrior suppressed his lingering doubts and chose to disregard the green-robed figure in the corner. Meanwhile, Lin Chao continued to stand with his hands folded, appearing as an outsider, surveying the crowd. The ability to communicate through gathering lines, a technique accessible only to those who had reached the harmonizing realm, utilized a warrior's true energy as a conduit to convey messages directly to the ear. This technique proved exceedingly useful in the martial world. However, alas, it was regrettable. Lin Cuo was eager to listen. This method of transmitting sound through gathering lines resonated in his ears like a thunderous bell, utterly unmasked. A yellow Oriole? Lin Cuo pondered briefly, recognizing that there were few martial artists in the realm who bore such a code name. Most were the clandestine henchmen of obscure noble families or members of assassin organizations, individuals who could not operate in the light of day. Chapter 4. Assassination. With the guests having arrived in full, the Lu family was finally prepared to commence the banquet. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhongshu, made an appearance, uttering a few pleasantries, essentially expressing gratitude for everyone's attendance. At the forefront of the 66 tables, the most distinguished individuals were seated. Among them were Lord Lu Zhongshu, the eldest daughter Lu Li, young master Shang Wanzhao, and several officials of unclear status, all holding esteemed positions. At that moment, a spirited young maiden clad in a pale yellow gown leaped from the Lu residence. The girl was lively and charming, her bright eyes sparkling as she bounded into the courtyard, exclaiming joyfully, "Zhao Gech." Upon hearing her voice, Shang Wanzhao turned and, upon seeing the maiden, his face broke into a smile. "Junior sister, it has been far too long." The second daughter of the Lu family and the nominal protagonist of this banquet, Lu Shushu, bounced in front of Shang Wanzhao, grinning as she inquired, "Zhaoge, when will you take me on an adventure in the martial world?" At that moment, Lu Zhongshu cleared his throat and admonished, "Lu Shushu, do not be disrespectful towards young master Shangwan." Lu Shushu feigned ignorance, playfully sticking her tongue out at Lu Zhongshu. Shangwan Zhao laughed heartily, gently patting Lu Shushu on the head as he replied, "Once you attain the realm of seeking intent, I shall certainly take you to explore the martial world." Lu Shushu beamed, "It's a promise." Shangwan Zhao nodded lightly in agreement, "A promise indeed." Meanwhile, Lu Li, dressed in a flowing blue gown, looked at Lu Shushu with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. The main table was now completely seated, and unexpectedly. The petite woman who had followed Shang Guanzhao did not take her place at the main table, but instead retreated to a separate table. This silent, yet profoundly skilled woman now sat in a daze at another table. As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere was lively across the 66 tables. The Liu family had orchestrated the event with great care, with martial guests congregating in one area while literati gathered in another. Reminiscent of a harmonious coexistence where each respected their own space, Lin Cuo merely held a wine cup, indulging in his own company. Amidst his drinking, he sensed a gaze directed towards him. Unperturbed, he continued to sip his wine. The gaze lingered, casting furtive glances in his direction. Eventually, Lin Cuo gently set down his cup and turned slightly, meeting the eyes that sought him. Positioned at a considerable distance was a woman of unremarkable beauty yet possessing a graceful figure. Upon feeling Lin Cuo's gaze upon her, she appeared momentarily taken aback. Though her appearance was plain, even clad in loose garments, the contours of her figure remained discernible beneath the fabric. Lin Cuo furrowed her brow slightly. Yet another Chihi realm? This was the woman codenamed Oriole, who surprisingly possessed peak Chihi cultivation. In this vast world, skilled individuals naturally abound, especially in the martial arts revering Taihe dynasty, where martial prowess flourished exceedingly. The central plains were divided into two. The Taihe dynasty occupied the northern region, while the Qiyuan dynasty held sway over the south. In the northern central plains, martial prowess was even more pronounced, with numerous masters roaming the martial world. Although Yuzhou, where she resided, boasted its own top 10 martial experts, all of whom were of the upper three realms. This county was exceedingly remote, akin to a desolate backwater. Here, even the officials regarded it as a place of poverty, and it was seen as a land of exile within the Qiyuan dynasty. Consequently, martial practitioners from the Jianghu were also reluctant to gather here. This led to a peculiar situation in this remote county, where a Chihi martial artist was esteemed as a martial arts master. However, at that moment, the Liu family estate had gathered at least 5 Chihi martial artists, which was indeed remarkable. Among them were the codenamed Oriole, Shang Guanzhao of the Shangguan family, Liu Li, the eldest daughter of the Liu family, a one-eyed warrior, and a silent petite woman. Oriole suppressed her rising doubts. The man clad in a green shirt should merely be an ordinary individual. Practitioners of martial arts exuded a constant flow of true qi, their formidable presence easily discernible. Yet, that man in the green shirt radiated no true qi. He appeared weak and was certainly not a martial artist. Oriole silently sipped her clear wine, her gaze lingering on the main table not far away. Near the main table, the one-eyed warrior was also quietly observing the happenings at the table. The banquet was lively, with cups clinking and toasts exchanged. The atmosphere was beginning to wane. As guests gradually departed, some collapsing from inebriation, while others left with bleary eyes. Liu Zhongshu personally stood at the entrance of the Liu residence, bidding farewell to the departing guests. At the main table, Shang Guanzhao appeared somewhat intoxicated, and even the enchanting Liu Li had rosy cheeks. The one-eyed warrior, unsteady on his feet, got up and staggered towards the main table. Having heard of the Shangguan family's dashing young master, he found the rumors to be true upon seeing him today. The one-eyed warrior, clutching a wine cup, drunkenly attempted to toast Shang Guanzhao. Shang Guanzhao was momentarily taken aback, but then raised her cup and smiled in acknowledgement. Just as Shang Guanzhao tilted her head back to drink, the one-eyed warrior's gaze sharpened, and with a swift movement, he kicked the table upwards. The sudden turn of events startled Shang Guanzhao, who swiftly struck the table away with her palm. The table shattered into pieces, and behind the debris, the one-eyed warrior's claw-like hand lunged for Shang Guanzhao's neck. In mere moments, he had seized her throat, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Shang Guanzhao's face flushed as she gripped the warrior's wrist with one hand and stabbed at his abdomen with the other. The one-eyed warrior felt a searing pain in his belly and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Oriole!" Just as he called out, Oriole drew her flexible sword from her waist, rushing towards Shang Guanzhao. However, in that fleeting instant, someone else arrived ahead of her. The petite woman appeared before the one-eyed warrior in an instant, with a single move. She yanked his head from his body. The petite woman swiftly turned, holding the severed head in one hand while grasping Oriole's incoming sword with the other. When the soft sword met her palm, a sound akin to metal clashing echoed. The petite woman twisted her wrist, and the soft sword shattered inch by inch. Nearby, Liu Li could no longer hide her martial prowess and boldly intervened. Oriole was taken aback. Before she could react, Liu Li struck with a palm to her abdomen. In the next moment, Oriole was sent flying, rolling on the ground several times before regaining her footing. The entire encounter transpired in mere breaths. With 5 Qi realm masters simultaneously taking action, the one-eyed warrior had been dispatched with a single move. Oriole fixed her gaze on Shangguan Zhao from a distance, her blood surging, forcing herself to swallow the blood pooling in her mouth. Resolutely, she vaulted over the wall, her figure disappearing into the night after a few agile leaps. Chapter 5 conditions. The numerous Jianghu guests present, along with several martial artists hidden within the Lu estate, immediately sprang into action, pursuing Oriole. Shangguan Zhao's face turned ashen as she sprang to her feet, slowly twisting her neck. The petite girl coldly inquired, "Are you all right?" Shangguan Zhao suppressed her fury and replied, "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury." The petite girl then discarded the head she held, and Shangguan Zhao stepped forward, crushing the one-eyed warrior's head beneath her foot. At that moment, Lu Zhangshu rushed over, alarmed, and asked, "Young Master Shangguan, what has happened?" Seeing Lu Zhangshu approach, Shangguan Zhao steadied her emotions, immediately donning a smile as she said, "Uncle need not worry, it's just a minor injury." Lu Zhangshu's expression darkened as he turned to the steward, speaking coldly, "Go after them. I want that man's head tonight." The steward knelt on one knee and solemnly replied, "Yes." With that, the steward led dozens of subordinates in pursuit of Oriole's fleeing figure. Lu Zhangshu struggled to maintain his composure as he clasped his hands towards Shangguan Zhao, saying, "Tonight's incident is my fault. Please, young master, retire to a guest room and rest. I assure you, I will provide an explanation." It must be noted that Shangguan Zhao was the young master of the illustrious Shangguan family in Yuzhou, a renowned martial arts clan that ranked among the best in the region. Yet, such a distinguished young master had been attacked within his own Lu estate. Should anything untoward happen to Shangguan Zhao tonight, the entire Lu family would likely face dire consequences. Even the founder of the Lu family, who held a position of third rank, would pale in comparison to the resplendent Shangguan family in Yuzhou. However, Shangguan Zhao did not dwell on the assassination attempt, but instead cast a surprised glance at Lu Li. "I did not expect Miss Lu Li to be such a hidden expert of the Qi realm," Shangguan Zhao remarked, unable to conceal his astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted slightly, and she bowed her head, saying, "It is nothing of note." Not only Shangguan Zhao, but even the petite girl beside him displayed a fleeting surprise in her eyes. This elegant and captivating tall woman was, in fact, a concealed master of the Qi realm. Lu Li was also mindful of the petite girl, who, despite her unassuming appearance, had effortlessly claimed the head of the Qi one-eyed warrior with a single move. A half-step to the golden body realm, merely a step away from the upper 3 realms. Lu Li and Shangguan Zhao, both less than 30 years old and already Qi realm masters, were extraordinary talents. Yet, this petite girl, merely 13 or 14 years old, had already reached the half-step golden body realm. Such martial genius existed in the world. Shangguan Zhao said nothing further, merely casting a deep look at Lu Li before turning to enter the Lu estate. Lu Li sighed. After concealing her cultivation for so long, she had unexpectedly revealed it tonight. Thankfully, the 2 assassins had failed, and Shangguan Zhao had only sustained minor injuries. Otherwise, the wrath of the Shangguan family would have been enough to shatter the entire county. Lu Zhongshu turned to Lu Li, asking, "What do you know of those 2 assassins?" Lu Li gently shook her head and replied, "For now, it remains uncertain." After a moment, she continued, "The woman known by the codename Huang Li sustained a severe injury from my blow and cannot have fled far." Lu Zhongshu nodded, his countenance still ashen. The events of this night represent a scandal for the entire Lu family. It is imperative that we manage this situation properly and provide the Shangguan family with a satisfactory resolution. At this very moment, dozens of individuals from the martial world were leaping from rooftop to rooftop, searching for Huang Li's whereabouts. In stark contrast to the turmoil engulfing the Lu family, Lin Cuo had long departed from the banquet, leisurely returning to his secluded abode. After all, having traversed the martial world for over 2 decades, Lin Cuo could easily perceive the disquiet that marred the gathering. Indeed, not long after Lin Cuo's departure, a brazen assassination attempt ensued. Lin Cuo pushed open the door of the wrong house, contemplated for a moment, yet ultimately decided not to lock the door behind him. Lin Cuo sat motionless in his chair, lost in thought. At that moment, he distinctly perceived the labored breaths emanating from outside the street. Sensing the erratic flow of someone's vital energy, it was evident that the individual was gravely injured. At that moment, Huang Li, who had fled here while severely wounded, was gingerly holding her abdomen with one hand and propping herself against the wall with the other, advancing cautiously. As Lin Cuo became aware of Huang Li's proximity, she slowly approached. Could it be? Lin Cuo grasped the armrest, murmuring to himself, I hope it doesn't come to this. If death is inevitable, let it be at a distance. Several streets away, numerous figures from the martial world surged forth, relentlessly pursuing the trail of the Oriole. Though the Oriole was adept in the realm of energy, she had nevertheless sustained grave injuries from Lu Li's strike, leaving her severely wounded. Despite her efforts to erase her tracks, the burden of her injuries hindered her escape. Furrowing her brow, the Oriole felt her internal energy in disarray. Her condition dire and fraught with complications. Behind her were dozens of martial artists, along with the relentless pursuit of the Lu family servants. Gritting her silver teeth, the Oriole suddenly thrust open the door of the nearby shop and rushed inside. With a loud bang, the door of the Cuo Zhai was flung open, only to be swiftly closed again. In the darkness, the Oriole spotted a man in a blue robe seated not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt forward, her toes barely touching the ground, arriving instantaneously before Lin Cuo. With one hand pressed against her abdomen and the other brandishing a dagger at Lin Cuo's throat, she commanded, Speak, and you shall die. Lin Cuo nodded helplessly. Lin Cuo sat in the chair, while Huang Li held a dagger to his throat. Both of them locked in a tense standoff. As the commotion outside gradually subsided, Huang Li slowly exhaled a breath of frustration. Though her features were unremarkable, her figure was exquisite, and with the dagger in hand, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if pondering a grave decision. To kill or not to kill? Lin Cuo gently pushed the tip of the knife aside with 2 fingers, calmly stating, I advise you not to take action. Huang Li narrowed her eyes, gripping the dagger and pressing it further forward, firmly against Lin Cuo's throat, coldly asking, Why? Lin Cuo maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, Your injuries require at least 3 days for recovery. Should you take my life, the Cuo studio will remain closed tomorrow, inevitably attracting the scrutiny of the Lu family. Huang Li remained unmoved, the dagger in her hand gradually advancing. This reasoning, however, was insufficient. Lin Cuo continued, If you spare my life, I shall conceal your whereabouts. Once you have recovered, we shall part ways. Within the confines of the Cuo Zhai, an unusual tranquility prevailed. After a considerable interval, a solitary affirmation broke the silence, and all was hushed once more. Huang Li sat cross-legged nearby, intently observing the young man in the azure robe while gradually channeling her vital energy. The strike from the young lady of the Lu family, Lu Li, was executed with remarkable finesse, employing a martial art technique seldom encountered in the realm of the Jianghu. At this moment, within Huang Li's dantian, 2 currents of vital energy intertwined chaotically, resembling a tangled mass. Lin Cuo sat calmly at his desk, his expression somewhat conflicted. Chapter 6. A series of flaws. Huang Li was simultaneously sorting out her chaotic true energy and reflecting on the numerous shortcomings of the recent assassination attempt. The target of this attack was none other than the young master of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Zhao. The intelligence reports failed to disclose the identity and level of the diminutive woman by his side, as well as the concealed martial prowess of the Lu family's young lady. 2 assassins of the Qi and Realm stage were involved. One was beheaded on the spot, while the other fled severely injured. Huang Li bit her lip, contemplating how she might evade the pursuit of the Lu family. Not far away, Lin Cuo rested his chin on his hand, observing Huang Li as she sat cross-legged, healing her wounds. Lin Cuo couldn't help but marvel. Truly remarkable. 2 formidable assassins daring to attempt the assassination of the young master from the prestigious Shangguan family of Yuzhou. The Shangguan family was indeed a renowned martial arts lineage, teeming with experts and countless subordinates. Moreover, Shangguan Zhao was the prodigy of the Shangguan family. Having traveled a great distance to congratulate the Lu family, how could he possibly be unprepared? Lin Cuo slightly raised her head, her gaze traversing through countless rubble. 100 meters away, an elderly man concealed in shadows, his eyes ablaze with intensity, fixated on the movements within the man was of imposing stature, clad in coarse linen garments, with hair and beard as white as snow. His long arms hung down, massive fists resting upon his knees. On his resolute visage, 2 slender threads of true qi meandered faintly between his nostrils, while his entire being resonated with the strength of steel and iron, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He was a seasoned warrior of the Golden Body realm. The old man, lurking in the shadows and reluctant to act unless absolutely necessary, was indeed a genuine master of the upper 3 realms, likely a clandestine elder of the prestigious Shangguan family, with considerable seniority. From the beginning to the end, This assassination attempt had been nothing but a farce. Even without the diminutive woman of half-step golden body realm or the Qi and realm adept Lu Li intervening, the mere presence of these two Qi and realm assassins would never have been able to inflict even the slightest injury upon Shangguan Zhao's martial foundation. The night passed in silence until the dawn broke. Lin Cuo once again opened the door to his shop, lifting the curtain of Cuo Zhai high, revealing the hundreds of exquisite inkworks within. At this moment, the Fengxian pavilion across the street had yet to open its doors, while dozens of young servants were hauling carts laden with fresh fruits, vegetables, and fish, making their way to the back entrance of the pavilion through a narrow alley. The audacious assassination that transpired last night had already reverberated throughout the entire county town. It was the birthday celebration of the second young lady of the Lu family, and the young master from the illustrious Shangguan family of Yuzhou had come to offer his congratulations, only to be attacked by two mysterious assailants within the Lu residence. The Shangguan family, renowned as the foremost martial arts lineage in all of Yuzhou, possesses a profound heritage, and the assassination of their young master in this remote county has stirred a considerable uproar, captivating the attention of the entire town. Lin Cuo, indifferent to the affairs of the martial world, chose to ignore them entirely. Even if he had heard of them, he would promptly forget, showing no concern whatsoever. The martial arts master from the Golden Body realm, who was not far away, was regarded by Lin Cuo as someone he had never perceived, and he did not delve into the flaws of this botched assassination. Instead, he continued his customary practice of calligraphy. Within the confines of Cuo Zhai, a woman known by the codename Oriole, whose true name remains unknown, concealed herself behind a screen, breathing quietly and regulating her meridians. The young lady from the Lu family turned out to be a hidden master of the Qi and Harmony realm. Her powerful strike had inflicted significant damage. Yet the most troublesome aspect was the chaotic true energy that Lu Li had forced into her body. This erratic energy had taken root in Oriole's dantian, blocking a portion of her meridians, causing stagnation in her vital energy and blood, with her injuries showing little sign of improvement. At this moment, the small county was far from the calm it appeared to be on the surface. Numerous figures from the martial world were scouring the town, and the Lu family had sent nearly all their servants, including some of their less reputable enforcers hidden away in the depths of their estate. Within the opulent guest room of the Lu residence, a finely crafted sandalwood chair bore the seated figure of Shangguan Zhao, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes, cultivating his spirit. With tightly shut eyes and a rhythmic breath, wisps of white mist hung upon his cheeks as his true energy circulated continuously and inexhaustibly. The Shangguan family was undoubtedly a lineage of martial prowess, possessing a library of over 10,000 martial arts texts collected over centuries by their ancestors from the martial world. Shangguan Zhao, possessing exceptional talent in martial arts, had reached the Qi and Harmony realm by his coming-of-age years, allowing him access to the highest levels of the library to retrieve a revered martial arts manual that served as the foundation of the Shangguan family. The seemingly perilous assassination bore no real chance of success, setting aside the elder concealed in the shadows, a figure of the upper three realms, and disregarding the diminutive woman of the half-step golden body realm. Even if only Shangguan Zhao were present, the one-eyed warrior would undoubtedly meet his demise within 10 breaths. In the room, the quiet female figure, who had remained taciturn throughout, finally lifted her eyelids to gaze at the handsome young man seated in the chair. After a moment of silence, the petite girl spoke softly. "They are arranged by you, are they not?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Zhao chuckled lightly, slowly opening his eyes to inquire with a smile, "What makes you say that?" Not receiving a definite answer, the girl turned her head away in silence, choosing not to respond further. Observing her refusal to pursue the matter, Shangguan Zhao straightened his posture and leaned forward, asking, "You truly do not mean to deceive me?" The petite girl remained unresponsive, lost in her own silence. Shangguan Zhao furrowed his brow, his expression shifting several times before settling into calmness. The girl then spoke with a hint of indifference. "The assassins from the Plum Blossom Pavilion do not come cheap. The pampered young master of the Shangguan family had journeyed a great distance, even willing to expend considerable wealth to commission the Plum Blossom Pavilion for the assassination attempt against him. A significant undertaking indeed." Shangguan Zhao chuckled again, reclining against the armrest of the chair with a smirk. In the Lu family study, the middle-aged Lu Zhongshu wore a gloomy expression, incessantly twisting the Buddhist beads in his hand, producing a soft clicking sound. At Cuo Zhai, a tall and graceful woman, exuding beauty and elegance, gently parted the curtain, her voice soft as she addressed Lin. "Mr. Lin, this is the payment for your calligraphy." With that, Lu Li, who had unexpectedly visited Cuo Zhai, placed a small pouch of copper coins on the nearby desk, her smile warm. Upon seeing the young lady from the Lu family again, though her appearance and demeanor remained unchanged, there was a subtle shift in her aura. Her posture was now upright, embodying a blend of gentleness and inner strength. The martial arts prowess she had concealed for 20 years was now laid bare, allowing Lu Li to abandon the need to mask her true energy, enhancing her already refined presence. Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded with a smile and replied, "Thank you for the kindness of the Lu family." In these times, when the whereabouts of the Oriole were still unknown and the Lu family was vigorously searching, it was remarkable that Lu Li, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, could remain composed and visit his humble abode, the small Cuo studio. This seemingly delicate flower vase of a lady not only concealed 2 decades of martial prowess but also possessed an admirable resilience of character. Chapter 7. Gifted abilities. After placing a small pouch of copper coins on the table, Lu Li did not rush to depart. Instead, she took a few steps forward, raising her gaze to admire the exquisite calligraphy adorning the surrounding walls. Lin Cuo simply stood in place, allowing the young lady of the Lu family to explore at her leisure. In stark contrast to Lu Li's leisurely stroll, Huang Li, concealed in the shadows of Cuo Zhai, was drenched in perspiration. The unexpected appearance of Lu Li compelled Huang Li to hold his breath and conceal his true energy. Lu Li began her martial training at the tender age of 8 and entered the realm of qi and harmony by the age of 28. Having concealed her cultivation for a remarkable 20 years, burdened with profound and enigmatic martial arts. As Lu Li casually admired the calligraphy, she suddenly inquired, "Mr. Lin, do you have any intentions of leaving this small county?" Her abrupt question rendered the atmosphere of Cuo Zhai momentarily still. Lin paused slightly, lifting his gaze as he calmly remarked, "I am but a wandering soul, and to find a morsel of sustenance here is already a blessing. I shall not ponder further." Lin Cuo discerned the underlying implications in Lu Li's words. The Lu family would soon relocate, and for reasons unknown, Lu Li extended an olive branch to Lin Cuo, a man of no remarkable achievements save for his exquisite calligraphy, inviting him to leave with her. The tall woman, gently rebuffed by Lin Cuo, casually plucked a piece of exquisite calligraphy from the wall, which elegantly inscribed the words "May martial prosperity abound" in flowing, effortless script, each stroke executed with fluidity and grace. Lu Li lowered her gaze and softly inquired, "This piece of calligraphy is one I cherish dearly. Might Mr. Lin consider parting with it for a price?" At this moment, Lin Cuo set down his brush, placing his hands behind his back, and casually remarked, "If Miss Lu appreciates it, I shall bestow this gift upon the Lu family." To his astonishment, Lu Li displayed no reservations, promptly rolling up the exquisite piece of calligraphy. As she departed, the flawless woman, both in appearance and intellect, offered a slight bow to Lin Cuo, performing a graceful gesture. "Mr. Lin, until we meet again." Lin Cuo bowed slightly, calmly stating, "Miss Lu, until we meet again." Lu Li, with her slender hand, lifted the curtain, pausing momentarily to cast a lingering glance at Lin Cuo. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer, as if bidding farewell. Without uttering another word, Lu Li merely glanced back before turning to depart. As Lu Li left, the hidden Huang Li let out a sigh of relief, her hands trembling involuntarily, overwhelmed with tension. Believing she had narrowly escaped detection and not realizing that Lu Li, upon entering the Cuo study, first regarded Lin Cuo and then turned her gaze toward the concealed Huang Li. This young lady from the Lu family had noticed Huang Li's presence the moment she stepped into the Cuo study. Meanwhile, Lin Cuo remained rooted in place, a slight frown creasing his brow, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Lin Cuo naturally sensed the unusualness of Lu Li. Upon entering the Cuo study, he immediately detected the presence of the Oriole, and it is likely that Lu Li also perceived the golden-bodied martial artist lurking in the shadows, observing this place. Lin Cuo gently massaged his brow, realizing that Lu Li's extraordinary demeanor surely indicated her awareness of some peculiarity, having traversed the martial world for 2 decades. As a naturally gifted martial arts prodigy, he had encountered and vanquished countless foes. Yet, Lin Cuo never anticipated that in this remote county, there would exist a woman endowed with such remarkable talents. Lu Li must possess a unique innate ability, likely the capacity to perceive the martial fortunes of others. Lin Cuo let out a helpless smile and murmured, "It is difficult to transition from extravagance to frugality. Ever since Lin Daoxian perished in the depths of Ming Mountain, Lin Cuo had deliberately chosen to forget his martial prowess, as if he had sealed himself off, with layers of barriers guarding him and confining his meridians and dantian. Presently, Lin Cuo could be considered a person without boundaries, unable to utilize any of his former techniques. The innate talents and divine abilities of Lu Li remain elusive to him now, leaving him only to make tentative conjectures. Lin Cuo did not overthink the situation. He simply lay straight on the cool mat, closed his eyes, and unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber. In the Lu family estate, Lu Zhongshu sat in his study, his countenance dark and his forehead veins pulsing with tension. The chief steward, Chen Yu, knelt on one knee, his head bowed, and solemnly reported, "We have yet to locate the assassin's whereabouts." Despite the frantic search by dozens of wandering heroes and the household servants of the Lu family, the assassin remained elusive. Lu Zhongshu, in a fit of frustration, hurled the priceless string of prayer beads to the ground, shattering them and scattering the beads across the floor. The silence in the study palpable. He suppressed his fury and barked, "Continue the search. You must find him, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." Chen Yu dared not speak further, lowering his head even more, almost touching the floor. Yes. Chen Yu was on the brink of despair. The relentless search over the past 2 days yielded no traces, and soon, several bodies of wandering heroes would be discovered. Each victim bore a broken neck, dispatched in a swift and clean manner, leaving no clues behind. Someone was protecting the audacious assassin from the shadows, and that individual had considerable martial prowess. After Chen Yu took his leave, Shang Wanzhao, adorned in a brocade robe, entered the study. Upon seeing Shang Wanzhao, Lu Zhongshu's expression shifted dramatically. After inviting the young master of the Shangguan family to take a seat, Lu Zhongshu bowed his head and inquired, "Young Master Shangguan, has your injury improved?" With no airs of a nobleman, Shang Wanzhao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern, Uncle Lu. My injury is not serious." Lu Zhongshu, undeterred, remained by Shang Wanzhao's side, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I am but an old man, too feeble to capture a single assassin." Shang Wanzhao, maintaining a calm demeanor, sighed, "It is all my fault, causing you unnecessary worry, Uncle Lu." Though his words bore no reproach, the young master of the Shangguan family remained seated, leaving Lu Zhongshu anxiously standing beside him. The age and status disparity between the two was stark. In this remote county, the Lu family was still considered prominent. Yet they paled in comparison to the illustrious Shangguan family, renowned throughout the martial world. Had the Lu family's ancestor, who once held the 3rd rank in officialdom, still been alive, this matter might have been trivialized, but now the Lu family had diminished. Despite having some accumulated goodwill, it was still insufficient. After finally seeing Shang Wanzhao off, Lu Zhongshu stood in the study, engulfed in prolonged silence. As Shang Wanzhao exited the small courtyard, he encountered a spirited young lady clad in a pale yellow gown. Upon seeing Shang Wanzhao, Lu Shushu immediately rushed into his embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. She plaintively exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" Since the fateful night of the assassination attempt, Lu Shushu had not seen her beloved brother, and having heard of the perilous events, she had been restless for days, fearing for his safety. However, Shang Wanzhao had secluded himself in a separate residence, and Lu Shushu, unwilling to disturb his recovery, had patiently endured for 2 days. Now, having finally seen him, her tears flowed freely as she threw herself into his arms. Shang Wanzhao smiled gently, patting her head affectionately. "It's all right. It's all right. I'm sorry to have made you worry." Chapter 8. Leaving the city, the Lu family estate sprawled over several miles. Behind a decorative hill, there lay a concealed cave. In a hidden underground chamber, Lu Li descended slowly, holding a lantern. At the center of the chamber rested a white jade box, crafted entirely from exquisite Hittian jade, cool to the touch. Lu Li reached for the box, slowly opening it to reveal only a piece of silk embroidered with hundreds of black characters, painstakingly written with charcoal. This was a sword manual acquired a century ago by the Lu family ancestor, who had fortuitously obtained it from a wandering hero. The manual contained 3 obscure sword techniques, each difficult to comprehend. Even after 10 years of study, Lu Li had only just managed to grasp one. It was said that these 3 techniques were created by a great sword immortal 300 years prior, having been passed down and ultimately inscribed on this silk. Lu Li tucked the jade box into his sleeve, a cold snort escaping his lips as his phoenix eyes narrowed. The young master of the Shangguan family had, over the years, made several attempts to acquire this sword manual, and now, resorting to a grand scheme, he had truly lowered himself. Lu Li scoffed, thinking it absurd to hire a low-tier assassin, clearly motivated by fear for his life. The 2 high-tier assassins from Jaime Pavilion had been discreetly procured by Shang Wanzhao, orchestrating a well-crafted ruse. Moreover, the assassin codenamed Huang Li would assuredly escape the Lu family's pursuit unscathed. During these past days, Any wandering hero who caught a glimpse of Huang Li's tracks had met with a swift demise, their necks broken and bodies carelessly discarded in the streets. After all, a martial artist of the upper three realms was covertly safeguarding Huang Li, making it virtually impossible for the Lu family to capture him. One could only imagine the shame the Shangwan family would endure if, after the assassination attempt on their young master, the Lu family failed to deliver the assassin's head and allowed him to escape. Despite Shangwan Zhao's seemingly affable demeanor, he was merely biding his time. Once Huang Li departed from Yuzhou, the Shangwan family would unleash their wrath, uprooting the Lu family entirely. The fury of the Yuzhou Shangwan family was such that the Lu family's influence could hardly withstand it. Shangwan Zhao could easily justify leveling the Lu family and then claim the coveted sword manual he had long desired. Yet, Shangwan Zhao's fear of death prevented him from hiring a true low-tier assassin to eliminate himself, rendering this grand scheme riddled with flaws and utterly distasteful. After all, a low-tier assassin from Jaime Pavilion could indeed pose a legitimate threat to Shangwan Zhao. Lu Li chuckled coldly. It was fortunate that the young master of the Shangwan family was so fearful, for otherwise, this plot might have gone unnoticed. During this time, on the surface, the Lu family appeared to be expending all their resources in a desperate search, even squandering long-held connections. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Li had already begun arranging the family's escape route, preparing all necessary passages. Once he exited this secret chamber, Lu Li would lead the Lu family in a complete relocation, not merely departing Yuzhou, but aiming directly for the Kaiqing dynasty to the south of the Central Plains. In the dead of night, within the confines of the Misty Chamber, a figure emerged from the shadows. The assassin, a woman of unremarkable beauty yet possessing a curvaceous form. Known as Huang Li, silently extended her palm to caress a slender dagger that gleamed like freshly fallen snow, hesitating momentarily. Listening to the long, steady breaths of the man lying on the bamboo mat, the esteemed assassin from the Plum Blossom Pavilion ultimately steeled her resolve and approached Lin Cuo with measured steps. As she drew closer to the striking young man with flowing black hair, the voluptuous woman gradually bent down, her ample bosom pressing against Lin Cuo's chest. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, she then delicately grasped the pristine dagger, whispering a silent incantation in her heart before plunging it down with sudden ferocity. The blade pierced effortlessly through his throat, blood gushing forth in torrents, and before Lin Cuo could utter a sound, Huang Li had executed her task with chilling precision. Her expression clouded with melancholy, Huang Li withdrew the dagger silently. Indeed, he was merely a frail scholar, devoid of any martial prowess. A single strike had sufficed to end his life, allowing him to pass away in slumber without a hint of suffering. Moments later, as the night deepened, Huang Li donned her dark travel attire and stealthily exited through the back door of the Misty Chamber, utilizing a secret technique to seal her vital points. She endured the remnants of her old injuries, knowing all too well that her presence in the city heightened the risk of exposure. With increasing numbers of wandering heroes flocking to the city, Huang Li recognized that lingering here for even a moment would endanger her further. Thus, she resolved to take a perilous route, even if her wounds had not fully healed, and forced herself to leave the city. Concealing her aura, she moved with light steps toward the city gates. Meanwhile, a young and impetuous swordsman, drawn by tales of valor, roamed the area with his sword in hand. Upon hearing of the Lu family's plight, the spirited youth felt a surge of determination to assist in the search for the audacious assassin from the Plum Blossom Pavilion. How audacious indeed, for an assassin to brazenly attack the young master of the Shangwan family. This youthful swordsman, barely at the cusp of adulthood and already stepping into the realm of martial mastery, fervently joined the ranks of those seeking the elusive assassin. Seated upon the city wall, the young swordsman embraced his long sword, gazing up at the moonlit sky. At that moment, a shadow flitted through the darkness. The youth narrowed his eyes, fixating on the elusive figure darting through the night. At last, I've caught you, he thought. A cold sneer escaping his lips as he slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, a faint glimmer of light reflecting from its blade. Having made a vow to uphold justice and eradicate the injustices of the world, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of the shadowy figure. No assassin from the Plum Blossom Pavilion would escape his grasp. He tightened his grip on the hilt, drawing his sword with a swift motion. Yet, just as the blade was about to be unsheathed, a towering figure materialized before him. With a swift motion, the imposing elder grasped the sword, pushing it back into its sheath before the young swordsman could react. In one fluid motion, the elder twisted the youth's neck with a decisive snap. The young man, brimming with ambition and a desire to champion the downtrodden, fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. Countless emotions coursed through the young swordsman's gaze as he struggled to comprehend why, despite his fervent desire to uphold righteousness, he had met such a sudden and brutal end. The world of martial arts is far from the tales spun in stories. Often, life and death are determined in an instant, devoid of the intricate twists and turns found in fiction. The world is merciless and allows no room for sentiment. The burly elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, cast a fleeting glance at the fallen youth, a cold smirk gracing his lips before vanishing into the night. Huang Li swept over the city walls, heading northward. Upon the city wall, the young swordsman lay fallen, his breath barely lingering. The wind scattered the clouds, and a full moon ascended to its place in the azure sky, casting a silvery glow upon the walls. Suddenly, a man clad in a green robe, his hair cascading like a waterfall, appeared atop the city wall, with hands clasped within his sleeves. The man regarded the lifeless youth with a gaze as indifferent as the chill of the moonlight. Chapter 9. A single black hair turns to white. The man in the green robe, with his hands tucked within his sleeves, cast a detached glance at the fallen young swordsman below. Lin Cuo cast a sidelong glance towards the city outskirts, where he could faintly discern the yellow aureole desperately fleeing. This assassin from the Plum Blossom Pavilion wielded a blade with remarkable swiftness. However, despite possessing no discernible cultivation and having forgotten all martial arts techniques, this body of celestial descent, even after 3 years of meridian blockage, exhibited minimal decay. Even when pierced through the throat by a single thrust, it could regenerate flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. Lin Cuo turned once more, narrowing his elongated eyes as he gazed into the distant horizon. There, a robust elder with hair and beard as white as snow, his fists resting at his knees, concealed himself within the shadows, silently safeguarding the young master of the Shangguan clan. This elder of the Shangguan family had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Body realm, nearly a step away from ranking among the top 10 masters of Yuzhou. Lin Cuo finally lowered his head to gaze upon the young wanderer, whose breath was on the verge of extinguishment, his expression impassive. A martial arts master at the pinnacle of the third realm had struck, and this youth, who had barely stepped into the threshold of the semi-chi realm, had his neck snapped in a single encounter. The method was as decisive as it was ruthless. The young wanderer's vision blurred. Thanks to his cultivation at the semi-chi realm, he managed to stave off immediate death. At this moment, his mind was a void, filled only with bewilderment. In the gentle breeze, Lin Cuo stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, motionless. It was at this juncture that the boy, clinging desperately to the last vestiges of his true energy, trembled as he extended his left hand, slowly reaching towards Lin Cuo, ultimately grasping his ankle with a feeble grip. After seizing Lin Cuo's ankle, the young wanderer expended the last of his true energy, his left hand falling limply. Lin Cuo stood with his back to the moonlight, his visage obscured by the night. In that moment, a single strand of his long, ink-black hair transformed into pure white. Reflecting on the past 30 years filled with misdeeds and regrets, Lin Cuo, now marked by this singular white hair, ceased to clasp his sleeves and let out a deep sigh, hoping that no further mistakes would follow. At the Liu family estate, a robust elder, who had personally snapped the necks of several wandering heroes, gracefully descended into the Liu family's side chamber. Upon seeing the elder, Shangguan Zhao immediately clasped his hands in respect and greeted Grandfather Yabe. The elder, whose hair and beard were entirely white, was one of the highest-ranking elders of the Shangguan family, having entered the Golden Body realm 5 years prior, only a hair's breadth away from being among the top 10 masters of Yuzhou. Shangguan Yabe merely grunted, his voice resonating with strength. I have dispatched a secret letter to the Shangguan family. Once Huang Li departs the borders of Yuzhou, we can retrieve the Liu family sword manual. Hearing the news that Huang Li had already left the city, Shangguan Zhao's face lit up with joy, and he clasped his hands again, saying, Thank you, Grandfather Yabe. The elder's expression also reflected a hint of anticipation, for it was said to be the sword manual of the great sword immortal. The scheme devised by Shangguan Zhao was aimed at acquiring the elusive sword manual of the Liu family. 300 years ago, a truly exceptional master of the heaven and man realm emerged in the martial world, a great sword immortal who wielded his sword with unmatched prowess for 50 years. During that time, the number of heads he severed from martial artists of the upper 3 realms was beyond count, his swordsmanship unmatched, reaching its zenith. Most famously, this self-assured great sword immortal wielded the renowned sword Daiyan, traversing 800 miles with the aid of flying swords, scattering countless clouds with the sword aura. in cleaving the famed Ming Mountain, one of the 12 highest peaks in the world. Yet, this master had never taken a disciple, nor did he pass down his swordsmanship. As his life waned, he distilled his swordsmanship into 9 techniques, scattering them throughout the realm for those fated to discover them. It was said that whoever could master all 9 techniques would gain insight into the legacy of the sword immortal and ascend to the realm of the great master. Over the course of 3 centuries, the whereabouts of these 9 techniques became obscured. The Shangwan family, through great effort, managed to locate the last 3 techniques, which were now housed within their scripture vault. A century ago, the ancestral figure of the Liu family fortuitously acquired the first 3 techniques, keeping them hidden until now. Shangwan Zhao, grasping the jade pendant at his waist, could barely contain his joy, saying, "Once we obtain the Liu family's sword manual, combined with the scriptures in the vault, we will have 6 techniques in hand, leaving only the 3 unknown ones. Even a fraction of the swordsmanship from a great sword immortal is sufficient to dominate the world." At that moment, an untimely scoff interrupted. Shangwan Zhao turned to see a diminutive woman standing in the corner, her face twisted with disdain. "What if you gather 6 techniques? There is a genuine master of swordsmanship in the current martial world," she derided. At her words, Shangwan Zhao's expression stiffened, but he forced himself to suppress his anger, maintaining a calm demeanor. Among the 4 renowned masters of the current martial world, there was indeed a true cold pool sword immortal. Not far away, the elder, with white hair and fists that reached his knees, narrowed his eyes and coldly threatened, "Yinyue, you may continue to speak if you wish." The girl named Yinyue paid no heed to the elder's threat, simply curling her lip in mockery. A half-buried golden body realm and a self-righteous young master, perfectly matched in their incompetence. Before she could utter more, in an instant, Yinyue's body was abruptly thrown backward, her head crashing against the marble floor with a resounding thud. The force was immense, and the blue stone floor cracked under the impact. The robust elder pressed down on her head with one hand, forcing it into the ground. As the entire stone surface began to fracture, Shangwan Yabe looked down from above, sneering, "What of a 14-year-old martial genius? A talent must live to fulfill its potential. Wouldn't you agree?" With her head pressed into the ground, blood trickled down Yinyue's face as she desperately grasped at the elder's hand. Yet, regardless of her struggles, that powerful grip remained unyielding. Shangwan Yabe showed no sign of relenting, his fingers continuing to apply pressure to her temples. Only when the girl let out a piercing scream did he finally release her. Yinyue curled into a ball, lying on the cold ground, convulsing. Shangwan Yabe cast a sidelong glance at her, sneering, before vanishing from sight. Chapter 10. The Cloud River Sanctuary. A faint aroma of green plums mingled with the scent of herbs lingered in the small, chaotic study. The youth slowly opened his bewildered eyes, attempting to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his neck, as if it were being torn apart. He fell back onto the bed, grimacing in pain, yet he dared not cry out. Even the slightest movement of his lips sent jolts of agony through his neck. For the moment, it was best to remain still. A cool voice broke the silence, and the youth strained to catch a glimpse of the source. He saw a man clad in a blue robe, bent over a desk, diligently writing. The boy, whose neck had just been twisted by Shangwan Yabe, felt his eyes flicker restlessly, the pain in his neck still persistent. Once the last character was inscribed, Lin Cuo set the brush aside and washed his hands with clean water. Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, approached the youth's side, and bent down to examine the wound on his neck. Lin Cuo gently lifted the gauze, revealing a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. However, the veins and arteries had been meticulously realigned. He remarked to himself, "It seems fortune favors you. You have been saved." Even he was somewhat astonished at the outcome. Employing the technique of dividing tendons and twisting bones in conjunction with the yin-yang circulation method to rescue the youth whose neck had been brutally twisted. It was fortunate that his diverse training had endowed him with such skills. Prior to turning 20, he had embraced myriad martial arts, leaving no school untouched. Noticing the bewildered gaze of the young wanderer, Lin Cuo smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, your neck's veins and bones have been restored. In approximately 6 months, you shall be able to rise from your bed." The young wanderer's eyes sparkled, yet tears began to accumulate within them. Observing the profoundly distressed expression on the youth's face, Lin Cuo, for once, refrained from jesting. Instead, he gently tapped the boy's forehead with his finger. Once, he too had been filled with youthful vigor. Brimming with self-assurance in his unparalleled martial prowess, aspiring to wield a sword alone and eradicate all injustices in the world. It was precisely this overwhelming confidence in his youth, coupled with his formidable skills that led him to commit numerous mistakes. Lin Cuo applied the ointment clumsily on one side of the boy's neck. His technique was rather unrefined, merely slathering it on, causing the boy to grimace in pain, drawing in sharp breaths continuously. Once he had smeared the ointment on the boy, Lin Cuo chuckled softly and said, "Well, let us leave it at that for now." Lin's gaze subtly shifted to one side, and among the originally inky black strands of his hair, a solitary thread, almost imperceptible, had transformed into a shade of pure white. For years, he had remained ensconced within his own confines, erecting formidable barriers in his heart, akin to a heavily fortified stronghold, which ensnared his martial arts prowess within its walls, rendering him unable to escape. The once snowy mane had reverted to a deep black, symbolizing the complete obliteration of his martial cultivation. The techniques of dividing muscles and twisting bones and yin-yang celestial method appeared as two solitary warriors, surmounting numerous obstacles, breaking through the layers of fortifications, and valiantly making their singular escape. Lin Cuo casually set aside the porcelain bowl in his hand and continued his calligraphy practice. The Liu family, once esteemed, had now become a mere shell of its former self. Although outwardly it appeared unchanged, Liu Li had already discreetly taken Lu Zhongshu, Lu Shushu, and others to escape like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Yunchuan blessed land, situated in the northern reaches of the world, perpetually enveloped in mist, with its mountains and rivers shrouded in mystery, is renowned as one of the 72 blessed lands. 200 years ago, Yunchuan was a land without a master, its perpetual fog and breathtaking vistas drawing countless literati and wandering heroes to seek its hidden wonders. However, approximately 150 years ago, a group of ruthless assassins emerged, specializing in the elimination of noble families. Their methods were brutal, and their martial prowess ranked among the finest in the realm. Within just 20 years, these bloodthirsty assassins, known as the Jaime Pavilion, gained immense notoriety, having assassinated 13 warriors at the Golden Body stage and one master at the Profound God stage. The infamous Jaime Pavilion caused widespread panic among the offspring of noble families. At that time, a notoriously arrogant prince had boasted that even if all the assassins of Jaime Pavilion were to descend upon him, they could not take a single noble head from his command over Beifeng Prefecture. Yet, this high-ranking prince found himself beheaded by the Jaime Pavilion assassins within his own estate, his body dismembered and displayed at the four corners of the city, leaving the world in shock. Following this incident, the Jaime Pavilion became renowned throughout the land. Due to their reckless actions, which included the assassination of royal princes and martial masters, the former emperor of the Taihe dynasty was incensed. The Taihe dynasty, in alliance with renowned martial families, launched a campaign to eradicate the infamous Jaime Pavilion. After enduring years of siege from these martial families and the imperial cavalry, the Jaime Pavilion was ultimately forced to retreat northward, taking refuge in Yunchuan Blessed Land. Once revered as a sacred site for exploration, Yunchuan Blessed Land became a stronghold for the Jaime Pavilion, thereby transforming into a forbidden zone of the martial world. Yunchuan Blessed Land is dotted with hundreds of towering mountains, shrouded in mist and mystery. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind arose, scattering the clouds to reveal a strikingly white tower piercing through the mist. This 9-story pagoda, entirely white, reached into the heavens. At the highest level, a broad platform bore a jade table, smooth and lustrous, harmoniously blending with the entire tower. Upon this jade table rested 2 exquisite jars of fine wine, each a treasure among spirits. A man clad in a snow-white robe, blind and with no eyes to see, leisurely raised his wine cup. Opposite him sat a gaunt, weathered elder whose skeletal frame was accentuated by prominent joints. The blind man, sipping his wine, inquired with a light laugh, "Has that princess of the former dynasty returned to Yunchuan Blessed Land?" The emaciated elder grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and placed a small box on the jade table. The blind man pushed the box away slightly, seemingly wary of his fine wine becoming sullied. The gaunt elder opened the wooden box, revealing a bloodied head within. The assassin known as Mou had personally ventured to the borders of Yuzhou to claim this head, expending considerable effort. The elder chuckled, continuing, "I wonder if that old fool from the Shangwan family will be so enraged that he kicks the bucket, driven to death by his precious grandson." The blind man, maintaining a stoic demeanor, merely sipped his wine, remarking, "The Jaime Pavilion truly possesses remarkable audacity to sever the head of this Shangwan Yabi." The gaunt elder rubbed his hands, his aged face etched with deep lines, and took a small sip from his cup. A mere young lad from the Shangguan family, daring to scheme against the Jaime Pavilion. A head from a golden body warrior is not so costly. The chapter unfolds further, revealing the intricacies of power struggles, schemes, and the consequences of ambition within the martial world, culminating in a tense atmosphere that encapsulates both the gravity and absurdity of their pursuits. After the emaciated elder departed, only the white dragon remained atop the cloud tower, clad in a white robe and blinded in both eyes, indulging in solitary libations. He set his wine cup upon the table, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. This marked the 31st individual he had scrutinized. Suddenly, the white dragon was seized by a violent cough, expelling a copious amount of crimson blood, staining his white robe a deep scarlet, reminiscent of plum blossoms against the snow. To pry into the celestial workings of martial fortunes was to invite divine retribution. To peer into the heavens with mortal eyes was to court calamity. This mortal vessel had reached its limits, and his own life force was waning, ravaged by the backlash of celestial machinations. Time was running short. This man, lauded as the most cunning and ruthless strategist of his era, felt his vitality dwindling, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Once the foremost strategist of the Liang dynasty, he now found himself reduced to a mere guest elder of the plum-picking pavilion in the Cloud Valley for 5 years. His expression one of profound sorrow. The world claimed that he had perished atop the mount of the underworld, his soul scattered beneath the tempest of heavenly retribution. Yet the white dragon, having witnessed that man's prowess firsthand, remained unconvinced. Unlike the present day, where the world was divided, with the Taiha dynasty occupying the north of the Central Plains and the Kaiyuan dynasty claiming the south, the realm was once trifurcate among Liang, Taiha, and Kaiyuan, each holding dominion over their respective territories. The Liang dynasty, at its zenith, flourished across the southern regions, prosperous and powerful, commanding an expanse of 2,000 miles. Encompassing 6 provinces and boasting an army of 200,000 elite soldiers, with masters of martial arts abounding in the court, 12 grandmasters renowned throughout the realm. In the 30th year of the Yuanli era, for reasons unknown, a man with flowing white hair, who had ascended to the ranks of the 5 great grandmasters, single-handedly stormed into the former capital of the Liang dynasty. In this earth-shattering battle, the 12 masters of Liang gathered in the royal capital. 3,000 elite soldiers donned in armor and wielding spears. Yet, even this formidable assembly could not withstand the onslaught. The man known as the world's foremost master breached the gates of the royal capital, cutting a path directly to the Grand Hall. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the ranks of 3,000 armored soldiers, and 8 of the 12 grandmasters fell that day, their blood creating rivers upon the battlefield. Within the resplendent Grand Hall, the king of Liang, esteemed as the sovereign of a nation, met his end at the hands of this man, who severed his head with unparalleled skill. The world was taken aback. It was through this monumental clash that Lin Daoxian, who had recently ascended to the realm of the celestial masters, was universally recognized as the supreme master of the realm. Clad in a black robe with white hair cascading, he looked down upon the world, commanding respect and fear. Who would dare to challenge him? With an air of invincibility, he vanquished all formidable opponents, claimed the head of the Liang king, and thus solidified his status as the preeminent figure of the realm. In the wake of this victory, the vassal kings of the 6 provinces scattered in disarray, each proclaiming themselves sovereigns. With the death of the Liang king, the once unified leadership fell into chaos, allowing the Taiha and Kaiyuan dynasties to seize the divine opportunity, deploying their armies to encircle and dismantle the 6 provincial kings one by one. A vast calamity befell the land, with millions perishing and rivers flowing with blood. The coalition of the 2 dynasties advanced relentlessly, and the once mighty Liang dynasty was utterly annihilated within a mere 2 years. Those former officials, now reduced to a disorganized rabble, were driven from the central plains to the desolate western deserts. The white dragon, once revered as the foremost strategist of the Liang dynasty, found himself exiled to the Cloud Valley, assuming the role of the chief guest elder at the plum-picking pavilion. With the fall of Liang, the geopolitical landscape shifted dramatically. The previous equilibrium of 3 powers was transformed into a bifurcation, with the Taiha and Kaiyuan dynasties each claiming dominion over half the world. Chapter 12. The grand arrival in the brief span of half a month, within the confines of the Zhuozhai. The youth who had suffered a broken neck had begun to articulate words. This youth, yet to reach the age of adulthood, was now chattering incessantly. His name was Wang Zhan, hailing from the Beifeng state, which was also under the aegis of the Taihe dynasty. The people of Beifeng were known for their valor and martial prowess, with even the women excelling in equestrian skills and archery. Wang Zhan had gained renown at a young age, having reached the threshold of the Qi He realm before his coming of age, armed with a steel sword, eager to venture into the world of martial heroes. As this youthful wanderer lay upon a wooden bed, he curiously inquired, "What is your name?" He had long been intrigued by the man who had rescued him from the brink of death, but due to the severe injury to his neck, he had been unable to voice his curiosity for half a month. At last, he could ask, "Lin Cuo." Lin Cuo did not lift his head, responding with an air of indifference at the desk. "My neck was nearly severed. How did you manage to save me?" "You were simply fortunate." "Has the assassin been apprehended?" "No. Given your exceptional martial prowess, why did you not capture the assassin?" Wang Zhan, eager to fill the silence of the past half-month, bombarded Lin Cuo with an array of inquiries. He asked about Lin Cuo's level of martial arts, whether he was a reclusive master of the hidden world, if he possessed any renowned skills, and whether tales of his exploits circulated within the realm of Jianghu. Lin Cuo, thoroughly fatigued by the incessant chatter, casually thrust a piece of steam bun into Wang Zhan's mouth, silencing the young man. Wang Zhan, still grievously injured, could only whimper incessantly. Lin Cuo gently rubbed his forehead. After rescuing the young man, he had taken on the role of caregiver for half a month, meticulously attending to his needs. Fearing that a moment's inattention might cause Wang Zhan to tilt his head and lose consciousness once more. After the passage of 2 weeks, Wang Zhan finally found his voice. Speaking incessantly with fervor, Lin Cuo gazed at the vibrant youth before him, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Why do you not ask who severed your neck?" To his surprise, Wang Zhan fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, the young man murmured, "I dare not inquire." Wang Zhan would forever remember that imposing figure. The elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, against whom he had stood powerless. The gaze directed at him was devoid of emotion, trivializing him, and laden with a silent mockery. The aspiring hero, a young wanderer in a foreign land, had inexplicably met his demise at the hands of another. Had it not been for Lin Cuo's miraculous intervention through the intricate technique of the dragon's entangling grip, the youth, still in his tender years, would have perished in the nameless expanse of Yuzhou. The world of martial arts is devoid of compassion. Wang Zhan pondered in silence for a while, then spoke in a daze, repeatedly asking, "Why?" The youth could not fathom why, in his attempt to assist the local Lu family in apprehending an assassin, he had been so casually dispatched by the formidable elder whose prowess was terrifyingly superior. The silent derision of that white-haired giant echoed deafeningly in Wang Zhan's mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Cuo also slightly lowered his gaze and softly remarked, "In matters of the world, there often exists no absolute truth. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this statement was directed towards the young Wang Zhan or intended for himself, the master of the Cuo Zhai. How long ago was it that he too was a passionate young wanderer? Unlike the well-meaning yet powerless youth Wang Zhan, Lin Daoxian of your possessed unparalleled prowess. His swift breakthroughs and formidable killing power were unmatched in his time. Having traversed the rivers and lakes for 2 decades, he bore the illustrious title of the greatest in the realm. Yet, it was precisely this hubris in taking upon himself the injustices of the world that led the once great Lin Daoxian to commit numerous missteps, leaving him with an inescapable sense of regret. Lin Cuo felt an inexplicable amusement. If he had not been the unparalleled master of martial arts, would he, like Wang Zhan today, have met an untimely demise in an obscure place? At that moment, Wang Zhan suddenly spoke. "Lin Cuo, I wish to indulge in some wine." Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and remarked, "What? Are you eager to experience death once more? Let it be known in advance. I possess no ability to resurrect you again." Wang Zhan, intrigued, inquired, "You cannot resurrect?" He recalled how Lin Cuo had miraculously revived a youth whose neck had been severed. Through the intricate manipulation of meridians with the technique of twisting bones and the application of the yin-yang circulatory method, he had astonishingly restored his own vitality. This unprecedented method was nothing short of miraculous. In the eyes of the young Wang Zhan, Lin Cuo appeared no different from the celestial beings spoken of in legends. Lin Cuo, momentarily at a loss for words, helplessly remarked, "The fluctuations of life and death, the interplay of yin and yang, are beyond the realm of human intervention." Suddenly, with no context, Wang Zhan interjected, "Lin Cuo, are you not an immortal?" Lin's hand movements momentarily paused, and then he swiftly approached Wang Zhan. gently tapping his forehead with his fingers. The sound echoed in Wang Zhen's head, leaving him bewildered as he inquired, "What are you doing?" Lin Cuo pretended to be puzzled and remarked, "Could it be that you have injured your brain?" Wang Zhen was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Cuo gazed at Wang Zhen with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "How old are you this year?" Wang Zhen replied earnestly, 17. Lin was suddenly enlightened and remarked, "No wonder, it is indeed an age of confusion." Wang, still somewhat incredulous, inquired once more, "Are you truly not a celestial being concealed among mortals?" Lin Cuo chose to remain silent, immersed in his practice of calligraphy. "Lin Cuo, thank you." The atmosphere in Cuo fell back into tranquility, with neither party speaking. Outside the city, a striking young man donned in a bright white fox fur coat and a crimson gold crown rode a magnificent steed, galloping ahead. This imposing figure led the way, closely followed by two middle-aged men, one, a pale-faced eunuch in a brilliant red robe, and the other, a resolute man with two long swords at his waist. The elegant young man forged ahead while the two starkly contrasting middle-aged men trailed behind. With 100 iron cavalry following at a distance, they charged toward the city, their horses charging boldly through the streets, heading straight for the Liu family estate. At the entrance of the Liu residence, the young man suddenly reined in his horse, which neighed loudly. Dismounting, the young man was followed closely by the eunuch in red, while the stout man with the swords took his position to guard the entrance. The servant at the Liu family gate, witnessing such a scene, was utterly petrified, especially after receiving a glance from the eunuch, rendering him motionless. The young man strode boldly into the Liu household, while the 100 iron cavalry remained outside, resting in place. Chapter 13. The young clan of Taihe. Meanwhile, to the north of the city walls, a group of martial artists, riding gallantly on horseback, entered the city with great fervor. Leading them was the charming Shangguan Zhao, accompanied by 30 of his kin. At that moment, Shangguan Zhao's brow was furrowed, upon returning to the Shangguan family. He found that his great-grandfather, Shangguan Yibei, who was supposed to have been covertly escorted, had vanished without a trace. The family patriarch, a master at the golden body level, had seemingly evaporated into thin air, with no news in half a month, a most peculiar occurrence. As he rode onward, Shangguan Zhao resolved not to dwell on it, for he was determined to crush the Liu family and reclaim the sword manual hidden for a century in their archives. This band of martial artists boasted skills no less than those at the seeking intent level, most being adept practitioners from the Shangguan family. Shangguan Zhao rode into the city, heading straight for the Liu family estate. Outside the entrance, a middle-aged man with dual swords at his waist stood guard, his demeanor imposing. Shangguan Zhao raised a hand, signaling his fierce entourage to halt in the narrow street. The sword-bearer, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, lightly caressed the hilts of his blades, seemingly in contemplation. Shangguan Zhao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the robust man from a distance. The man, lifting his chin slightly, spoke in a deep voice, "Withdraw from the street within 10 breaths." Shangguan Zhao's eyes squinted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the unknown swordsman, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man smirked, responding with a chilling laugh, "You are not entitled to know." Upon hearing this, the warriors from the Shangguan family drew their weapons, brimming with hostility. The Shangguan family of Yuzhou was a prominent martial arts lineage, renowned throughout the region, with their ancestors being among the top masters. In their territory, no one dared address them in such a manner. Shangguan Zhao tightened his grip on the reins and pointed to his cloak, declaring, "We are from the Shangguan family of Yuzhou. The Liu family harbors the assassins from Jaime Pavilion, who attempted to murder me. Their crimes are unforgivable, and we are here to eradicate the Liu family." Before the robust swordsman could respond, a man clad in a snow-white fox fur stepped forward, his expression dark. "So, you intend to annihilate the Liu family?" The nobleman regarded Shangguan Zhao with disdain. Fueled by anger, Shangguan Zhao commanded his 30 warriors to advance, their martial energy coalescing into an overwhelming force directed at the opulent man before them. At that moment, the pale-faced eunuch in the red robe stepped forward, effortlessly dispersing the oncoming martial energy. The eunuch squinted his narrow eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Shangguan Zhao. "You, Shangguan Zhao of Yuzhou, are you certain you wish to flatten the Liu family?" The Liu family, already abandoned and in disarray, left the noble youth feeling vexed. The aristocratic young man turned to the red-robed eunuch, coldly stating, "Advance further, and you shall die." The eunuch's voice was sharp as he replied, "We obey your commands." Shangguan Zhao, incensed, found it audacious that anyone would threaten him in Yuzhou. A mere glance from him led forth a martial artist wielding a long sword, who without hesitation lunged forward. The red-robed eunuch narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Impudent!" With that, he swung his sleeve, enveloping the oncoming sword in his crimson fabric. And with a flick of his wrist, the steel blade shattered into fragments. The eunuch's hand shot out, fingers like claws, piercing the chest of the martial artist. In an instant, the warrior was disemboweled, blood staining the street. Shangguan Zhao was taken aback. Was this a master at the golden body level? In such a confined space. A master of such caliber had appeared. Who could this person be? As thoughts raced through Shangguan Zhao's mind, the red-robed eunuch plunged into the fray. With a mere wave of his sleeve, a martial artist, along with his horse, was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Extending his hand, he wrenched a warrior's head from his body, sending it soaring high. The young man adorned with the crimson gold crown smirked and urged, "Director son, unleash your might. Leave none alive." The pale-faced eunuch chuckled, "We shall execute your will." Like a blossoming flower of blood, the red-robed eunuch wreaked havoc, and in mere moments, Shangguan Zhao's warriors were nearly annihilated. Shangguan Zhao's complexion paled, his steed reeling in fright. The red-robed eunuch appeared before him in an instant. Two fingers poised to strike at Shangguan Zhao's brow. Shangguan Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Did he truly dare to kill him? To attack the young master of the Shangguan family in Yuzhou? In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man with a stubbled face materialized between them. Grasping the eunuch's fingers with surprising strength, retreating 10 steps before coming to a halt. As the two stood at the center, the ground beneath them began to crack like a spider's web, two distinct energies colliding with a thunderous roar. The stubbled man spoke calmly, "Let us cease this baseless conflict." The red-robed eunuch, taken aback, attempted to withdraw but found himself unable, asking sharply, "Who are you?" Upon seeing the stubbled man, Shangguan Zhao exclaimed in joy, "Uncle Qin Xian." The red-robed eunuch raised an eyebrow, cautiously inquiring, "The 7th-ranked master of Yuzhou, Qin Xian?" One of the top 10 masters of Yuzhou, the late-stage golden body martial artist. Qin Xian nodded calmly, his face adorned with stubble. At the moment Qin Xian made his appearance, a burly middle-aged man, with dual blades hanging at his waist, raised his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, his eyes wide and ablaze as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Xian. The dual-blade man turned to the opulent youth beside him. Should the youth utter a word, this robust figure would unsheath his sword and join the red-robed eunuch in an attempt to besiege the 7th master of Yuzhou. Shangguan Zhao stared intently at the exceedingly noble youth before him, his expression venomous and malevolent. Yet, the noble youth remained blissfully unaware. Mounting his steed, a magnificent horse, and looking down with an indifferent gaze, "Shangguan Zhao, you should be grateful that the Liu family departed early. Had you truly eradicated the Liu clan, I would have demanded the Shangguan family accompany them to their doom. Remember, my surname is Yang." With that, the noble youth turned his horse and departed. Accompanied by the red-robed eunuch and the dual-blade man, Shangguan Zhao was left standing alone, his expression grim. The Taihe dynasty, the royal Yang clan. The man who claimed to be this king was none other than one of the 3 princes of the current reign. Chapter 14. The young prince Shangguan Zhao remained where he was, his face contorted in rage, his fists clenched tightly. He felt a sense of injustice. Having been outmaneuvered by the Liu family and subsequently witnessing the slaughter of his 30 Shangguan kin by this self-proclaimed prince. Uncle Chun, could he truly be one of the 3 princes of the realm? Queried the 7th master of Yuzhou, Qin Xian. I advise you to set aside any other thoughts. The identity of that prince is genuine. The red-robed eunuch is already at the mid-stage of the golden body realm, and the man with the dual blades is also at the mid-stage of the golden body realm. Both are renowned experts of the inner court, and there are 100 iron cavalry awaiting outside at a moment's notice. Shangguan Zhao raised his head, and after several deep breaths, he forcibly suppressed his fury, responding calmly. Let us return to the Shangguan family. The Liu family was now but a memory, and the whereabouts of their sword manual remained unknown. With this formidable dragon in their midst, Shangguan Zhao could only return empty-handed. As he rode slowly, he inquired, "Has my grandfather Shangguan Yabe returned to Yeqingshan?" After a moment of silence, Qin Xian delivered a piece of news that shattered Shangguan Zhao's composure. Shangguan Yabe is dead. Shangguan Zhao felt as if the world had tilted beneath him, nearly tumbling from his horse. He abruptly reined in the reins, swaying unsteadily as he stammered. How can this be? The highly esteemed Shangguan Yabe, a master at the golden body realm, had been by his side not long ago. How could he have been slain in Yuzhou in such a brief span? Qin Xian's gaze remained indifferent as he locked eyes with Shangguan Zhao, causing the latter to instinctively avert his gaze. Qin Xian spoke calmly. Shangguan Yabe was ambushed and killed by a low-tier assassin named Moyu from the Jaime Pavilion at the Yuzhou border. His head was taken back to Yunchuan's blessed land, and his body was only recently discovered in a deep pond. As for why Moyu suddenly attacked Shangguan Yabe, I believe young master Zhao has the answer within. Shangguan Zhao appeared as if his spine had been severed, lost in a daze, drenched in sweat despite the short distance he had traveled. Observing Shangguan Zhao's state, Chun Xian refrained from further comments and merely added, "Shangguan Yuma, I command you to return swiftly to Yakingshan." Shangguan Zhao's eyes glazed over as he contemplated Yuma, the true power behind the Shangguan clan, the master of Yakingshan, and a martial arts grandmaster at the Xian God realm. Meanwhile, the aforementioned formidable dragon was riding his steed leisurely towards a study. Within the study, Lin Cuo placed his brush on the stand with a sigh. In the next moment, the door curtain of the study was lifted with one hand. The eunuch in crimson robes opened the curtain, bowing slightly as the youth adorned with a red and gold crown strode in, followed by the imposing man with dual blades, who remained at the threshold. This imposing prince entered the study, surveying his surroundings. The calligraphy was barely commendable, just sufficient to catch his eye. Having grown up in the imperial city amidst opulence, the prince's standards were extraordinarily high. Apart from a few contemporary calligraphy masters, he regarded all other works as utterly unworthy. He picked up a sheet of rice paper, gently crumpling it. According to reports, the Liu family's young lady, Liu Li, seemed particularly fond of this study, often visiting to acquire exquisite ink treasures. Before her departure, Liu Li had visited the study one final time, taking away a piece of ink work of unknown content. Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, gazing calmly at the two individuals before him. The young prince turned his attention to Lin Cuo, his figure clad in a flowing azure robe that stood tall and upright like bamboo. A hint of surprise flickered across his face as he inquired, "Are you the master of this establishment, the Cuo studio?" Lin Cuo spoke calmly, "It is indeed I." The young prince slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze towards the red-robed eunuch who had remained bowed throughout. The eunuch raised his eyes to meet the prince's gaze and then gently shook his head. He was not a martial artist and possessed no true energy whatsoever. The young prince remained silent for a moment before continuing. Regarding the last piece of ink treasure purchased by Liu Li of the Liu family in Cuozhai, was there ever a second item? Lin Cuo merely shook his head slightly and replied, "The treasures within the workshop are all one of a kind. Selling even one diminishes their uniqueness." After this, the young prince nodded gently and began to casually sift through the calligraphic works piled upon the desk. Seemingly in a casual manner, the young prince inquired, "What is your relationship with Liu Li?" Lin Cuo calmly spoke, "I can barely consider him a friend." "Oh? Then why did Liu Linian wish to take you away upon leaving?" As these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the entire Cuo study became palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Clad in a blue robe, Lin Cuo merely exhaled two words, "I don't know." The eunuch, dressed in a resplendent red robe, narrowed his slender eyes once more, casting a sinister glare at the audacious young man before him. Lin Cuo seemed to have taken an interest. Observing the red-robed eunuch with keen curiosity, the young prince chuckled lightly and remarked, "Those who consider themselves lofty and scholarly often embody a certain arrogance, claiming they would not bow for mere 5 pecks of rice. It appears you two possess a commendable spirit. However, I have encountered many so-called intellectuals who, despite their claims of aloofness, kneel in the Golden Wand Hall, their spines bent to the utmost for the sake of a black gauze cap, indulging in the most extreme flattery. What is your perspective on this, sir?" Seemingly disregarding the prince's self-proclaimed title, Lin Cuo calmly responded, "Those who hold themselves in high regard, seeking fame and recognition, are ubiquitous in this vast world. It is during times of hardship that they may indeed exhibit a commendable spirit." The young prince chuckled again, exclaiming, "How intriguing! A commendable spirit in times of hardship, yet devoid of any loftiness within the Golden Wand Hall. This is precisely why I find these scholars most irksome. Their hypocrisy knows no bounds." After a brief pause, the young prince, with a lingering smile, turned his gaze towards Lin Cuo and inquired, "I wonder, sir, do you share this sentiment?" Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, remaining silent. The young prince pointed to the crimson gilded crown atop his head and said with a smile, "I am of the surname Yang, named Yi, from the Taihe dynasty, the royal Yang clan. I am the second prince, Yang Yi." Lin Cuo slightly inclined his body and said, "This humble subject, Lin Cuo, pays his respects to his highness." The second prince, the eunuch clad in a crimson robe, with a sullen expression, sharply inquired, having met the prince, Why do you only bow and not kneel? However, Yang Yi raised his hand to interrupt, laughing. It appears that you are unlike those who seek fame for their own gain. I commend your integrity. Yang Yi then spoke candidly. 5 years ago, by the banks of Xuanhe Lake, I encountered a captivating woman who has lingered in my thoughts. After much inquiry, I learned that she is the eldest daughter of the Liu family from Yuzhou. Now, having journeyed from the capital, I find the Liu residence deserted. Since you are unaware of their whereabouts, I shall take my leave. With that, Yang Yi turned to depart, casually placing a golden bean upon the desk, and, glancing back with a smile, said, farewell. Lin Cuo maintained a tranquil gaze, silently observing Yang Yi's departure. Chapter 15. The Three Sorts. Once this formidable force had departed, Lin Cuo felt a sense of tedium. It seemed that the posturing of these powerful elites had remained unchanged for centuries, strikingly monotonous and utterly exasperating. After 30 years of navigating the martial world, his heart had long been tempered to a state of serene equilibrium. Lin Cuo paid no heed to the golden bean, instead turning to the side chamber of the wrong study, where he moved the injured Wang Jin, still recuperating in bed, outside. During the recent influx of formidable individuals into the city, Lin Cuo had already sensed impending troubles. To avoid unnecessary complications, he simply cast Wang Jin into the side chamber, shrouding him with his own presence, ensuring that even the red-robed eunuchs of the Golden Body realm remained oblivious. Lin Cuo gently placed the still gravely injured youth back onto the bamboo bed in the study, casually opening the window to allow the warm sunlight to cascade upon Wang Jin. The sun, the essence of vitality, infuses one's spirit with vigor. Within the confines of the side room, Wang Jin listened intently to the conversations of several individuals, fully understanding the threats posed by the eunuch. Straining to turn his body, he glanced at the composed Lin Cuo and could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring, "Who are they?" From the tone and manner of the leading young man, Wang Jin could ascertain that he must possess an extraordinarily noble status. Lin Cuo casually remarked, "Yang Yi, the second prince of the Taihe dynasty." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin, reclining on a bamboo bed, gasped in astonishment. The prince of the Taihe dynasty? Such an exalted status is beyond compare, a figure only whispered about in folklore. And yet he graces this place with his presence? The Taihe dynasty, belonging to the Yang royal lineage. The aged emperor has 3 princes and 2 princesses, and it is said that within 5 years, a new emperor will emerge from among the 3 princes. The remaining 2 princes will be dispatched to different territories to rule as local lords. Wang Jin murmured in awe, "Incredible, truly incredible. I have encountered such a person today." Having said that, Wang Jin's admiration for Lin Cuo, undoubtedly akin to the reclusive immortal of legend, grew even deeper. When the second prince of the Taihe dynasty arrived, Lin Cuo bowed but did not kneel, truly embodying the demeanor of a hermit. Had it been himself, upon learning of Yang Yi's identity, he would have already faltered and knelt in reverence. Lin Cuo appeared to see through Wang Jin's thoughts and chuckled, asking, "If I were to learn of Yang Yi's true identity, I would immediately kneel and bow incessantly. Would that not strip away the so-called demeanor of a master?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jin pondered for a moment and gently shook his head, replying, "Not at all. That would simply demonstrate the ability to be both humble and resilient." Lin Cuo could not help but chuckle, cheerfully remarking, "How skilled do you think I am? Am I as high as 3 or 4 stories?" Wang Jin appeared to be in a dilemma, hesitantly responding, "It should be around 5 or 6 stories high." His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he tentatively inquired, "Lin Cuo, you cannot possibly be the legendary master of the Xin Divine Realm, can you?" It is important to note that a martial arts master of the Xin Divine Realm is essentially unparalleled within a province, and in the entire Yuzhou region. There are merely 3 such masters, aside from the 4 legendary figures of the Jianghu, who belong to the enigmatic realm of the celestial being and are considered top-tier experts. The Xin Divine Realm represents the pinnacle of martial prowess. Lin Cuo stroked his chin and remarked, "A mere realm apart." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin let out a despondent ah and replied, "It is but a martial artist of the Golden Body realm." Lin Cuo merely squinted his eyes, smiling and nodding repeatedly as he said, "Almost, almost." Wang Jin then pressed on with another question, "So, Lin Cuo, are you one of the top 10 masters of Yuzhou?" Lin Cuo sighed and remarked, "I cannot compare to those esteemed masters on the rankings. I am but a person of no standing." Today, this Lin Cuo, who favored wearing a blue robe, appeared to be in good spirits, responding to Wang Jin's inquiries with considerable openness. Wang Jin, who had spent the entire day lounging in bed, nearly idle, could not restrain his curiosity and pressed further, "Lin Cuo, as a master of the Golden Body realm, how have you come to be a mere poet?" Upon hearing this, The dark-haired man, with hair cascading like a waterfall, feigned a melancholic sigh and murmured, "In truth, I have sustained grave injuries, leaving only a fraction of my former prowess." Wang Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "What?" Lin Cuo wore a melancholic expression, feigning sorrow as he remarked, "Alas, I have become a person without a realm." Wang Zhen stood frozen, twisting uncomfortably on the bamboo bed. Stammering, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." In the next moment, Lin Cuo, who had appeared despondent, instantly transformed his demeanor. A cunning glint in his eyes as he said, "Young man, I see extraordinary potential in you. I possess a martial arts manual. Would you care to learn?" Wang Zhen, gazing at Lin Cuo with evident suspicion, found himself at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Lin Cuo approached a wooden table beside the Cuo Zhai, rummaging through a pile of ink treasures until he finally unearthed a sheet of patterned rice paper from amidst a stack of Xian paper. On this patterned paper, inscribed in faint ink, were 3 lines of cursive script. On the seashore, sharp peaks resemble the sword's edge, autumn frost cleaves the jade sword. The starlight of the spear and sword shines resplendently. These seemingly unrelated lines of sword poetry were left upon the patterned rice paper in flowing script. Wang Zhen, bewildered, thought, wasn't there a martial arts manual? Why are there only 3 lines of poetry? Yet, as he lifted his gaze to examine the sheet of paper, a momentary daze overcame him. The faint ink upon the patterned rice paper suddenly shimmered with the brilliance of a sword's radiance. In an instant, the entire Cuo Zhai seemed to be ablaze with sword light, 3 beams of pure white sword light piercing and captivating. The 3 lines of sword poetry transformed into 3 dazzling beams of white light, dancing within the confines of the small Cuo Zhai, brilliant and mesmerizing. Wang Zhen instinctively shook his head. The extraordinary phenomenon vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, and the Cuo Zhai remained unchanged. The 3 lines of cursive script firmly inscribed on the patterned rice paper, unmoving. Wang Zhen's vision blurred, a throbbing pain seizing his head as he murmured, "An illusion?" In the next moment, he felt himself grow faint, his head heavy and feet light, and he succumbed to slumber. Opposite him, Lin Cuo, holding the patterned rice paper, curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a barely perceptible smile. A prodigy of the sword path. Lin Cuo silently rolled up the scroll adorned with intricate patterns and subsequently placed it upon Wang Zhen's shoulder. These 3 seemingly unrelated verses of sword poetry represent 3 exquisite sword techniques, derived from the artistry of a grand sword immortal 3 centuries prior. These techniques, known as the middle 3 swords, have never before graced the world. The upper 3 swords, acquired 2 centuries ago by a wandering swordsman, brought him misfortune. After being besieged and slain by dozens of martial masters, their manuscript flowed into the realm, preserved in various martial clans nearly ubiquitous across the land. The lower 3 swords vanished a century ago, serendipitously obtained by the ancestor of the Lu family, concealed within their estate, and now carried southward to the Kaiyuan dynasty by Lu Li. Over these 300 years, the middle 3 swords, untouched by the world, were acquired by Lin Cuo, who, in his youth, wielded unparalleled methods to imprison these techniques upon the rice paper using ink. Chapter 16. The Martial Evaluation of Yuzhou 3 years ago. Lin Cuo, employing the guise of a sage, deceived himself into forgetting all his martial arts, confining them deep within the recesses of his mind. The middle 3 swords were inscribed onto the rice paper through ink, awaiting a fated individual. Alas, whether due to his insufficient mastery of the ink techniques or the disjointed nature of the verses, not a soul had claimed them for 3 lengthy years. What could have incited a tempest of bloodshed within the martial world lay dormant upon a humble desk, reduced to merely one among a collection of ink treasures. Lin Cuo sat quietly beside Wang Zhen, enveloped in silence for an extended period, her thoughts swirling like a tempest, beyond her control. Through the ruse of feigned death, she had shattered Lin Daoxuan's spirit, and with her unparalleled skills, she deceived herself, encapsulating all her martial arts within a fortress. This ultimately paved the way for Lin Cuo's rebirth. The human physique, akin to water without a source, gradually diminished and faded. For 3 years, Lin Cuo remained unyielding, treating herself as an unbound soul, tirelessly practicing her calligraphy in the misty studio. Lin Cuo reached out to touch his own white hair, his gaze flickering, stirring ripples within the lake of his heart. That night, after Wang Zhen's neck was cruelly snapped by Shang Wanyabei, he, after a lapse of 3 years, recalled 2 martial arts techniques for the first time. A fervent youth, who would unsheath his sword to aid those in distress, met an untimely demise in a foreign land. His neck twisted in an inexplicable manner. Such a fate is indeed profoundly lamentable. Lin Cuo raised her head and stared blankly at the ceiling, allowing her long hair to cascade down her back. It seemed that since the departure of this once renowned figure, the world of martial arts remained largely unchanged. At that moment, Lin Cuo furrowed her brows slightly and turned to gaze out the window. Why had she returned? At the city gate, a woman of modest beauty yet graceful figure was blending into the crowd, making her way back into the city. She was none other than Huang Li, the esteemed assassin from the Jaime Pavilion. With a conical hat and veil obscuring her features, Huang Li approached Fengshan Pavilion with an air of calm. Having seemingly escaped the territory of Yuzhou and on the verge of returning to the blessed land of Yunchuan, it was perplexing why she had chosen to come back to Yuzhou. Inside Fengshan Pavilion, an elder storyteller sat in a grand chair, gently fanning himself. While recounting tales of the martial world, he began, in recent years, several martial arts families in Yuzhou have evaluated the top 10 martial artists of the region. Positions lower down the list may not pique your interest, so let me speak of the top 3 martial artists. The first was the wandering swordsman Jiang Zheng, a master of the Xian divine realm, who was said to hail from the sword forest of Nanwei. For reasons unknown, he was expelled from that forest, brandishing a famed sword known as Luanjiang. Upon arriving in Yuzhou, he single-handedly challenged 13 sects, earning a reputation that placed him third among Yuzhou's martial artists. Next was the venerable ancestor of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yuma, aged a century and a master of the Xian divine realm, who resided at Yaqing Mountain and led the Shangguan clan. His martial prowess was unparalleled, and after years of seclusion, he was ranked as the second strongest in Yuzhou. And the first among them was an unnamed, drunken vagabond, also of the Xian divine realm, who had appeared in Yuzhou 2 decades prior. His origins remained a mystery, but he had defeated Jiang Zheng in a single confrontation, leading to Jiang Zheng's withdrawal from the martial scene, thus securing his place as the strongest in Yuzhou. The storyteller paused momentarily, then continued, regrettably, this nameless drunkard has always been elusive. His appearances have dwindled over the years, and whether he still resides in Yuzhou is uncertain. In Fengshan Pavilion, Yang Yi, dressed in casual attire yet exuding an unmistakable air of nobility, sipped his tea and inquired casually, Jiang Zheng? Is he the sword prodigy expelled from the sword forest of Nanwei? A red-robed eunuch replied respectfully, Your Highness, Jiang Zheng, originally named Jiang Zhengjian, was indeed a sword genius from the sword forest of Nanwei. He was poised to inherit the leadership of the forest, but 10 years ago, he had a fateful duel with the cold pool sword immortal. Jiang Zhengjian suffered a devastating defeat, bringing shame to the sword forest of Nanwei. And thus he removed the character for sword from his name, renaming himself Jiang Zheng, and has since wandered to Yuzhou. Such secrets of the martial world were well known to those hailing from the capital, especially given that the spies of the Taihe dynasty were dispersed throughout the realm. In recent years, the current emperor had exerted pressure on the martial community, seeking to restrain those warriors who defied the ban on martial practices. With an unfathomable number of spies deployed, Yang Yi nodded slowly, expressing curiosity. The cold pool sword immortal achieved the celestial realm 20 years ago and ranks among the 4 great masters. Jiang Zhengjian, merely at the Xian divine realm, was destined to lose, was he not? The red-robed eunuch hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. It was the broad-shouldered man wielding twin blades who spoke boldly. Your Highness, it is crucial to understand that martial practitioners place great emphasis on maintaining their martial spirit. When facing an opponent, if fear takes hold, that spirit falters, leading to inevitable demise. Among practitioners, swordsmen are particularly proud and steadfast, adhering to the belief of bending not breaking. The sword forest of Nanwei, being comprised of the most haughty swordsmen, led Jiang Zheng to become obstinate, ultimately clinging to his pride. The second prince, Yang Yi, nodded in realization. I see. He then casually remarked, it is said that the nameless drunkard who ranks first among Yuzhou's martial artists is now a spy in the court. Yet little is known about him. The broad-shouldered man, a seasoned spy himself, replied gravely. This first martial artist of Yuzhou has likely reached the pinnacle of the Xian divine realm. He is intent on remaining hidden, and the court's spies have no means to uncover him. Yang Yi refrained from delving further into the matters of the martial world, instead placing his tea down gently, casually asking, has there been any clarity on Lin Cuo of Cuozhai? The red-robed eunuch frowned. This individual arrived here approximately 3 years ago, establishing Cuozhai. Prior to this, there was no connection between Lin Cuo and the Liu family. Miss Liu Li has visited Cuozhai 45 times over the past 3 years. As for this person's martial prowess, we suspect he possesses no significant skills. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the red-robed eunuch, coldly stating, suspect? The fact that Lu Li has concealed her martial abilities without being discovered by the spies is already a grave oversight. Now, a mere calligrapher dares to suspect? The red-robed eunuch, already a master of the golden body realm, felt a chill run down his spine, stammering, "I am incompetent, merely observing the flow of internal energy. I cannot be certain until we engage in combat." The broad-shouldered man interjected, "There are many martial practitioners who excel at concealing their energy. It is indeed difficult to ascertain merely by observing." Yang Yi shot a cold glance at the red-robed eunuch, choosing not to elaborate further. Unlike the nervous red-robed eunuch, the broad-shouldered man displayed no fear towards Yang Yi. The red-robed eunuch silently cast a grateful glance at the broad-shouldered man for his timely intervention. Chapter 17. Liang Ke in contrast to the red-robed eunuch's upbringing within the depths of the palace. The broad-shouldered man with twin blades had once been a spy for the Taihe dynasty, later serving in the frontier army, earning significant accolades over the years, eventually attaining the position of deputy guard general and subsequently being promoted to a second-rank bodyguard. During the time when the Taihe dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty jointly launched an assault on the Liang kingdom, the broad-shouldered man was among the ranks. Therefore, compared to the red-robed eunuch, who relied on connections to survive, the broad-shouldered man stood tall and resolute. This time, the second Prince Yang Yi traveled from the capital with 100 iron cavalry, accompanied by the red-robed eunuch and the broad-shouldered man, both masters of the golden body realm. Traversing 3 states toward Yuzhou, ostensibly it was to seek out Lu Li of the Lu family, fueled by passion for a beloved, yet covertly. It was to gauge the attitudes of the various sects and martial families in Yuzhou. If all went according to plan, in 5 years, this second prince would embark on a journey to establish himself as a feudal lord in another state. And the territory he would govern would likely be the very Yuzhou he now approached. Over the years, the emperor sought to suppress the martial arts world, dispatching an innumerable number of covert spies throughout the realm. Taking advantage of this situation, Yang Yi cleverly mingled some of his own subordinates among them. The secret histories of the martial world transmitted to the court by these spies were classified into 3 tiers. The third-tier secret histories were accessible to the noble families and ministers of the capital, with some affluent individuals able to procure them for a hefty sum. The second-tier secret histories were deemed confidential, known only to a select few trusted ministers and the 3 princes within the palace, leaving the rest in ignorance. The first-tier secret histories were personally kept by Chief Eunuch Chun, who oversaw the spies, placed directly at the emperor's side, with even the crown prince lacking the authority to inquire about them. For instance, the former identity of Jiangzheng, the 3rd strongest in Yuzhou, was a 3rd-tier secret history. Some unspeakable methods of esteemed martial families and certain ancestral cultivation levels were classified as 2nd-tier secret histories. As for the legendary 1st-tier secret histories, Yang Yi had never heard of them, likely known only to Chief Eunuch Chun and His Majesty. Yang Yi, fiddling with his jade ring, had, over the years, gathered insights into several under-the-table martial histories through his informants scattered across the land. He possessed an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the martial families in Yuzhou and the various sects within the martial world. Tapping his fingers on the table, he remarked calmly, "In a solitary martial artist in search of enlightenment would suffice to dominate. Yet, in merely half a month, such a multitude of masters has converged. Among them were the renowned Shangguan Yabi of the Shangguan family, Chen Xian, the 7th strongest in Yuzhou, a eunuch clad in a crimson robe, and a burly 2nd-tier guard wielding dual blades. There were, in total, 4 martial masters of the upper 3 realms present. As for the rumors of the Lu family possessing a sword manual, Yang Yi had certainly heard whispers of it, recalling that it was one of the top 3 swords from the great sword immortal 3 centuries ago. Shangguan Zhao, with a cunning plot, sought to leverage the Jaime Pavilion's influence to eradicate the Lu family under the guise of righteous action. After learning of this news, Yang Yi had come to Yuzhou with 100 iron cavalry and 2 masters of the golden body realm, originally intending to seize both the beauty and the sword manual, while simultaneously chastening the Shangguan family. However, much to his dismay, he had not anticipated that Lu Li would be a martial artist of the Qi and Harmony realm. A woman of profound cunning who not only saw through his scheme but also managed to escape with the sword manual. This left Yang Yi with nothing but disappointment. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle beauty was not merely a songbird but a martial genius with considerable depth? Narrowing his eyes, Yang Yi remarked with a smile, "Lu Li, you have indeed become even more captivating." At that moment, the eunuch in the crimson robe cast a grim glance over his shoulder. Yang Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you?" The red-robed eunuch used a discreet method of sound transmission to whisper, The veiled woman is a martial artist of the Qi and Harmony realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi set down his tea and turned to observe the woman in the corner, her visage obscured by a black veil, though her commendable figure was discernible. As she concealed her aura while seated quietly, the burly second-tier guard, adorned with dual blades, suddenly spoke, declaring, "This person is not simple. There is a faint scent of blood about her." Having emerged from the border army and battled countless foes on the battlefield, the seasoned guard could easily detect the subtle trace of blood on Huang Li. The dual-blade warrior and the red-robed eunuch exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. Jaime Pavilion. One of the assassins who had attempted to kill Shang Guanzhao, a one-eyed assassin, had been slain on the spot, while the other, codenamed Huang Li, had managed to escape the under the watchful eye of Shang Guanyabi. However, Yang Yi frowned, perplexed by the situation. Shang Guanyabi could not have allowed Huang Li to return alive to the Yunchuan blessed land. Moreover, it was not Shang Guanyabi who secretly protected the Shangguan family's young master during yesterday's confrontation, but rather Qin Xian, the seventh strongest in Yuzhou. Suppressing his suspicions, Yang Yi signaled to the second-tier guard beside him, instructing, "You must immediately head to the Yuzhou border to investigate Shang Guanyabi's whereabouts." The dual-blade warrior nodded in agreement and promptly set off. As Yang Yi played with his ring, he pondered whether Jaime Pavilion had made a move. He used a discreet sound transmission to communicate with the red-robed eunuch, keep a close watch on this Huang Li, observe her intentions. Meanwhile, seated in the corner, the veiled Huang Li was also engulfed in confusion. When she received her assassination orders from Jaime Pavilion, the strategist Bai Long had handed her a silk pouch, instructing her to open it only after the assassination was complete and she had left Yuzhou. Believing herself exceptionally fortunate to have escaped Yuzhou, Huang Li was unaware that a formidable gold-embodied elder had been tracking her since her departure from the. She had no inkling that on the Yuzhou border, Jaime Pavilion's Earth-tier assassin, MOU, had executed Shang Guanyabi on the spot. As she fled Yuzhou, preparing to return to the Yunchuan blessed land, Huang Li finally opened the silk pouch given to her by Bai Long, revealing only 5 words, "Return to the." Though this exiled princess was utterly bewildered, uncertain of Bai Long's intentions in entrusting her with this message, Huang Li nonetheless resolved to return to the. Presently, the Jaime Pavilion's mysterious assassin, codenamed Huang Li, was none other than Liang Ke, the former princess of the Liang Kingdom, who had captured the affection of the entire Liang King. It was said that she had once innocently asked, "How many peach blossoms are there in the imperial palace?" The king of Liang unexpectedly commanded the palace maids and eunuchs to pluck every single peach blossom within the imperial palace, counting them one by one. Liang Ke sat quietly in a corner of Fengxian Pavilion, once the esteemed Tianqing princess, now a covert assassin known as the Yellow Oriole. At that time, it seemed nothing out of the ordinary. In the year of the 18th chapter, the year 30 of the Yuanli era, the invincible Lin Daoxian, who had vanquished all martial arts masters across the realm, boldly infiltrated the capital of Liang. The 12 elite warriors of Liang gathered in the capital, along with the entirety of the 3,000 Imperial Forest Army, yet they could not withstand his might. The white-haired champion of the world ruthlessly executed 8 martial arts masters on the spot, turning the capital into a river of blood, and in the Golden One Hall, he severed the head of the king of Liang. With the king's demise, the kingdom of Liang crumbled, and the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties joined forces to engulf it, exiling the former officials of Liang to the western deserts, where they barely survived. In the year of Liang's downfall, Liang Ke had just turned 16. This deposed princess did not follow the old officials to the western desert, but instead accompanied the kingdom's foremost strategist, Bai Long, heading northward through hardship and turmoil for 2,000 miles, finally finding refuge in the fabled land of Yunchuan. From that moment on, the true identity of Liang Ke as the princess of a fallen kingdom was concealed. She adopted a new life as an assassin in the Plum Blossom Pavilion, taking on the alias of Yellow Oriole. The once exalted Tianqing princess spent 8 long years living on the edge, navigating the treacherous waters of existence. For Liang Ke, the only remaining family was the blind strategist clad in white robes. Throughout the years, even the master of the Plum Blossom Pavilion, a pinnacle expert of the Xin God realm, remained oblivious to Liang Ke's true identity. Thus, upon receiving a pouch left by Bai Long, despite her ignorance of its significance, she adhered to his instructions and returned to the patrol city. Just recently escaping from the city, Liang Ke found herself back once more. After a brief respite at Fengxian Pavilion, she vacantly exited the tavern, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Beside Fengxian Pavilion stood a century-old sycamore tree, its branches interwoven, leaves fluttering in the wind. As Liang Ke stepped out of Fengxian Pavilion, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the sycamore leaves to rustle. And a yellowed leaf slid down from the treetop. The leaf twirled in the air, captivating Liang Kei's attention as she instinctively reached out to grasp it. However, just as she extended her hand, the leaf danced away, brushing past her fingers. Hidden beneath her veil, a wave of sorrow washed over Liang Kei. Pouting her lips in defiance, she reached out once more to seize the elusive sycamore leaf. Yet, fate played its tricks. And the yellowed leaf seemed to possess a spirit of its own, spiraling gracefully before settling to the ground. Liang Kei stood frozen in place, contemplating how this fallen leaf mirrored her own plight as a displaced princess without a home. Furrowing her brow, she bent down and picked up the yellowed leaf from the ground. As she straightened and raised her gaze, Liang Kei was momentarily stunned. Across the street, the shop named Quozai stood with its door wide open. How could this be? The man in the blue robe, hadn't she killed him with her own hands? Why did this Quozai remain unchanged? As if ensnared by an unseen force, Liang Kei remained still for a long moment before inexplicably moving toward the Quozai. Lifting the curtain at the entrance, she hesitated before stepping inside, and upon entering, she beheld a strikingly handsome man in a blue robe, his expression one of helplessness. Lin Cuo tugged at the corners of his mouth, gazing at the unexpectedly returning Oriole, and spoke, "Long time no see." The Oriole appeared as though struck by lightning. Her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment, fixated on the seemingly resurrected figure of the man in the azure robe before her. The two remained locked in a silent stare. Their eyes locked in a standoff that lasted the duration of a tease brewing. Ultimately, it was Lin Cuo who could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat and suggested, "Since you are here, why not step inside the shop and take a look?" The once rigid Liang Kei, now as stiff as iron, numbly walked into the Quozai. Still wearing an expression of bewilderment, Liang Kei turned her gaze towards the azure-clad man, and after a prolonged silence, slowly uttered her first words, "Are you truly human or a ghost?" Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and inquired, "What do you think?" Liang Kei turned her gaze towards the window, where the sun shone brightly. Typically, spirits and phantoms are unable to manifest in the brilliance of the world. Tentatively, Liang Kei asked, "Are you half-ghost?" At this, Lin Cuo stood frozen in place, pondering the meaning of a half-ghost. "Is it you?" Just then, Wang Zhen, who could barely sit at the edge of the bed, suddenly interrupted their standoff. Following the sound, Liang Kei beheld a youth swathed in heavy bandages, exuding a strong scent of herbs. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she had never encountered the person before and slightly furrowed her brow, asking, "Who are you?" Wang Zhen, visibly enraged, exclaimed, "The assassin from the Zhai Mei Pavilion, Huang Li." It was then that Liang Kei recalled the night she had ventured out of the city, attempting to draw her sword against the assassin, which led to a confrontation with a formidable warrior who had snapped her neck. Wang Zhen glared at the woman before him, reaching for the iron sword at the bedside. Liang Kei, equally astonished, had her identity as an assassin unveiled, causing a dagger to slip from her sleeve as her form lunged towards Wang Zhen. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Cuo, clad in a blue robe, swiftly positioned himself between them, one hand pressing down on Wang Zhen's shoulder while the other pinched Liang Kei's dagger with 2 fingers. Both Liang Kei and Wang Zhen found themselves immobilized. Lin Cuo's face darkened as he coldly declared, "Enough." Liang Kei attempted to draw his dagger, only to find that no matter how hard he exerted himself, the dagger remained utterly motionless. Who, exactly, was this resurrected figure in the green robe? Lin Cuo? Despite his own cultivation and mastery of Qi and realms, he was completely unable to budge Lin Cuo in the slightest. Lin Cuo flicked his fingers, and the pristine white dagger shattered into 2 pieces. A peculiar force seeped into Liang Kei's wrist through the dagger, and within mere breaths, this strange energy spread throughout Liang Kei's entire body. Liang Kei felt a sudden weakness envelop him, and with his legs giving way, he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen, leaning against the bamboo bed, continued to strain his neck, gazing at Liang Kei with a murderous glare. Lin Cuo had no choice but to take the longsword beside Wang Zhen and toss it aside carelessly. Lin Cuo helplessly remarked, "Wang Zhen, given your grievous injuries, it would be wise to refrain from displaying bravado." At this moment, Wang Zhen, having regained his composure, could not help but feel a sense of dread. Despite his severe wounds, even the slightest movement sent excruciating pain coursing through him, though he had instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. The remarkable speed of the Huang Li had nearly resulted in his chest being pierced had Lin Cuo not intervened in time. Huang Li, kneeling on the ground, let out a cold snort. Meanwhile, Lin Cuo silently surveyed the long sword beside him, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. The long sword, which had not yet been unsheathed, trembled incessantly, and a brilliant white sword aura surged chaotically within the sheath. One of the three swords had thus come to fruition. Lin Cuo faintly curled his lips. Truly deserving of being a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship. Just moments ago, Lin Cuo intervened, thwarting the two attackers and seemingly preserving Wang Zhen's life. In reality, had Lin Cuo not acted, Huang Li would undoubtedly have plunged a dagger into Wang Zhen's chest, sealing his fate. However, Wang Zhen's long sword would have inevitably been drawn in retaliation, its pristine blade unleashing a deadly strike. Chapter 19. Has he fainted already? With a casual yet firm grip, Lin Cuo suppressed the eager long sword, furrowing his brow in confusion as he regarded Huang Li before him. Huang Li, her body ravaged by the intricate force of the muscle-sinew technique, was nearly incapacitated, her head bowed in silence, refusing to meet Lin Cuo's gaze. Perhaps she understood that her demise was inevitable today. Thus, she sat quietly on the ground, patiently awaiting the moment when the young man in the azure robe would bring about her end. Lin Cuo vaguely sensed something amiss. This matter was fraught with suspicion and utterly bewildering. The assassin from the Plum Blossom Pavilion, it seemed, had been oblivious from the very beginning to the fact that he was ensnared in an intricately woven chess game, unaware even of the identity of his adversary. Ultimately reduced to a mere pawn. Setting aside the question of why Huang Li had returned to the circuit city, the mere fact that Huang Li was still alive and unscathed was enough to leave Lin Cuo astounded. Shangguan Zhao had orchestrated a grand scheme to justifiably eliminate the Liu family and seize the sword manual, for Huang Li to escape the circuit city unscathed. Even making it out of Yuzhou, any who sought to obstruct her would have to be dealt with by Shangguan Yabe himself. Wang Zhen was one of the unfortunate souls to fall victim to this. Yet, while Shangguan Zhao aimed for Huang Li's safe departure from Yuzhou, he certainly would not permit her return to the Yunchuan blessed land. In other words, Huang Li could not perish in Yuzhou, but equally, she must never survive to return to the Plum Blossom Pavilion. According to Lin Cuo's calculations, Shangguan Yabe, who had been covertly monitoring Huang Li, would likely execute her at the Yuzhou border. However, with Huang Li now unharmed and Shangguan Zhao recently returning to Circuit City with 30 of his disciples, Shangguan Yabe, who had been tasked with secretly escorting Shangguan Zhao, had inexplicably vanished, replaced by the seventh strongest in Yuzhou, Chen Xian. Lin Cuo, who had long since grown accustomed to the brutalities of the martial world, needed no further contemplation. Shangguan Yabe was undoubtedly deceased at the Yuzhou border. Lin Cuo furrowed her brow slightly. Within the Plum Blossom Pavilion, there must undoubtedly be a strategist of exceptional cunning. However, even if Huang Li, reduced to a mere pawn, were to survive the demise of Shangguan Yabe, there would be no justification for her return to Yuzhou, let alone the perilous venture of coming back to Xuanhui City once more. Lin Cuo bent slightly, gazing at the yellow aureole slumped on the ground. Her face etched with confusion as she inquired, "You have clearly escaped from the... So why have you returned once more?" The yellow aureole, her face concealed by a veil, remained silent, her head bowed in resignation. Lin Cuo let out a light laugh, casually sweeping aside the veil of the yellow aureole. Then, he boldly seized her hair and yanked it upwards with force. "Ah!" The yellow aureole cried out in pain, compelled to tilt her head back to gaze at Lin Cuo above her. Lin Cuo smiled faintly, looking down from his elevated position, and softly said, "It appears I have not made myself clear. Reveal your purpose for returning to the... or I shall take your life." Huang Li struggled weakly, her hands flailing. Yet Lin Cuo's grip on her long hair remained unyielding. With a steely gaze fixed upon Lin Cuo, Huang Li coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that if I divulged my intentions, you would spare me?" Lin Cuo, with a look of bewilderment, nodded slightly. Grasping the woman's long hair with one hand, he delivered a resounding slap to her face. The force of the blow sent Huang Li tumbling to the side, crashing to the ground, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Before Huang Li could rise, Lin Cuo unleashed a kick directed at her abdomen. The impact echoed sharply as Huang Li's body arched like a shrimp from the severe blow. Curled up on the ground, she continued to moan in agony. Lin Cuo sighed deeply, then crouched down, pressing a single hand against the head of the yellow aureole. "You are quite astute. Reveal your intentions, and I shall grant you a swift end." The aureole's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip tightly, her entire form curling inward, yet she remained resolutely silent. Even though the woman before her was clad in loose robes, she could not conceal the graceful silhouette beneath the fabric. Lin observed the yellow aureole before him, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "Should you remain silent, I shall sever your meridians, shatter your limbs, and cast you into a brothel, reducing you to the lowest rank of harlotry." The aureole's pupils constricted sharply, and she retorted with a piercing shriek, "How dare you?" Lin Cuo squinted his eyes and chuckled. "It seems you are oblivious to your current predicament," gazing at the grinning figure in a green robe before him. Huangli felt an unsettling chill creep down her spine. In the next moment, the woman, originally named Liang Ke, unexpectedly fainted on the spot. Now it was Lin Cuo's turn to be taken aback, as he gently probed the woman's breath with 2 fingers. Has she been frightened into unconsciousness? Lin Cuo wore an expression of incredulity. Upon hearing that she was to have her meridians severed and be forced into a life as a courtesan, Huangli unexpectedly fainted. Was this truly the extent of their actions? Such measures could only be deemed trivial, barely scratching the surface of coercive interrogation techniques. They paled in comparison to the methods employed in contemporary prisons, not to mention the more sinister tactics specifically devised for interrogation. In the present day, within both the martial world and the penal institutions, certain soul-searching methods used for torture and coercion would cause even Lin Cuo to frown in dismay. Most individuals, having merely heard of them, would shudder at the thought. They were utterly horrifying. Compared to Lin Cuo's remarks, these words are indeed worlds apart. Calling them mere whispers that fail to resonate would not be an exaggeration. Yet, astonishingly, Huangli fainted on the spot. Lin Cuo gently massaged his temples, lifted the aureole from the ground, and then proceeded to the side room, where he cast the aureole onto the wooden bed. Gazing at the aureole, unconscious on the wooden bed, beneath the loose garments, was indeed a remarkable sight. Lin Cuo exclaimed, "The scenery is truly exceptional." He then returned to his desk, rubbing his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the troubles at hand. In the distance, a eunuch clad in a crimson robe was observing the activities of Cuo Zhai intently. Lin Cuo let out a bitter smile and remarked, "Indeed, it is rather attention-grabbing. A mere modest abode has, within a brief span of merely half a month, attracted the scrutiny of 2 eminent martial arts masters from the upper 3 realms. First, the esteemed Shangwan Yabi, and now the current red-robed eunuch." Lin Cuo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration at how conspicuous he had become recently. As for how to deal with Huangli, Lin Cuo found himself in a state of exasperation. In the past, he had encountered numerous steadfast individuals in the martial world, those who would rather face death than yield, as well as valiant warriors who would take their secrets to the grave without uttering a single word. Lin Cuo had only a brief encounter with Huangli, yet he could almost ascertain that her silence stemmed not from unwillingness to speak, but rather from her own confusion about the reasons behind it. This perplexity left Lin Cuo in a state of distress, for he could not fathom why he had returned to Yuzhou so brazenly, re-entering this, especially with a golden-robed eunuch of the Jin-body realm observing his every move not far away. Should he rashly slay this Huangli, who was at the Qi and realm level, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the red-robed eunuch, leading to the arrival of a martial arts master of the upper 3 realms, a formidable figure hailing from the palace. Such a scenario would be nothing short of catastrophic. Chapter 20. Yiqing Mountain. Currently, Yang Yi was residing in the highest floor of the Fengxian Pavilion At this moment, the burly man wielding twin blades had returned from the borders of Yuzhou, bowing before Yang Yi and solemnly reporting, "Your Highness, we have discovered that this is the work of the Zhai Mei Pavilion." Yang Yi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and inquired indifferently, "Is he gravely injured?" The twin blade man hesitated before adding quietly, "He is dead." The head of Shangwan Yabe had been taken by the Zhai Mei Pavilion, and his body was now secretly transported back to Yiqing Mountain. Yang Yi appeared unfazed, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair before closing his eyes once more. The man, now a second-rank bodyguard, hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "If I may be so bold, Your Highness, when do you plan to return to the capital?" Yang Yi, adorned with a crimson-gilded crown, retorted, "What brings you to ask this?" The twin blade man, straightforward and unrefined, responded, "Your Highness's identity has been exposed. There are many eyes and ears here. I am concerned that someone may harbor ill intentions." Yang Yi smiled subtly, his lips curving into a light chuckle as he replied, "I await your arrival." With these words, the twin blade man immediately grasped the intentions of the second prince. The second prince of the Taihe dynasty had appeared in Yuzhou, casting out an enticing bait, merely waiting for the willing to take the hook. Once a fish, unable to resist temptation, bit, Yang Yi would reel it in. The relationship between the martial world and the court was delicate. The current court sought to suppress the martial arts community, both openly and covertly diminishing the power of sects and noble families. However, some martial sects and families with centuries of lineage had long harbored grievances against the court's oppression. Yet due to the prevailing pressures, neither side had escalated matters too far. It was not solely the Taihe dynasty in the north of the Central Plains. Even the Kaiyuan dynasty to the south was progressively tightening its grip on the martial world, aiming to restrain these martial practitioners who thrived on chaos. The root of this unyielding situation lay with the former number one in the world. When a person's strength is exhausted, even a martial artist at the upper three realms, despite possessing peerless martial prowess, finds themselves powerless against an army of 100,000. After all, the essence of martial arts has its limits. And even the mightiest warrior must pause to catch their breath, while iron cavalry relentlessly marches forth, trampling everything in their path. Yet, the number one in the world, Lin Daoxian, single-handedly infiltrated the capital of the Liang Kingdom, decimating its 12 masters to leave only 4 gasping for breath, and slaughtering 3,000 imperial guard soldiers in a river of blood, ultimately claiming the head of the Liang King within the Golden Wan Hall. Though the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties subsequently annihilated the Liang Kingdom, dividing the realm between them, this number one in the world instilled terror in the hearts of royal families across the land. If this formidable figure could take the Liang King's head, who could assure that he would not come for their heads next? Following the fall of the Liang Kingdom in the 35th year of the Yuan dynasty, the number one in the world declared his intentions to transcend and become an immortal, drawing martial arts masters from all corners of the realm to gather at Ming Mountain. While it remained uncertain whether he could achieve immortality, no one dared dismiss his potential. Even the royal families trembled at the thought. If he succeeded, the world would gain an immortal. In the end, the entire realm sighed in relief as the number one in the world ultimately fell, his soul dissipating under the tribulation. Yet, even with Lin Daoxuan's demise, the martial world still boasted 4 other celestial masters, prompting the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties to commence their crackdown on the martial community, seeking to restrain the martial families while recruiting martial practitioners as their own enforcers. Now, the red-robed eunuch accompanying Yang Yi was a martial arts master hailing from the palace. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Yang Yi's elongated phoenix eyes. He awaited the moment to reel in his catch. Yaqing Mountain rose abruptly from the vast plains, its peaks kissed by a few wisps of mist and adorned with verdant pines. Atop this majestic mountain lay an expansive plateau, offering a panoramic view. The Shangguan family, one of the prominent martial families of Yuzhou, resided on this vast expanse. The Yaqing Mountain, known as the Forbidden Ground of the Shangguan family, was the resting place of their ancestors. Shangguan Zhao hurried to this location, his lips cracked and weary. Yet he did not spare a moment to remove his cloak before hastening to Yaqing Mountain. The young master of the Shangguan family dared not delay, channeling his martial energy as he swiftly ascended the mountain path. As he caught sight of the plateau, Shangguan Zhao slowed his pace, adjusting his breath and straightening his attire, approaching the plateau with a humble demeanor. The moment he stepped onto the plateau, the expansive view unfolded before him. Yet, Shangguan Zhao had no time to admire the breathtaking scenery of this forbidden ground. Instead, he walked cautiously towards the azure stone platform, trembling with trepidation. On the stone platform sat a formidable elder, tall and imposing. Beside him lay a colossal sandalwood coffin. Shangguan Zhao's heart raced as he approached. And when he was 100 paces away, he shook off his cloak, straightened his garments once more, and respectfully knelt thrice before declaring, "I, Shangguan Zhao, pay my respects to Ancestor Yuma." The elder, the current head of the Shangguan family, the master of Yaqing Mountain, and the second strongest in Yuzhou, Shangguan Yuma, remained seated, seemingly indifferent to Shangguan Zhao's reverence. As long as the elder remained silent, Shangguan Zhao dared not rise, kneeling there in utmost respect. After what felt like an eternity, the elder's raspy voice finally broke the silence. "Zhaoer, go and see what lies within the sandalwood." Shangguan Zhao's eyelids twitched violently as he turned his gaze towards the massive sandalwood coffin, forcing down his trepidation as he responded, "Yes." He slowly rose to his feet, step by step, approaching the azure stone platform and entering the enormous sandalwood coffin. As he pushed open the coffin, the sight before him caused his hand to retract instinctively, and he nearly stumbled backward, sitting down on the stone platform, his spirit seemingly lost, his pupils trembling. At that moment, Shangguan Yuma rose slowly, moving beside the sandalwood coffin, and coldly remarked, "Zhaoer, behold the outcome of your handiwork." Inside the coffin lay a massive, headless corpse, its fists larger than its knees. Chapter 21. Concealed Edge. Shangguan Zhao found himself seated on the ground, utterly bewildered. Within the immense sandalwood coffin lay the headless corpse of Shangguan Yabe. Shangguan Yuma's voice, hoarse and strained, broke the silence. At the borders of Yuzhou, Shangguan Yabe was decapitated, and his body was discarded in a secluded deep pool. In disbelief, Shangguan Zhao stammered, Who could possibly slay the venerable Yabe, who has long reached the golden body realm? Yet as soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt as if struck by lightning. This young master of the Shangguan family, accustomed to a life of luxury, was not a fool. He quickly realized that the head of Shangguan Yabe must have been taken by the people of Jaime Pavilion. Dizzy with despair, he pondered how his grand scheme had devolved into such chaos. Not only had he failed to retrieve the coveted sword manual, but he had also attracted the pursuit of assassins from Jaime Pavilion, leading to the beheading of Shangguan Yabe. The family patriarch, Shangguan Yuma, coldly inquired, "You clashed with Yang Yi in Xiwenhui City, and he slaughtered 30 martial artists. Do you know what must be done?" Shangguan Zhao, now utterly confused, stuttered. "Return to the ancestor, Zhao." "Zhao does not know. Please enlighten me." With a sigh, Shangguan Yuma replied, "Currently, Chen Xian has already returned to Xiwenhui City, accompanied by Shangguan Zhang and Shangguan Yuan, who were trailing behind with 50 martial artists." Furrowing his brow in disbelief, Shangguan Zhao questioned, "Is the ancestor planning to kill Yang Yi?" After a moment of silence, Shangguan Yuma slowly responded, "It is to protect Yang Yi." This second greatest martial artist of Yuzhou regarded Shangguan Zhao with a complex expression, having once placed great hopes in this young master. Pointing towards the vast plains beneath Yaching Mountain, Shangguan Yuma remarked, "The royal Yang family has oppressed the martial world for quite some time. Not only in Yuzhou but throughout the entire martial community, resentment has long been brewing, though it has yet to erupt. Now that you have openly confronted Yang Yi, those ruffians from the Jianghu will not let such an opportunity slip by. They can slay a prince to quench their hatred while casting aspersions on our Shangguan family." By this point, Shangguan Zhao was in a state of shock. Having perused numerous ancient texts on strategy, he had once considered himself astute among the world's strategists. Yet now his mind was a muddled haze. Shangguan Yuma's gaze darkened as he spoke indifferently. "Every action bears a cost." He gestured towards the headless corpse beside them, saying, "You sought to use Jaime Pavilion to eradicate the Liu family, but your scheme was uncovered, resulting in the loss of Shangguan Yabe's head. You have crossed swords with Yang Yi, and I must inform you that already 16 martial artists have lost their lives in an attempt to intercept the ruffians." Shangguan Zhao's resolve shattered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once a young master who had critiqued the merits and flaws of renowned strategists throughout history, he now felt utterly defeated, wishing only to retreat into the Shangguan household and never re-emerge. With a single hand resting on Shangguan Zhao's head, Shangguan Yuma spoke calmly, "Zhao, the cost of your mistakes thus far is the head of a golden body martial artist and the lives of dozens. However, should you ascend to the master of Yaching Mountain and ere again, the price will be the entire Shangguan family." Having delivered this admonition, Shangguan Yuma instructed Shangguan Zhao to descend the mountain for reflection and then sat alone upon the azure stone platform of Yaching Mountain, surveying the entirety of the Shangguan clan. In Xiwenhui City, within the chaotic abode, Wang Li had now awakened, though her meridians remained unsteady, and her martial prowess had yet to be fully restored. Lin Cuo sat across from Huang Li, their gazes locked in an intense exchange. As Huang Li began to feel increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, she was about to speak when the man in the azure robe interrupted. "I shall spare your life, provided you depart from the Cuo study at once." "What say you?" Upon hearing these words, Huang Li was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the proposition. "You intend to let me go?" she asked incredulously. Opposite her, Lin Cuo rested his chin on his hand, nodding with a hint of resignation as he replied, "Indeed, the condition is that you leave Xuanqing without delay." Lin Cuo was truly too weary to involve himself in these so-called grievances and grudges, opting instead to cast aside this aureole and consider the matter settled. The woman before him appeared to be in great distress, and after a brief moment, the aureole whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "I cannot leave." Just then, the curtain of the Cuo studio was lifted, and a man clad in a snow-white fox fur entered once more into the chambers of Cuo studio in the dead of night. Lin Cuo emerged from the side chamber, gazing at the reappearing Prince Yang Yi with a smile, and inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Yang Yi returned the smile and replied, "Esteemed sir, there is a matter that perplexes me, and I humbly seek your guidance." Lin Cuo wore a gentle smile and extended his hand, saying, "I am unworthy of such praise. Your Highness, please feel free to express your thoughts. I assure you that I shall speak candidly and without reservation. If I can be so fortunate as to alleviate even a fraction of your Highness's worries, it would indeed be my honor." Yang Yi arrived alone, devoid of the company of the red-robed eunuch and the burly warrior wielding twin blades. He gazed at the wall adorned with calligraphy and inquired with curiosity, In the realm of calligraphy, there exists the concept of concealing the brush. Once concealed, the strokes appear bold and powerful. Might you, esteemed sir, elucidate this notion for me? Yang Yi turned to Lin Cuo, attempting to discern any ripples of emotion within the depths of the young man's tranquil gaze. Alas, Lin Cuo's eyes remained as still as a placid lake, revealing no sign of turmoil. Lin Cuo casually picked up a brush from the rack and remarked with a smile. The art of concealing the tip speaks of the principle: to aim right, one must first go left. To descend, one must first ascend. The tip should remain hidden, with strength residing within, not leaking outward. After saying this, Lin Cuo elegantly inscribed the character Lin on the shin paper, embodying a profound and restrained essence. In an instant, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a swift arrow abruptly pierced the curtain, narrowly grazing Yang Yi's temple before forcefully embedding itself into Lin Cuo's desk. The arrowhead burrowed deep into the wooden surface, its tail still trembling with fervor. Lin Cuo maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the arrow that had just been loosed. As he continued to lift his brush with aplomb, in a rich and resonant voice, he articulated, "The character for concealment embodies both the act of striking forth and withdrawing. The interplay of advance and retreat constitutes concealment." No sooner had he finished speaking than another arrow hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Yang Yi's back. In an instant, a eunuch clad in a crimson robe appeared at Yang Yi's side, deftly grasping the swift arrow with one hand, and then bent low to convey, "Your Highness, this place is ill-suited for lingering." Yet, Yang Yi, adorned with a smile, replied, "Pray, do not be so discourteous. The gentleman has yet to conclude his discourse." As his words faded, a resounding crash erupted as the wooden door of Cuozhai splintered into pieces. A figure wielding a steel blade burst through, executing a powerful strike towards Yang Yi. The red-robed eunuch's expression darkened, and he sharply commanded, "You seek death." In a flash, the eunuch reached forth, seizing the steel blade firmly, and a sound akin to metal clashing echoed. With a single decisive strike, he disrupted the heart's pulse of the swordsman wielding the blade, resulting in a sudden eruption of blood and flesh. Chapter 22. Inquiring the heart, dozens of arrows rained down from all directions, filling the air with a cacophony of swift flight. First, the eunuch shattered the swordsman into dismembered fragments. Then, like a dancing dragon, he transformed into countless vivid red apparitions in midair, intercepting each arrow with remarkable agility. The crimson phantoms whirled incessantly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Dressed in blue, the scholar continued to scribe with his brush, his expression unperturbed. Amidst the onslaught of arrows and the flashing blades, both Lin Cuo and Yang Yi remained utterly unaware, one patiently elucidating with a calm smile, while the other occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation. As Lin Cuo hung his brush back on the rack, the scholar in blue inquired with a smile, "Your Highness, are you enlightened?" The second prince, Yang Yi, who was seated comfortably, nodded and replied, "Your discourse has been most enlightening. It has clarified my thoughts." Just as their conversation drew to a close, the crimson-robed eunuch had successfully intercepted all the arrows, while 5 figures from the Jianghu lay dismembered outside Cuozhai. Perhaps due to the bloodstains, the red robe appeared even more vibrant. Yang Yi rose slowly from his seat, and the eunuch promptly draped a white fox fur cloak over his shoulders. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the wooden doors and windows had been pierced by arrows, and the main entrance of Cuozhai lay in tatters, a fitting description for a place that seemed to invite the wind's intrusion. Yang Yi expressed his apologies, saying, "Tomorrow, someone will come to repair the premises for you." Lin Cuo merely shook his head slightly and remarked, "There is no need to trouble His Highness. I shall mend it myself." Yang Yi said nothing further and turned to leave, his pristine white fox fur cloak standing out remarkably against the night. The red-robed eunuch bowed his head and silently followed in Yang Yi's wake. Even at this late hour, the thoroughfare of the city lord was bustling with activity, teeming with life. Across from Cuozhai, the Fengxian pavilion remained ablaze with light and filled with animated voices. The swift and decisive assassination that had just transpired was nearly silent, going unnoticed amidst the lively atmosphere of the street. Lin Cuo casually withdrew the arrow embedded in his desk, gently rotating it while assessing its weight, which proved satisfactory. Gripping the shaft with 2 fingers, he did not turn his head but flicked his fingers with precision. A faint sound echoed as the arrow swiftly pierced through one side of the wall, continuing its rapid trajectory to breach the walls of the Cuozhai. In an astonishing display of speed, it struck a swordsman squarely in the head. The arrow cleanly passed through, impaling the unwitting swordsman, who had been inadvertently abandoned by a red-robed eunuch, directly into the ground. How intriguing! Lin Cuo squinted as he gazed at the retreating figure of Yang Yi, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. In the side chamber, Wang Jin, who could barely manage to walk, stumbled out in a frantic rush, ignoring the searing pain from his torn wounds. He called out anxiously, "Lin Cuo, are you all right?" Upon seeing Lin Cuo, clad in a flowing green robe, standing unscathed with his hands tucked into his sleeves, Wang Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident to Wang Jin that a perilous assassination attempt had just transpired, and in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Can it be that someone would dare to assassinate a prince?" Lin Cuo merely shrugged, assisting the fallen Wang Jin to his feet, and with a light chuckle remarked, "Nothing to be surprised about." Wang Jin, however, appeared utterly bewildered and inquired, "What do you mean?" Lin Cuo raised his hand and pointed towards the departing figure of Yang Yi, stating, "The journey to Fengxian Pavilion from this point comprises 430 steps, and at least 3 waves of assassins remain." At this moment, Wang Jin was utterly astonished. The mere 400 steps would be beset by 3 waves of assassins. Just then, Wang Li emerged from behind, gazing into the deep night beyond the study with an enigmatic expression. In a calm tone, he remarked, 3 waves of assassins, neither more nor less. Those rogue wanderers and martial arts clans are indifferent to the consequences. An excellent opportunity lies before them, and even if they are aware it is a baited hook, there will always be those who, in their disbelief, rush to take the bait. The court has relentlessly suppressed the martial world for several years, employing both overt and covert methods, and the entire realm of Jianghu has harbored deep-seated grievances for far too long. The head of a second prince, offered as a tribute to the court, holds just the right weight. Wang Jin furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "If they know it is a baited hook, why would they still choose to bite?" Lin Cuo glanced back at the woman behind him, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile and adding, "After all, there are always a few formidable fish in the waters. Even if they take the bait, they remain confident in their ability to escape, potentially dragging the angler down into the depths alongside them. In the current, there are more than a few such great fish. Not only do they covet this enticing bait, but they also attempt to ensnare the angler, consuming everything in their path." Just as Lin Cuo's words faded into the night, 3 martial artists, each at the pinnacle of the Qian realm, revealed themselves, brandishing their swords and knives, encircling Yang Yi in a triangular formation. In the darkness, that crimson robe swirled once more, and blood and flesh flew through the air. Lin Cuo turned to Wang Jin, uttering a startling revelation, directly stating, "In this city of, there are 5 masters at the golden body realm. One is the eunuch, whose robe is stained red with blood. Another is the dual-bladed warrior concealed in the shadows. And the third is Qin Xian, the 7th expert from Yuzhou." Lin Cuo gestured towards the southwest and northwest directions, calmly stating, "In the southwest alley, there resides a master swordsman of the gold body realm, seemingly becoming increasingly restless. Meanwhile, the individual concealed within the crowd of the Fengxian Pavilion in the northwest displays remarkable patience. They are likely to wait until Yang Yi steps into the pavilion before making their move." Wang Jin gazed foolishly at the young man in the azure robe, as if he were recounting treasured knowledge, meticulously identifying each of the 5 masters of the gold body realm hidden within them, leaving no secrets concealed. Listening to Lin Cuo's indifferent enumeration of the 5 masters, his tone so unperturbed, it was as if he were discussing a matter of little significance. Wang Li's pupils quivered, staring incredulously at the young man before her. It must be noted that, aside from the red-robed eunuch, the remaining 4 masters of the gold body realm had all employed superior techniques of breath concealment to remain hidden. Yet this individual seemed to effortlessly reveal their identities, as if by roll call. Were the self-proclaimed concealment techniques and superior breath-holding methods of the masters of the upper 3 realms merely trifles in his eyes? Could it be that this person was a legendary figure of the Xianxin realm? The emergence of the 5 masters of the gold body realm would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Lin Cuo's eyes, resembling the abyss of a dark pool, gazed down upon Wang Jin with an air of indifference. "Who do you think will die, and who deserves to die?" This utterance struck like a bone-chilling winter gale, instantly freezing Wang Jin's blood, rendering his limbs and body utterly rigid, while his heart sank as if plunged into an ice cavern. Beneath those ink-black orbs, he felt himself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to muster even a fleeting thought. Lin Cuo narrowed his dark eyes, patiently awaiting the boy's response. In an instant, Wang Jin envisioned a scene drenched in blood, where the entire was washed in crimson, and the surroundings of Fengxian Pavilion lay in ruins, filled with anguished cries. Countless severed limbs littered the ground, and wailing spirits haunted the earth. Would the one who orchestrated this trap, Yang Yi, meet his demise? Or should the band of rogues from the rivers and lakes perish, Or perhaps these few of the golden body realm, the once valiant young swordsman, who had aspired to eradicate all injustices, found himself in a daze, as if his neck were once more twisted, meeting an untimely death in an unknown land. The imposing figure of the white-haired Shangguan Yabe loomed above him once again, a silent mockery that echoed deafeningly. Wang Jun had long lost his train of thought. And in a moment of heartfelt impulse, he uttered, I do not know who will die, nor do I know who deserves to die. I truly do not know. At that very moment, as if struck by a sudden revelation, the once rigid Wang Jun abruptly lifted his head. Yet, some should not die, innocent souls should not perish. Chapter 23, My friends. Depart the city. As Wang Jun spoke those words, all ominous manifestations vanished in an instant. A surge of martial energy was drawn toward his heart, and warmth flooded through his limbs and bones. Wang Jun gazed blankly, lifting his eyes to the ethereal figure of the young man clad in green. Lin Cuo's eyes were soft as he gently pressed his hand on the young man's head, a smile gracing his face. In Wang Jun's eyes, this eccentric man in a green robe seemed to have never appeared so joyful. In today's martial world, the spirit of chivalry has not yet perished. Gazing at the young wanderer before him, who had yet to reach adulthood, Lin Cuo felt as if he had glimpsed the essence of chivalry in the contemporary world. Even now, there remained fools like Wang Jun, who harbored grand aspirations to rectify the injustices of the world. Lin Cuo inexplicably recalled the words of a venerable figure from the martial world. True strength should regard the freedom of the weak as its boundary. The schemes of the powerful often ensnare countless innocent souls from the lower strata, leading them unknowingly to their demise. Beyond the confines of Qiuzhai, heads roll and blood stains the thoroughfare. When 5 formidable warriors of the golden body realm engage in fierce combat, this humble circuit city is destined to suffer considerable destruction. 20 years ago, Lin Cuo sensed the disquietude of such a situation, and to this day, he maintains that sentiment. Wang Jun, possessing a spirit of chivalry, was met with a tragic fate at the hands of Shangguan Yabe, nearly perishing far from home. Yet, after returning from the brink of death, he remains unaltered. Though my body may perish, my will shall not waver. The present Wang Jun mirrors the Lin Cuo of yesteryear. The sole distinction lies perhaps in the mastery of martial arts he now possesses, which reaches skyward. To have the will yet lack the means is a profound sorrow. A heart filled with sincerity and a youthful spirit of chivalry stands in stark contrast to the world's most formidable warrior, whose heart is as desolate as ash. Lin Cuo glanced at Wang Jun beside him and chuckled softly. Wang Jun, today, let me show you something remarkable. With that, Lin Cuo, clad in a cerulean robe, stirred with purpose, his long hair flowing as if caught in an unseen breeze. A long-dormant martial spirit surged within him, awakening in his heart and swiftly coursing through his body like a playful dragon. At that very moment, the crimson-robed eunuch had just dispatched another wave of assassins, leaving a grim scene around Yangyi, where none within a 20-foot radius remained alive. The eunuch's robe billowed dramatically, resembling a blooming flower of the underworld, as a torrent of blood splattered forth, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Is this truly what the court nurtures? A burly man with thick brows scoffed mockingly. Emerging slowly from the shadows of the alley, a slender bronze dagger hanging from his waist. The crimson-robed eunuch narrowed his eyes and shrieked, a golden body realm. The burly man said nothing, merely resting his thumb against the hilt of his dagger before swiftly drawing it. A sharp blade of light erupted from the darkness, piercing through several ordinary souls before hurtling toward Yangyi. The blade moved with unparalleled velocity, carving a dazzling arc across the night sky. The crimson-robed eunuch swiftly pivoted, revealing an arm clad in protective armor from within his flowing sleeves. He met the blade's trajectory with his sharpened nails, flicking his wrist to deflect the lethal strike, sending it careening towards the crowd nearby. Whether those in that crowd would be severed in half was of no concern to the eunuch. Their insignificant lives were merely collateral. A young child, still clutching a candied hawthorn skewer, stood frozen in place, his wide eyes transfixed on the approaching blade of light, which grew larger in his vision. In an instant, a figure clad in cerulean appeared before the child, effortlessly halting the radiant blade with a single hand, preventing it from advancing another inch. Lin Cuo raised his hand to grasp, and the brilliant blade light shattered inch by inch, transforming into countless twinkling stars that dissipated into the air. In but a fleeting moment, between the sword-wielding master of the golden body realm and the red-robed eunuch, a figure clad in a green robe emerged suddenly, his black hair cascading like a waterfall. Lin Cuo grasped the slender bronze dagger between his fingers, then pressed one hand firmly against the arm of the red-robed eunuch. I am afraid. I cannot allow any of you to cause a disturbance here. The swift momentum of the dagger came to an abrupt halt, and the armor adorning the eunuch's arm was riddled with cracks. The sudden appearance of this man in a blue robe left both the bronze dagger-wielding warrior of the golden body realm and the red-robed eunuch in a state of alarm. The golden body swordsman narrowed his eyes sharply and suddenly drew back his blade, fixing a piercing gaze upon the blue-robed figure. The red-robed eunuch silently retreated to Yang Yi's side, his crimson robes shielding Yang Yi from view. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the man in blue, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "I was not mistaken. You are indeed a martial arts master who has chosen to remain hidden from the world." The bronze dagger-wielding warrior of the golden body realm then pointed his long blade menacingly at Lin Cuo, threatening, "If you wish to live, step aside and do not impede my quest to take Yang Yi's life." The red-robed eunuch's gaze was equally sinister, his armored arm shimmering with an ominous light, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Lin Cuo, unfazed by the murderous intent of the two golden body realm masters, merely chuckled and said, "Gentlemen, there is no need to conceal your presence any longer. Please reveal yourselves." With that, the man in the blue robe lifted a foot and forcefully stomped the ground. From Lin Cuo's center, martial energy surged, creating ripples that radiated outward, culminating in 3 colossal waves of martial force. Underneath these waves, the 3 golden body masters were compelled to reveal their forms. On the eaves of a building, a man with a scruffy beard emerged, Chen Xian, the 7th strongest in Yuzhou. Within the Fengxian pavilion, an alluring swordsman wielding a long sword was also forced to show himself. From behind the crowd, a burly man with dual knives, a second-tier guard, stepped forward. Thus, the 5 golden body realm martial masters all stood revealed. Chen Xian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the blue-robed man at the center of the street. Deep in thought, yet unable to fathom a martial master in Yuzhou garbed in blue, he murmured, could he be a martial master from another province? The alluring swordsman, slightly turning his gaze, pressed his thumb against the sword hilt, eager to engage. With a grin, he inquired, "Are you, my friend, intending to join us in claiming Yang Yi's head?" The burly man, a seasoned veteran with dual knives hanging at his waist, looked fervent, itching for action. The sheer martial energy that had compelled the 3 to reveal themselves suggested that at the very least, Lin Cuo was a master of the half-step profound god realm. The sudden emergence of this blue-robed man had disrupted the planned ambush, making him the target of collective scrutiny. In the face of the 5 golden body masters' predatory gazes, Lin Cuo remained nonchalant, disregarding their inquiries. Inside the Zhaocuo pavilion, Wang Jin, barely managing to stay upright, looked toward the seemingly ethereal figure in blue, his spirit invigorated. Amidst the encirclement of 5 golden body masters, Lin Cuo turned to Wang Jin and asked with a smile, "May I borrow your longsword for a moment?" Wang Jin raised his iron sword high. The ordinary weapon seemed to possess a spirit of its own, unsheathing with a resonant clang and swirling in the air. Simultaneously, a strand of Lin Cuo's azure hair transformed to snowy white. Remarkably, the ordinary iron sword split into 5, each blade surging with intent, aimed at the 5 golden body martial masters, declaring, "I kindly ask you all to leave the city." Chapter 24. A sword to exit the city. The 5 flying swords hovered in the sky, each blade pointed at the foreheads of the 5 golden body masters. The swords shimmered like snow, their blade energy thick as water. The red-robed eunuch observed as a flying sword inched closer, attempting to ensnare it with his robe, hoping to shatter it. However, upon contact, the fierce sword energy obliterated his sleeve entirely. Startled, the red-robed eunuch swiftly withdrew his hand, yet the flying sword followed unhurriedly. Yang Yi gradually distanced himself from the red-robed eunuch, confirming that the flying sword was not aimed at him. He then spoke, "You may deal with the flying sword." Not only the red-robed eunuch, but also the dual-knife warrior, the copper-blade fighter, Chen Xian, and the alluring swordsman found themselves targeted by a flying sword, pressing toward their foreheads. The 5 golden body masters dared not act rashly and cautiously shifted their feet. The flying swords were alarmingly close, the menacing sword energy hovering mere inches from their foreheads, instilling a profound sense of dread. They understood that no human could intercept this. To touch it would mean certain death. Chen Xian, ranked 7th in the Yuzhou martial rankings, stared at the flying sword hovering near his forehead, his hair standing on end, every fiber of his being warning him of the imminent danger. Meanwhile, the alluring swordsman was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "The Taishu sword art. The signature technique of the Taishu sword sect. This art is the very foundation of their existence. Could this person before me truly be a sword immortal of the Taishu sword sect?" The 5 flying swords rendered the 5 golden body masters immobile, as if trapped in a quagmire. As the winds dispersed and the moon ascended to the high heavens, Lin Cuo, clad in blue, with a smile gracing his lips, stated, "If you gentlemen are unwilling to leave the city, then I shall have to kindly escort you out." Lin Cuo raised his sword, whispering the command, "Go." The 5 flying swords, as if receiving a royal decree, erupted with a resonant hum and swiftly lunged towards the heads of the masters. The 5 masters of the Golden Body Realm were taken aback, hastily retreating. Yet, no matter how they fled, the relentless flying sword remained merely an inch from their foreheads. To stand still meant death. Despite employing every tactic at their disposal, twisting and turning, they could not shake off the sword that shadowed them, as if it were an inseparable specter. As they navigated through the city, the 5 Golden Body Masters found themselves in retreat. 5 streaks of pure white light trailing behind them, etching 5 luminous lines against the night sky. The Masters bore their plight in silence. A moment's pause would result in the sword piercing their skulls. The 5 flying swords relentlessly pursued, compelling the Masters to retreat further and further. Qin Xian fixed his gaze on the flying sword, unwilling to relax even for a moment, continuously backing away, disregarding everything else, even crashing through the city wall. Forced out of the city, the 5 masters of the Golden Body Realm were thus driven out of the city of circulation. Only when they had completely exited the city did the life-threatening flying sword suddenly halt and gradually dissipate. Beneath the bright moon, the man in the azure robe stood alone atop the city walls. Lin Cuo stood atop a lofty vantage point, gazing down upon the 5 martial masters who had been compelled to exit the city. The 5 were in a state of disarray, their eyes fixed intently on the solitary figure clad in azure robes upon the city wall. Lin Cuo let out a light laugh and waved his hand, saying, "All right, everyone. We can now engage in a life-and-death battle." The expression of the gold-bodied swordsman, wielding a bronze blade, turned ashen as he realized he had been forced out of the by a mere flying sword. The siege on Yang had been thoroughly disrupted by Lin Cuo, compelling all 5 gold-bodied masters to reveal themselves. Even Qin Xian, who had been merely spectating, was dragged into the fray by Lin Cuo, who subsequently rewarded him with a flying sword, thus driving everyone out of the. For a moment, the 5 stood frozen in place, none daring to make the first move. The red-robed eunuch, with one sleeve shredded by the sword's chi, revealed his armored arm and glared fiercely at the 2 rogue assassins, whispering, "Lin Cuo. These 2 are masters who sought to assassinate His Highness. Swiftly eliminate them with your flying sword." Meanwhile, the burly man, adorned with dual blades and holding the rank of a second-tier guard, silently sheathed his swords and stood quietly beside them. Lin Cuo seemed to have heard an amusing joke and could not help but chuckle softly, inquiring, "What does it have to do with me?" The eunuch in the red robe sharply retorted, "You." Meanwhile, Qin Xian, who had remained silent throughout, cast a discreet glance at the red-robed eunuch and let out a cold snicker. Truly, he was a eunuch nurtured within the depths of the Taihe dynasty's palace, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to the Yang clan, treating the imperial family as his sovereigns. It was utterly laughable that a sword immortal capable of repelling a master of the Golden Body Realm would dare to instruct this green-clad swordsman to serve the court diligently. Upon Lin Cuo's utterance, the captivating swordsman and the bronze blade master exchanged glances, for the current situation had devolved into utter chaos. Yang Yi was flanked by 3 formidable warriors of the Golden Body Realm, rendering any attempt to claim his head utterly futile. The enigmatic swordsman clad in azure had merely compelled the 5 to vacate the city, yet he seemed disinclined to involve himself further in the ensuing events. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 were poised to take flight. At that precise moment, the azure-clad swordsman stroked his chin, gesturing towards the master wielding the bronze blade, and calmly stated, "You shall not depart. The 6 who perished within the city will not acquiesce." The bronze blade master's expression shifted drastically as he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, a surge of sword energy coursing through him. However, before he could unleash his strike, Lin Cuo raised a hand, and a flying sword appeared in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the bronze blade master was caught unawares, and his right arm, which held the blade, was severed by the sword. The master, now missing an arm, seemed poised to speak, yet in the next heartbeat, another flying sword pierced through his chest. Lin Cuo, perched high above, squinted and remarked with a smile, "I am not particularly inclined to listen. There is no need to speak." In but a moment, a martial arts master of the Golden Body Realm from the 3rd Order, unable to utter even a single word, was summarily slain on the spot. Meanwhile, the sinister sword cultivator beside him remained utterly still, fearful of meeting a similar fate at the hands of that sword. The presence of the azure-robed sword immortal had instilled within him an overwhelming dread. Observing that the azure-robed sword immortal seemed disinclined to intervene, the sinister sword cultivator, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled in a frenzy. The eunuch clad in red attempted to obstruct him, but was halted by Yang Yi, who had just arrived. Sun Zhou, that is enough. Upon being addressed by name, the eunuch promptly ceased his movements and stood respectfully beside Yang Yi, clad in a snow-white fox fur coat. Yang Yi stood at a short distance, offering a cupped fist salute to Lin Cuo. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your timely rescue. The burly man wielding dual blades and the red-robed eunuch flanked Yang Yi, while Chen Xin quietly withdrew from the scene. Lin Cuo gazed at the prince before him with an air of intrigue, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, the reason behind such words? I harbor no intentions of offering assistance." Yet, the deeply astute prince, disregarding his noble status, once again bowed respectfully and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Mr. Lin, by safeguarding the citizens of you have indeed saved the subjects of the Taihe dynasty. As a prince, it is my duty to express gratitude for your valiant intervention." Lin Cuo merely regarded the second prince with a smile, offering no words in response. Chapter 25. Political acumen. Yang Yi turned his head, his expression cold and stern, and admonished, "Sun Zhou, Chen Kong, why do you not hasten to express your gratitude to Mr. Lin?" The man known as Sun Zhou, a red-robed eunuch, slightly inclined his body and said, "We are deeply grateful to Master Lin." Meanwhile, the man named Chen Kong, a burly warrior hailing from the border troops, clasped his fists together, adhering to the customs of the martial world, and proclaimed, "I, Chen Kong, express my heartfelt thanks." Lin Cuo merely smiled with narrowed eyes, remaining silent in response to their expressions of gratitude. The techniques Lin Cuo exhibited tonight were undoubtedly worthy of a sword immortal. Interestingly, Yang Yi refrained from referring to himself as a sword immortal, instead placing emphasis on the title of Sir. Yang Yi turned to Lin Cuo and then remarked, "Sir Lin, I can assure you that not a whisper of today's actions will escape. Not even the porcelain of Taihe will be aware." Lin Cuo gazed at the second prince before him and casually inquired, "Are not the plates of the Taihe dynasty directly under the court's jurisdiction? Is it truly possible for your highness to keep tonight's commotion concealed?" Draped in a snow-white fox fur, Yang Yi responded with sincerity, his voice resonant. "There is no need for concern, esteemed sir. Yang Yi is a man of his word. Henceforth, no one shall disturb your tranquility." His words were nearly impeccable, revealing that this young prince was indeed an exceptionally astute individual. Lin Cuo, possessing such formidable prowess, remains hidden in this humble. Though the reasons for his seclusion remain a mystery, it is evident that he harbors a desire to conceal his abilities. Thus, Yang Yi refrains from referring to Lin Cuo as the sword immortal, instead placing greater emphasis on the title of Sir. Lin Cuo nodded with a hint of amusement. "What might your highness require of me?" At these words, Yang Yi straightened his expression and replied solemnly, "I harbor no such intentions. Tonight, I am indebted to you for your rescue, Master Lin. How could I impose further upon your kindness?" Behind Yang Yi, the eunuch clad in crimson robes subtly furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening imperceptibly. Lin Cuo feigned enlightenment, nodding slightly as he spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "Since your highness requires nothing from Lin, I shall take this opportunity to settle accounts with the esteemed supervisor Sun Zhou." Before Lin Cuo could finish his words, Yang Yi's expression flickered for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it, instantly returning to his usual demeanor. Affectedly calm, Yang Yi inquired, "May I ask, sir, what grievances you wish to settle with Sun Zhou?" Lin Cuo paused slightly, gesturing towards the golden-clad swordsman, pierced through the chest by a blade, and inquired with a smile, "In this, 6 innocent souls have perished due to his actions. Thus I deemed it fitting for him to pay the price with his life." Subsequently, Lin Cuo's gaze shifted to Superintendent Sun Zhou, and he queried with a grin, "Yet it appears that this Superintendent Sun Zhou has also harmed a few individuals?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Zhou was instantly consumed by rage, exclaiming, "How dare you, insolent wretch!" Lin Cuo squinted his eyes and softly remarked, "Oh, the red-robed eunuch." With a piercing gaze, sharply retorted, "Some worthless commoners, their deaths are inconsequential. Even if we were to kill them all, what of it?" Lin Cuo's smile deepened as he pressed further. "In the eyes of Chief Sun, do mortals cease to be human?" The red-robed eunuch raised his chin, responding coldly, "A group of lowly commoners cannot be compared to one of my stature. I am a second-rank eunuch within the palace, a master of the Golden Body realm, directly serving the current emperor." Lin Cuo narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Are you implying, Master Sun, that it is perfectly reasonable for those of higher realms to slay those of lower realms, and and for those of greater status to eliminate those of lesser status? The red-robed eunuch also squinted his elongated eyes and replied, "Indeed, and what of it?" In an instant, Lin Cuo's gaze turned as cold as frost. And with an indifferent tone, he stated, "Then today, if I were to kill you, would you have any grievances?" Lin Cuo remained motionless, slowly drawing the ordinary long sword borrowed from Wang Jin, which was inserted at a slight angle not far away. As autumn deepened, a chill pervaded the air, mingling the sword's aura with the crisp autumn breeze. Clad in a crimson robe, the eunuch Sun Zhou cast a malevolent glare at Lin Cuo and shrieked, "I am the second-ranked chief of the Taihe dynasty. Even if you are a master of the profound divine realm, you shall not escape unscathed after taking my life." Lin Cuo's gaze was inscrutable, merely wearing a smile that was neither here nor there as he looked towards the eunuch in the crimson robe. Nearby, a long sword floated languidly beside Lin Cuo, emanating a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings in a wintry grasp. The sword slowly angled its tip, pointing directly at the center of Sun Zhou's brow. In that very moment, Yang Yi, who had remained silent, suddenly drew the dagger from Qin Kang's waist. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade towards the red-robed eunuch, severing the arm clad in ornate armor with a swift stroke. Blood gushed forth, and the suddenness of the scene left Lin Cuo momentarily taken aback. Yang Yi, his countenance ashen, cast a frigid glare at the eunuch, coldly stating, "You wretched creature, I have come to help you regain your composure." The red-robed eunuch, now deprived of an arm, met Yang Yi's chilling gaze and immediately fell silent, kneeling on one knee with a pallid face, respectfully uttering, "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Cuo's expression remained tranquil as he cast a profound glance at the young prince wielding a long sword. Yang Yi tossed the sword he held to Qin Kang. Then with a swift kick, sent the crimson-robed eunuch sprawling to the ground, menacingly declaring, "Upon our return to the capital, you shall bear your punishment at the Ministry of Justice." The crimson-robed eunuch knelt on one knee, bowing his head and replying, "This humble servant obeys your command." Lin Cuo raised an eyebrow slightly, as the hovering flying sword beside her gently descended, causing the surrounding sword aura to dissipate in an instant. Lin Cuo merely picked up the long sword, gently patted Yang Yi's shoulder, and uttered not a single word. The man clad in azure robes leisurely returned to the city, sword in hand. It was not until Lin Cuo's figure vanished from sight that Yang Yi's expression turned utterly somber. He addressed the crimson-robed eunuch with indifference, instructing, "Retrieve the severed arm and ensure the corpse of that golden body realm swordsman is properly disposed of." The trembling crimson-robed eunuch, having lost an arm, bowed submissively and replied, "As you command." Yang Yi then turned his gaze to the burly man wielding dual blades beside him. After a moment of silence, he exhaled slowly. "Qin Kang, extract every individual aware of tonight's events from the Taihe division, leaving no one behind." The dual blade man responded in a deep voice, "Understood." As Yang Yi stared into the direction Lin Cuo had departed, his eyes were shrouded in ambiguity. In the depths of the night, on the threshold of the Zhuozhai, a youth sat crouched, earnestly watching the world outside. When that familiar figure clad in azure reappeared, Wang Jin suddenly stood upright, swaying slightly as he steadied himself against the wall. The boy's eyes sparkled with brilliance, fixated intently on the azure-clad man before him. Lin Cuo felt increasingly uneasy under the intense gaze, helplessly stating, "Please, do not stare at me like that." Wang Jin, on the other hand, contorted his face in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. Once, there had been a young wanderer, willing to traverse the world with his sword, vanquishing injustices wherever he found them. Yet, inexplicably, he met a tragic end, his neck twisted and discarded in an unmarked grave. The formidable, towering elder, whose strength was terrifying, was a figure Wang Jin did not dare to identify. The silent mockery of the situation resonated painfully in Wang Jin's ears. During this time, although the youth remained silent, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was only at this moment, witnessing the actions of the man in the azure robe, that Wang Jin came to realize he had done nothing wrong. Chapter 26, A Brief Sojourn in the Jianghu. Lin Cuo gazed at the youth before him, and in a moment of reverie, it felt as though he beheld his own self from 2 decades past. Lin Cuo stifled a yawn, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, whispering, "I shall take my leave, it's time for slumber." This man, who had single-handedly thrown the encirclement into disarray and skillfully vanquished a formidable swordsman of the golden body realm, merely stretched and succumbed to sleep. The following dawn, clad in a pristine white fox fur, Yang Yi approached alone, making his way to Lin Cuo's abode. This young prince, adhering to the customs of the martial world, clasped his hands over his chest and addressed Lin Cuo. I apologize for the recent disturbances, esteemed sir. I, Yang Yi, am returning to the capital today and have come to bid you farewell. Lin Cuo remained as composed as ever, seated gracefully before his writing desk, practicing his calligraphy. Upon noticing the young prince's arrival to bid farewell, he set aside his brush and lifted his gaze to Yang Yi, offering a gentle smile. Your Highness, may your journey be smooth. Yang Yi paused momentarily, then returned the gesture with a respectful bow, replying, Mr. Lin, until we meet again. Lin Cuo clasped his hands in a casual gesture, chuckling, let us hope so. Prince Yang Yi then turned and departed, accompanied by the two martial artists of the Golden Body Realm, distancing themselves from the. Lin Cuo still preferred to clasp his hands in his sleeves. Gazing at the somewhat drafty Cuo Zhai, contemplating whether to summon someone for repairs. Wang Zhen's injuries had somewhat healed, and he was now able to walk. Compared to Lin Cuo's initial estimations, his recovery was remarkably swift. During these days of convalescence, Wang Zhen often found himself perusing the exquisite calligraphy of the 3 lines of sword poetry, which, despite their brevity, remained endlessly captivating. Each time he focused on the verses, the sparse ink seemed to dance like fish, meandering across the Xian paper. Yet, when his attention wavered, that enchanting vision would vanish, and the 3 lines of poetry would obediently remain in place. In stark contrast to Wang Zhen's tranquility, the yellow oriole, inexplicably returned to the inn now confined in Cuo Zhai by Lin Cuo, lived in constant trepidation. Each day, the oriole was exceedingly cautious, fearing that the blue-clad sword immortal might, in a fit of displeasure, strike him down with a mere flick of his sword. Fortunately for the oriole, Lin Cuo showed no inclination to act against this assassin from the Zhaimei Pavilion, allowing him merely to stay within Cuo Zhai's confines. Lin Cuo continued to practice his calligraphy as usual, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Time seemed to slip by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, another month of tranquil days had passed. At this juncture, Wang Zhen had nearly fully recovered. The young man was now capable of tending to his own needs and occasionally wielded an iron sword, experimenting with peculiar sword techniques, which made Huang Li feel quite uncomfortable. Once timid and apprehensive, Huang Li had seemingly resigned herself to her fate, willingly assuming the role of Lin Cuo's maid, proficiently preparing meals and serving tea. Her previously tumultuous state of mind had settled into a serene acceptance. After all, life and death were beyond her control. One must navigate the currents as they come. Having endured years of trepidation while living under the roof of Zhaimei Pavilion, she now found solace in her current stability, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease. As winter approached, the attire of passers-by had grown thicker. Today, the sun was particularly splendid, prompting Lin Cuo to abandon his calligraphy practice. Instead, he carried a long bench and reclined under the eaves of the Zhai, basking quietly in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen, who had been pondering sword poems, observed this scene and decided to bring over a chair to sit beside Lin Cuo, placing his intricate artwork aside to also soak in the sun. The winter sun possessed a unique charm, warm yet not oppressive. Seeing both Lin Cuo and Wang Zhen lounging at the entrance, Huang Li, accustomed to life in the Zhai, fetched a small stool for herself. After a moment of contemplation, she stealthily positioned the stool next to Wang Zhen, curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, her face radiating contentment. Lin Cuo reclined on the lounge chair, casting a glance at the oriole curled up on the small stool beside him, unable to suppress a chuckle. Well, your audacity is growing, he remarked. The oriole, with its eyes closed, heard Lin Cuo's voice and, without turning its head, softly murmured, whatever, after all. Life and death rest upon your whims. Lin Cuo, astonished, raised his thumb in admiration and remarked, I am humbled. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen sat comfortably in his chair, gently tapping the armrest while humming a tune from his homeland. The trio, youthful wanderer, scholarly poet, and destitute assassin, sat in serene alignment, presenting a picture of harmony at first glance. The warm winter sun bathed their faces, infusing them with vitality. The oriole, emboldened by the atmosphere, curiously inquired, Sword immortal Lin Cuo, why do you not slay me? Lin Cuo appeared languid, casually remarking, firstly, I am not a sword immortal. Secondly, are you so eager to be reborn? The oriole lifted its head, offering a self-deprecating smile, and then responded nonchalantly, it matters not. I have long since departed this world 8 years ago. Although its appearance was merely average, the oriole possessed an exquisite figure. Squinting its eyes as it basked in the gentle warmth of the winter sun, Lin Cuo yawned and casually remarked, don't be anxious, it will be swift. To Lin Cuo's words, Huang Li appeared to be oblivious, remaining seated with her knees hugged to her chest. Meanwhile, Wang Jin opened his eyes and turned to Lin Cuo. Inquiring with curiosity, "Are you truly going to execute her?" Lin Cuo slightly tilted his head and casually remarked, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant?" Wang Jin, who had yet to reach the age of adulthood, shook his head and replied, "No, I simply think that Huang Li is not bad." During this time, as the three of them interacted, Wang Jin felt no aversion towards the assassin from the Jaime Pavilion. Upon hearing Lin Cuo's intention to slay Huang Li with his sword, he could not help but voice his curiosity. Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and sighed, "Then let it be. If not to kill, so be it." The two engaged in an unreserved and casual conversation, completely disregarding the presence of Huang Li, who sat quietly beside them. Huang Li hugged her knees, remaining silent on the small stool. Lin Cuo then posed a seemingly irrelevant question to Wang Jun, asking, "Wang Jun, have you ever engaged in commerce?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jun replied candidly, "No, I have not." Lin Cuo pointed to the ink treasures within the studio and remarked, "If someone offers money, you sell them, as long as you don't starve." Wang Jun nodded gently, his curiosity piqued. "What's this? Are you planning to leave?" Lin Cuo rubbed his forehead and remarked, "After all, someone has gone to great lengths to set a trap. It would be rather impolite of me not to pay a visit. I shall be undertaking a journey, and my return is uncertain. In my absence, I entrust the management of Cuozhai to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun exhibited no surprise, merely nodding slightly as he replied, "Very well." This time, it was Lin Cuo who felt a twinge of astonishment. How could this young man react so calmly upon learning of his impending journey? Lin Cuo, filled with curiosity, inquired, "I have concealed my cultivation for so long. Are you not surprised that I plan to traverse the martial world once again?" After a prolonged silence, the young Wang Jun softly replied, "I cannot quite explain it. I have always felt that you were destined to return to the martial realm." Chapter 27. The Taishu Sword Sect in the Martial World. A wondrous rumor spread throughout Yuzhou in the span of merely a month. It was said that within the martial circles of Yuzhou, there existed a transcendent sword immortal at the profound divine realm. As whispers of this elusive figure circulated, the entirety of Yuzhou was set abuzz. Not only the martial families and sects, but also the governor of Yuzhou became intrigued by the veracity of this legendary sword immortal. It is noteworthy that in all of Yuzhou, only Jiangzheng, Shangguan Yuma, and the Drunken Madman, the top three martial evaluators, were recognized as masters of the profound divine realm. The sudden emergence of a suspected sword immortal elevated the excitement within the region to an unprecedented height. Jiangzheng, the third strongest in Yuzhou, indeed was a sword immortal of the profound divine realm. When he first entered the Yuzhou martial world, he single-handedly challenged 13 sects, defeating half of Yuzhou's major sections. Now, this concealed sword immortal, hidden within Yuzhou, commanded the attention of the martial community with every action. Some martial practitioners spoke with conviction about the sword immortal's unparalleled skills, recounting tales of how he effortlessly vanquished hundreds of warriors, their accounts sounding almost plausible. The rumors escalated, taking on an unstoppable momentum. At Yaching Mountain, Shangguan Yuma sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, his imposing presence surveying the vast land. Behind him stood Qin Xian, a scruffy middle-aged man, who was also the seventh strongest in Yuzhou. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Yuma inquired, "Could it truly be a sword immortal of the profound divine realm?" Qin Xian, returning from Xuanhui City, nodded solemnly. "I would say there is a 50 to 60% chance." He paused, recalling a moment from Xuanhui City when a flying sword manifested into five, compelling 5 golden body realm masters to retreat under the threat of death. With a slight furrow of his brow, Qin Xian remarked, "That individual is exceedingly peculiar. Though brimming with martial vitality, he seems as transient as a floating weed." Shangguan Yuma pressed, "How does he compare to Jiangzheng?" Without hesitation, Qin Xian replied, "In terms of sword energy and intent, he pales in comparison to Jiangzheng." Shangguan Yuma slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Could he be a half-step into the profound divine realm? According to Qin Xian, the sword practitioner was significantly inferior to Jiangzheng, hardly deserving of the title of sword immortal. Yet, it appeared he had mastered the Taishu sword technique, perhaps a recently emerged talent from the Taishu sword sect. The Taishu sword technique was the foundational martial art of the Taishu sword sect, renowned as a signature skill. The Taishu sword sect stood among the foremost sword sects in the world, rivaling the southern Yu sword forest. In the northern territories, the Taishu sword sect led the sword sects. In the south, the southern Yu sword forest held sway, effectively splitting the sword arts of the world in half. With a sigh, Shangguan Yuma rested his fists on his knees, chuckling. That sword fanatic Jiang Zheng will likely set off immediately to challenge that blue-clad man to a duel upon hearing this news. Chen Xian remained noncommittal. The third sword immortal of Yuzhou was indeed a true sword fanatic, devoted solely to the way of the sword, while others may be unaware of Jiang Zheng's origins. Shangguan Yuma, hailing from a martial family and being the second strongest in Yuzhou, understood well. This profound divine sword immortal, Jiang Zheng, had come from the southern territories. Previously expelled from the southern Yu sword forest, Qin Xian curiously asked, "And what of this blue-clad sword immortal?" Shangguan Yuma waved his hand slightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he responded, "With the court suppressing the martial world, Yuzhou has grown stagnant. It is timely to leverage this newly emerged blue-clad sword immortal to stir the tranquil waters of Yuzhou." At Lianzhou, the 72 peaks towered majestically, piercing the heavens, each peak resembling a verdant spire. At the center of these peaks stood a colossal mountain, Tianjian Peak, which overshadowed its surroundings. The mountain seemed to reach the heavens, with the 72 peaks encircling it like stars around the moon. Merely by its name, one could sense the oppressive aura of sword energy. The Taishu Sword Sect, hailed as the premier sword sect of the north, was founded atop Tianjian Peak. The mountain featured a total of 36,800 stone steps leading directly to the summit. Midway, there lay a formidable natural barrier, recognized as a marvel of the world. On either side were sheer cliffs soaring into the clouds, the peaks resembling swords. The chasm between them formed a gateway, thus dubbed the Sword Gate. This sword gate served as both a peril of Tianjian Peak and the dwelling place of the Taishu Sword Sect. Beyond the sword gate lay the heart of the Taishu Sword Sect. Atop Tianjian Peak, the gilded main hall faced south, constructed of bronze and adorned with intricately designed eaves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Within the Golden Hall, over 100 sword practitioners, clad in black and white robes, each carrying a long sword, congregated. Among them was a venerable man with a youthful visage and white hair, exuding an aura of mastery, clad in robes of yin and yang. A crimson mark adorned his brow, reminiscent of a heavenly eye, with the renowned sword Long Yuan at his back, sword energy swirling around him, embodying the essence of the sword path. This man was Bai Xian, the current sect master of the Taishu Sword Sect, a peak practitioner of the profound divine realm. As he surveyed the assembly, Bai Xian calmly declared, "The Taishu sword intent has manifested in Yuzhou." The sword practitioners present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The Taishu sword intent could only be cultivated by those who had mastered the Taishu sword technique to perfection. Currently, only those of the upper three realms within the sect could generate the Taishu sword intent. Yet, far away in Yuzhou, this sword intent had emerged from a practitioner not of the Taishu sword sect. An elderly sword practitioner spoke up. "The Taishu sword technique is a treasured art of our sect. How could it be disseminated externally?" Another elderly woman, with a sword on her back, furrowed her brow, saying, "It is indeed strange for the Taishu sword technique to appear in Yuzhou. If it were to fall into the martial world, the consequences would be dire." The assembly of sword practitioners remained perplexed. In the Golden Hall, Bai Xian interrupted the discourse, stating, "Qin Gi, go to Yuzhou and ascertain the nature of this sword intent." A graceful young woman in the hall slightly bowed, responding softly, "I shall obey the sect master's command." The woman possesses slender, elegant brows and elongated phoenix-like eyes, radiating an air of sharpness between her brows. Qin Giji, a disciple personally taught by Bai Xian, stands as the foremost swordsman among her contemporaries, having entered the upper three realms at the tender age of 25. This lady is reputed to be a natural sword body, having achieved a moment of perfect unity between herself and the sword upon first grasping it. Behind Qin Giji rests the famed sword, Bai Yun, which Bai Xian retrieved personally from the sword pool when she entered the realm of seeking meaning. At the Tianjian Peak, a female sword practitioner descends with her sword. Chapter 28, the capital of Taiha. The turbulent martial world of Yuzhou has been caused by a certain culprit, who now walks leisurely out of the. A man clad in a blue robe and a woman donning a pale yellow cloak exit the city together. Today, a new shopkeeper, who has little knowledge of riding yet possesses a passion for swordplay, has taken over the, for reasons unknown, the yellow Oriole, who was neither slain by a sword nor released, is taken away by the man in blue, carried along as he leaves the city. According to Lin Cuo, this was merely to alleviate the potential boredom of their journey through the martial world, seeking a companion for conversation. However, the yellow Oriole, who has spent 8 years under the roof of Jaime Pavilion, is acutely aware that Lin Cuo was jesting. The true reason remains a mystery. As for Lin Cuo's intentions to pursue romantic endeavors, posing as a couple traversing the martial world, it is indeed rather implausible. The yellow oriole wraps herself more tightly in her pale yellow cloak. While she certainly possesses an enchanting figure and an alluring presence, her current visage is rather unremarkable. She quietly smooths her hair with her jade-like fingers, lamenting that her appearance is merely mediocre at best. If one were to judge solely by looks, it would be difficult to ascertain who might gain the advantage in intimate encounters. This mask, which she has worn since the age of 16, has become a treasured artifact of the martial world. Initially, King Liang personally sought her out, but the renowned master of transformation, the enigmatic ghost Handley, declined the invitation, bestowing upon the king a mask of exquisite quality instead. The subtlety of altering one's appearance is such that even a master of the profound realm could find no flaw. The woman, originally named Liang Ke, has concealed her true face beneath this mask since she was 16, living in constant trepidation for 8 years. At this point, she seems to have forgotten her original visage entirely. Moreover, Lin Cuo, who likely has already reached the profound realm, does not strike her as someone driven by desperation. While the yellow oriole indulges in her tumultuous thoughts, Lin Cuo remains blissfully unaware. Lin Cuo raised his gaze towards the distance, his expression somber, revealing a hint of trepidation. It had been 3 long years since he had utilized the thunderous tribulation to liberate himself, distancing from the tumultuous world of martial arts. During these 3 years, he had devoted himself solely to the practice of calligraphy, sealing his meridians and forsaking all worldly martial skills. Though his hair remained as dark as a cascading waterfall, a solitary strand of white had begun to weave its way through the ebony locks. Lin paused momentarily, murmuring softly to himself, "I sincerely hope not to make another erroneous choice." Lin Cuo gently massaged his brow, his thoughts fleeting and ephemeral. Rather than retreating from the world and hiding away, it is better to embrace the ebb and flow of life. The little oriole, observing Lin Cuo's furrowed brow, cautiously inquired, "Lin Cuo, where shall we go?" Upon hearing this, Lin Cuo's expression relaxed, and he nonchalantly replied, "Follow your heart." Although Wang Li was utterly perplexed, she still nodded in agreement. Lin Cuo remained utterly unconcerned. After all, he had already left the city with a significant presence, and naturally, this vast landscape of Yuzhou would attract countless admirers. The reason for his delayed entry into this realm was twofold. Firstly, Lin Cuo wished to wait until Wang Jin had made notable progress in his swordsmanship and his injuries had healed. Secondly, he intended to allow this enigmatic rumor to circulate a while longer. A figure, seemingly a celestial swordsman of the mysterious realm, had suddenly emerged in Yuzhou. The gossip had escalated to such an extent that even ordinary citizens were becoming aware of the tale. Since someone had orchestrated this scheme for him, Lin Cuo decided to boldly step into the fray, for his presence would undoubtedly draw in a multitude of eager participants. Lin Cuo stretched lazily and chuckled softly. There was no rush. The fishhooks would be nibbled one by one. It was merely a matter of whether those holding the rods could catch themselves. Taihe capital, the heart of the Taihe dynasty, dominated the northern realm, serving as the imperial seat. Countless scholars from the north yearned day and night, toiling in their studies, striving to make their mark in the illustrious capital through the imperial examination. The towering crimson city walls had unknowingly thwarted many aspiring scholars from humble backgrounds who sought to leap into prominence. Within this magnificent city, noble families intertwined, with the illustrious Yang family, the dynasty's founders, at the helm. The grand palatial complex, adorned in deep red vermilion, boasted imposing gates and elegantly winding corridors, forming a majestic sight. A central axis traversed the palace, encompassing the 3 great halls and the rear 3 palaces, with the imperial residence aligned along this axis, presenting an orderly external court and inner sanctum that expanded symmetrically. This arrangement was referred to as the Dragon Vein. Amidst the strict decorum of the palace, a striking young man draped in a snow-white fox fur returned to this place. He was first escorted into the inner palace by a high-ranking eunuch, leading him to the Chanchi Hall where 12 palace maidens personally attended to him, bathing and dressing him. After a fragrant cleansing, he donned a purple ceremonial robe, cinched at the waist with a matching gold-threaded belt, his black hair styled and secured with a crowned hairpin. At that moment, upon learning of Yang Yi's return to the capital, a tall man clad in a red robe, with thick brows and bright eyes, visited the Taihe Hall. Yang Yi rose to greet him, slightly bowing as he acknowledged, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince, Yang He, waved his hand dismissively with a smile, saying, "Yang Yi, just call me brother." No need for such formalities between us. Yang Yi chuckled lightly and inquired, "What brings you here, brother?" Yang Yi playfully draped an arm over Yang Yi's shoulders, teasingly asking, "I heard you rushed to Yuzhou for a fair maiden. Where have you placed her in the capital now?" With a resigned smile, Yang Yi replied, "Brother, you jest. Luli left ahead of me, and I found nothing." He continued, "I departed the capital with 2 masters of the Golden Body realm and 100 iron cavalry without informing the court. I presume there are now numerous memorials criticizing me circulating." Yang He, unfazed, scoffed, "Who dares? I've already suppressed those rumors, and I've informed father in advance. So fret not." Yang He paused in surprise, then smiled wryly. "Thank you, brother." Yang He leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "There's a renowned courtesan in the capital, a maiden of exquisite talent, and I have discreetly acquired her. Would you like to accompany me out of the palace tonight?" Yang Yi pushed him away gently, shooting him a disapproving look. "You are the crown prince. The consequences of such a slip would be dire." Yang He shrugged, playfully promising, "I won't do it again." With that, Yang Yi lightly patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, smiling as he turned to leave. The 2 princes parted ways. In the Eastern Palace, Chen Kong knelt on one knee before Yang He, reporting the details of the recent expedition to Yuzhou without omission. Upon hearing of the ambush in the city, Yang He's expression darkened, shrouded in uncertainty. After a moment of silence, he commanded coldly, "Understood. You may leave." Chen Kong replied solemnly, "Yes." Once Chen Kong departed, Yang He, clad in his red robe, addressed the shadows, stating indifferently, "Summon the group of fugitives sheltered in Yuzhou and those hidden operatives. In 10 days, I demand to see that man's head." From the shadows came a raspy voice in affirmation. Yang He snorted coldly, his gaze sharp, contemplating the audacity of a swordsman at the half-step Shin God realm. Chapter 29. A couple of chivalry venturing into a picturesque land of mountains and clear waters. Lin Cuo found his spirits lifted by the stunning scenery. In recent days, he had journeyed northward, meandering along the way, embracing every mountain and vast expanse he encountered. The Oriole faithfully followed Lin Cuo, savoring the adventures, which only brightened his mood further. Lin Cuo crouched by a small lake, lifting a handful of water to measure it carefully. Winter was already approaching, and the lake's water had grown chilly, feeling icy to the touch, yet not painfully so. The lake was modest in size, likely a wild one, within which a few carp could be faintly seen, swaying and flicking their tails, occasionally splashing droplets that rippled across the surface. Lin Cuo found himself unable to suppress his restless hands. However, in his current circumstances, he lacked a suitable fishing rod. Otherwise, he would certainly have cast a line. Beside him, the Oriole stretched its neck, gazing at Lin Cuo with fervent eyes fixed on the crucian carp in the lake, and tentatively inquired, "Why not use your true energy to catch a few?" It was worth noting that even someone of Lin Cuo's caliber, a master on the brink of the profound divine realm, could effortlessly retrieve a few crucian carp from the small lake, as could the Oriole at the Qi and Harmony realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Cuo merely cast a glance at the Oriole and sighed, saying, "The essence of the term fishing lies not in the word fish. The world believes that fishing must inherently be about reeling in a catch. In truth, it is quite the opposite. Seasoned anglers often focus more on the act of fishing itself. Some experienced fishermen even catch fish only to release them, engaging in this ritual repeatedly, spending an entire night angling without bringing home a single catch. The reason for this is simply the joy of fishing. The process of waiting for a bite is immensely pleasurable, and the moment a fish takes the bait is the pinnacle of excitement. However, if one were to actually reel in a catch, it would instead diminish the experience." The Oriole shook her head, finding it difficult to comprehend Lin Cuo's words. Nevertheless, she had heard tales of some exceptional anglers, stories that bordered on the miraculous. It is said that a certain martial artist of the profound realm was utterly addicted to fishing, indifferent to day or night. With a strand of true martial energy as his line, he would sit alone on the edge of a steep cliff, casting a line that extended for miles, steadfast against the elements, and fishing for 3 years. This martial artist, whose mastery of the martial arts reached an extraordinary level, once boldly proclaimed that for a prime fishing spot, he would not exchange it for a fortune, nor even for all the martial arts manuscripts in the world laid before him. There were those who jested that this martial master, ranked outside the top 20 in the realm, would claim one of the 4 master seats if fishing were the criterion for evaluating martial prowess. Lin Cuo merely struck the water with his hand, producing a solitary sound. Lin Cuo casually inquired, "Huangli, what manner of life does an assassin of the Zhai Mei Pavilion lead?" After a moment of silence, Huangli slowly replied, one lives in a state of perpetual trepidation, never to see the light of day. Since the age of 16, I have traversed the blessed lands of Yinchuan, becoming one of the assassins of the Zhai Mei Pavilion for a full 8 years, nearly every day fraught with anxiety. Moreover, the Zhai Mei Pavilion is among the most clandestine sects in the martial world, with its assassins perpetually concealed in the shadows. My knowledge of the once renowned Zhai Mei Pavilion, which dominated a sacred ground in Yunchuan, is rather limited. After all, during its peak fame, I had yet to be born. And by the time I began my martial training and entered the world, the pavilion had long been relegated to the sacred lands of Yunchuan. This sect of assassins is generally shunned by the entirety of the martial community. Lin Cuo rose to his feet, gently brushing off the dirt that clung to his garments. Let us be on our way. The inn lies 20 miles ahead. If we do not hasten our journey, we may find ourselves sleeping beneath the stars. However, these concerns held little significance for Huang Li. After all, during the past 8 years, she had experienced far more than a single night spent in the elements. Lin Cuo rubbed his hands together, exhaling gently, and remarked, in this weather, spending the night outdoors could be fatal. Huang Li slightly slowed her pace, trailing softly behind him. This man, clad in a blue robe and possessing a discernible high level of prowess, exhibited the demeanor of an ordinary mortal. Had she not witnessed Lin Cuo compelling 5 formidable beings in the golden body realm to retreat in disarray, she would scarcely believe that this blue-robed figure before her was, in fact, a sword immortal on the cusp of the mystical god realm. The sky gradually darkened, casting a somber hue, emerging from the remote and seldom trodden mountainous sanctuary. The path ahead became increasingly level, with more figures appearing and faint lights twinkling in the distance. Lin Cuo merely gathered his sleeves with both hands, his steps measured and unhurried. Alongside the broad path, a man and a woman approached, each bearing swords and daggers, striding confidently forward. Though the man was not particularly tall, he was exceptionally robust, wearing a conical hat and draped in a gray cloak, with a formidable tiger head saber slung across his back, presenting a quintessential image of a wandering hero. The woman, of similar height to the man, possessed an ordinary beauty, her long hair elegantly coiled into a high bun, exuding an air of spirited grace, with a green iron sword resting at her back. The pair, steeped in the essence of the martial world, advanced with purposeful strides until they coincided with Lin Cuo. He slightly turned his head, exchanging a brief glance with the man, accompanied by a subtle smile and a nod. The man, with the tiger head saber, clasped his fists together and cheerfully inquired, "Where does the young hero hail from?" Lin Cuo smiled and spoke, "To the south, to Xuanhui City." The longsword maiden and Huang Li exchanged glances, both nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps they found Lin Cuo and Huang Li remarkably akin to themselves, a pair of chivalrous souls in the martial world. A burly man grinned broadly and casually struck up a conversation with Lin Cuo. Their discourse was devoid of any restraint. The man, bearing a tiger-headed broadsword, was named Liang Shui, originally from Diyuan City in Yuzhou. The woman, wielding a blue iron sword, was called Cheng Zhen, hailing from Beifengzhou. They had met in the martial realm and were now a quintessential couple of heroes. Liang Shui, with great exuberance, inquired, "Young hero, are you also heading to Qingqing sect for the Beast Drum Challenge?" Lin Cuo wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "Qingqing sect, 100 Beast Drum?" Noticing Lin Cuo's apparent confusion, Liang Shui replied cheerfully, "Every 5 years, the Qingqing sect sets up the 100 Beast Drum on Qingqing Mountain. Martial artists from all corners of the world are welcome to strike the drum. Whoever can strike it 100 times shall be rewarded with a high-quality golden elixir from the Qingqing sect." Lin was taken aback and inquired, "Brother Liang, are you heading to the drum?" Cheng Zhen quietly tugged at Liang Shui's cloak, bowing his head in silence. Liang Shui hesitated slightly and replied in a low voice, "Yes. It is because of my beloved wife that I have come to the Qingqing sect seeking a high-quality golden elixir." Lin Cuo naturally noticed Cheng Zhen's unusual behavior. Yet he refrained from probing further and casually inquired, "What is the origin of the 100 Beasts Drum?" Liang Shui's expression returned to normal, and he continued with a cheerful tone, "The Qingqing sect is a prominent Taoist school renowned for its alchemy. The 100 Beasts Drum was forged by the sect's founder in a secluded mountainous sanctuary. It is said to embody the might of 100 beasts. The more one strikes the drum, the greater the beastly power, accumulating in layers. The founder of the Qingqing sect established a rule that every 5 years, the 100 Beasts Drum would be displayed on Qingqing Mountain, allowing martial artists from all over the world to strike the drum. Those who strike it 100 times may claim a high-grade golden elixir from the Qingqing sect. Lin Cuo nodded repeatedly and remarked, I see. The Qingqing sect truly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. The superior-grade golden elixirs crafted by the Qingqing sect enable martial artists in search of enlightenment to open their meridians within 3 days. Common ailments are effortlessly eradicated, and the flow of energy is invigorated, bolstering both vitality and strength. Chapter 30. A Dialogue with Oneself. Though Lin Cuo appeared unperturbed on the surface, a mere sidelong glance at Cheng Zhun revealed the underlying reason. With her hair elegantly coiled, the valiant Cheng Zhun found her meridians in a state of severe blockage. 12 of them were significantly obstructed, and a surge of martial energy was trapped within her chest, unable to circulate throughout her body. The stagnation of her meridians rendered her martial essence akin to a caged fire dragon, fiercely struggling yet unable to escape. The turbulent energy, confined within her heart, collided against the walls of her being, and if this condition persisted, it would inevitably scorch her heart's core, should she fail to alleviate the blockage soon. This female warrior risked being consumed by her own martial energy, severing her life force. Liang Shui and Cheng Zhun had journeyed here, likely in pursuit of a superior-grade golden elixir from the Qingqing sect, intended to clear Cheng Zhun's meridians. As they walked, Liang Shui conversed boisterously with Lin Cuo, engaging in a lively exchange on various subjects. After securing 2 guest rooms in the quaint inn, Liang Shui and Lin Cuo finally parted ways. Lin Cuo and Huang Li ascended to the 2nd floor of the inn. The guest rooms were modest, featuring wooden beds and tables. Although somewhat worn, they were impeccably tidy. As Lin Cuo turned to close the door, he was met by the defiant gaze of Huang Li, who appeared to embrace death with unwavering resolve. Huang Li clutched her sleeve tightly, her almond-shaped eyes fixated on the young man in the azure robe, as she pressed herself against the wall. Dressed in a soft yellow garment, her chest rose and fell with palpable emotion. Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth, gesturing towards Huang Li, then lightly tapped the ground with his toes, saying, No need to think too much about it. You will sleep on the floor in this guest room. At this, Huang Li's eyes widened in surprise, and though she opened her mouth to speak, she dared not utter a word. Initially, Huang Li had intended to request a separate room for herself, for as an assassin from the Jaime Pavilion, she possessed a fair amount of worldly wealth. However, the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Merely preserving her life was a stroke of fortune, and she could not afford to defy Lin Cuo. Since the age of 16, having lived under the roof of others, Huang Li simply sat down on the ground, accepting her fate. Lin Cuo, feeling disinclined to utter a word, brewed himself a pot of tea. The tea leaves in the inn were nothing but the most ordinary wild camellia, lacking in flavor. Yet, Lin Cuo remained unfazed, finding joy in the simplicity. Huang Li, observing Lin Cuo, asked with a hint of concern, Could that couple of chivalrous wanderers be seeking you? Huang Li was not naive. Through 8 years of tumultuous experiences, she had become well acquainted with the treachery that permeated the martial world. Now, the entire Yuzhou was awash with rumors surrounding the green-robed swordsman, sweeping across the martial community, and even ordinary folk had heard whispers of his exploits. Lin Cuo strode boldly through the martial world, his reputation as the sword immortal in azure robes commanding great respect. With such prominence comes inevitable attention, attracting numerous wanderers of the martial realm. Lin Cuo gently sipped his tea, then cast a look of mild surprise at Huang Li. Huang Li, observing the incredulous expression on Lin Cuo's face, felt a surge of anger that made her chest heave, while her delicate brows knitted tightly together. Lin Cuo set down his teacup and chuckled. Do not worry, they are merely passers-by. That pair of wandering heroes is genuinely here for the golden elixir of the Qingqing sect. Upon hearing this, Huang Li furrowed her brow slightly. She had long been aware of the renowned golden elixir of the Qingqing sect that had made its mark in Yuzhou. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, Could it be that Liang Shui has some hidden ailment in his meridians? Lin Cuo raised his eyebrows slightly, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Huang Li. Stunned in place, Huang Li stared at Lin Cuo's astonished expression and, with a hint of amusement, retorted, What? Do I appear to you as nothing more than a fool? Lin Cuo remained silent, quietly sipping his tea, as if responding without words. Huang Li felt her temples throb with frustration, yet found herself utterly powerless against Lin Cuo. Forced to swallow her indignation, Lin Cuo casually remarked, You are half correct. She is Liang Shui's companion, Cheng Zhun. Her vital energy is stagnated, and her meridians are obstructed, which has now adversely affected her heart's pathways. Huangli nodded in realization, understanding why they had hurriedly traveled to this place in search of the golden elixir of the Qingqing sect. With a hint of confusion, Huangli inquired, "Given your martial prowess, wouldn't it be a mere trifle for you to clear Chengzhen's meridians?" Lin Cuo nodded gently and remarked, "Chengzhen merely seeks the essence of the realm. Even a master at the golden body stage would find it a trivial task to assist her in unblocking her meridians." At this, Huangli became increasingly perplexed and inquired with curiosity, "Then why do you not extend your hand to aid Chengzhen in clearing her meridians?" Lin Cuo, with an expression of indifference, countered, "Why should I assist them?" He had long become accustomed to the cycles of life and death within the martial world, having witnessed countless betrayals and deceptions. It was evident to him that a master of the martial arts at the upper three realms held an esteemed status wherever he roamed, exuding an imposing aura. It would be indeed strange for a chance encounter with such a master to result in him voluntarily aiding a martial artist in search of enlightenment, relinquishing his own distinguished position. Yet, the individual before him was, after all, him. Huangli rested her chin on one hand, murmuring, "It is truly remarkable that someone like you has refrained from taking action." Lin Cuo, filled with curiosity, pushed aside his teacup and turned to Huangli, inquiring, "What kind of person am I?" Huangli raised her head and casually replied, "I just feel. You do not resemble a sword immortal of the upper three realms." Throughout the years, Huangli had encountered numerous warriors from the upper three realms, most of whom exuded an imposing presence, with an air of superiority, regarding those from the lower three realms as mere ants, akin to the likes of Shangguanyabe. Of course, there were a few martial masters from the upper three realms who were calm and tolerant. Yet, even these masters harbored an inherent pride, viewing ordinary mortals with a sense of pity. However, the man before her, clad in a blue robe, was strikingly different. A sword immortal at the threshold of the profound divine realm, he exhibited no trace of arrogance, appearing no different from an ordinary mortal. At times, Huangli found herself momentarily lost in thought, perceiving the blue-robed man as someone devoid of martial prowess. Yet, paradoxically, this very individual could effortlessly compel 5 golden body realm masters to retreat from the circuitous city with a mere stroke of his sword. Lin Cuo appeared dissatisfied with Huang Li's response, continuing to fixate on her without diverting his gaze. Huang Li felt uneasy under his scrutiny and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly articulated, "You seem to be akin to mere mortals." Lin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and retorted, "Are they not of the same ilk?" Huang Li instinctively sought to counter his assertion, blurting out, "Ordinary mortals and martial arts masters are, of course." Yet, as the words escaped her lips, she found herself frozen in place, struck by an unexpected realization. Lin Cuo continued to gaze at the aureole with a gentle smile. The aureole furrowed its brow, as an exceedingly peculiar question suddenly surfaced in its mind. Are martial arts masters and ordinary mortals not of the same kind? Lin Cuo seemed to be in a state of self-reflection as he spoke. Is it true that merely cultivating a breath of true energy renders one less than human? After uttering this, Lin Cuo rose slowly, sighed deeply, his expression steeped in melancholy, murmuring to himself, "It is but a mere fraction of strength that I have attained. I have yet to ascend to immortality, yet I dare to regard myself as such, looking upon mortals and beasts alike with disdain. How utterly laughable, how profoundly tragic." It appeared that the entire martial world had overlooked a singular truth, the subtle shifts of the human heart. In the present day, the martial realm is devoid of genuine humanity. Chapter 31. The Qingqing Sect and the Beast Drum. Qingqing Mountain. Qingqing Mountain is divided into the front and back peaks, surrounded by undulating summits, lush and verdant with dense forests, earning the illustrious title of the most serene place under heaven. The entire mountain is perpetually green, with its peaks resembling fortifications. Countless heroes of the martial world congregate at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, where thousands strive to ascend the myriad levels. Atop Qingqing Mountain resides the Qingqing Sect, a renowned alchemical lineage in Yuzhou, celebrated for its esteemed golden elixirs. On the front peak of Qingqing Mountain stands a colossal beast drum, imposing in its grandeur, adorned with countless carvings of birds and beasts upon its drumskin. The surface depicts an array of rare and exotic creatures, their fangs bared as if poised to burst forth at any moment. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Qingqing sect once traversed the world, capturing 100 ferocious beasts with his bare hands, taking their pelts. And within the sacred grounds of Ming Mountain, forged one of the sect's treasured relics, the beast drum. This drum, when struck by a martial artist, resonates with the might of a single beast. Strike it 10 times, and it echoes the power of 10 ferocious creatures. The effects stack, escalating up to 100 strikes. Every 5 years, the Qingcheng sect places the beast drum atop the front peak, inviting martial practitioners from across the realm to ascend and strike the drum. Should one manage to strike it 100 times, not only would they gain renown throughout Yuzhou, but they would also be rewarded with a premium golden elixir crafted by the Qingcheng sect. Within the inn, Lin Cuo pushed open the window of the guest room and raised his gaze to behold the verdant mountains in the distance, which were none other than the renowned Qingcheng Mountain, famous throughout Yuzhou. Even from afar, one could discern the throngs of people bustling about the slopes of Qingcheng Mountain, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. Lin Cuo glanced at the Oriole beside him and casually inquired, "What do you know about the Qingcheng sect?" The Oriole leaned closer to the window, gazing at the distant, undulating green mountains. After a moment of contemplation, it replied, "It is one of the 4 sacred mountains of Taoism. It is said that the founder of the Qingcheng sect has significant connections with the ancestral home of Taoism, Ming Mountain. The alchemical practices that have been passed down through the Qingcheng sect are said to have originated from one of the branches at Ming Mountain." Lin Cuo gently nodded, then raised his chin, pointing to the massive beast drum atop the mountain, inquiring with curiosity, "Is there truly the might of 100 beasts within?" Huang Li shook his head and replied, "I have never struck it, but it is said to possess such power." At this juncture, Huang Li suddenly recalled something and exclaimed with excitement. It is said that one of the current 4 Grand Masters, the true young martial saint, before he even stepped into the upper 3 realms, struck the drum a remarkable 120 times, astonishing the martial world. Upon hearing the name of the true young martial saint, Lin Cuo visibly paused, murmuring to himself, "The true young martial saint actually struck the drum here." Huang Li regarded Lin Cuo with a puzzled expression, questioning, "Haven't you heard these tales from the martial world?" As a sword immortal on the cusp of the transcendent god realm, one would expect a master of such caliber to be well acquainted with numerous legends of the martial world. Yet, why does it seem that Lin Cuo has never heard of the Qingcheng sect, nor even the rumor of the true young martial saint striking the drum 120 times? Lin Cuo merely chuckled dryly at Huang Li's inquiry, offering no response. Lin Cuo rubbed his temples, recalling the time when he had sealed his meridians and, employing the secret techniques of the enclosed city, had forgotten all his martial arts, along with a portion of his memories, which had fallen into a deep slumber. As for the Qingcheng sect, Lin Cuo sighed, unable to remember any further. Just then, a knock echoed on his door. "Lin, my brother, shall we head to Qingcheng Mountain to drum?" came the cheerful voice of Liang Shuyi. Lin Cuo turned and opened the door, where Liang Shuyi and Cheng Zhan were already armed, each wielding their respective weapons, appearing fully prepared for action. Upon seeing Lin Cuo's arrival, Liang Shuyi boldly inquired, "Are we ready to depart, Brother Lin?" Lin Cuo smiled and nodded, saying, "Let us join the festivities." Upon hearing his words, Huang Li silently followed in his wake. Liang Shuyi and Lin Cuo strode ahead, engaged in light-hearted banter, while Cheng Zhan deliberately slowed her pace to walk alongside Huang Li. Observing Lin Cuo and Liang Shuyi distance themselves, Cheng Zhan turned to Huang Li and quietly inquired, "Why do you wear such a troubled expression? Is your husband unkind to you?" At this, Huang Li jolted in surprise, turning her head in confusion. No, we are not married." Cheng Zhan, taken aback, replied, "I assumed you were inseparable, sharing the same room. I thought you were partners." Huang Li offered a bittersweet smile, remarking that it was a miracle Lin Cuo had not hastily dispatched her with a sword. Cheng Zhan, with a simple yet genuine smile, leaned closer to Huang Li and whispered, "My dear, I believe he possesses a commendable nature and is quite handsome, exuding an air of scholarly charm. If such a man traverses the martial world, should his prowess be further honed, countless women would undoubtedly be drawn to him. If your heart is inclined, do not hesitate to act." Huang Li's cheeks flushed slightly, her curiosity piqued by Cheng Zhan's earnest words. "Sister Cheng, how can you ascertain his noble character when you have scarcely exchanged words with him?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhan's demeanor brightened instantly, her smile widening as she pointed toward Liang Shuyi. "Because he is the finest man in the world, and I trust my man's judgment." The woman, gripping her sword, whose life was precariously hanging by a thread, gazed upon the cheerful Liang Shuyi ahead, her eyes shimmering with unmasked pride. Liang Shuyi is the greatest man in existence. I, Cheng Zhan, am indeed fortunate, for the finest Liang Shuyi belongs to me. Huang Li, captivated by the brilliance in Cheng Zhan's eyes, found herself momentarily lost in thought. Cheng Zhan rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, lifting her gaze toward the distant Qingqing Mountain, her eyes drifting upward to the grand beast drum. Huang Li, however, discerned the profound longing concealed within Cheng Zhan's gaze. She recalled Lin Cuo's candid words about Cheng Zhan's stagnated meridians, her martial energy trapped within, threatening to backfire on her heart. Without timely intervention, her fate would be sealed. The poised Qingzhen fixed her gaze on the unassuming figure ahead, Liang Shuyi, who, though merely of average stature and possessing only half a step into the realm of energy, appeared robust. Yet, in the eyes of the one she cherished, he was unparalleled. A true hero of the highest order. Ahead, Liang Shuyi and Lin Cuo were engrossed in cheerful conversation. Lin Cuo learned that the man wielding the tiger-headed knife, accompanied by the woman Cheng Zhan, had traversed nearly all of Yuzhou in just 6 months. Liang Shuyi did not conceal the truth from Lin Cuo, candidly admitting, in these 6 months, despite journeying through Yuzhou with Cheng Zhan, I have yet to clear her meridians. Lin Cuo inquired with curiosity, is it truly the case that you have not encountered a master of the golden body realm? Liang Shuyi smiled bitterly, casting a silent glance at Cheng Zhan before softly replying, it is not that we have not ventured into various sects, but rather that we often cannot even gain entry through their gates. How could we possibly meet the ancestral masters and heads of those sects in person? With that, Liang Shuyi bowed his head, his expression tinged with sorrow. I fear I might invite your ridicule, Brother Lin, but in Baozhou City, we did happen upon a wandering master of the golden body realm. Chapter 32. The Baoxian Cave Heaven. This golden body realm master stipulated that should one wish for his assistance, a tribute of 100 taels of gold was required. Liang Shuyi gestured toward the ancestral tiger head blade behind him, saying, at that moment, I offered this treasured ancestral blade, yet he did not even spare it a glance, casting it aside and instructing us to depart. Cheng Zhan, discerning the man's intent to make things difficult, promptly led me away. After a brief pause, Liang Shuyi quickened his pace, ensuring Cheng Zhan had not overheard, then with a sheepish smile confessed, in truth, Cheng Zhan is unaware that I later sought out that golden body realm master once more, kneeling before him for an entire night. I held aloft this ancestral blade, kneeling the whole night, pleading for his aid, willingly offering myself as his death warrior. He scratched his face, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he lamented, regrettably. I did not even catch a glimpse of his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Cuo fell silent. He then quietly glanced at Cheng Zhan behind him and inquired, why did you not inform her? Liang Shuyi straightened his back and replied with a jovial smile, no, if she were to discover my lack of resolve, it would surely sadden her. Lin's gaze was shrouded in obscurity as he gestured towards the distant Qingqing Mountain and inquired, so, this time you seek the golden elixir of the Qingqing sect? Liang Shuyi nodded affirmatively, responding cheerfully, indeed. Lin Cuo shook his head slightly and remarked, to strike the drum 100 times, one must possess the cultivation of a half-step golden body realm. Liang Shuyi, brimming with vitality, responded with a hearty laugh. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply break these 2 arms. Lin Cuo shook his head, bluntly stating that even if one were to break their arm, they could not strike the drum 100 times. Liang Shuyi then gently patted Lin Cuo on the shoulder, chuckling amiably, it's all right. If we truly cannot acquire that golden elixir, I shall accompany her instead. I have heard that the Fengdu underworld is quite terrifying. She is timid, and I cannot bear to let her venture alone. Lin Cuo was momentarily lost in thought as she turned to gaze at the cheerful man. Liang Shuyi wore a broad smile on his face, his demeanor untroubled, as if he were discussing something of utmost certainty. As they journeyed northward, they encountered an increasing number of martial artists, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, hundreds, if not thousands, of warriors had gathered, and the mountain path was bustling with those ascending the heights. Lin Cuo shielded his eyes from the sun with his palm and cast his gaze upward towards Qingqing Mountain, where he could faintly discern the imposing beast drum. Lin Cuo, however, did not rush to ascend the mountain. Instead, he leisurely strolled at the foot of the hill with great interest. Liang Shuyi clasped his fists towards Lin Cuo and said, Brother Lin, Cheng Zhan and I will await you at the summit. Lin Cuo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled. saying, "I wish you, Brother Liang, the fulfillment of your aspirations." Liang Shi beamed with joy, vigorously shaking his palm in response, exclaiming, "Thanks to your auspicious words." After this exchange, Liang Shi parted ways with Lin Cuo and ascended the mountain hand in hand with Chengzhen, while Lin Cuo and Huang Li leisurely strolled below. Following closely behind Lin Cuo, Huang Li hesitated before speaking. "Do you truly believe they can acquire the superior golden elixir of the Qingqing sect?" Lin Cuo merely shook his head gently and replied calmly, "It is absolutely impossible." Huang Li slightly furrowed her willow-like brows and inquired, "Then why do you not take action to clear Chengzhen's meridians?" Lin Quota did not turn his head, but retorted, "Why should I take action?" Throughout the journey, he had endured in silence, much like a timid oriole. At this moment, however, the oriole felt a surge of indignation, her brows furrowing as she remarked, "What distinguishes you from those unfeeling masters?" As soon as these words were uttered, Lin Quotu halted his steps, then slowly turned to gaze at the oriole behind him. Lin's gaze was as cold as a secluded pond, yet Huang Li, despite being immensely anxious, astonishingly did not retreat. Instead, she bravely met Lin's eyes. With gritted teeth and an expression of indignation, she stared at the young man in the azure robe before her. If it came to it, she would face the possibility of being slain by his sword. After all, the journey thus far had already filled her with trepidation. Lin Cuo, however, did not dwell on the audacity of the oriole. He merely cast a fleeting glance at it before turning away. The oriole continued to silently trail behind Lin Cuo. Remaining utterly speechless, Lin Cuo wandered leisurely at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, which now bustled with life. In addition to the martial artists from various regions of Yuzhou, numerous ordinary families had come to witness the grand spectacle that occurs once every 5 years. A handful of enterprising vendors had set up stalls at the base of the mountain, peddling fruits and delicacies. Furthermore, a dozen or so Taoist priests were present, ensuring order amidst the lively scene. Lin Cuo appeared to be in high spirits, even indulging in a variety of fresh fruits purchased from a vendor at the foot of the mountain, relishing every bite. In contrast, Huang Li trailed silently behind, her gaze imbued with a lingering melancholy. After exploring the base of Qingqing Mountain, Lin Cuo reluctantly took his leave. Qingqing Mountain is divided into the front and back ranges. The front range is adorned with myriad red steps leading upward, where one can find the Laojun Pavilion, Moon City Lake, Tianshi Cave, Shangqing Palace, Wudong Heaven, culminating at the summit in the ancestral hall of the Qingqing sect. The back range, however, remains inaccessible to the public. It is a realm of verdant waters and secluded woods, soaring high and steep, chilling in winter and refreshingly cool in summer, showcasing an unparalleled beauty. Lin Cuo led Huang Li on a circuitous path around Qingqing Mountain, ultimately arriving at the foot of the rear slope. Although Huang Li was filled with curiosity, she nonetheless followed Lin Cuo to a perilous mountain trail. Lin Cuo chuckled and remarked, "The front mountain is overcrowded. Traversing the rear mountain is considerably more convenient." Huang Li hesitated for a moment and cautiously suggested, "It seems that the back of Qingqing Mountain is not open to the public." To everyone's surprise, the man clad in a blue robe brazenly replied, "How would I know?" With that, Lin Cuo deftly propelled himself upward, leaping along the treacherous mountain path. Huang Li, a martial artist at the pinnacle of his realm, navigated the perilous peaks with ease. On the back of Qingqing Mountain, 2 figures, one in blue and the other in yellow, danced gracefully between the steep cliffs. Mist swirled around them, and a rustic wooden bridge hung precariously between the 2 towering summits, barely visible amidst the clouds. Huang Li paused at the bridge's edge, gazing down at the sea of white clouds below, a scene both dreamlike and ethereal. Lin Cuo did not traverse the bridge. Instead, he abruptly veered to one side, following a narrow, winding path that ascended gracefully. As he parted the clouds in search of ancient trails and walked several hundred steps, he was suddenly greeted by a breathtaking vista. Towering cliffs rose steeply, revealing a magnificent cavern, the famed Baoxian Cave of Duqiao Mountain, one of the 36 minor paradises of the world. Huang Li, taken aback, gazed in disbelief at the wondrous sight of Baoxian Cave before him. Lin Cuo, lost in thought, murmured to himself, "Indeed, it is as I suspected." The reason for his utter lack of recollection regarding Qingqing Mountain, one of the 4 renowned Taoist mountains in the world, and his complete oblivion towards the Qingqing school, was not due to an absence of connection with the mountain. Quite the contrary, his ignorance stemmed from a significant past entanglement with Qingqing Mountain. It seemed that, through the means of surrounding the city to deceive the heavens, he had inadvertently erased all memories associated with it. Now, standing before the Baoxian cave, one of the 36 small heavenly caverns, the memories that had lain dormant in the depths of his heart began to resurface gradually. Chapter 33. The world has changed. Lin Cuo paused for a long time before the Baoxian cave heaven, yet he hesitated to step inside. The mountain wind howled, and his garments grew increasingly damp. Lin Cuo's gaze was intricate, his thoughts entangled like countless threads within his chest. It was not until Lin Cuo regained his composure that he strode directly into the Baoxian cave heaven before him. Inside the cave, the walls stood smooth and cold, exuding an air of chilling stillness. To one side of the cave were 3,000 stalactite peaks, forming a forest of stone that, at sunset, would glitter with golden radiance, the light shimmering endlessly. Yet, within the Baoxian cave heaven at this moment, there was nothing to be found. On the stone walls of the cave, 3 phrases of Taoist wisdom were inscribed in succession, each corresponding to the 3 levels of the Qingqing sect. Harmony in guarding leads to transformation. Transformation leads to unity. Unity returns to the void. At the very top of the cave, in a powerful script, was etched the phrase, "Gather the essence of heaven and earth to replenish my own essence. Gather the spirit of heaven and earth to replenish my own spirit." At that moment, a young Taoist, hearing the commotion, emerged from a side cavern. Lin Cuo slightly tilted his head, locking eyes with the young Taoist priest. The young priest gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle, rendered momentarily speechless. However, before Lin Cuo could utter a word, the priest appeared to recollect something. Promptly adjusting his robe, and then respectfully performed a Taoist bow. In a solemn tone, he addressed, "This humble Taoist, Li Zhang, pays his respects to Senior Lin." Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" The Taoist priest, Li Zhang, once again bowed deeply and softly replied, "Before Master ascended, he entrusted me with the knowledge that the next person to step into the Baoxian cave would be you, Senior Lin, once the greatest in the world." Upon hearing these words, Lin Cuo's eyes dimmed, and he fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, Lin Cuo slowly asked, "When did Senior Ziyang ascend? Is it truly him?" At the moment Lin Cuo uttered his master's Taoist name, Li Zhang felt a jolt of recognition. Could this person indeed be the one spoken of by his master? Suppressing his astonishment, Li Zhang gently responded, "Master ascended on the 32nd year of the Yuan calendar, during the beginning of spring. Ziyang Taoist, the former leader of the Qingqing sect, departed this world in the 32nd year of the Yuan calendar. A decade ago, a young warrior with a head full of white hair, accompanied by an elderly Taoist, also with hair as white as snow and an ethereal demeanor, shared laughter and conversation within this Baoxian cave for several days." Lin Cuo appeared lost in thought, as if the world around him had irrevocably changed. At this moment, Li Zhang's mind was a chaotic muddle, particularly after Lin Cuo had explicitly acknowledged the title of Senior Lin. Only then did Li Zhang become convinced that the person before him was indeed the one whom the Ziyang Taoist had instructed him to await before departing from this realm. The preeminent figure of the world. Initially, Li Zhang believed he would never encounter that unparalleled individual again, especially after the latter had perished in a failed tribulation on Ming Mountain 3 years following the Ziyang Taoist's passing, his soul scattered to the winds. Yet now, someone had once more ventured into the Baoxian cave heaven. Moreover, this person had almost personally affirmed that he was indeed the one from long ago. Li Zhang struggled to maintain a facade of composure, but his heart, a vessel of Tao, was already tumultuous. Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through him, prompting him to speak. "Senior Lin, before Master ascended, he entrusted me with a message to convey to you, should you return to the Baoxian cave heaven." Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, then softly inquired, "What did Senior Ziyang say?" Clad in a simple Taoist robe, Li Zhang's expression grew solemn as he gravely replied, "To achieve without boasting, to act without admonition, and to refrain from holding past grievances." The words left by the Ziyang Taoist, who hailed from the Taoist sect. To the white-haired warrior upon his ascension were unexpectedly steeped in Confucian wisdom. Li Zhang had initially believed that the profound truths imparted by his master, the Ziyang Taoist, would never find an opportunity for him to convey. Yet, to his astonishment, 8 years later, he found himself relaying them in person. The moment the words escaped his lips, The celestial mechanisms of the Dantian realm became tumultuous, as if the entire Baoxian Dantian were teetering on the brink of oblivion, quaking incessantly, with heaven and earth in disarray. Li Zhang's countenance shifted dramatically, his astonishment palpable as he swayed unsteadily. Before he could regain his footing, the illusory void flickered and vanished, restoring tranquility to the Baoxian Dantian. In but an instant, the realm had experienced this tumultuous upheaval and returned to its ordinary state. Not far away, Lin Cuo, donned in a blue robe, appeared despondent, yet merely nodded subtly. Li Zhang widened his eyes, gazing at the figure in the blue robe. The extraordinary phenomenon that had just transpired in the Baoxian Dantian was indeed a result of Lin Cuo's mental disturbance. Could a single thought truly influence the entire Dantian? What level of cultivation could enable one to cause such an upheaval in the realm merely through a fleeting thought? According to the legends circulating in the martial world, the one hailed as the world's foremost expert had, in the 35th year of the Yuan calendar, met with failure while transcending tribulation atop Taming Mountain. His soul shattered beneath the thunderous calamity, completely dissipating into the cosmos. Yet at this moment, Li Zhang was left in a daze, pondering if this once great figure had not truly failed, but had indeed succeeded in transcending and becoming a celestial being atop Taming Mountain. Lin Cuo shook his head with a bitter smile, murmuring to himself, having committed countless mistakes, is it truly possible to be absolved of past transgressions? Simultaneously, memories flooded his mind, and a single strand of his youthful hair gradually turned snow white. The recollections of his time in Qingqing Mountain, along with the secrets of the Qingsheng Jade Chamber, surged into his consciousness. Lin Cuo, clad in a green robe, moved gracefully, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. With a single hand extended towards the entrance of the Baoxian cave, he reached out, summoning a surge of azure energy that soared from Qingqing Mountain, spiraling towards the heavens like a celestial dragon. This azure essence then cascaded downwards, deftly guided by his hand into the Baoxian cave. The cerulean energy flowed into the cave's entrance, surging forth towards the stalactite forest. As the azure energy enveloped the area, the stalactite forest shimmered brilliantly, appearing as translucent and resplendent as jade. Lin Cuo clasped his hands together and softly spoke. The ethereal fortunes that once wafted from Qingqing Mountain have now been wholly gathered here. The fortunes of Qingqing Mountain have waned significantly. The Qingqing sect is beginning to exhibit signs of a generational gap. Ever since the passing of Master Ziyang, no one has been able to perfect the Qingqing Jade Room technique. The mountain's fortunes have dissipated year after year, yet there seems to be no remedy. Although Li Zhang has devoted several years to cultivation in the Baoxian cave, striving earnestly, he remains far from achieving the realm of perfection. Lin Cuo gathered all the ethereal energy of Qingqing Mountain and concentrated it into a singular essence, which he then bestowed upon the Baoxian cave heaven. This newly consolidated energy would afford the Qingsheng sect a decade of respite, during which they need not worry about dissipating fortunes, but rather could devote themselves to the Qingsheng Yufang technique and the cultivation of the Tao. Li Zhang, with utmost reverence, performed a Taoist bow and sincerely expressed, I, Li Zhang, the 27th generation leader of the Qingsheng sect and disciple of the Ziyang Taoist, extend my heartfelt gratitude to Senior Lin. On the front mountain of Qingqing, a colossal beast drum towered at the summit, surrounded by 20 Qingqing sect Taoists. Upon a zetan wood table lay several exquisite golden elixirs, the sight of which would make even the martial artists of Yuzhou green with envy. Bang! A figure struck the drum with both fists, the resounding echoes reverberating through the mountains, relentless and grand. Chapter 34. The drumbeat bang, bang, bang. 3 resonant drum beats intertwined, echoing across the sky. Before the beast drum stood a bare-chested martial artist, who struck the drum a staggering 43 times. His complexion was ashen, and a surge of martial energy coalesced around his fists, his legs firmly anchored to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, he was still rebuffed by the drum's counterforce, his body flying backward. Witnessing this scene, shouts arose from the Qingqing Mountain, a cacophony of lament and mockery. The bare-chested martial artist, rising to his feet, gazed at the beast drum, shaking his head vehemently, followed by a deep sigh. Each strike of the drum summoned the power of a beast, layering upon itself until the 100th strike. Martial artists of the bone strength realm could manage no more than 10 strikes, while those of the intent-seeking realm might reach between 30 to 50, but never exceed 50. Martial artists of the Qi and Harmony realm could strike upwards of 80. Only those on the brink of the Golden Body realm, stepping into the upper 3 realms, could achieve a full 100 strikes. As the strikes progressed, the cumulative power intensified, and the recoil became increasingly fierce. The bare-chested martial artist had managed 43 strikes, indicating he was a proficient practitioner of the late intent-seeking stage. Following him, 2 to 3 dozen martial artists ascended the summit to strike the great drum. Among them, the one who struck the most achieved only 86 strikes. Most were merely aspiring warriors, not even close to the threshold of the Qi and Harmony realm, harboring no illusions about the golden elixir. Then, a robust figure, carrying a pear blossom axe on his back, leapt onto the peak, his stature resembling a small mountain, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. He removed the pear blossom axe and casually set it aside. His solid form stood like an immovable rock, his skin faintly glimmering with a deep yellow hue. And a torrent of vigorous, true energy coursed through him, echoing like a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl within his dantian. With a mighty shout, the robust man pounded his fist against the beast drum, producing a thunderous sound. The surrounding Taoists of the Qingsheng sect exchanged glances, recognizing him as a half-step golden body practitioner. With a single surge, a cascade of drumbeats erupted, dense as rain. By the time the 91st beat resounded, it showed no signs of stopping. 4 Taoists floated down to stabilize the elevated platform, while below, thousands of eager martial artists fixated on the beast drum, their gazes aflame with anticipation. As the robust man's face flushed and his blood surged, he felt as though his fists were imbued with molten iron, weighing 1,000 pounds. "Open for me," he bellowed, raising his fists high above his head before crashing them down with tremendous force. 100. The 100th drumbeat resonated through the mountains, accompanied by the fervent roars and cheers of martial artists, igniting a fervor across Qingsheng Mountain. At last, the robust man could no longer maintain his stance. Staggering backward as his energy surged, a Taoist from the Qingsheng sect gracefully appeared behind him, supporting his back to prevent him from falling, and smiled. "Congratulations, my friend. You have successfully struck the drum 100 times." From within his sleeve, he produced a high-quality golden elixir. Under the watchful eyes of countless eager spectators, the robust man seized the golden elixir in one hand, while raising the pear blossom axe high with the other. "I am Dong Qingtang, heir of the Dong family's pear blossom axe." His name reverberated throughout Qingsheng Mountain, and soon it would echo through Yuzhou as well. Striking the drum 100 times at Qingsheng Mountain, the Qingsheng sect acquired a high-quality golden elixir. Every 5 years, those who claimed a golden elixir from Qingsheng Mountain would gain considerable renown within the martial world. Below the drum, Liang Shui, brandishing a tiger-headed broadsword, fixated intently on the golden elixirs laid out upon the Zetan wood table. Just as he prepared to step forward, his arm was grasped by Cheng Zhen. With a worried expression, she whispered, "If it doesn't go well, don't force it." Liang Shui gently patted her hand and replied softly, "I understand." This not particularly tall man donned an honest smile, his demeanor gentle as he freed his arm and leapt forward to stand before the beast drum. Following Dong Qingtang, another martial artist wielding a tiger-headed broadsword ascended, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Liang Shui took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment as he stood before the beast drum. A half-step Qi and Harmony realm practitioner, he rubbed his palms together, his gaze resolute, showing no signs of fear. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the flow of true energy within him, and when it coursed through his entire being, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With his fist thrust forward, the beast drum erupted in sound, akin to a ferocious beast charging forth, the reverberation coursing through his body, causing him to stagger slightly before he steadied himself. The Taoists of the Qingsheng sect exchanged knowing glances, gently shaking their heads. Only a half-step golden body practitioner could hope to strike the drum 100 times. Even a fully realized practitioner of the Qi and Harmony realm would achieve no more than 90 strikes. For 300 years, there had been but one exception. 80 years ago, an inconspicuous young martial artist ascended the mountain to challenge the drum. At that time, no one believed he could strike it 100 times. Even the Taoists present thought 80 would be his limit. Yet, this young martial artist, at the peak of the Qi and Harmony realm, astonished the world by striking it 120 times, leaving all in awe. This remarkable feat soon spread far and wide, and the martial world came to know of a prodigious talent emerging. With an unstoppable momentum, he entered the martial realm, quickly gaining fame. 50 years later, that young martial artist was no longer young, yet his name had become legendary. One of the four great masters of the current age. A practitioner of the Tianxing realm, the true Sun martial saint. It was this esteemed master who, upon entering the martial world, had struck the beast drum 120 times. Bang! Another resounding thump shook the beast drum once more. 31. The middle-aged Taoist from the Qingqing sect silently counted the strikes. At this moment, Liang Shui had struck the drum a total of 31 times. Cheng Jin stood nearby, her expression tense as she watched the man on the platform. Liang Shui seemed to sense her presence. He turned slightly and flashed her a smile before continuing his relentless assault. Bang! 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 The drum echoed 20 more times across Ming Mountain, though the momentum was hardly fierce. 51. He must be nearing his limit, the middle-aged Taoist murmured to himself. 50 strikes represented the pinnacle of seeking enlightenment. This robust man was at the threshold of the Qi realm and could endure perhaps a few more sounds, but certainly not beyond the count of 2 hands. Chapter 35. Descending the mountain with you. It was deep autumn, and the mountain winds were biting. Yet, at this moment, Liang Shui's back was soaked in sweat. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and he had scarcely any martial energy left. Drawing in deep breaths, he stomped heavily with one foot, swung his arms, and delivered another punch to the drum. Bang! Although the sound resounded, one could faintly discern the exhaustion behind it. Forcing himself to summon one last breath of martial energy, he held his breath and struck 10 more times. 61. The beast drum had been struck 61 times. The middle-aged Taoist silently averted his gaze, no longer watching the immobile Liang Shui, and instead looked toward the crowd below the platform, speculating on who would be the next to strike the drum. The current drummer had exhausted his strength and could no longer sound the beast drum. Just then, a dull thud echoed once more. Bang! The middle-aged Taoist was momentarily astonished. Turning back to the platform, the drummer, seemingly spent, had somehow mustered the strength for yet another punch. Before the beast drum, Liang Shui swayed violently, feeling an immense force in his arms that nearly toppled him from the platform. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to maintain his stance. His right arm had gone numb, and his martial energy was all but depleted. Yet, Liang Shui's gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. The resounding drumbeats continued. The middle-aged Taoist was suddenly alarmed, gazing in disbelief at the beast drum. Not just him. The martial artists present also held their breath, intently focused on the drummer on the platform. It was not until the 73rd beat that Liang Shui suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, followed by blood streaming from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His internal organs felt as if they had been violently displaced by the reverberations of the beast drum, creating a scene of chaos within his body. The middle-aged Taoist was horrified, shouting, "Stop!" Quickly, 6 Taoists from the Qingqing sect leapt down, encircling Liang Shui, yet none dared to intervene in his strikes. At this moment, Liang Shui's blood surged fiercely. Any misstep could shatter his meridians and destroy his internal organs. The expressions of the martial artists varied. The half-step golden body realm practitioner, Dong Qingtiao, furrowed his brow, bewildered as he watched the man on the platform. Was he truly willing to sacrifice his life? Without uttering a word, the man continued to strike, until a resounding bang echoed. Liang Shui's arms shattered under the impact, twisting grotesquely before he was sent flying. 81 strikes. The Taoists from the Qingqing sect acted swiftly, catching Liang Shui with a cloud-like maneuver. The middle-aged Taoist's face turned ashen. He was truly willing to risk it all. Liang Shui, devoid of consciousness, lay on the ground, his arms shattered, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, half of his meridians severed, and his internal organs damaged. Resembling a bloodied figure, Cheng Jun stood frozen beside him, her expression vacant. Yet, unexpectedly, moments later, she regained her composure. This woman did not weep. Not a single tear fell. Instead, she gently lifted the bloodied man, allowing Liang Shui to lean against her shoulder, her movements tender and deliberate. "Let us go home," Cheng Jun said softly as she carried Liang Shui down the mountain, her steps unsteady. On the back mountain of Qingqing, Huangli had been waiting anxiously outside the Baoxian cave for quite some time. During this period, he witnessed a stream of azure Taoist energy traverse the mountain ridges, heading straight into the cave. Such a breathtaking spectacle left him utterly astonished. As Lin Cuo emerged from the cave, Li could not help but ask, "Was that Azure Taoist energy you're doing?" Lin Cuo appeared reluctant to elaborate, merely gesturing dismissively with his hand. Observing Lin Cuo's demeanor, Li could only obediently seal his lips, understanding the unspoken cue and silently trailing behind Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo gazed into the distance, where the rhythmic sound of drums echoed. He softly inquired, "Has anyone beaten the drums 100 times?" The Oriole discreetly lifted her gaze to Lin Cuo and gently replied, "Indeed, a martial artist at the semi-golden body realm has struck the drums 100 times and claimed the golden elixir." Lin Cuo merely nodded lightly and then casually inquired, "If it were you beating the drum, would you be able to discern 100 drumbeats?" After pondering for a moment, Li gently shook her head and candidly replied, "I fear not. Perhaps I could only manage around 90 sounds." Lin Cuo shook his head in disappointment, embodying the expression of one who laments unfulfilled potential. Li let out a cold laugh, speaking with a tone laced with sarcasm. "I certainly cannot compare to the great sword immortal Lin." Paying no heed to Li's mockery, Lin Cuo turned away and began to depart. Noticing Lin Cuo's lack of intention to continue ascending the mountain, Li, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are we not going up the mountain?" Lin Cuo gently shook his head and sighed, saying, "No. I have already met the person I was meant to see. There is no further purpose in visiting the Qingqing sect." Li nodded repeatedly, expressing his complete agreement. Lin Cuo then chuckled softly, raising his hand to gesture towards the foot of the mountain, and remarked, "Moreover, esteemed guests have been waiting for quite some time. It would be rather impolite not to attend to them." Upon hearing this, Li suddenly looked up, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she tentatively inquired, "Are they assassins from the Shangwan family, or renowned martial artists drawn by reputation?" In the present day, rumors of the Qing Shan sword immortal have spread like wildfire throughout the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, attracting numerous skilled practitioners eager to meet this elusive swordsman hidden within the region. Lin Cuo pondered for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "None of them quite resemble." Li, puzzled, inquired, "Then who is it?" Lin Cuo stroked his chin thoughtfully, exclaiming, "The system is stringent, and the atmosphere is imposing. Even from a distance, it exudes an air of nobility, likely indicative of someone from the capital." Li widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning, "Have the masters from the capital arrived so swiftly?" The reputation of the Qing Shan sword immortal has flourished. Yet the initial wave of admirers is not from the Jianghu of Yuzhou, but rather from the distant capital. Lin Cuo squinted his eyes, expressing his astonishment with a click of his tongue, and remarked with a smile, "Quite an impressive background. Indeed, with no shortage of skilled individuals, the grandeur is palpable." Li turned to Lin Cuo and then inquired, "So, what are your intentions?" Lin Cuo laughed heartily and remarked, "Of course, it is delivered right to our doorstep." Li slightly parted her lips, her willow-like brows knitting together, and her apricot-shaped eyes betraying a profound confusion as she inquired, "You are already aware that it is a trap, yet you still intend to go?" Upon hearing this, Li noticed the teasing glint in Lin Cuo's eyes, as if he were looking at a fool. Realizing this, her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Are you toying with me?" Lin Cuo gently tapped the Oriole's head, sighing, "Alas, what a pity." The Oriole brushed Lin Cuo's hand away and resolutely fell silent, uttering no further words. Lin Cuo shook his palm and chuckled, "There's no rush. Let them wait a little longer." Subsequently, Lin Cuo unexpectedly made his way to the long bridge that spanned between two mountains, lightly leaping onto the bridge's edge. Li, with a look of confusion, questioned, "Aren't we avoiding the mountains?" Lin Cuo did not turn back, casually stating that he had changed his mind and would make a trip to Qingqing sect to retrieve a few items. Li, although utterly perplexed by Lin Cuo's actions, could only silently follow behind him. Chapter 36. Loyalty. 20 miles from Qingqing Mountain, beneath the treacherous cliffs surrounded by mountains, more than a dozen men dressed in red, their true identities concealed, knelt in submission. These individuals, varying in duration of service and cultivation, were elite agents meticulously trained by the Taihe dynasty. Each one had deeply rooted connections within the Jianghu of Yuzhou for many years. The agents were directly under the command of Grand Eunuch Chun, who was in turn subordinate to His Majesty. Even Prince Yang, he could only mobilize a maximum of 16 agents. At present, Lin Cuo was within Qingqing Mountain but did not sound the alarm. Accompanying him was a woman, a top-tier assassin from Jaime Pavilion, codenamed Li. whose cultivation was at the peak of the Qi and Harmony realm. Prior to stepping onto Ming Mountain, Lin Cuo had interacted with two Jianghu figures. The 16 agents in red swiftly transmitted all intelligence regarding Lin Cuo without reservation. Before this group of agents stood a middle-aged man with a grave expression, a confidant personally placed in Yuzhou by Prince Yang He. Once the 16 agents reported their findings, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the agents scattered like shadows, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in an inn, Cheng Zhan placed the still unconscious Liang Shuyi on the bed, washing the blood from the man's body with warm water and applying crushed herbs evenly onto his two arms. Although Liang Shuyi had narrowly escaped death, both his arms were shattered, and his meridians were severely damaged, causing his martial arts prowess to plummet from half a step into the Qi and Harmony realm to that of the bone-strengthening realm. Cheng Zhan sat by the bed with a gentle expression, her eyes filled with tears as she quietly gazed at the man before her, who was not particularly handsome. Gently smoothing Liang Shuyi's brow with her fingers, Cheng Zhan whispered, "Fool." Aware that her time was limited, she felt unafraid of death. Yet she could not bear to part with Liang Shuyi. With a sudden crash, the door was violently pushed open from the outside, and three unwelcome guests barged into the room. Cheng Zhan instinctively turned her head, her right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of a nearby longsword. However, before she could draw her sword, one of the intruders swiftly pressed down on her wrist and seized the sword from her grasp. Immediately, Cheng Zhan turned to shield Liang Shuyi behind her, her left hand slowly reaching for the dagger concealed at her waist. "Miss Cheng need not be so alarmed. We bear no ill intentions," the leader, with narrowed eyes and a sly smile, signaled to one of his companions, who tossed the long sword back to Cheng Zhan. Catching the sword, Cheng Zhan remained vigilant, her gaze wary of the three intruders. The leader, a man in his 30s with elongated features and a smile, wore a jade ring on his thumb. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ning Cuo. I have come tonight with a request." Cheng Zhan's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "Might I inquire what request Lord Ning brings?" Ning Cuo did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled at the man behind Cheng Zhan, expressing admiration. "Master Liang's prowess in combat is indeed impressive, showcasing the true essence of manhood. I am genuinely in awe." Pausing briefly, Ning Cuo lamented, "It is a pity that Master Liang's arms have been broken in recoil. Even though he has narrowly escaped death, he will likely become a cripple. Such a loss is indeed regrettable." Cheng Zhan chose not to reply, her eyes scanning the three men before her. Though Ning Cuo possessed no martial prowess and appeared to be an ordinary person, the two attendants beside him exuded a robust aura, undoubtedly martial masters. The one who had seized her wrist had done so effortlessly, suggesting he was at the pinnacle of the Qi and Harmony realm. Ning Cuo slowly took a seat, smiling. "Miss Cheng need not be tense. We mean you no harm." Cheng Zhan subtly shifted her stance to block Ning Cuo's line of sight and said, "Lord Ning may speak freely." Ning Cuo chuckled, as expected of a Jianghu heroine. "Very well, I shall be direct." He pressed his palm against the table, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Miss Cheng, have you encountered a man in a blue robe named Lin Cuo?" Upon hearing Lin Cuo's name, Cheng Zhan's expression changed, and she cautiously inquired, "What is it regarding him?" Ning Cuo tapped the table with his fingers, calmly stating, "He is a disciple who has defected from our sect. We have been ordered to pursue him, and we hope Miss Cheng can lend us a hand." Cheng Zhan scoffed, "Lord Ning, which sect in Yuzhou do you represent? You do not seem like a person from the Jianghu, but rather more akin to a court official." Upon being exposed, Ning Cuo maintained his composure and replied evenly, "My origins are of little importance. What matters is whether Miss Cheng is willing to assist us." Before Cheng Zhan could respond, Ning Cuo produced a brocade box from his bosom and said, "Do not rush to answer, Miss Cheng. Master Liang is gravely injured, and I believe this item is precisely what he urgently needs." With that, Ning Cuo opened the brocade box, revealing a faint golden light emanating from it. It was a high-grade golden elixir from Qingqing sect. Seeing the elixir, Cheng Zhan momentarily lost her senses. This was the very elixir they had both sought, now laid before her. With Liang Shuyi's arms broken and his meridians shattered, even if he survived, he would be rendered a cripple. However, this elixir could mend his meridians and restore his vitality. Ning Cuo calmly stated, "What I ask of you is quite simple. All you need to do is lead Lin Cuo to southeast for 16 miles, and that is all." Cheng Zhan stood silently, contemplating her response. Ning Cuo rose slowly, his eyes turning cold as he threatened, Of course, Miss Chung may refuse, but the consequences will be severe. I believe we both wish to avoid such outcomes. In mere moments, he had combined both charm and intimidation, revealing his profound cunning. Suddenly, Chung Jun let out a light laugh, drawing her sword without hesitation. In disbelief, Ning Gohong watched as Chung Jun decisively sliced the brocade box in half, reducing the high-grade elixir to dust. Get out! Ning Gohong's expression darkened, fury igniting within him as he shouted, "Do you know what you are doing?" Of course I do. As martial artists traversing the Jianghu, we hold righteousness above all. This was a sentiment imparted by her man, and she knew that had Liang Shui been in her position, he would have acted likewise. Chung Jun glanced back at Liang Shui, her gaze tender as she smiled. I did not bring you shame, did I? Ning Gohong's eyes glinted with malice as he retorted. Then you shall meet your demise. The two martial attendants by Ning Gohong immediately sprang into action, their fingers poised to ensnare the oblivious Jianghu couple before them. Despite knowing she was outmatched, Chung Jun resolutely positioned herself in front of Liang Shui, ready to defend him. At that moment, a sudden voice resonated, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. No need for trouble, I have arrived. Ning Gohong's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine. The two attendants who had lunged forward suddenly crumpled to the floor, their heads severed by a single strike. A man clad in a blue robe sat with a cheerful demeanor at the table, two bloodied heads resting upon it. Chapter 37. The Ambush. Ning Gohong's expression changed dramatically as she fixated intently on the unexpectedly appearing figure of the man in the azure robe. Beside Lin Cuo, two bloodied severed heads rested upon the wooden table, belonging to the two attendants of Ning Gohong. The suddenness of the attack had gone entirely unnoticed by them, as they were swiftly decapitated by a single stroke. Ning Gohong instinctively staggered backward, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. Chung Jun exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Cuo? Lin Cuo's expression was gentle as he smiled and said, It is I. Ning Gohong suppressed the fear within her heart, incredulously exclaiming, Lin Cuo. How could you possibly be here? Lin Cuo seemed to have heard a jest, and then responded with a smile. Shouldn't it be you who questions why you are here? Ning Gohong's expression flickered several times. The intelligence had indicated that Lin Cuo was still on Ming Mountain. So why had he suddenly appeared here? Lin Cuo slightly raised an eyebrow, expressing curiosity. The capital's response is indeed swift, but I wonder whether it is the doing of Yang Yi or other princes. Ning Gohong's complexion darkened, and she remained silent, fixated intently on the young man in a blue robe before her, the renowned sword immortal of the Xianxin realm from Yuzhou, whose reputation had stirred considerable commotion. Lin Cuo cast a sidelong glance at the crushed golden elixir and scoffed. The Qingqing sect produces superior golden elixirs? What a grand display! Ning Gohong clenched his fists tightly, his gaze dark and menacing, a trusted confidant of the current crown prince, Yang He. Lin Cuo's gaze was filled with intrigue, a smile playing upon his lips. A golden elixir from the Qingqing sect, and not accepting it would lead to death. Such an overwhelming display of authority indeed. Lin would like to see just how formidable you truly are. Lin Cuo gently tapped the table with his fingers, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, There is no need to trouble Miss Chung. I shall go on my own. With those words, Lin Cuo's figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a streak of azure light that darted southeast. This azure light moved with the swiftness of thunder, a straight line racing towards the southeast. 20 miles southeast of Ming Mountain lies a treacherous terrain, flanked by mountains on three sides. A burly man clad in heavy armor felt a shift in the atmosphere, raising his gaze to the sky as he solemnly inquired, Is it here? A formidable surge of energy, unmistakably from the direction of Ming Mountain, surged forth. The armored man then grinned, saying, Ning Gohong has merely used a gold elixir to turn that pair of martial lovers against Lin Cuo. These ruffians of the martial world are truly no different from wild dogs. Beside the armored man stood an enchanting woman, who covered her mouth with a delicate hand and chuckled. It is merely a trap for him, nothing more. The man turned slightly, casting a glance at the captivating beauty beside him, and jested, Who could have imagined that the courtesan of Zeton Tower is, in fact, a concealed master of the Golden Body realm? The courtesan of Zeton Tower held a unique status, being one of the covert assassins nurtured by His Highness, Prince Yang He, directly under his command. The alluring woman narrowed her eyes and smiled, saying, What General Chun has spoken shall be reported word for word to my master. Chun Huan's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, It is said that a beauty's heart is as treacherous as a serpent's. It seems the rumors hold some truth. The enchanting woman, whose worldly identity was that of the courtesan of Zeton Tower, flashed a charming smile at the armored Chun Huan, saying, "General Chun is too kind. I am but a mere woman, unworthy of comparison with you." Chun Huan chose not to respond further, instead stroking his iron armor while gazing into the distance. Currently serving in the Yuzhou army, Chun Huan held the position of a 6th-rank deputy commissioner, a true warrior forged in the crucible of battle. The captivating courtesan, with her peripheral vision, scrutinized the man who had remained silent throughout, who bore a long knife intricately carved with mysterious runes, standing stoically at the center. The courtesan's fox-like eyes narrowed, recognizing him as Si Xiangnan, the 5th-ranked master of martial arts in Yuzhou, a courtesan of Zeton Tower, a 6th-rank general, and a master of martial arts from Yuzhou. These three individuals, disparate in status, shared a singular identity as assassins under Prince Yang He. This night, they had gathered here due to a pressing order from their distant master in the capital, a death decree expedited over 800 miles. As the two conversed, Si Xiangnan, with the rune-embellished long knife on his back, furrowed his brow. Sensing the rapid approach of the azure light from afar, he exclaimed, "No, he is coming on his own accord." His words barely left his lips when the azure light appeared in an instant, crashing down at the center of the trio. The azure light struck the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to fracture and stones to scatter wildly, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. The three immediately felt a surge of alarm and swiftly retreated in different directions. At the center stood a figure in a blue robe, calm and composed. Chun Huan landed heavily from the west, establishing himself like an impenetrable wall, his gaze fixed on the blue-robed man nearby, sneering, "What a peculiar creature." The courtesan gracefully descended nearby, her fox-like eyes revealing surprise as she scrutinized the blue-robed figure before her. Could this be the renowned swordsman of Yuzhou? Whispers throughout the realm claimed he was a celestial swordsman from the Taishu sword sect, a wanderer of the mortal world. Yet, all present understood that this celebrated figure was merely a half-step into the realm of the celestial. In contrast to the other two, Si Xiangnan wore a grave expression, quietly drawing his long knife, assuming a stance of readiness, his focus unwavering on the movements of the blue-robed man. Unlike the tension that filled the air among the three, Lin Cuo at the center maintained a relaxed demeanor, even wearing a faint, tranquil smile. Lin Cuo, with one hand behind his back, surveyed the three individuals, exclaiming in astonishment, "The formation is indeed formidable. It seems the person from the capital possesses considerable skill to have summoned three masters at the pinnacle of the golden body realm." The three, whose realms had been exposed, remained impassive, silently shifting their stances to encircle Lin Cuo at the center. Clad in heavy armor, Chun Huan spat forcefully and grinned. These so-called masters of the martial world are nothing but verbose. They certainly exude an air of immortality. Once I sever your head, I shall see how you differ from the martial masters on the battlefield. The courtesan of Zeton Tower deftly twirled her wrist, a slender steel needle clasped within her palm. And with a beguiling smile, she remarked, "General Chun, do not hesitate to exert yourself. Do not spare me." Chun Huan scoffed, glancing at the courtesan's ample figure, and could not help but chide, "Ba woman, you are truly boundless in your debauchery." The taciturn Si Xiangnan gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, and in an instant, a surge of murderous intent radiated from him. He rasped, "This person is no ordinary foe. We must strike swiftly and decisively." Chun Huan's gaze hardened, and he responded in a low tone, as if it needed stating. Those who lash out in their final moments on the battlefield are often frenzied beasts, desperate to take a piece of you with them. Chapter 38. The lone figure in blue. The three positioned themselves strategically, encircling Lin Cuo at the center. Lin Cuo, with one hand burdened and the other raised, beckoned to the three with a playful smile, saying, "Gentlemen, why do you hesitate?" In the next instant, the three figures moved in unison. The courtesan flicked her sleeve, and a slender steel needle shot forth, swift as a flying sword. Without turning his head, Lin Cuo raised his hand to one side of his shoulder, and with a swift grasp, he caught the steel needle that had ambushed him in the palm of his hand. The techniques of the Tang sect? However, before Lin Cuo could ponder further, a finely engraved long knife, adorned with intricate runes, surged forth in an instant, aiming directly for Lin Cuo's chest. Lin Cuo could only use the tips of his toes to propel himself backward, while simultaneously grasping the back of the rune blade with his palm, subduing the formidable weapon. Xiang struggled to envelop the hilt with his hand, transitioning from a standard grip to a reverse hold, his forearm twisting inward as he executed a swift upward flick of the blade. Lin Cuo swiftly released his grip, and then his form suddenly retreated, narrowly evading the venomous slash of the blade. With the failure of the strike, Xiangnan did not pursue. Instead, he altered his stance, preparing to conceal his weapon, channeling his intent behind him. The surging vital energy was entirely transformed into a fierce blade aura, interwoven and accumulated upon the sword's edge. However, Lin Cuo was afforded no respite, as Xiangnan remained poised, gathering his blade intent. At that moment, clad in heavy armor, Chunhuan charged forward with tremendous speed. Despite his massive frame, Chunhuan struck fiercely, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lin Cuo's chest. With a thunderous roar, the explosive force of the punch erupted, overwhelming Lin Cuo as the full brunt of Chunhuan's might surged into his torso. Lin was suddenly sent flying, resembling a kite severed from its string. His azure robe twisted gracefully in the air before he landed softly 100 paces away. Lin Cuo lightly patted his chest and calmly remarked, "Truly commendable. Emerging from military ranks, your martial intent is robust and fierce, devoid of any hesitation." Chunhuan, witnessing Lin Cuo endure his punch without faltering, grinned and replied, "I hail from the battlefield, unlike those frivolous displays found in the rivers and lakes." Lin Cuo nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, on the battlefield, swift decisions of life and death are paramount, while in the realm of martial arts, the elegance and style of the exchange are of equal importance, albeit with diminished lethality." Chunhuan remained steadfast, yet in an instant, 2 steel needles whizzed towards his head, their momentum no less formidable than that of the first. One needle darted directly towards Lin Cuo's brow, while the other aimed for his lower dantian. Lin Cuo pinched the steel needle at the center of his brow with 2 fingers, then casually waved his sleeve, deflecting the needle that was aimed directly at his dantian. "Young Master Lin, truly composed. I am immensely impressed," a soft and sultry voice echoed, followed by an array of ethereal and graceful figures swirling around him. Countless illusions intertwined and transformed before Lin Cuo, until suddenly, a captivating woman wielding a steel needle leaped out from one of the phantoms. The courtesan smiled seductively and declared, "Die." However, in the next moment, Lin Cuo delivered a swift kick to the courtesan's abdomen, sending her flying with a resounding thud. Lin Cuo chuckled, "Get away. The smell of pollen is far too pungent." The courtesan, kicked away by Lin Cuo, rolled several times on the ground before coming to a sudden halt, her body embedding a steel needle into the earth. This courtesan, hailing from the esteemed Zeton Tower, smiled sweetly and playfully rebuked, "Master Lin truly lacks an appreciation for romance." Lin Cuo sniffed and remarked, "A courtesan from the Tang sect, a master of martial arts from the border troops, and the 5th strongest in Yuzhou. Such a grandiose display." The courtesan's eyes sparkled as she deftly twirled a steel needle into a floral shape. Then, with a delicate, supple tongue, she licked the needle, allowing a few glistening drops of saliva to cascade down, exuding an enchanting allure. Lin Cuo furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was the sinister methods of the poison sect from the western regions. The steel needle, now coated with the saliva of a woman, had become exceedingly toxic. The courtesan, with her crimson lips pursed, smiled and said, "My apologies, young Master Lin." Hailing from the Tang clan and proficient in the nefarious arts of the poison sect, she truly embodied the essence of a femme fatale. Behind her, the formidable Shi Nin, wielding a renowned blade known as the Tling, emanated an overwhelming aura of sword intent. The runes inscribed on the Tling glimmered with a pale blue radiance, enveloping the blade in a resplendent glow. Shi Nin rasped, "Let us conclude this swiftly." Clad in heavy armor, Chen grinned widely, shifting his stance to adopt a powerful fist posture, his fist intent surging forth. With a menacing smile, Chen declared, "That is precisely my intention." Lin Cuo's, with a serene demeanor, took a moment of silence before gently articulating, "The attainment of one's realm is a hard-won achievement. You should all cherish it deeply." In response to Lin Cuo's heartfelt words, the 3 individuals displayed expressions of disdain. In the next moment, Chunhuan took the lead, stepping forward with remarkable speed, like a bolt of lightning. creating a resounding thunderous noise upon his rapid departure. Lin Cuo took a step back to steady himself, then advanced with a bold stride, not retreating but rather pressing forward. A single strand of black hair transformed to white, accompanied by a tempestuous surge of energy that enveloped his limbs and body, ceaselessly swirling. The essence of his fists coursed through his entire being. Come! A thunderous roar erupted as Chun Huan and Lin Cuo met their fists in a clash. The ground trembled as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Amidst the cacophony, Chun Huan's arm shattered inch by inch, his bones and flesh pulverized into a fine paste, while the heavy black iron armor he wore was instantly obliterated. Chun Huan's body was hurled backward, crashing straight into the steep cliffside, embedding him within the rock. His fate uncertain. Before the courtesan could react, a figure in a blue robe appeared in an instant. The courtesan of Zeton Tower was taken aback, suddenly transforming into 5 phantoms that scattered in all directions. Lin Cuo's gaze remained tranquil as he struck swiftly, seizing the true form of the courtesan by the neck amidst 5 phantoms. The courtesan, exposed and pale as ash, could scarcely react before Lin Cuo employed the intricate technique of dispersing tendons and breaking bones to shatter her meridians and bones completely. In an instant, he pierced her dantian with 2 fingers, causing her entire cultivation to dissipate as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Si Xiangnan brandished his renowned blade and, with the ferocity of a crashing wave, descended upon her with a lethal strike. Unconcerned for the courtesan's fate, he cleaved her in twain, the blade's intent surging like a colossal tide, bearing down upon her. Die! The long blade carved a pale blue arc through the air, slicing downward with unrelenting force. Lin Cuo raised his hand and gently exclaimed, "Come." Not far away, a vast expanse of reeds rustled incessantly, and suddenly, a slender reed darted out, hurtling towards the palm of Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo wielded a reed with the grace of a sword, lifting it from below with a flourish. With a resounding clash, the intricately engraved long knife, adorned with mysterious runes, was severed in 2 by the force of his strike. The reed, like a fierce tempest, not only cleaved the long knife, but also swiftly slashed across the chest of Si Xiangnan. Lin Cuo merely held a reed, lifting his sword with a flick of his wrist, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent that cleaved the towering waves of blade intent in twain. With a single strike, the formidable 5th master of Yuzhou, Si Xiang, was effortlessly severed by the sword, along with his renowned blade, Duanlong, which was shattered into 2 pieces. In Lin's hand, the slender reed gradually crumbled to dust after the sword energy dissipated. Thus, the 3 martial arts masters, each at the pinnacle of the golden body realm, met their demise. Amidst the perilous landscape surrounded by 3 mountains, only a solitary figure in a blue robe stood tall. Chapter 39. A dead of fine wine, the autumn wind sighed mournfully, and the reeds swayed gently. A solitary man in a blue robe lingered, his hands tucked into his sleeves. At this moment, the assassination orchestrated by the crown prince from the distant capital came to an abrupt conclusion. The 5th strongest of Yuzhou was shattered. The famed courtesan of Zeton Tower was split asunder, and the heavily armored Chun Huan of the border army was left with a devastated heart. As a faint crescent moon began its ascent, a woman clad in a pale yellow robe hastened from afar. Breathless, Huang Li arrived at the scene, only to find the blue-robed figure standing alone amidst the encircling mountains. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Where are the masters from the capital who sought to kill you?" Lin Cuo casually waved his hand and remarked, "It has been resolved." Huang Li widened her almond-shaped eyes in astonishment and stammered, "So soon?" She scrutinized the young man in the azure robe before her, and aside from the slight creases in his attire, he appeared to be utterly unscathed. Lin Cuo's vital energy remained tranquil, akin to an ordinary mortal, showing no signs of internal injury. How could one emerge unscathed from a dire ambush? Single-handedly cutting through the encirclement? Lin Cuo let out a light laugh and remarked, "Otherwise, are you greatly disappointed that they have not been slain?" Upon hearing these words, Huang Li merely tugged at the corner of her mouth and chose not to respond. Lin Cuo stroked his chin and mused to himself, "Indeed, if they were to sever my head, you would no longer have to live in fear. You would be liberated." Huang Li let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Do you truly believe I am a fool? If you were to be slain, what chance would a woman, who follows the azure robe sword immortal, have of surviving? The 2 of you are nearly inseparable, and those martial masters from the capital, having the means to locate Lin Cuo, must certainly be aware of my existence as well. If the Azure Robe Sword Immortal has been killed, how could a mere Xianpin assassin from the Jaime Pavilion possibly escape? Lin Cuo chuckled. I truly underestimated you. Huang Li merely responded with a cold smile. At this juncture, as Lin Cuo had already vanquished the first wave of martial experts, Huang Li's life had become inextricably linked to Lin Cuo. Her sole chance of survival now rested upon the hope that Lin Cuo would not fall victim to the subsequent onslaught of skilled warriors. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, a sense of despair began to envelop Huang Li once more. The more martial artists there are in the realm due to Lin Cuo, the greater the renown of the Azure Robe Sword Immortal becomes, and consequently, the influx of formidable figures in the martial world continues to rise. How could one man, Lin Cuo, possibly contend against the entirety of the Yuzhou martial community? Huang Li pressed her fingers to her brow, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. At present, to survive another day is to gain another day. Lin Cuo playfully tapped the Oriole's head with his finger and chuckled. Are you thinking about my demise again? The Oriole swiftly pushed Lin Cuo's hand away and replied with a cold smile. Of course. Lin scoffed. How audacious they have become, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Huang Li, with an air of indifference, exuded a demeanor akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water. What of it? It's merely a matter of death. Lin Cuo no longer jested with the Oriole and then chuckled, saying, I am leaving. Lin Cuo turned to leave, with Huang Li following closely behind, only to realize they were heading away from Ming Mountain. Unable to contain her curiosity, Huang Li inquired, Are we not returning to Ming Mountain? Lin Cuo furrowed his brows and retorted, Why should we return? This time, it was Huang Li's turn to scowl. Her face etched with anger as she exclaimed, Liang Shui has suffered shattered arms, and Cheng Zhen's life hangs by a thread. Are you truly leaving like this? This pair of chivalrous companions, in Huang Li's eyes, seemed exceptionally well-matched and harmonious. Faced with Ning Gohong's threats and temptations, they remained steadfast in their unwillingness to betray you. Yet you intend to depart with such nonchalance? Lin Cuo, with an air of indifference, remarked, Well, I shall take my leave. Initially anticipating a scathing rebuke from Huang Li for his lack of conscience, he was taken aback when Huang Li's expression abruptly shifted from anger to a smile. Silently laughing without uttering a word, Lin Cuo felt a sense of confusion as he turned to look at Huang Li. He could only see Huang Li gazing at him with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, wearing an expression as if she were observing a fool. Lin Cuo was immediately taken aback, his face turning a shade of embarrassment. The Oriole, having successfully returned the favor in kind, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and decisively turned away. Huang Li followed closely behind, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Beneath Ming Mountain, within an inn, a young Taoist clad in the robes of the Ming sect entered with a cheerful demeanor under the moonlight. Cheng Zhen, taken aback, gazed at the unexpected arrival of the young Taoist, feeling utterly bewildered. After Lin Cuo had single-handedly eliminated Ning Gohong and his companions, he had vanished into the southeast, leaving no trace. Now, upon encountering the young Taoist in Qingqing robes, Cheng Zhen inquired with confusion, May I ask who you are, Taoist? The young Taoist, having journeyed from the back mountain of Qingqing, specifically from Baoxian Cave Heaven, replied with a warm smile, I am Li Zhang, sent here at the behest of Senior Lin. With that, Li Zhang rummaged through his robe for a moment before extending his palm. In his hand lay 2 exquisite golden elixirs from the Qingqing sect. Cheng Zhen, astonished, asked, What is this? Li Zhang, still smiling, offered the golden elixirs to Cheng Zhen, saying, Senior Lin entrusted me with these to deliver to you both. Cheng Zhen did not take the elixirs, but instead asked, Has Lin Cuo escaped danger? Li Zhang hesitated briefly, recalling Lin Cuo's instructions, and said, The Qingqing sect has already intervened. Senior Lin is safe now and has departed. Only then did Cheng Zhen exhale in relief, paying no heed to Li Zhang's respectful address of Lin Cuo as senior. After all, this young Taoist appeared quite youthful, likely a junior within the Qingqing sect, and his title of senior was merely a gesture of politeness. However, what Cheng Zhen did not realize was that while Li Zhang's youth was indeed apparent, in terms of seniority within the Qingqing sect, few could rival him. After Lin Cuo left Baoxian Cave Heaven, he had visited the ancestral hall of the Qingqing sect, where he inscribed his profound insights on breaking through to the third realm of the sect. All transformations return to one. One returns to emptiness, in an elegant cursive script upon the hall's walls. In the ancestral hall, Lin Cuo paid his respects before the tablet of the purple Yang Taoist, offering 3 sticks of incense in honor of his long-lost friend. Subsequently, he surreptitiously acquired 2 high-grade golden pills from the alchemy chamber of the Qingqing sect. Li Zhong, with a smile, placed the 2 golden pills into Cheng Zhen's hands, and then retrieved a volume of the Qingqing Qi refining technique from his robe. Setting it upon the table alongside the pills, Li Zhong began. This Qi refining technique emphasizes the steady and gradual flow of true energy, advocating patience over haste. Senior Lin has mentioned that this technique can alleviate the blockages in your meridians. Cheng Zhen's eyes filled with tears as he stammered, "Thank you." Li Zhong merely shook his head with a smile, responding, "I am but a humble servant of others. It is I who must express my heartfelt gratitude to Senior Lin." Yet, there was an unspoken truth. The 2 golden pills were entrusted to him by Lin Cuo for transfer to Cheng Zhen, while the Qingqing Qi refining technique was a gift from Li Zhong on behalf of the Qingqing sect to both of them. As Cheng Zhen gazed at the 2 high-grade golden pills in his hands, tears streamed down his face. Just as they were about to part ways, Li Zhong suddenly remarked, "By the way, Senior Lin has asked me to convey a message to Taoist Liang. He mentioned that the mountains are high and the roads long, and when they meet again in the world, he still owes Taoist Liang a fine banquet." Chapter 40. In the rain-drenched alley with each autumn rain, the chill deepens. In this late autumn season, every drizzle heralds the encroaching winter. The autumn rain patters gently down the cobbled alley, forming a continuous curtain of rain. Lin Cuo leaned against the corner of the alley, taking refuge under the eaves from the rain, observing the dense cascade of raindrops with a sense of ennui. Meanwhile, Huang Li stood beside him, pondering when this autumnal deluge would come to an end. During this period, Lin Cuo and Huang Li moved at a leisurely pace, and Huang Li had come to understand Lin Cuo's character quite well. They sought shelter from the rain and paused at pavilions. The 2 behaved like unrefined mortals, never missing their daily meals. When they encountered bustling markets, they would stroll about and sometimes indulge in local delicacies, with Lin Cuo often purchasing a few portions. Their journey thus far had been tranquil and unpretentious. Lin Cuo and Huang Li seemed to embody the essence of wandering companions in the realm of the rivers and lakes. Lin Cuo extended his hand to catch the rainwater cascading down from the eaves. The dense stream of raindrops landed squarely in the palm of his hand. Savoring the coolness that enveloped him, Lin Cuo remarked, "If we proceed another 10 miles, we shall reach Yuyuan town, renowned for its exquisite soup dumplings. If the rain ceases soon, we might indulge in them before nightfall." Huang Li tilted her head slightly, casually inquiring, "Are the soup dumplings in Yuyuan town truly that delectable?" Lin Cuo gently shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain. After all, it is renowned in Yuzhou, so it must be quite remarkable." Huang Li leaned forward, gazing towards the horizon, where dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a heavy shadow. Furrowing her delicate brows, Huang Li commented, "Given the current conditions, it seems unlikely that it will cease anytime soon." Lin Cuo clenched his fists and struck his palm, suddenly laughing. "Shall we hasten our pace? Perhaps we might dine before dusk." Huang Li looked at Lin Cuo with a puzzled expression, inquiring curiously, "Throughout our journey, you have never relied on true energy for travel. Are you making an exception this time?" Lin Cuo let out a light chuckle and waved his hand, saying, "Special circumstances warrant special treatment." Huang Li, intrigued, turned her almond-shaped eyes toward Lin Cuo and replied with a smile, "Then let us proceed." As the autumn rain fell, 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in yellow, braved the downpour. After traversing 10 miles through the rain, they finally arrived at Yuyuan town, where they came to a halt. Huang Li's pale yellow robe was thoroughly soaked, and she could not help but exhale a few puffs of warm breath. Observing Lin Cuo in his drenched blue attire, she chuckled softly. Despite his elevated cultivation, he too was drenched and chilly, which provided her with a sense of balance. Lin Cuo gazed at the suddenly chuckling Oriole. Although he was unaware of the reason behind her laughter, he instinctively knew she probably had nothing pleasant to say, so he chose not to pry further. The intricacies of a woman's mind remain elusive. In a modestly clean little eatery, Lin Cuo ordered 3 baskets of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of silken tofu, all steaming hot. The Oriole had long since grasped her chopsticks, eagerly watching Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo merely curled his lips and chuckled lightly. "Go ahead, indulge yourself." Without hesitation, Huang Li promptly picked up a soup dumpling and popped it into her mouth. After all, it was the renowned soup dumpling of Yuzhou. It was said that certain scions of noble families would traverse half of Yuzhou, enduring considerable hardship, just to savor the authentic delicacy in Haiyuan town. With her cheeks stuffed to the brim, Huang Li inquired between bites, "Where shall we head next?" Lin Cuo stuffed a soup dumpling into his mouth and mumbled, "I don't know." "No need to worry, they will come to us," he added. Huang Li, filled with curiosity, inquired, "If you were to encounter a master ranked in the Yuzhou martial arts review, how confident would you be in your chances of victory?" Lin Cuo chuckled lightly and inquired, "For instance?" Huang Li, unreserved, replied directly, "It is widely known in Yuzhou that the third most skilled master, Jiang Zhang, is a veritable sword enthusiast. Aware of your existence, he will undoubtedly find every means to challenge you to a duel." Lin Cuo set aside his chopsticks, pondering for a moment, then remarked, "There is always a 5% chance of victory. The sword immortal of the profound deity realm, Jiang Zhang, is the third most formidable expert in Yuzhou today, renowned as a true sword enthusiast. When he first entered the Yuzhou martial world, he single-handedly challenged the 13 sects of Yuzhou with nothing but his sword." Huang Li refrained from further inquiries. For Lin Cuo was merely a half-step into the profound deity realm. Against the genuine profound deity Jiang Zhang, he would likely find it exceedingly challenging to withstand. Lin Cuo suddenly paused in his actions, turning his head to gaze out the door, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Look, they have arrived." At these words, Huang Li was struck with a sudden fright, her wooden chopsticks slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Ignoring everything else, Huang Li swiftly turned her head towards the entrance, her expression fraught with alarm. Jiang Zhang had come. Huang Li's voice quickened, her hair standing on end in trepidation. Lin Cuo slowly rose to his feet, casually grasping an oil paper umbrella from one side, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, "Let us be on our way." Huang Li silently set down the porcelain bowl in her hands, obediently standing up to follow Lin Cuo closely behind. Outside the small shop, in the narrow alleyway, figures of martial artists gradually emerged. From the entrance of the alley, shadows continuously fell, only ceasing at the exit. Within the elongated alley, the atmosphere was a tangled web of energy, as the true essence of martial arts intertwined. The autumn rain persisted, subtly intensifying in its descent. Lin Cuo turned his head to glance at Huang Li and said calmly, "Follow closely behind me." Huang Li merely nodded in confusion and silently moved closer to Lin Cuo's back. As Lin Cuo stepped over the threshold, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the narrow alley, accompanied by the resounding clash of drawn swords. Lin Cuo curled his lips into a smile, lifting the oiled paper umbrella in his hand as he stepped forward. The moment Lin Cuo entered the narrow alley, a glimmer of cold light preceded him. Lin Cuo, with one hand bearing the weight of his burden, lifted the oiled paper umbrella with the other. He deftly deflected the blade with the tip of the umbrella, then thrust it forward, piercing the chest of the swordsman, who fell with a resounding thud to one side. The autumn rain intensified, transforming the narrow alley into a curtain of cascading droplets. The rain pattered against the blue stone pavement, resonating like solitary bells. The glimmer of blades and the dance of swords revealed a chilling brilliance. As Lin Cuo emerged from the depths of the alley, he took a measured step, gently shaking his azure robe to dislodge the beads of rain that clung to the fabric. The once pristine oiled paper umbrella was now a tattered remnant, riddled with holes, its skeletal ribs exposed. In the narrow alley, 26 martial artists lay sprawled upon the ground, defeated. Lin Cuo shook the oiled paper umbrella in his hand, its edges frayed and unable to shield against the rain, lamenting, "It seems it can no longer serve its purpose." Huang Li, coming back to her senses, inquired softly, "Where is Jiang Zhang?" Lin Cuo wore a perplexed expression and said, "What Jiang Zhang?" Huang Li opened her mouth and murmured, "Did you not say they have arrived?" Lin Cuo gently pinched his chin, innocently stating, "I never said it was him." Huang Li, in a fit of laughter mixed with irritation, replied, All right. Lin Cuo shrugged and said, "Let us go." With that, he donned his green robe and strode forward, lost in his thoughts. Huang Li turned to glance back, her heartstrings still in tumult. The 26 martial artists from the Jianghu had been effortlessly subdued by Lin Cuo, armed only with an oil paper umbrella. He walked leisurely through the rain-soaked alley. Chapter 41. The Poison Master Yunchuan, a land of fortune, shrouded in mist, where mountains appeared and vanished like phantoms. Atop a pristine, exquisite pagoda stood a middle-aged man draped in a heavy white robe. As the biting winds heralded the approach of winter, the atmosphere in Yunchuan grew increasingly frigid. The figure, known as the White Dragon, was clad in an opulent white cloak, his complexion as pale as a specter, devoid of any trace of vitality. The White Dragon, the pagoda, and the robe appeared to harmoniously blend into one another. With a face as pale as a wandering spirit, the White Dragon covered his mouth with his palm and succumbed to a violent fit of coughing, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. Surprisingly, he did not expel much blood. Only a few splotches stained his palm. The White Dragon furrowed his brow, realizing that the reason for the scant blood was that his body now barely contained any life force. Before him lay a white jade chessboard, flanked by 2 boxes of pieces, one crafted from white jade, the other from dark inkstone. The board was almost entirely dominated by white pieces, with only a meager collection of black pieces huddled in a corner. The game was peculiar. The white pieces seemed to encompass the entire realm, while the black pieces were relegated to a desperate existence in the shadows. To any ordinary player, the outcome of this bizarre game would have already been determined. Yet, the White Dragon, the foremost strategist of the fallen Liang dynasty, continued to play this odd game for 8 long years. He picked up a solitary black piece and placed it delicately amidst the sea of white, an action that drew immediate attention. Despite his murky gaze, his waning vitality, and the imminent approach of death, the White Dragon could not suppress a faint chuckle. It was fate. In the twilight of his life, he had indeed found the person he was seeking. At that moment, a frail old man appeared. Stooped and gaunt, he wore the meager clothing of a bygone era, undeterred by the biting autumn winds. His name was Hichio, the sole master of the Jaime Pavilion, a peak existence in the realm of the Xian god. Silently, the emaciated elder stood behind the White Dragon. With a raspy voice, Hichio inquired, "After 8 years of playing this game, have you found any resolution?" The White Dragon, with his clouded gaze, replied calmly, "There is no time left." Hichio slowly approached and seated himself cross-legged opposite the White Dragon, casting his eyes upon the chessboard. This once great strategist of the Liang dynasty was now but a shadow of his former self, his days numbered. Since the fall of the Liang kingdom, he had chosen not to flee westward with the remnants of his countrymen, but instead turned north to become a guest elder at the Jaime Pavilion, residing in Yunchuan for 8 years. After a moment of silence, Hichio spoke. "I know the exiled princess is within the Jaime Pavilion, but rest assured, I will not seek her after your departure." The White Dragon merely nodded, then added nonchalantly, "You will not find her." Upon hearing this, Hichio grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. All the assassins of Jaime Pavilion are meticulously documented. Finding her is merely a matter of effort. 8 years ago, when the White Dragon first arrived in Yunchuan, Hichio had already surmised that the elusive exiled princess was likely among the pavilion's ranks. He picked up a white piece and said slowly, "Your dedication over these 8 years has not gone unnoticed by the Jaime Pavilion." The White Dragon did not lift his gaze, remaining fixated on the chessboard as he responded, "In your position, one must strategize for the realm." Seemingly intrigued by the White Dragon's words, this strategist known for his cunning felt confident in his ability to locate the exiled princess. Given his mastery and control over the realm of Yunchuan, Hichio gently tapped the chessboard, curiosity evident in his tone. "For 8 years, I have refrained from searching for that girl due to your influence. Why do you now assert that I cannot find her?" In response, the White Dragon raised his eyes, a smile breaking through his pallor. For the first time in 8 years, Hichio witnessed a hint of mirth from the famed poison master. "If you possess enough courage, then go and seek her," the White Dragon chuckled. Initially frowning, Hichio suddenly seemed to comprehend something, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "Is it possible that she is truly alive?" He sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with shock, causing the chessboard to tremble and the pieces to scatter. The White Dragon, with great effort, lifted his head and smiled, saying, "Liang Ke is currently by her side." At this revelation, Hichio instinctively took a few steps back. The most renowned figure in the world had not perished. The White Dragon ignored his shock and quietly began to gather the scattered pieces, his movements slow and deliberate. As his vision blurred, the middle-aged man, drained of vitality, recalled a scene from 20 years past. The spirited king of Liang, in the prime of his life, extended his hand towards the disheveled, ghostly figure that was himself. "To serve you is my honor. I have no regrets in dying for you." As the final piece fell into place, the man hailed as the greatest poison master of his time bowed his head slowly. Lin Cuo, witnessing the life force of the strategist dissipate, wore an expression of near anguish. In the shadowy realm of Yujing, where the aristocratic clan of the Shang family resided, a foreign girl sat cross-legged in a humble thatched hut. She cultivated her martial essence, allowing it to circulate within her body, traversing the celestial pathways. This circular motion of qi, a fundamental instinct inherent in all beings, allowed martial artists to exchange their essence with the energies of heaven and earth, opening their acupoints to gather and nurture their life force. The dantian, the source of innate vitality, was the root from which life flourished, a realm of countless transformations and unfathomable mysteries. Thus, it is said, this acupoint is not ordinary. It is the convergence of heaven and earth. Named the divine acupoint. It contained the essence of the Kan and Li. Moreover, the sages proclaim, the path of internal refinement is simple and easy. One need only quell the fiery heart and immerse it in the waters of the dantian. As the martial artist drew in a breath, it commenced from his dantian, subsequently circulating throughout his entire being in an unbroken flow. At that moment, the red string adorning the young girl's wrist suddenly snapped and fell to the ground. Yin Yu's eyes widened in shock as she swiftly sat up and grasped the severed string. Staring at the abruptly divided thread, her pupils trembled incessantly, and her hands quivered with trepidation. This undeniable prodigy of martial arts, possessing the remarkable ability of a half-step golden body at such a tender age, found her heart of Tao in tumult. The red string had been bestowed upon her by the poison master as her fateful talisman. The string's rupture signified the demise of the white dragon. Clenching the string in her palm, Yin Yu's gaze darkened. With the white dragon fallen, Yin Yu would rise. Chapter 42. Old friends, it was not until the dawn of the following day that the autumn rain gradually ceased. After the rainfall, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and the streets of Hiyuan town were left pockmarked with pooled water, perhaps due to the unexpected ambush of the previous day. The Oriole had not slept a wink throughout the night, and was on high alert to every rustle of the wind and movement of the grass. Lin Cuo was in good spirits, breathing in the refreshing mist from outside, feeling invigorated and rejuvenated. Lin Cuo picked up the oil paper umbrella, which was frayed and full of holes, and gently shook it. Suddenly, in an unusual tone, he said, "I am going to seek an old acquaintance. You may remain here for the time being." The Oriole, slightly taken aback, inquired, "Am I to stay here alone?" Lin Cuo nodded lightly, saying, "Indeed." Huang Li tugged at the corner of her mouth and inquired, "Are you truly this confident in me?" Lin Cuo smiled as he gazed at Huang Li and said, "If you were not foolish, you would not stray from my side." The mere recollection of yesterday's tumultuous battle in the rain-soaked alley made Huang Li's scalp tingle, prompting her to reply earnestly, "Understood." Lin Cuo whispered softly, "Exercise greater caution." Lin Cuo smiled faintly, then lifted the oil paper umbrella, her figure gradually enveloped by the thick mist. The fog spread, and soon the dew clung to her garments. With a slight tremor, her azure robe dispersed the droplets entirely. Following the winding bluestone path, she navigated through the ebb and flow of passers-by. Guided by her hazy recollections, Lin Cuo meandered, pausing intermittently, and even retracing her steps several times, until she reached a familiar alley where she finally halted. Within the quaint bluestone alley stood an elegant tea house, aptly named Qingyu. Lin Cuo paused briefly at the entrance of the alley before leisurely stepping inside. Upon seeing the tea house, unchanged from its original state, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It remained as it always had been. The tea house was adorned with an exquisite simplicity, and among its patrons was a young man, who was slumped over a wooden table, seemingly still caught in the grasp of slumber. Lin Cuo gazed up at the sign hanging in the tea house, where the words Qingyu were inscribed in a crooked, unrefined manner that could hardly be deemed aesthetically pleasing, lacking even a semblance of neatness. TSK, TSK, the handwriting was utterly commonplace, falling far short of his own standards. Lin Cuo stood at the entrance, setting aside the tattered, oiled paper umbrella, and softly inquired, "Shunbai, are you still asleep?" Upon hearing the commotion outside the tea house, the young man within leisurely raised his head, his drowsy eyes gazing towards the man outside. Addressed by his name, the youth stared at the figure clad in a blue robe, initially taken aback, before slowly furrowing his brow. Shunbai instinctively straightened his posture. His previously hazy gaze now sharpened, fixated intently on the man in the blue robe. Lin Cuo stifled a laugh and gently waved his hand, saying with a smile, "Long time no see." At that moment, Chunbai stood frozen, gazing at the man before him, a figure resembling someone he knew, yet devoid of any true essence. After a brief silence, he murmured, "Is it you?" To this seemingly dazed inquiry, Lin Cuo nodded lightly and replied, "It is I." Instantly, Chunbai's eyes brimmed with tears, and he stepped out of the tea house, standing directly before Lin Cuo. Grasping Lin Cuo's arms tightly, his veins stood out prominently on the back of his hands. He slightly parted his lips, trembling, his gaze fixated on Lin Cuo's eyes. Upon meeting those tranquil, familiar, jet-black orbs, Chunbai suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It truly is you." Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to pinch Lin Cuo's cheek, exclaiming in excitement, "You really haven't died. I always knew you wouldn't perish inexplicably during the tribulation. Why the sudden desire for immortality? Where have you been hiding all these years? Oh, but this appearance of yours is not as handsome as before. It resembles you only about 70%, or at most 60. You bear no resemblance to your former self at all." Chunbai circled around Lin Cuo several times, playfully tugging at his black hair, and inquired curiously, "What happened to your white hair? Has it turned black now? Have you returned to your youth? Or are you following the path of that sex practitioners, seeking to return to simplicity?" Lin Cuo pushed aside Chunbai's hand and said helplessly, "Hey, that's enough." Chunbai, however, showed no intention of stopping. As he meticulously sensed Lin Cuo's aura, incredulously remarking, "As expected of you, how did you manage to cultivate such a hollow facade of a body, appearing half alive and half dead?" Lin Cuo rubbed his brow and could only say, "That's enough. At least let me through the door." Chunbai then stepped aside, chuckling, "Isn't this a bit too formal? Come on, let's go." Lin Cuo sat on the chair while Chunbai rummaged through the cabinets, ultimately extracting a box of tea leaves after a thorough search. Lin Cuo exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, bring out your prized collection of fine teas. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You possess the elusive white dragon-seeking spring." Chunbai let out a cold laugh and retorted, "You have never truly understood the essence of tea. A mere assortment of common teas will suffice for you." With the most rudimentary of methods, Chunbai simply poured hot water over the leaves, hastily brewing the tea before pushing the bowl towards Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo picked up the teacup, took a sip, savored it for a moment, and then exclaimed, "It is truly difficult to drink, bitter and tasteless. No wonder it is merely a common street tea." Chunbai, however, chuckled and replied, "What pretense is this? This bitter and flavorless common street tea is none other than the renowned by Long Sun Chun, one of the 5 famous teas in the world." Unfazed by being exposed, Lin Cuo maintained his composure and retorted, "Humph, it was merely a test." With that, Lin Cuo feigned another sip, yet it remained overwhelmingly bitter. How is one to discern the quality of these so-called famous teas? Chunbai craned his neck, peering intently at Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo felt a sense of unease under the gaze of others and could only cough lightly, saying, "Speak your mind. Do not hold back." Chunbai laughed heartily and replied, "It is nothing. Merely an observation that your appearance now hardly qualifies as handsome. You were already considerably inferior to me back then, and the disparity has only widened since." Lin Cuo sighed helplessly, "There's nothing I can do." Chunbai gazed at Lin Cuo's flowing black hair, furrowing his brows, and inquired in a deep voice, "Why is your cultivation so peculiar?" Lin Cuo candidly remarked that it was a means of self-deception, having actively forgotten many things, and that finding himself here now was a delightful surprise. Chunbai murmured in understanding. After a moment of silence, Chunbai still posed the question that intrigued him the most. "When you stood at the summit of the dark mountain, did you truly wish to transcend and become an immortal?" Upon hearing Lin Cuo's words, he merely sighed and replied, "No." With this utterance, Chunbai refrained from further inquiry. The resemblance might hold a semblance of truth, yet it bore little consequence. In the realm of martial arts, there exists an abundance of techniques for concealing one's aura and altering one's appearance. There was even a legendary master of disguise from the realm of the celestial gods, whose masks were said to baffle even the most discerning of celestial masters. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lin Cuo, at present, bore a semblance but lacked spirit. He had lost even the slightest hint of his former self. Once, adorned in silver hair and a blue robe, he roamed the martial world with an imposing presence. Since his emergence, he had encountered no rival, vanquishing all the champions of the martial arts. The essence of his former mindset could be encapsulated in but 4 words: invincible under heaven. Chapter 43. Women to Women. As Lin Cuo departed, the Yellow Oriole, having regained her freedom, found herself utterly bored. After much contemplation, she decided to venture out for a leisurely stroll. Perhaps it was the result of her current circumstances that allowed her to feel particularly at ease. The sun had risen high in the sky, and due to the rain that had fallen the previous day, a refreshing breeze still lingered in the air. It seemed that the Grand Market, held every 5 days, was in full swing, creating a bustling atmosphere in the streets. Inns and taverns lined the roads, their lively establishments competing for attention, while both time-honored shops and wandering vendors coexisted, offering a plethora of goods, from the 4 treasures of the study, ancient books and antiques, to clothing and sewing materials, seasonal fruits and dried snacks, herbs and spices, and even equestrian performances. The Yellow Oriole meandered through the streets, pausing occasionally at the stalls of various merchants. Before a booth brimming with jewelry, she inexplicably found herself captivated and stopped to take a closer look. Noticing a potential customer, the middle-aged man immediately approached her with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Miss, do you fancy any of these ornaments? In Yuan Town, you won't find any more exquisite jewelry than what my shop offers." Most of the pieces were common iron ornaments, crafted to mimic silver, and while they could be deemed delicate, some of the pricier items were merely silver-plated. The middle-aged vendor discreetly assessed the young woman clad in a pale yellow robe, estimating that she might possess a couple of taels of silver, as has been the custom since time immemorial. After 8 long years without adorning herself with any jewelry, the Yellow Oriole picked up a silver-white bracelet, scrutinizing it closely. The vendor's grin widened as he exclaimed, "Miss, you truly have an eye for beauty. This bracelet compliments you splendidly." What she held was a fishbone bracelet, unremarkable in both craftsmanship and material, truly a low-quality item. Gently, the Yellow Oriole shook the merely silver-plated bracelet and asked, "How much for this bracelet?" The vendor swiftly replied, 2 taels of silver. The audacious price made the middle-aged man silently calculate that even if he halved it, he would still earn a tidy profit. To his surprise, however, the young woman in the pale yellow robe did not hesitate and simply stated, "Very well." With that, the Yellow Oriole retrieved 2 taels of silver from her purse and handed them to the vendor. His face lit up with delight, and he quickly asked, "Would you like me to wrap it for you, miss?" The Yellow Oriole gently shook her head, saying, "No need." In high spirits, she examined the unremarkable silver-plated bracelet before slipping it onto her wrist. As she lightly shook her wrist, the bracelet also danced gently. Having been surrounded by an array of exquisite jewels since childhood, the Yellow Oriole gazed at this most ordinary bracelet, her eyes sparkling with joy. At that moment, through the bracelet, she caught sight of a tall, aloof woman standing at the end of the street, a long sword strapped to her back. The woman's demeanor was icy, her name Sword, by Yun, exuding a commanding presence in her black and white robe. Just standing there, she emanated an aura of sharpness. The striking beauty's cold gaze was fixed on the Yellow Oriole. With slender brows and elongated phoenix-like eyes, her features radiated intensity. The 2 women stood facing each other from a distance. The Yellow Oriole felt an unsettling curiosity. Was this yet another skilled practitioner from the martial world drawn by her presence? Stepping back discreetly, she merged into the crowd, disappearing from sight. On the outskirts of Yuan Town, in front of a dilapidated temple seldom visited by people, the Yellow Oriole encountered the sword practitioner once more. The woman scrutinized the Oriole in her pale yellow robe without reservation. Her voice was frigid as she asked, "Who are you?" The Yellow Oriole furrowed her brow and retorted, "What concern is it of yours?" In just 2 exchanges, a palpable tension filled the air. Like 2 blades crossing, both women exchanged fierce glances. The Yellow Oriole subtly lowered her sleeves, concealing a snow-white dagger that slid into her palm. The sword-bearing woman remained unfazed, her narrowed phoenix eyes fixed on the Yellow Oriole's sleeve, coldly declaring, "If you make a move, you will surely perish." In an instant, an oppressive aura locked onto the Yellow Oriole, making her feel as if a long sword hung ominously above her head. "Sword practitioner?" The cold woman squinted and asked bluntly, "Why do you bear the remnants of the Taishu sword intent?" At this, the Yellow Oriole was momentarily taken aback. Taishu sword intent? The image of a blue-clad sword immortal flashed through her mind. Was it him? Previously, Lin Cuo had used the Taishu sword technique to force 5 Golden Body Realm masters out of the city. Was this woman before her a disciple of the Taishu sword sect? With a cold laugh, the yellow Oriole replied, I do not understand what you are speaking of. The woman who had traversed 3 provinces from the Taishu sword sect, following the Taishu sword intent to this location, was Qin Guishi. Seemingly amused, Qin Guishi narrowed her eyes and coldly warned, do not make me ask a second time. The yellow Oriole smirked defiantly, countering, oh? And what if I do? At that moment, the renowned sword by Yun behind Qin Guishi trembled incessantly, exuding an overwhelming sword energy. Qin Guishi continued to smirk, saying, in that case, shall you receive my sword first? The yellow Oriole, with an air of arrogance, remained unmoved by Qin Guishi's menacing words. With her sharp demeanor and fierce sword energy, Qin Guishi reached for the Bai Yun sword behind her, poised to draw it without hesitation. Just as the sword was about to be unsheathed, a man clad in blue suddenly appeared, pressing his hand against the sword's hilt. With a resonant sound, the Bai Yun sword returned to its sheath. Qin Guishi's expression changed dramatically. She had sensed nothing of the blue-clad man's arrival. He effortlessly pressed the Bai Yun sword back into its sheath. Upon seeing Lin Cuo's arrival, the yellow Oriole lifted her chin towards Qin Guishi, narrowing her eyes and smiling slyly. Witnessing this scene, Qin Guishi's murderous intent surged once more as she gripped the sword hilt tightly again. Lin Cuo could only once again suppress the Bai Yun sword, his voice cold as he uttered, Huang Li, enough. Upon hearing Lin Cuo speak, Huang Li let out a disdainful snort, then turned her gaze, brimming with mirth, towards Qin Guidi. After the appearance of the man in the azure robe, Qin Guidi, with her innate sword body, furrowed her brows as she pressed down the Bai Yun sword with one hand, her voice icy. Is that the void sword intent? Thanks to her natural sword body, Qin Guidi had made remarkable strides in the path of swordsmanship since she first held a sword, displaying an innate sensitivity to sword intent and sword energy. The moment Lin Cuo emerged, she sensed the residual sword intent that lingered around him. Lin Cuo appeared somewhat taken aback. The sword cultivator before him, having attained the pinnacle of the Golden Body Realm, was unexpectedly capable of perceiving his Taishu sword intent. Before Lin Cuo could utter a word, Qin Gi furrowed her brow and inquired, how is it that you possess the Taishu sword intent? Chapter 44. Miss Qin, would you care to make a wish? Chunbai also made his presence known, chuckling lightly as he remarked, my dear lady, to draw your sword at the slightest disagreement is rather unwise. Should you encounter someone even more unruly in your travels through the martial world, you may find yourself in grave peril. Lin Cuo no longer restrained the restless Bai Yun sword, instead creating distance from Qin Gi. Qin Gi's complexion turned ashen as she fixed her gaze on Chunbai, her tone rigid. What business do the affairs of the Taishu sword sect have with you? Chunbai, with a smile upon his face, nodded and inquired, under whose tutelage do you train? Which of the 6 swords of Taishu do you wield? Upon hearing the man casually mention the secret history of the Taishu sword sect, Qin Gi's expression changed dramatically, and the Bai Yun sword suddenly leapt from its sheath. In a mere moment, the sword that had been behind Qin Gi was casually grasped in Chunbai's hand. Chunbai examined the illustrious sword and remarked, it appears to be the work of Bai Xian. As usual, the sword's aura is sharp, but the intent lacks fluidity. Stunned by the loss of her prized sword, Qin Gi gasped in disbelief. Xian Shen realm? The man before her spoke Bai Xian's name so casually, as if discussing trivial matters. After weighing the Bai Yun sword several times, Chunbai sighed. Why the fuss? Your master, Bai Xian, is also of the Xian Shen realm. Besides, there are still a few old sword cultivators alive within the Taishu sword sect, are there not? Standing rooted in place. Qin Gi's phoenix eyes remained fixed on the man in front of her. However, Chunbai did not press her further. He merely swung the Bai Yun sword a few times before tossing it back to her. There was no need to investigate the matter of the Taishu sword intent. She could simply return and inform Bai Xian that Chunbai wields the sword, and he would understand. Receiving the Bai Yun sword, Qin Gi furrowed her brow upon hearing the name Chunbai, muttering to herself, Chunbai? Repeating the name several times. She suddenly recalled tales recounted by the elders of the Taishu sword sect during her childhood training, tales of the legendary sword cultivators. Chunbai, you are the Taibai sword immortal. Qin Gi turned sharply to gaze at the man before her, who had soared to fame 2 decades prior. Chunbai seemed somewhat surprised, chuckling as he said, Did your master Bai Xian mention me? That old fellow is rather petty. When I once jested about his sword intent being stilted, he took it to heart, so I'm sure he hasn't spoken well of me. Qin Gi widened her eyes in astonishment, staring at this unassuming man of the common folk. He was one of the 3 sword immortals of his time, renowned alongside her master Bai Xian. Chen Bai, a pinnacle sword cultivator of the Xinshin realm, was celebrated as the Tai Bai sword immortal and was among the most illustrious sword immortals of the present age. 2 decades ago, the sword path was graced by 3 eminent sword immortals: Bai Xian, the foremost sword of the Taishu 6 swords and a pinnacle sword cultivator of the Xinshin realm; Wu Fengtong, a female sword immortal from the Jinzhong, also a pinnacle sword cultivator of the Xinshin realm; and Chun Bai, the Tai Bai sword immortal, likewise at the pinnacle of the Xinshin realm. These 3 sword cultivators were universally acknowledged as the pillars of the sword path, each excelling in different facets: Bai Xian in sword aura, Wu Fengtong in sword technique, and Chun Bai in sword intent. The 3 top sword cultivators enjoyed 30 years of renown in the realm of swordsmanship. For years, debates raged over their respective levels of mastery, yet no definitive conclusion was ever reached. However, such debates ceased to arise after a remarkable sword cultivator emerged, mastering sword intent, sword aura, and sword technique, achieving unparalleled excellence in the sword path, a grand sword immortal who reappeared after 3 centuries. The Grand Master of the Heavenly Man realm, the Han Tan sword immortal, eclipsed the previous 3 sword immortals, who had once been lauded as the foremost figures in the sword path. Chun Bai paid little heed to such ephemeral titles. Since he began his sword training, he remained singularly focused, regarding all else as mere fleeting moments. Qin Gi, now thoroughly intimidated, had lost her previously arrogant demeanor, her hands obediently clasped behind her back, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, quietly standing aside. Chun Bai held a favorable impression of this young female sword cultivator, Bai Xian's disciple. After all, she was a dazzling talent in the sword path, and Chun Bai felt a sense of satisfaction upon encountering promising new sword cultivators. With a warm smile, Chun Bai remarked, "Qin Gi, what a lovely name. From the poem Mu Gi, it is both beautiful and unique." Qin Gi replied earnestly, "It is derived from Guofeng, Bei Feng." Jing Nu Chun Bai merely lifted his gaze, recognizing her exceptional nature. She was indeed a rare innate sword body. As a young cultivator in the golden body realm, her pride was entirely justifiable. Chun Bai, adopting a tone of sage-like wisdom, advised, "Miss Qin, while honing your swordsmanship, venture forth into the world. The ethereal swords of the Taishu sword sect may be profound, but only through experiencing the mortal realm can one ground their sword path." Avoiding superficiality. Despite his youthful appearance, Qin Gi nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. Lin Cuo simply clasped his hands within his sleeves, standing silently to one side. Huang Li, with a smile gracing her features, quietly stood behind Lin Cuo, humming softly as she cast her gaze upon the imposing female swordswoman. Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and turned to say, "This is rather an overreach, don't you think?" Huang Li seemed oblivious, raising her wrist to admire the delicate bracelet, her smile radiant. Qin Gi gazed at the gentleman in the azure robe before her, still filled with confusion. Who was this man, and how could he share such a close bond with Chun Bai? Chun Bai cleared his throat softly and remarked, "Miss Qin, do you hold any aspirations regarding the path of swordsmanship?" Startled by his unexpected inquiry, Qin Gi stammered, "Huh?" Chun Bai then drew Lin Cuo closer, gesturing towards him with a playful smile. "Miss Qin, if you have any wishes, feel free to share them with him. His granting of wishes is quite effective." Qin Gi remained in a state of bewilderment, gazing blankly at the azure-robed man and the teasing Chun Bai. Chun Bai pressed a hand on Lin Cuo's shoulder, urging, "Do express a wish, Miss Qin. Opportunities like this are fleeting." Though still perplexed, Qin Gi hesitantly turned to Lin Cuo and murmured, "I wish that my journey in swordsmanship may continue to expand infinitely." Lin Cuo wore a face that resembled one who had tasted something foul. While Chun Bai lightly nudged Lin Cuo's shoulder and chuckled, "Someone has made a wish. Aren't you going to say anything?" Lin Cuo could only sigh helplessly before speaking. "I wish you, Taoist Qin, to tread further along the path of the sword." Chapter 45. All our old foxes. Qin Gi wore a bewildered expression, unaware of the reason behind it. Meanwhile, Chun Bai sported a sly smile as he patted Lin Cuo's shoulder vigorously. Lin Cuo wore an expression of utter exasperation, resembling one who had just consumed something distasteful. Chun Bai, on the other hand, erupted into hearty laughter and remarked, "Miss Qin, you are indeed fortunate." Qin Gi, however, was oblivious to the fact that this seemingly unassuming man in the green robe, who exhibited no trace of martial prowess, had bestowed upon her an enigmatic fortune the moment he uttered, "May you, Taoist Qin, traverse ever farther on the path of the sword." Chun Bai's demeanor was one of cunning. His seemingly absurd antics had, in an inexplicable manner, enveloped Qin Gi in a protective aura of destiny. After all, despite the individual before her choosing to deceive himself by forsaking all his martial knowledge through the means of a besieged mind, he remained the unequivocal champion of the realm. The mere act of eliciting a nod from the world's preeminent master, accompanied by the words, "May you, Taoist Qin, traverse ever farther on the path of the sword," had inevitably endowed Qin Gi with the fortuitous blessings of martial destiny. Lin Cuo looked at Chun Bai's actions with a face full of helplessness. Coming from a background of solitary cultivation, Chun Bai had always cherished the younger generation of sword practitioners. With an easygoing demeanor, Chun Bai threw an arm around Lin Cuo's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "The favor owed to me has been repaid." Lin Cuo could only nod helplessly. Lin Cuo rubbed his brow and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "To speak candidly, you would be most suited as a solitary cultivator." Chun Bai was momentarily taken aback, and then, furrowing her brow in confusion, inquired, "What do you mean?" Lin Cuo cast a fleeting glance at Qin Gi before calmly stating, "The essence of the Tai Su sword is such that, aside from the 6 elder sword cultivators of the Tai Su sword sect, who else in the world possesses it?" After saying this, Chun Bai suddenly had an epiphany, a sly smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "By Xian, that cunning old fox truly is astute." It was at this moment that Chun Bai realized the reason Bai Xian willingly dispatched his cherished disciple from Liangzhou to Yuzhou in search of a stranger sword cultivator endowed with the Tai Su sword intent. Without even a single companion from the Tai Su sword sect, was indeed a calculated move by the old fox. The Tai Su sword technique is the very foundation of the Tai Su sword sect, and in today's world, those who carry the Tai Su sword intent could be counted on one's fingers. In the past century, aside from the sword cultivators within the Tai Su sword sect, there exists but one exception among the warriors who embody the Tai Su sword intent, Lin Cuo. At this moment, Lin Cuo gently rubbed his temples, reflecting on his youthful arrogance during his days of wandering the martial world. In his earlier exploits, he endeavored to amalgamate the myriad martial arts of the realm into a singular mastery. Throughout his journey, he encountered countless martial arts grandmasters in combat. With each encounter, Lin Cuo meticulously deconstructed his opponent's techniques, unraveling their martial arts and reversing their principles. Through the fruits of his present understanding, he traced back to the origins of their methods. This astonishing martial approach allowed Lin Cuo to acquire a new martial art with each confrontation, rendering the phenomenon seemingly absurd. Over the span of 5 centuries, Lin Cuo's prodigious talent in martial arts positioned him among the top 3 in history. Upon his entrance into the profound divine realm, he ascended the heavenly sword peak alone, where an elder sword cultivator of the 6 swords of Taishu personally appeared. In a duel of swords, not only did Lin Cuo triumph over the elder sword cultivator, but he also inscribed the Taishu sword technique into his very consciousness. Lin Cuo let out a helpless sigh, realizing that the cunning Bai Xian had likely harbored suspicions upon sensing the essence of the Tai Su sword, though he could not definitively ascertain whether it was indeed Lin Cuo. The reason Bai Xian felt at ease allowing Qin Gi to travel alone to Yuzhou was that he had already calculated, knowing Chun Bai was present there. If Qin Gi were to encounter a life-threatening situation, Chun Bai's character would certainly not permit him to stand idly by. Renowned for his appreciation of talent, Chun Bai would generously impart sword techniques to any junior swordsman, regardless of their level of mastery or comprehension. Chun Bai could not help but sneer, gritting his teeth as he thought, "So, this old fox Bai Xian has sent his prized disciple to me for further training? Truly a clever scheme. He not only gains the favor of the world's foremost martial fortune, but also aims to acquire a few superior sword techniques from me. How delightful." Yet, when he glanced at the innocent and bewildered Qin Gi, he found himself at a loss for words, for she remained blissfully unaware of these intricate machinations. Chun Bai muttered to himself, acknowledging how astutely Bai Xian had calculated. A rare talent, a natural sword body, and a young practitioner at the golden body stage stood before him, a fine piece of unrefined jade, indeed. Chun Bai felt a surge of enthusiasm. He decided to dismiss his thoughts, considering that he could always confront Bai Xian at the Tai Su sword sect and have some fun at his expense. Not to mention, in his youth, Bai Xian had been quite the charmer, often indulging in thrilling escapades, but now, as the leader of the Tai Su sword sect, he was forced to maintain an air of aloofness and decorum. With a broad-minded disposition befitting a free-spirited cultivator, Chunbai quickly brushed aside his musings and smiled brightly. He turned to Qin Gi and said, "Miss Qin, there is no need to return to Liangzhou just yet. Stay here and learn a few exceptional sword techniques before you leave. Let's not forget, when it comes to sword intent, I far surpass that old fox Bai Xian. While following him to cultivate sword energy is acceptable, pursuing sword intent under his guidance is akin to a toad giving birth." Qin Gi was both surprised and delighted, hurriedly bowing with a stiff demeanor and respectfully uttering, "Teach thank you, sword immortal Chun." Chunbai waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Do not mimic Bai Xian's nonsensical ways. Here, you are free to relax." In high spirits, Chunbai then took Lin Cuo by the arm, cheerfully suggesting, "Since we rarely meet, let us indulge in a good drink." Without allowing Lin Cuo a moment to respond, he whisked him away. At the Qingyu tea house, they chose to drink alcohol instead of tea. The brew was a humble, locally crafted concoction, cloudy and intensely spicy upon entry, but Lin Cuo continued to drink unabated. Eventually, the alcohol took effect, leaving him in a hazy stupor. Lin Cuo's capacity for alcohol was no match for Chunbai. At this moment, his speech was a jumble, and he absorbed the words of others only to let them slip away. It was then that Chunbai drained the contents of his bowl and slowly inquired, "What is it that you require of me on this journey into the world?" Chunbai remained oblivious to Lin Cuo's motives behind feigning death through a thunder calamity, the reasons for relinquishing his cultivation, or his current intentions. Chunbai felt no compulsion to ask, nor did he find it necessary. Lin Cuo now bears no resemblance to the person he once was. The bitterness of his journey is known only to him. However, Chunbai has little interest in hearing about such futile tales of past sorrows. With a fervent gaze, Chunbai feels that there is no need for further discussion. He only requires knowledge of one essential truth in the present moment. Lin Cuo now contemplates what he must do. Chapter 46, The Caged Sparrow. In a state of deep stupor, Lin Cuo set his wine bowl down on the table, remaining silent for a moment before muttering indistinctly, "Who mourns for the lost wanderer? In years past, fame and fortune shattered my stubborn heart. Over 2 decades, I have committed countless wrongs. Now, I perceive the weight of my past sins." With that, Lin Cuo succumbed to a profound slumber, lost in his intoxication. Only Chunbai remained, still holding his wine bowl, immersed in prolonged silence. Eventually, Chunbai gently clinked his wine bowl against Lin Cuo's before abruptly tilting his head back to drink it all. With a long exhalation, he bore a sorrowful expression. "Who mourns for the lost wanderer?" Chunbai slowly rose and stepped outside the tea house, seeking the woman who had accompanied Lin Cuo for some time, Huangli. Chunbai, enveloped in the scent of alcohol, approached her. Upon seeing the famed Tai Bai sword immortal, Huangli appeared somewhat flustered, instinctively glancing toward the tea house. Not spotting the familiar figure in the green robe, an inexplicable unease washed over her. She turned to Chunbai and hesitantly inquired, "Sword immortal Chunbai, is there something you need?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Chunbai walked past Huangli, a light smile gracing his lips. "Miss Huangli, would you accompany me for a while?" Huangli, perplexed, tentatively asked, "What about Lin Cuo?" Chunbai did not respond, instead continuing onward. After several moments of hesitation, Huangli followed him. The two traversed the narrow alley in silence, Chunbai uncommunicative and Huangli cautious. The man before her was a pinnacle sword immortal of the Xian god realm, one of the foremost masters in the world. Chunbai halted, and Huangli abruptly stopped behind him. In an instant, his true energy surged forth, dispelling the alcohol's effects entirely. He turned slightly, calmly asking, "Are you aware of Lin Cuo's current state?" A wave of anxiety gripped Huangli, and she ventured, half-step into the Xian god realm. Chunbai clarified, "His cultivation can be deemed a half-step into the Xian god realm, but his martial arts skills are only at the golden body level." Upon hearing this, Huangli furrowed her brow in disbelief. A half-step into the Xian god realm, yet possessing martial arts skills limited to the golden body level? It was akin to possessing an entire mountain of gold, yet being unable to utilize it, forced to extract it with a mere spoon. Before Huangli could ponder the implications, Chunbai continued, "Currently, He lacks the requisite realm and is deficient in martial arts, which naturally limits his perspective, rendering him unable to see through many matters. However, I remain at the pinnacle of the Xian God realm, and I can perceive clearly. Confused, Huangli asked, "What has Sword Immortal Chunbai seen?" Chunbai chuckled softly before responding. For instance, Qin Goadi, hailing from the Taishu sword sect, can sense the Taishu sword intent within him due to her innate sword body, a rarity in 100 years, or the recent fluctuations in the martial fortunes of Yuzhou, stemming from the demise of a master there, or your face, adorned with the heavenly visage crafted by the ghost hand Li. Huangli was suddenly overwhelmed with shock, her entire being stiffening as a chill coursed through her. She had worn the exquisite face for a full 8 years, and Chunbai had uncovered it with a single remark. Chunbai continued, "This heavenly visage is of the highest quality, regarded as Ghost Hand Li's masterpiece. Even I can only discern its existence, unable to glimpse the true face beneath. In the martial world, the renowned master of disguise, known as Ghost Hand, is none other than Ghost Hand Li, a pinnacle master of disguise in the Xian God realm. It is said that he changes his face each year, and almost no one knows his true appearance." With hands still clasped behind his back, Chunbai spoke calmly, codenamed Huangli, and Xian Great Assassin of the Jaime Pavilion, merely at the Qi and realm level, yet concealed beneath a heavenly visage. "Who exactly are you?" Huangli clenched her fists, instinctively retreating until she collided with the wall of the alley, jolting her back to reality. Unbeknownst to her, she had gripped her fists so tightly that her fingers pierced her palm. Chunbai spoke in a flat tone, "You have 3 breaths to speak, or you shall die." Without a hint of fluctuation in his aura, not even a trace of sword energy revealed itself. He remained composed with his hands behind his back. Yet Huangli had no doubt that after 3 breaths, Chunbai would indeed follow through, and her life would be forfeit. With a sorrowful expression, Huangli slowly uttered, "My birth name is Liang Quebec." Upon hearing this, Chunbai's brow furrowed sharply as he demanded, "Liang Ke?" The name, long unspoken for 8 years, once uttered, brought Huang Li an overwhelming sense of release. Though the world is vast enough to accommodate 2 kingdoms, it cannot harbor a deposed princess. In the grand scheme, there was no place for Liang Quebec. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she realized she had nearly forgotten that name, Liang Quebec. Chunbai's expression remained inscrutable as he stood there in silence. Liang Ke, without urgency, also stood still, for since the fall of her kingdom, she had never truly held her own fate in her hands. Liang Ke, Huang Li, how intriguing, mere caged birds. But in the next moment, Liang Ke heard a statement that shook her to the core. "Liang Ke, I offer you a chance, you may leave." Chunbai's eyes were dim, yet his voice was calm. Liang Ke was taken aback, incredulous as she asked, "What do you mean?" Chunbai responded, "At this moment, you may leave. I grant you your freedom." Liang Ke stood frozen in disbelief, murmuring, "What about Lin Cuo? My life is in his hands. If I leave now, in the future..." Before she could finish, Chunbai shook his head slightly, saying, "You need only depart." The sudden offer of freedom brought no anticipated joy to the woman. Instead, she felt a profound emptiness. Liang Ke sensed a void in her heart, left bewildered. Due to an assassination attempt, she had become entangled with the man in the tea house, later returning to the, inadvertently finding herself beside him, held captive by his whims, forced to traverse the martial world alongside him. The freedom she had longed for was now within reach, yet Liang Ke felt only confusion. To leave? After a moment of silence, she slowly asked, "Does he know?" Chunbai replied indifferently, "He does not know, nor does he need to." As the night enveloped them, obscuring thoughts and intentions. Chapter 47. A beauty like jade, a sword like a rainbow. Chunbai lingered not, instead turning to depart the narrow alley. In the dimness of the night, only Liang Ke remained. The following morning, as dawn broke, the world was anew. Lin Cuo, nursing a hangover, pressed his head, still somewhat dizzy, as he groggily rose. Not finding Chunbai in the tea house, Lin Cuo stepped outside, with each step diminishing his intoxication until he emerged, completely sober. In the morning sunlight, Lin Cuo spotted a woman carrying breakfast, her face beaming with warmth as she gazed at him. Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback as she observed Liang Ke, who had brought a variety of breakfast options. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "Has the sun risen from the west?" Liang Ke puffed up her cheeks, sulking, and replied, "What? No compliments for me." Lin Cuo exclaimed in astonishment, mocking, This is a task befitting a mere maid. Upon hearing the term maid, Lin Cuo was both infuriated and amused, feigning anger as she retorted, "If that's the case, then I shall not partake." Lin Cuo ceased to jest with Lin Cuo and instead took the breakfast from her hands, casually inquiring, "Where's Chen Bai?" Lin Cuo, maintaining her composure, replied, "Chen Bai has taken Qin Gi to practice swordsmanship, claiming that morning training sharpens the essence of righteousness in the sword." Lin Cuo did not inquire further, merely nodding gently. Lin Cuo asked with curiosity, "How long do you intend to stay here?" Lin Cuo pondered for a moment before responding, "It won't be long." Lin Cuo furrowed her brows and inquired, "Why must you leave so soon?" Lin Cuo retorted, "What do you mean?" Lin Cuo casually pushed a basket of soup dumplings towards Lin Cuo and replied with confusion, "Currently, the entire martial world of Yuzhou is filled with curiosity about you. The azure-robed sword immortal. Countless skilled practitioners have come seeking you. With your association with Chen Bai, you need not worry about those martial artists seeking you out. After all, Chen Bai is a peak swordsman of the Xianxin realm. Aside from that unpredictable figure, who is regarded as the foremost expert in Yuzhou but is perpetually inebriated, there is no one in Yuzhou who can rival Chen Bai." Lin Cuo did not elaborate much. He merely shook his head gently and said, "Ultimately, this is my own affair, and I cannot evade it." After speaking, Lin Cuo furrowed his brow slightly and gazed at Lin Quebec. "You seem rather peculiar today." Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of embarrassment, responded, "Is that so?" Lin Cuo paid no heed, rising to say, "Let us go and witness the swordsmanship of Chen Jianshan." Lin Cuo nodded with a smile, silently trailing behind Lin Cuo as was customary. The two proceeded westward until they exited Heyuan town. Along the way, Lin Cuo inquired with curiosity, "Is that female sword cultivator exceptionally talented?" Lin Cuo pondered for a moment and candidly remarked, "A naturally gifted sword body, such as mine, possesses unparalleled advantages in the realm of swordsmanship. Among the three legendary sword immortals of yore, the renowned sword master Wu Fengtong was indeed a natural sword body." Lin Cuo, taken aback, inquired, "Is she the female sword immortal hailing from the southern Yu Sword Forest?" Lin Cuo nodded gently. "Wu Fengtong from the southern Yu Sword Forest, Bai Xian from the Taishu sword sect, and the rogue cultivator Chen Bai. These three renowned sword practitioners are among the finest in the contemporary world. Wu Fengtong has remained hidden from the world for an entire decade. It is said that this female sword cultivator has been seated in meditation within the sword tomb of the southern Yu Sword Forest, devotedly honing her skills with unwavering focus, spending her days in the sole company of her sword." Lin Cuo merely nodded lightly and chuckled. No wonder she carries herself with such formidable presence. Lin Cuo, upon hearing these words, murmured to himself, "In the realm of martial arts, countless prodigies possess astonishing talents in their youth, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority and pride. Achieving great renown at a young age may not necessarily be a blessing. When one's spirit soars too high, becoming lofty and arrogant, they may come to believe themselves unrivaled in the world. However, upon encountering formidable challenges, they may find themselves humbled, their confidence shattered, and unable to rise again." Lin Cuo smiled bitterly, wondering if his path might have diverged had he encountered formidable obstacles earlier. Yet fate had decreed otherwise. That white-haired, blue-robed man possessed martial talents unparalleled through the ages, emerging invincible from his very first foray into the martial world. Arrogant in his youth, he had deemed the world beneath his notice, only to realize upon reflection that he had indeed become the undisputed supreme master, acclaimed as the pinnacle of martial arts. For 2 decades he roamed the rivers and lakes with unbridled audacity, committing countless follies and wrongs that filled him with enduring remorse. To his surprise, Lin Cuo gently shook her head and remarked, "Not necessarily for the worse." Lin Cuo, filled with curiosity, inquired with a smile, "What do you mean?" Lin Cuo, with a charming smile, lifted her gaze and replied, "Seize the poetry and wine while youth lasts." Lin Cuo chuckled lightly, remarking, "Indeed, when flowers are ripe for the picking, one must seize the moment." Lin Cuo, with a shared understanding, gazed into the distance, her eyes sparkling, and softly replied, "Do not wait until there are no flowers to pluck the branches." The two journeyed northward until they arrived at a vast open field. The sky was high and the clouds were sparse, while fallen leaves danced gently in the breeze. At the horizon, a female swordswoman wielded the renowned sword, Biyun, her sword energy sweeping across the meadow, stirring a flurry of withered yellow leaves that cascaded to the ground. Her figure resembled a startled swan, and her swordplay flowed like a wandering dragon. Even a woman as graceful as Lin Cuo could not help but acknowledge that the sword-wielding Qin Gi was an extraordinary beauty. Lin Cuo's expression was serene as he calmly gazed at the woman in the distance. Lin Cuo inquired with a smile, "Is she beautiful?" Lin Cuo did not conceal his thoughts and candidly remarked, "In comparison to the Wu Fengtong of yore, Qin Gi surpasses her in every aspect." Lin Cuo, with her slender fingers, delicately brushed her own cheek. After a moment of gentle manipulation, she gradually lowered her snow-white palm. It was only when Qin Gi concluded her sword dance that Chunbai exclaimed, "The white Xian sword aura is indeed commendable." Despite Chunbai's disdain for the old fox Bai Xian, he could not help but admit that Bai Xian's sword aura had been unparalleled 2 decades ago. Qin Gi stood there timidly, embodying the perfect harmony of a famed sword and a beautiful maiden. Chunbai scratched his head, then extended his hand, saying, "I cannot teach you the sword aura, but when it comes to sword intent, Bai Xian cannot even begin to match my prowess." Upon seeing Chunbai's outstretched hand, Qin Gi promptly offered him the Bai Yun sword. Chunbai accepted the renowned Bai Yun sword and slowly rose to his feet. He casually took his stance and gripped the hilt of the Bai Yun sword. Without any visible movement, the moment he held the hilt, an ethereal sword intent materialized from thin air. Swordsmanship is the most concrete, sword aura comes second, while sword intent is the most abstract. To ordinary cultivators, sword intent appears formless and intangible, the most elusive of concepts. Swordsmanship can be learned, sword aura can be refined, but sword intent can only be comprehended. Sword intent emphasizes the essence of intention. It cannot be articulated, for to speak of it is to err. After grasping the sword, Lin Cuo from a distance sensed the emergence of the intangible sword intent in the air. Although she could not see it, she could still feel the overwhelming and profound sword intent, astonished by its celestial brilliance. Is this truly the sword immortal at the pinnacle of the Xianshan realm? To Qin Gi, born with a sword body, this extraordinary phenomenon presented an entirely different vision. In her eyes, the enigmatic sword intent transformed from the abstract to the concrete, manifesting as a snow-white river suspended in the heavens, reminiscent of the Milky Way, dazzling and resplendent. This was the singular advantage of her innate sword body, bestowing her with a remarkable talent in the path of swordsmanship. Chapter 48. Before arrival, the sword arrives. Chunbai gazed at Qin Gi, reflecting inwardly. What a fine piece of uncut jade. Qin Gi, entranced by the myriad sword intents, was loath to divert her gaze until the sword intent, akin to a celestial river, gradually dissipated, allowing her to return to her senses. Chunbai turned his attention to Lin Cuo and Lin Cuo, his expression unperturbed, and with a smile, inquired, "What brings you here with such interest?" Lin Cuo chuckled softly and remarked, "Isn't it time to witness the sword intent of the esteemed Chen Jianxian?" Upon hearing the title Chen Jianxian, Chunbai felt a sudden weight upon his mind. However, before he could utter a word, Chunbai's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention towards the northwest. After a brief moment, he grinned and said, "Lin Cuo, your reputation as the Qingshan sword immortal is quite formidable." Lin Cuo, perplexed, slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean?" Chunbai, gesturing towards the northwest with his finger, replied with a smile, "It approaches you directly." No sooner had Chunbai's words left his lips than Lin Cuo also sensed the formidable energy emanating from the northwest. Lin Cuo immediately turned around and addressed the 2 women behind him. "You both, leave this place at once." Qin Guadi was perplexed, yet Lin Cuo, without hesitation, promptly turned and departed. Chunbai cast a glance at Qin Guadi, and she subdued her doubts, subsequently following Lin Cuo's lead. After the 2 had left, Chunbai smiled and inquired, "What do you think? Do you require my assistance in halting that individual?" Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, expressing a sense of resignation as he said, "Let him come." Chunbai, stroking his chin, appeared on the verge of laughter. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, howling through the vast expanse. Standing side by side on the expansive prairie were Lin Cuo and Chunbai. From the northwest, a torrent of sword energy surged towards them. A glimmer of white light illuminated the horizon. In their line of sight, that speck of white light rapidly expanded, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. In an instant, a magnificent wave of sword energy surged forth from the distant horizon, This grand sword energy cascaded downwards with a thunderous roar, crashing into the vast prairie with tremendous force. Before the figure arrived, the sword had already made its presence known. The pristine sword energy resembled a colossal waterfall, descending with a resounding crash, instantly shattering the tranquility of the expansive land. Lin Cuo's figure dissipated from the original spot, reappearing not far away, with hands clasped in his sleeves. He chuckled lightly. Excellent swordsmanship. Chunbai rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue. Though the realm is not high, the spectacle is quite grand. As the magnificent sword energy, cascading like a waterfall, dissipated, a figure approached on a flying sword from the distance. In the sky, a middle-aged man with graying temples, donned in a dark robe, glided on his sword. The man's dark robe billowed dramatically, and the sword beneath him resonated with a constant hum, as he stood suspended in midair, exuding an extraordinary presence. He was Jiang Zheng, the third strongest in Yuzhou, a sword cultivator of the Xinshan realm. Chunbai waved his hand to disperse the stirred dust, coughing lightly. Ho! Look at the grandeur of this individual. At first glance, he resembles a sword immortal. I am truly humbled. Lin Cuo continued to clasp his hands within his sleeves, chuckling lightly. This is the demeanor of a master. Chunbai remained unimpressed, merely snorting coldly, recalling how Bai Xian had a penchant for such fanciful displays. Traversing the tides on his sword, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. In the sky, Jiang Zheng, standing upon his flying sword, wore a puzzled expression as he gazed down at the two men on the field below. One was dressed in a blue robe, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, currently holding his hands in his sleeves, a serene smile adorning his face. The other, clad in gray, appeared unremarkable, rubbing his chin with a playful expression directed towards Jiang Zheng. Upon hearing the rumors of the blue-robed sword immortal, Jiang Zheng had traversed 300 miles on his sword upon sensing the sword intent, now furrowing his brows slightly. Jiang Zheng, a sword cultivator, had come to seek counsel regarding the sword. His voice boomed like a bell, resonating across the field. Chunbai stretched lazily and remarked, It is no wonder that the newly arrived Jiang Zheng, wielding the tumultuous river with a sword in hand, could challenge the 13 sects all by himself. Truly an impressive aura. Jiang Zheng frowned, directing his gaze at the seemingly unremarkable man before him, and inquired, Are you part of the martial evaluation in Yuzhou? Chunbai pondered for a moment before honestly replying, I am not. Jiang Zheng pointed to the side with 2 fingers and said solemnly, Then step aside. Jiang Zheng seeks the blue-robed sword immortal. On the field, Chunbai wore a mischievous smile as he asked, Why has the Jiang sword lost even its original name? A swordsmanship prodigy hailing from the Nanyue sword forest, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the sword immortal of the Cold Pool. Feeling too ashamed to face the sword forest, thus relinquishing the sword character from his name and leaving the Nanyue sword forest to venture into Yuzhou. Such a secret is enough to rank second in the martial arts chronicles reported to the Taihe dynasty. Caught off guard by the revelation of his former name, Jiang Zheng's expression darkened, and he asked in a grave tone, Who are you? Chunbai laughed heartily. Do not be angry, great sword immortal Jiang. Jiang Zheng's expression remained grim. His renowned sword, the turbulent river, sang incessantly beneath his feet, while the sleeves of his robe swelled with surging sword energy, its sharpness palpable. Jiang Zheng's complexion turned ashen as he declared, Then receive my sword. From his sleeves flowed forth a stream of pure white sword energy, resembling 2 snowy rivers spiraling in the air, dense with a multitude of sword energies akin to countless swimming fish. Faced with such a stunning scene, both Lin Cuo and Chunbai maintained their composure. Chunbai narrowed his eyes and nodded, remarking, An impressive display. It is said that Jiang Zheng harbored countless sword energies within his sleeves, and when released, they would create a spectacle akin to 2 celestial rivers obscuring the sky, with fish swimming at great heights, a claim that now appeared to be true. Jiang Zheng, renowned for his obsession with the sword, once single-handedly toppled the 13 sects of Yuzhou, earning half of Yozhou's respect. However, as he continued his journey eastward, he encountered a drunken man. This solitary figure halted Jiang Zheng's unstoppable momentum, and the two engaged in a duel that spanned over 1,200 exchanges. Ultimately, the drunken man dismantled every sword move Jiang Zheng unleashed, wielding a sword sheath against Jiang Zheng's long sword, forcing him to retract his blade. This drunken man, whose name and origins remain unknown, has been referred to as the drunken madman in the martial world and later ranked first in the Yuzhou martial evaluation. It is rumored that Jiang Zheng had also engaged in a sword inquiry with Shengguan Yuma, though the outcome of that encounter remains unspoken, leading the martial world to speculate that their duel ended without a decisive conclusion. Confronted with the two rivers of sword energy and the multitude of fish suspended in the sky, Chunbai merely brought his two fingers together and gently shook them. With a resonant voice, he commanded, "Go." Instantly, a luminous sword light illuminated the heavens, revealing a transparent flying sword. In an instant, the two rivers of sword energy hanging in the sky were cleaved into segments. The flying sword surged forth with unstoppable momentum, plunging into the river of sword energy, swiftly annihilating the countless sword energies like a tempest. Without any extravagant sword techniques, merely a transparent flying sword was sufficient to sever the two rivers of sword energy entirely. Jiang Zheng's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he exclaimed, "Who on earth are you?" Chunbai raised his head, rubbing his neck, and replied, "Is this how one speaks to their senior? Quite unbecoming." In the next moment, an invisible sword intent soared into the sky, transforming into countless transparent chains that ensnared Jiang Zheng's hands and legs completely. With a sudden yank, Chunbai pulled Jiang Zheng down, sending him crashing violently to the ground. Without granting Jiang Zheng any opportunity to react, Chunbai yanked him down forcefully, crashing him into the already shattered field, leaving it even more riddled with gorges and ruins. Chapter 49. Is it beautiful? Within Heyuan town, unlike the vibrational energies resonating across the vast fields, two women strolled leisurely. Qin Gi carried the Baiyun's sword on her back. Walking side by side with Liang Quebec, Qin Gi was quietly observing the woman beside her. The two, who had exchanged sharp words upon their first meeting, now stood side by side in a calm and composed manner. Noticing Qin Gi's gaze, Liang Ke turned her head and chuckled lightly. "Am I beautiful?" Qin Gi did not shy away from Liang Ke's eyes, her gaze lingering on Liang Ke's face. In response to Liang Ke's inquiry, Qin Gi fell silent for a moment, examining Liang Ke's unremarkable features, and candidly stated, "Quite average, indeed." Liang Ke couldn't help but chuckle, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing in delight as she teased, "How do I compare to you, Taoist Gi?" Qin Gi's phoenix-like eyes revealed a hint of confusion. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "You fall significantly short." Liang Ke burst into hearty laughter, her joyous demeanor causing her to sway. Qin Gi remained unfazed, standing impassively to the side. This was not Qin Gi's attempt to belittle Liang Ke. In truth, Qin Gi was undeniably a stunning beauty. A 20-something master of the third realm of martial arts, a female sword immortal, enchanting all who beheld her. A beautiful maiden alongside a renowned sword, drawing envy from others. Liang Ke regained her composure and spoke softly, "Miss Qin is indeed a remarkable beauty. If you were to become a sword immortal in the Xianshan realm in the future, how many martial talents in the world would be captivated by your charm?" Qin Gi simply shook her head lightly, stating, "I seek only to ascend in the path of swordsmanship. Everything else is merely extraneous." Liang Ke sighed, expressing a sense of regret, "But I wonder how many talented individuals from the martial world will be heartbroken over this." Liang Ke then lifted her gaze towards the distance, smiling as she inquired, "How is life in the Taishu sword sect?" Qin Gi lightly touched the hilt of her sword, softly responding, "It is a life of tranquility, devoid of desires, solely focused on sword cultivation, a rather dull existence." Qin Gi then glanced at Liang Ke, who, it was said, had spent a full 8 years at the Jiaimei Pavilion, having devoted herself to the Taishu sword sect since childhood. Qin Gi had diligently pursued her path for 20 years, reaching the Golden Body realm. Emerging from one of the two great sword sects in the world and being the closed-door disciple of the peak Xianshan realm sword immortal by Xian, she possessed a natural sword body, making her cultivation journey smooth. In contrast, Liang Ke had spent 8 long years in the Jiaimei Pavilion, living under someone else's roof, filled with trepidation and forced to become a high-grade assassin, traversing the dark corners of the martial world, narrowly escaping death 13 times, yet finding no solid ground to stand upon in this vast world. Curious, Qin Gi asked, "What is the martial world like?" Liang Ke shook her head gently, offering a bittersweet smile. "The hardships and joys here are beyond words." Liang Ke seemed to recall something amusing and inquired with a smile, "Miss Qin, would you care to guess how many masters of the third realm I encountered during my 8 years as an assassin at the Jiaimei Pavilion?" Having been immersed in the Taishu sword sect since childhood, with a mentor who is a peak Xian Shun realm sword immortal, and surrounded by exceptional sword cultivators, the number of martial masters Qin Gi had encountered was countless. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively asked, 20? Liang Ke smiled and shook her head, extending a hand as she said, in the past 8 years, I have encountered only 5 vibrant masters at the Golden Body realm, and never a soul at the profound divine realm. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Ke slowly added, the martial world is far less grand than you might imagine. Qin Gui furrowed her brow and inquired, what do you mean? Liang Ke gestured towards the eclectic passers-by nearby, stating, in truth, the vastness of the martial world means that the renowned masters are but a handful. The majority are ordinary martial artists, toiling away for their livelihoods, their realms never even brushing against the upper 3 realms. Many will likely spend their entire lives without ever grasping the essence of qi and realm. Qin Gui whispered. So that is how it is. Liang Ke casually remarked, if Miss Qin finds practicing her sword tedious, perhaps you should explore the martial world. Qin Gui nodded gently and replied, I will. However, she remained unaware that this seemingly lowly assassin of the martial world had once held an exceedingly noble identity before the age of 16. Both women hailed from the highest echelons of society, yet their lives during their youthful years were worlds apart. One was a female sword immortal, while the other was a princess of a fallen kingdom. The vicissitudes of life can be as swift as the change from dawn to dusk, as unpredictable as drifting duckweed. What lies ahead remains uncertain. At that moment, Liang Ke unexpectedly spoke. Miss Qin, could you do me a favor? Qin Gui, puzzled, nodded lightly. I will do my utmost. Liang Ke removed a silver-plated bracelet from her wrist and handed it over to Qin Gui. Please deliver this to that person, she smiled. Confused, Qin Gui accepted the bracelet. Just as Liang Ke finished speaking, a short figure appeared at the end of the street. This petite girl, adorned with a long red string around her wrist, was Yin Yu, a martial genius who had traveled from Ming Mountain, not yet 16 years of age. Qin Gui's brows knitted together. The girl who had appeared was actually at the Golden Body realm. Yin Yu knelt on one knee, lowering her head to the ground as she solemnly declared, I, the guilty servant Yin Yu, pay my respects to the princess. Moreover, figures began to materialize from all directions, each kneeling on one knee, surrounding the 2 women like stars encircling the moon. Qin Gui silently placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, her expression grave, as the dozens of figures present boasted martial prowess no less than the Qi and realm, 3 of whom were Golden Body masters. A cold voice drifted from behind. Liang Ke maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze unwavering. Qin Gui gasped in shock, unable to believe. Huang Li, is that you? Liang Ke chuckled softly. My true name is not Huang Li, but Liang Quebec, the princess of Liang Kingdom, daughter of King Liang. Liang Ke, from 10 years ago? Yin Yu lowered her head further, whispering, Princess, we must not linger here. The Taiha dynasty has already detected our presence. Liang Ke merely nodded lightly, brushing past Qin Gui. The former ministers of Liang Kingdom stirred at the sound, following Liang Ke closely. Abruptly halting, Liang Ke turned to face Qin Gui. Stunned and at a loss, Qin Gui stood frozen. Liang Ke gently pinched the exquisite mask she had worn for 8 years, lifting it with a smile, softly asking, Is it beautiful? In that moment, time itself seemed to stand still, and Qin Gui beheld a face of unparalleled beauty, a visage that could incite chaos. The next instant, Liang Ke and her entourage of former ministers departed. Chapter 50. The Golden Hall of Tianjing City, Taiha Dynasty. In the majestic capital of Tianjing, adorned with glass-tiled roofs, crimson lacquered windows, and towering pillars, all officials of the capital flocked to the Golden Hall today. The dignitaries, usually regarded as heavenly officials, bore solemn expressions. Today's court assembly would be unlike any other. The cause was a rider who had entered Tianjing City overnight, disregarding the curfew and breaching the heavily guarded imperial city, delivering an urgent first-class report directly into the hands of His Majesty in the Qina Hall. This critical report had not even passed through the hands of the chief eunuch, but had been expedited straight to the emperor, underscoring its immense importance. Inside the Golden Hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. To the left stood the civil officials led by the Prime Minister, Du Wanfeng, while to the right were the military leaders headed by General Chen Kai. The officials were arranged in neat rows, awaiting the arrival of the emperor. As night gave way to dawn, the first rays of morning light pierced through the grand imperial city, illuminating the golden hall and making the dragon throne shine brilliantly. All officials held their breath, silent and attentive. Prime Minister Du Luanfeng, a man in his 70s, donned a red robe, his eyes clouded and body stooped. Despite his unassuming appearance, he commanded great respect throughout the court. His wisdom and shrewdness struck fear into the hearts of the civil officials. Though Du Luanfeng appeared frail, none dared to question his capability to hold the position of prime minister. He stood in silence, unyielding. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man clad in light armor, a worn military sword hanging at his waist, the esteemed General Chen Kai of the Taihe dynasty. At just under 50 years of age, Chen Kai had earned immense military accolades, having personally conquered half of the Taihe dynasty's territories. When the king of Liang passed, both the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties dispatched troops to besiege Liang Kingdom. With Chen Kai commanding 20,000 troops, he led his elite cavalry to be the first to penetrate the capital of Liang, trampling the imperial city beneath their hooves. This general, who had achieved unparalleled feats, was granted the title of general who stabilizes the nation and was permitted to wear armor and bear arms in the palace. Standing tall, with a hand resting on his weathered sword, his hair slightly speckled with gray, he exuded an air of pride. Du Luanfeng opened his clouded eyes and, with a cheerful demeanor, asked, "General Chen, do you know what His Majesty wishes to discuss?" Chen Kai's eyes gleamed coldly as he replied, "Prime Minister Du, until His Majesty arrives, we must not engage in court matters." The elder merely smiled, saying, "It's just idle chatter. General Chen need not concern himself." Behind Du Luanfeng stood a cohort of civil officials, all clad in resplendent crimson robes, each a distinguished member of the current dynasty. Following closely was the Minister of War, Qin Ne, succeeded by the Minister of Revenue, Wang Jinghe, and the Minister of Rights, Li Zida. Among this assembly of scholars, there were several young officials who had recently surpassed the age of 30, having been promoted through extraordinary means. Aside from the noble offspring within Tianjing City, there were a few scholars of humble origins. In Tianjing, powerful clans intertwined, their branches flourishing abundantly. Countless scions of these families either entered the court or enlisted in the military. Intermarriage among these families has led to a situation where, in the current court, nearly half of the officials and military leaders hail from the prestigious clans of Tianjing. There are also some who, though not from Tianjing, wield considerable influence in other provinces and have entered the court. Excluding these noble descendants, the so-called scholars of humble backgrounds are indeed a rarity. Interestingly, the current chancellor, Du Luanfeng, is a genuine scholar of humble origins, having emerged from extreme poverty. He achieved the second position in the imperial examination at the age of 24 and endured a grueling 40 years before attaining his esteemed position. It is precisely due to Du Luanfeng that more scholars from modest backgrounds have found their way into the court, not only among the civil officials, but also among the military leaders, from the esteemed general of the state to the lowly centurion. The descendants of noble families account for more than half. Compared to the civil officials' dominance by nobility, the military has seen a more equitable distribution, especially given the continuous wars with the Kaiyuan dynasty in recent years, culminating in a significant national conflict over the past decade. Military ranks have been awarded based on merit, resulting in leaders who have emerged from the battlefield, bearing substantial achievements. The foremost military figure of the time, the Grand General of the state, Chen Kai, also rose from humble beginnings. Initially joining the border army at the age of 20, he climbed the ranks through sheer military prowess, eventually attaining the position of a mid-ranking officer. During one of the emperor's inspections of the border troops, this once unknown youth made a meteoric rise to the rank of a third-grade general overnight. While Du Luanfeng toiled for 4 decades in the capital to achieve his status, Chen Kai, in his youth, leapt from a mid-ranking officer to a third-grade general and later garnered significant military accolades, including the downfall of the Liang Kingdom, earning the title of Grand General of the state with the authority to don armor and wield a sword in the palace. At that moment, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as 2 young men clad in golden-yellow imperial robes entered the Golden Hall. They were Crown Prince Yang He and Second Prince Yang Yi. The appearance of the princes elicited expressions of surprise among the officials. Their presence in the hall signaled that a significant event was about to unfold. Walking with confidence, Yang He led the way, striding past the lined officials, while Yang Yi followed closely, maintaining a half-step behind. Yang He, exuding an aura of authority, stood alongside Chen Kai and Du Wanfeng, while Yang Yi positioned himself just behind his brother, taking his place. All princes were present except for the third prince, who remained stationed with the border troops. Chapter 51. Emperor Yang Zhen within the Golden Hall. The officials of the capital, alongside Crown Prince Yang He and Prince Yang Yi, were assembled. From the side, an elderly man adorned in a five-clawed golden dragon robe entered the hall. The golden robe, embroidered with 9 five-clawed dragons and adorned with cloud patterns, cascaded elegantly. Its hem lined with intricate designs symbolizing waves and mountains, collectively known as the sea and river's edge. This was Emperor Yang Zhen of the Taihe dynasty. Upon his entrance, all officials, including the armored Chen Kai, knelt in reverence. Yang Zhen, moving with difficulty, approached the illustrious golden dragon chair, and once seated, he raised a hand and solemnly uttered, "No need for such formalities." The officials rose, bowing their heads in deference, avoiding direct eye contact with the venerable figure on the throne. The atmosphere was thick with tension, silence reigning supreme. After a prolonged stillness, Yang Zhen withdrew a first-class confidential report from his sleeve. This report, delivered urgently to the Qianhe Palace by court spies the previous night, prompted a nearby eunuch to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He carefully unfolded the document, and upon realizing its contents, his pupils constricted in shock. He then read aloud the headline that had stirred intrigue throughout the capital. In the western desert, remnants of the fallen Liang kingdom have gathered 2,000 armored warriors, advancing toward the border. The brevity of the report, containing fewer than 20 words, plunged the Golden Hall into a profound silence, akin to a boulder dropped into a still pond, creating ripples of concern. The officials were visibly astonished yet remained mute, haunted by the implications of the Liang remnants and their impending approach. General Chen Kai furrowed his brow, resting a hand on the hilt of his worn sword, while Chancellor Du Wanfeng maintained an inscrutable expression, his eyes betraying no sign of alarm. In stark contrast, Crown Prince Yang He flushed with indignation, nearly unleashing a torrent of invective against the remnants of the fallen kingdom. The reactions among the officials varied. Some civil servants appeared perplexed, puzzled as to why the remnants of the Liang kingdom would suddenly mobilize. Meanwhile, half of the military officials exhibited fervent interest, recognizing that in these times of peace, the opportunity to gain military merit was scarce, and perhaps conflict loomed once more. Chen Kai, what is your assessment? The ancient voice of Yang Zhen echoed, silencing the hall instantly. All eyes turned to the middle-aged man, clad in light armor with a sword at his waist. In a measured tone, Chen Kai replied, "Your Majesty, I believe there is little to fear. 2,000 heavily armored troops can be subdued by a single third-grade general. This man, who once trampled the Liang kingdom with an army of 200,000, regarded the remnants of the fallen kingdom with disdain." Yang Zhen remained noncommittal, calmly directing his attention to Du Wanfeng. "And you, Du Wanfeng, what is your perspective?" The gaze of the assembly shifted to the stooped figure of the chancellor, who, with an air of resignation, responded, "I concur with General Chen's assessment." Disregarding Du Wanfeng's overt attempts at placation, Yang Zhen turned his attention to the two princes. "Yang Yi, what are your thoughts?" With this inquiry, the officials in the Golden Hall exchanged furtive glances, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue and apprehension. Yang Zhen had chosen to solicit the opinion of the second prince rather than the crown prince, Yang He. The expressions of the crowd shifted, revealing a multitude of thoughts. Those present in the Golden Palace were, without exception, individuals of remarkable intelligence, capable of discerning profound metaphors from even the slightest disturbances. Crown Prince Yang He, devoid of scholarly pursuits, was notorious in the capital for his extravagant lifestyle, even resorting to the absurdity of keeping a courtesan, thus earning the reputation of lacking ambition. In stark contrast, the second Prince Yang Yi possessed a profound intellect and deep-seated strategies, excelling in military tactics and scholarly endeavors. Over the years, Yang He had occupied the position of crown prince, ruling over the Eastern Palace, yet many officials within the court regarded this heir with disdain. The old Emperor Yang Zhen was in the twilight of his years, and the next sovereign would surely emerge from among the three princes. While Yang He was seen as unlearned, Yang Yi was recognized for his deep contemplations, and the third Prince Yang Rui had immersed himself in military affairs for many years. Currently, some officials had begun to place their silent bets. Although Yang He held the title of crown prince, a faction secretly favored Yang Yi. However, these subtle machinations were nearly negligible, given that the reigning emperor was still Yang Zhen. Throughout these years, the emperor had shown no inclination to replace the crown prince. Today, in the Golden Palace, Emperor Yang Zhen glanced past Yang He and first addressed Yang Yi, stirring the interest of the venerable courtiers. In response to the emperor's inquiry, Yang Yi respectfully stated, "I believe these remnants of the former Liang state do not seek to invade our borders. Rather, there may be hidden motives at play." Upon hearing this, Chen Kai cast a discreet glance at Yang Yi, while Du Luanfeng remained unperturbed. From the Dragon Throne, Emperor Yang Zhen spoke calmly. "According to reports from our scouts, the former princess of Liang, Liang Ke, is currently in Yuzhou." The mention of the former Liang princess, Liang Ke, surprised many. After the fall of the Liang state, she had become the last surviving bloodline, and the court had sought her for years, finally uncovering her whereabouts. Yuzhou lay at the westernmost edge of the Taihe dynasty, perilously close to the borders, and these former Liang officials, accompanied by 2,000 ironclad soldiers, aimed to escort the exiled Princess Liang Quebec. Emperor Yang Zhen, gripping the armrest of the throne, solemnly asked, "Yang He, what is your view?" Startled, Crown Prince Yang He stuttered, I believe that Yang Yi is correct." The disparity between Yang He and Yang Yi was glaringly evident. Several officials, who had maintained a stoic facade, now began to consider placing their support behind Yang Yi, abandoning the crown prince. Only the former chief minister, Du Luanfeng, with his murky gaze, subtly shifted his attention toward Yang He. 8 years had passed since the fall of Liang, during which the remnants had fled to the western desert, far from the central plains. Now, with the rightful heir of Liang, Liang Ke, re-emerging, those who longed for the restoration of their nation would undoubtedly spare no effort to bring her back to the western desert. After a moment of silence, Emperor Yang Zhen slowly rose and declared, "Command the frontier forces in Yuzhou to pursue Liang Ke, ensuring she remains within the Taihe dynasty. Relay orders to the governor of Yuzhou and the third Prince Yang Rui to jointly eradicate the remnants of the Liang rebels." Chapter 52. Yang Rui in Yuzhou. At Heyuan town, the once expansive plains were now ravaged by sword energy, scarred by chasms and shattered earth. The renowned swordsman Jiang Zheng, known for his swift arrival even before his presence was felt, found one of his sleeves torn to shreds, and his famed sword, Wan Jiang, was obediently sheathed. Chen Bai, ever jovial, remarked, "So, what say you, Master Jiang, are you convinced?" Unfazed by Chen Bai's taunts, the middle-aged man with graying temples replied solemnly, "To have engaged in a duel with the Tai Bai sword immortal has been immensely rewarding. My spirits remain unscathed." Chen Bai widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing he was indeed a true sword enthusiast. Lin Cuo, who had initially intended to intervene, now stood awkwardly to the side. Lin Cuo clasped her hands in her sleeves, standing in place with a sense of helplessness. Chen Bai, on the other hand, struggled to suppress his laughter, fearing that he might burst out in mirth. Lin Cuo initially intended to personally confront Jiang Zheng and did not wish for Chen Bai to intervene in the matter. He proceeded with his plan. But just as he was about to act, Jiang Zheng unexpectedly refused. After being struck down to the ground by Chen Bai's blade, Jiang Zheng discerned that the individual before him was none other than Tai Bai's sword immortal, one of the legendary 3 sword immortals at their peak. The sword intent of Tai Bai's sword immortal is unparalleled in the world, prompting Jiang Zheng to completely disregard the young man in the green robe beside him, instead stubbornly insisting on a duel with Chen Bai. Lin Cuo was thoroughly perplexed by the situation. However, as Jiang Zheng remained indifferent to him, Lin Cuo had no choice but to withdraw quietly to the sidelines. Chen Bai was equally generous, engaging Jiang Zheng with 800 sword techniques, fully expressing his sword intent. This duel was not a contest of superiority. Rather, Chen Bai intentionally guided the sword, allowing Jiang Zheng to gain profound insights. As Jiang Zheng himself remarked, he reaped considerable rewards. As for the so-called ethereal figure of the sword immortal in the blue robe, he was merely a half-step into the realm of the Xian god. How elevated could his swordsmanship truly be? Lin Cuo could only patiently await the conclusion of the duel between the 2 sword masters, indifferent to the proceedings of their contest. In fact, he deliberately chose to overlook it, for within those exchanges might lie dozens of sword techniques he had once practiced. Deceiving himself into forgetting his martial prowess through the means of self-imposed isolation was already a significant challenge, should he inadvertently suffer from a sudden breakthrough by an adversary. The consequences would be dire. Jiang Zheng, a true enthusiast of the sword, found clarity in several techniques through this confrontation, almost eagerly yearning to retreat and hone his skills in solitude. Chunbai did not impede him, allowing Jiang Zheng to depart as swiftly as he had arrived. His visit was marked by excitement, and his departure was equally hasty. As for Jiang Zheng, this sword fanatic and pitiable figure from the Nanwei sword forest, Chunbai held a favorable impression of him. Lin Cuo inquired from the side, "What is his proficiency in the way of the sword?" Chunbai smacked his lips and replied, "His sword chi and sword intent are commendable, yet his swordsmanship is somewhat lacking and requires further refinement." Lin Cuo, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Jiang Zheng hails from the southern Yu sword forest, and Wu Fengtong, renowned as the foremost sword among them, is celebrated for her unparalleled swordsmanship. Yet, how is it that Jiang Zheng exhibits a certain deficiency in this art?" Chunbai waved his hand dismissively, replying with a touch of resignation, "Alas, the hardships he has endured are perhaps too profound to articulate." In response, Lin Cuo remained silent, gently nodding in understanding. Chunbai let out a yawn and, seemingly in casual inquiry, asked, "With your current cultivation, when do you plan to restore your strength?" Lin Cuo gently shook his head and softly replied, "I do not know either." Chunbai slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you truly intend to proceed step by step, dawdling and gradually recalling everything?" Lin Cuo gazed into the distance, his eyes as tranquil as still water, calmly stating, "I have yet to discover a grand path. The higher my cultivation, the greater the mistakes I make." Chunbai fell into silence, his gaze shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Cuo sighed helplessly and said, "There is no rush. Allow me to traverse the world a while longer before making my decision." At that moment, Qin Guadi approached swiftly from the distance. Upon reaching the two, Qin Guadi spoke. "The Oriole has departed." Lin Cuo furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Has she left?" Before Qin Guadi could respond, Chunbai interjected, "This is my decision. I have allowed her to leave." Qin Guadi covertly observed Lin Cuo's expression, initially expecting him to be incensed by Chunbai's unilateral choice. To her surprise, Lin Cuo merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Since you have decided thus, let her go." Chunbai, unfazed, maintained his usual demeanor. Unbeknownst to Qin Guadi, the bond between the two men was one of true brotherhood, capable of entrusting one another with their lives. What nonsense about acting on one's own accord? My brother's will is my own. As for the reason behind it, Lin Cuo felt no inclination to inquire, nor was there any need for such questions. Qin Gi handed a string of bracelets to Lin Cuo, saying, "This is what she entrusted me to give to you before her departure." Lin Cuo took the ordinary bracelet, contemplating for a moment before tucking it into his bosom. At the border of Yuzhou, which marked the westernmost edge of the Taihe dynasty, the land beyond was increasingly desolate, eventually giving way to an expansive desert. The autumn wind howled, and military camps were stationed in this harsh terrain. A young family flag fluttered in the chilly breeze. Along the Yuzhou frontier, a formidable force of 50,000 troops was encamped. Within a heavily guarded military camp, a large wooden table displayed a strategic map of the realm. A young man clad in armor leaned over the table, scrutinizing the layout. With striking features and calloused hands, he bore the unmistakable marks of a seasoned commander, far removed from the pampered youth seeking glory. Beside him stood a distinguished middle-aged man in a purple robe, his brow furrowed in concern. Aside from the grand map, a golden imperial edict lay on the table, its contents astonishing even to the governor of Yuzhou. The former princess of the Liang kingdom, Liang Ke, was currently within Yuzhou's borders. Governor Zhang Quang, his voice raspy, remarked, "His Majesty commands us to pursue Liang Ke. Yet, 2,000 iron Buddha cavalry are pressing closer to Yuzhou. If Liang Ke appears, these former Liang loyalists will stop at nothing to converge upon her." Despite the presence of 50,000 troops, they were dispersed along the border and largely comprised of infantry. The Iron Buddha cavalry, renowned as the finest heavy cavalry in the realm, were the backbone of the former Liang state. Led by Chun Kai's formidable forces and the Xuanjia flying dragons of the Kaiyuan dynasty, these three cavalry units were collectively regarded as the greatest in the land. 2,000 Iron Buddha cavalry could easily breach Yozhou's defenses and penetrate deep into its territory. The young armored man straightened, speaking calmly, "The Yuzhou border cannot remain without a commander. You shall guard this position while I lead 1,000 light cavalry into the heart of Yuzhou. If the Iron Buddha cavalry dares to tear through our lines, you will summon all available forces to keep them, along with the exiled princess, within Yuzhou." Prince Yang Rui readied himself with 1,000 light cavalry to penetrate the depths of Yuzhou. In Yuzhou, the Taihe dynasty's forces seemed to be mobilizing en masse. The martial sects within the Jianghu sensed the unusual tension. Having long sought to suppress the Jianghu, the Taihe dynasty found itself in a stalemate with it. With many court spies surfacing in Yuzhou, the entire Jianghu was abuzz with speculation. On Yaqing Mountain, unlike other sects rife with suspicion, the Shangguan family recognized the reasons behind the current upheaval. Shangguan Yuma stood atop the mountain, holding a scroll of intelligence. His expression unchanged as he let the information disintegrate into dust, carried away by the wind. Gazing down, he observed an abandoned thatched cottage, long devoid of its occupants. As the leader of the Shangguan clan and the second strongest in Yuzhou, he could not overlook the departure of Yin, who had recently broken through to the Golden Body realm. Looking northward, he spoke solemnly. By long, have you grown impatient? 8 years prior, the youthful Yin had been brought to the Shangguan family, her origins erased. She became one of the family's covert operatives. The entire Shangguan lineage, aside from Yuma, remained oblivious to her true identity. Yin was, in fact, a death warrior trained by Bai Long, intended for the exiled princess. Liang Ke commanded a group of death warriors named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches, meticulously selected and nurtured by the strategist Bai Long, with Yin designated as the warrior named Yi. This cadre of death warriors was a closely guarded secret, even from Liang Ke herself. Yuma only knew Yin as warrior Yi, while the others, such as Jia, Bing, and Ding, were likely discreetly positioned throughout the realm. Following the fall of the Liang kingdom, Bai Long had brokered a deal with Yuma. At the time, the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties had recently divided the realm. Still finding their footing, Bai Long foresaw the impending crackdown on the Jianghu and the infiltration of sects by the court. He concealed the death warrior Yin within the Shangguan family, promising Yuma a fortuitous opportunity. When Yin departed, amidst the chaos in Yuzhou, Yuma could purge the inner ranks of the Shangguan family. Initially, Yuma did not grasp the necessity of this purge, yet he consented to the transaction, for he was dealing with Bai Long, the foremost poison master of the realm. At that moment, a middle-aged man ascended Yaqing Mountain. Upon meeting Yuma, he bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Shangguan Yunkai, at your service, esteemed ancestor Yuma. Yuma slowly turned to face him, asking calmly, Yunkai, did you visit your father yesterday? Yunkai paused, his eyes reddening as he replied, esteemed ancestor Yuma. I did visit my father yesterday evening, burned paper offerings, and poured fine wine in his honor. Yunkai's father and Yuma belonged to the same generation. When Yuma had yet to achieve mastery, they had braved the Jianghu together, entrusting their lives to one another. They had faced death multiple times, wandering the world, honing their skills, and battling masters. Ultimately, Yuma broke through to the Xinshan realm, becoming the patriarch of the Shangguan clan, while Yunkai's father tragically fell into madness during his own breakthrough, leading to Yuma's reluctant hand in his demise. Yunkai remained the sole heir of his father. For 20 years, Yuma had treated him as his own. Approaching Yunkai, Yuma's gaze turned distant as he murmured, Yunkai, why must it be you? Yunkai's expression shifted as he asked, what do you mean, esteemed ancestor Yuma? In the next moment, Yuma's fist pierced through Yunkai's chest. Yunkai's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the wound. Yuma turned his gaze skyward, his sorrow transforming into resolve as he solemnly declared, Yinsheng, 6 years have passed. Yet Yunkai refused to turn back. Do not blame me. For 6 years, Yunkai had willingly become a court spy, betraying the Shangguan family and revealing countless secrets to the court. With that, Yuma withdrew his hand, shattering Yunkai's heart. Having served the Taihe dynasty as a spy for 6 years, Yunkai's life came to a definitive end. Yuma closed his eyes tightly, sighing softly, Yinsheng, do not hold it against me. Years ago, having personally slain his own flesh and blood, he now finds himself in the grim position of shattering the heart of his stepson. 2 decades prior, the father of Shangguan Yunkai, Shangguan Yinsheng, succumbed to madness, only to be executed by Shangguan Yuma. Now, after 20 years, Shangguan Yunkai has fallen into despair, having his heart crushed by Shangguan Yuma. Thus, the lineage of Shangguan Yunsheng is irrevocably severed. Concurrently, under the leadership of the young master Shangguan Zhao, several individuals within the Shangguan family, whose true identities were spies for the court, have been thoroughly eradicated. Shangguan Yuma stands alone atop the mountain. Presently, half of the underworld of Yuzhou is exposed, and chaos reigns in the realm, providing an opportune moment for the complete cleansing of all traitors within the Shangguan family. on a desolate ancient path. The elite assassin Lin Cuo leads the way, accompanied by dozens of stealthy assassins concealed in the shadows, silently providing protection. Should any disturbance arise, these assassins would unhesitatingly lay down their lives for their charge. Behind Lin Cuo walks the deposed princess, Lin Cuo, her expression cold and devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a chilling wind sweeps through, followed by the swift sound of arrows slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Cuo. In an instant, Lin Cuo appears before her, intercepting the arrows with deft precision. Simultaneously, two cloaked figures emerge from the side, pursuing the origin of the arrows with ferocity. Moments later, the heads of three traitors are tossed out from the shadows, rolling onto the ground. The two black-clad figures, having swiftly dispatched the three traitors, vanish once more into the darkness. Lin Cuo, having grown accustomed to such scenes, reflects on the 5 waves of traitors she has encountered since leaving Yuan town. Lin Cuo remains silent, continuing onward, creating distance between herself and Lin Cuo. The latter glances at Lin Cuo, her brow slightly furrowing. Their first encounter occurred at a banquet hosted by the Liu family where Lin Cuo, disguised as a yellow oriole, attempted to assassinate Shangwan Zhao, while Lin Cuo, in the guise of a maid, protected him. Who could have anticipated that one was a deposed princess and the other an elite assassin? Chapter 54. The Chessboard. Lin Cuo, her demeanor icy, calmly inquires, "You are the elite assassin Lin Cuo, placed in Yuzhou by the White Dragon. Where are the others of the heavenly stems and earthly branches?" The petite figure ahead hesitates briefly before bowing her head respectfully, replying, "The guilty servant does not know." Lin Cuo furrows her brow, questioning, "You do not know?" After a moment of silence, Lin Cuo replies, "The heavenly stems and earthly branches were all trained by the White Dragon, and the assassins are unaware of each other's identities. I only know that the heavenly stems and earthly branches do not number 10. Currently, there are only 5 assassins, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and Wu. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and Wu, each unaware of one another's identities." Lin Cuo suddenly interjects, "Lin Cuo, when did you become aware of my identity?" Yet, Lin Cuo's answer leaves Lin Cuo astounded. Lin Cuo responds calmly, "The guilty servant only recently learned of the princess's identity." It is astonishing that, as Lin Cuo's elite assassin, Lin Cuo had remained oblivious to her whereabouts for all these years. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Cuo continues, "Aside from assassin Jia, the others likely do not know the princess's identity, nor her location. During the 8 years following the fall of the Liang kingdom, Lin Cuo concealed her true appearance beneath the guise of the yellow oriole, even from the heavenly stems and earthly branches assassins. Only the strategist, the White Dragon, knows her true identity." Lin Cuo elaborates, 8 years ago, the White Dragon sent me to the Shangwan family, instructing me to train diligently, and one day, to die for someone. The White Dragon had given Lin Cuo a single red string. The day it broke would signify her emergence into the world, at which point she would sacrifice herself as the elite assassin for Lin Cuo. When the red string breaks, Lin Cuo will emerge. Lin Cuo's expression shifts slightly, her brow furrowing. In this chess game, the sole player is the White Dragon. 300 miles away, on the desolate grasslands of Yozhou's border, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberates across the land. In the distance, a dark mass of iron cavalry approaches, clad in heavy armor and riding exceptional steeds. 2,000 iron riders resembling an impregnable fortress, exuding an imposing aura. Leading them is a commander wielding a long spear, clad in dark armor, wearing a phoenix-winged helmet, and carrying a fearsome weapon, his face marked by a jagged scar extending from brow to mouth. This is one of the 3 great iron cavalry forces. The Iron Floating Tower. The 2,000 heavily armored cavalry ride straight towards the Yuzhou border, halting only as they near it. The spear-wielding commander reins in his horse, and the 2,000 armored soldiers come to a thunderous stop, with cracked lips and a fierce glint in his eyes. The commander reflects on their 600-mile journey from the western desert. The Yuzhou border is now within sight. A heavy armored vice commander rides up beside him, the sound of his armor clinking loudly. He solemnly inquires, "General, we are less than 300 miles from the Yuzhou border. Shall we proceed?" The commander replies hoarsely, "Rest here." Although they are aware that the Yuzhou border lies ahead and that the deposed princess, Lin Cuo, is within its confines, the Iron Riders burn with eagerness to breach the border and penetrate deep into Yuzhou. However, upon hearing the order to rest, the vice commander swiftly responds, "Understood. The entire army will rest here." With the command issued, the heavily armored cavalry dismounts, and settles down with efficiency. Military orders are as firm as a mountain. The 2,000 iron floating tower troops encamp 300 miles outside the Yuzhou border, their eyes keenly observing. The commander, still gripping his spear, dismounts and gazes into the distance. A middle-aged man appears beside the commander, dressed in a loose robe rather than armor. The commander turns to him, rasping, "Zhao Wangji, why not breach the Yuzhou border directly? Though the border boasts an army of 50,000, they are scattered and primarily infantry. 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers could effortlessly advance into Yuzhou." The man known as Zhao Wangji simply shakes his head, responding, "Ning Tai, this is the directive of Mr. Bai. The iron floating tower is to remain 300 miles from Yuzhou and provide support, but may not enter." Upon hearing the name of Mr. Bai, even the commander Ning Tai suppresses his doubts, planting his spear firmly in the ground in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Tai slowly speaks. "Can a handful of assassins truly allow the princess to escape from Yuzhou?" He then turns to Zhao Wangji, asking hoarsely, "Zhao Wangji, Mr. Bai has commanded the iron floating tower not to enter Yuzhou, yet as a martial arts master, why do you not enter to assist the princess?" Zhao Wangji, one of the 12 elite fighters of the Liang kingdom, visibly shifts his expression, sighing, "Mr. Bai specifically ordered me to accompany the troops, forbidding me from revealing myself easily. I must either refrain from using any of my true energy or—" Ning Tai furrows his brow, prompting, "Or what?" Zhao Wangji clenches his fist over his chest, stating solemnly, "Or prepare for the possibility of death." Ning Tai is taken aback, involuntarily tightening his grip on his spear, rasping, "Death? You have reached the pinnacle of the Xianshan realm. Who could easily bring about your demise? Could it be that the princess might attract the attention of a legendary celestial master?" Zhao Wangji merely shakes his head, replying, "I do not know." Zhao Wangji was one of the original 12 masters of the Liang kingdom, possessing peak cultivation in the Xin god realm. At this juncture, he couldn't help but recall the great battle from 8 years prior. The white-haired man clad in a green robe had single-handedly penetrated the royal capital of Liang, resulting in a river of blood from the slaughter of over 1,000 imperial guards, with 8 of the 12 masters of Liang falling in that conflict. Zhao Wangji was one of the 4 surviving masters from that catastrophic event. Yet, the mere thought of that white-haired man brought a bitter taste to Zhao Wangji's mouth. He was akin to a nightmare, a figure who nearly shattered the very backbone of the Liang kingdom. Zhao Wangji harbored a vague suspicion that the strategist Bai Long had orchestrated a crucial maneuver, a key player yet to reveal himself. The day this individual emerged would mark the culmination of the scheme. Zhao Wangji, however, remained outside the fray, merely serving as a reserve piece for Bai Long. Should the situation spiral out of control, it would necessitate the intervention of this peak Xian god warrior. The price, inevitably, would be Zhao Wangji's own life force and cultivation. He possessed an enigmatic intuition regarding whether he truly needed to expend even a modicum of true energy or sacrifice his very essence, all hinging on the yet-to-be-revealed key player. A startling piece of news swiftly spread across the world. The exiled princess of the Liang kingdom, Liang Ke, had resurfaced in Yuzhou. The entire region erupted in fervor, prompting both the martial world and the court to take action. In the capital of Tianjing, Yang Zhen, seated upon the dragon throne, squinted his eyes. Who had leaked this information? Meanwhile, in Heyuan town of Yuzhou, upon hearing the news, a young man in a green robe remained silent for a prolonged moment before vanishing in a flash. At Yunchuan's blessed land, within the Zhai Mei Pavilion, the pavilion master He Qiu stood alone atop a high tower, gazing at the remnants left by Bai Long, murmuring to himself, "Bai Long, what exactly are you scheming?" It was indeed Bai Long who disseminated the news of Liang Ke's appearance in Yuzhou. Chapter 55. Long-standing grievances following the dissemination of Liang Ke's reemergence. A decree from the Tianjin court swiftly arrived in Yuzhou. Anyone providing information on Liang Ke would be rewarded with 10 gold pieces. Capturing her head would fetch a bounty of 1,000 gold pieces along with official titles and promotions. As soon as this proclamation was released, those with ulterior motives sensed an unusual atmosphere. The court aimed to mobilize the martial world to collectively eliminate the exiled princess. At Yiqingshan, Shangguan Yuma scoffed upon reading the printed decree. "It is too late now to rally us martial warriors," he remarked. The Shangguan family had resolved that any suspected court spies would face death. It was better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. The body of Shangguan Yukai was personally buried by Shangguan Yuma beside his father. The court had long suppressed the martial world, leading to years of animosity. Thus, this decree would likely fail to mobilize the anticipated numbers. Standing atop the mountain, Shangguan Yuma gazed into the distance. Qinshian, you must ensure that the exiled princess safely traverses the vicinity of our Shangguan family. A voice echoed from the air, affirming the order. With a cold laugh, Shangguan Yuma thought, if your emperor seeks to plant spies within my Shangguan family, then I shall not let you rest easily. You wish for the entire Yuzhou martial world to serve your whims. I will ensure that Liang Ke passes through Yaqingshan unscathed. Not only the Shangguan family, but the entire martial sects of Yuzhou found themselves in a peculiar predicament. Half of the martial fighters in Yuzhou, driven by the decree, frantically pursued Liang Ke, eager to seize this fortuitous opportunity. Most of these were rogue cultivators, while the other half, representing the orthodox sects, turned a blind eye to the proclamation. Led by Shangguan Yuma, this cohort of eminent masters, sect leaders, and venerable ancestors seemed to vanish overnight, opting to remain secluded in feigning ignorance of the exiled princess's news. The foremost masters of the Yuzhou martial world remained silent, their sects adopting ambiguous stances. Ostensibly, these masters, leaders, and ancestors refrained from action, neither intervening nor assisting, choosing instead to remain in seclusion within their own sanctuaries. Even if the court later sought accountability, they would be powerless against these masters. In the shadows, the Shangguan family exemplified the situation. Disciples of various sects busied themselves eliminating court spies, while simultaneously spreading fabricated tales throughout the martial world. This was the essence of the martial realm. Although some rogue cultivators genuinely sought to claim Liang Ke's head for the bounty, they were mostly grassroots fighters. And locating Liang Ke in the vast expanse of Yuzhou was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Coupled with the chaotic misinformation spread by the sects, the martial fighters scurried about Yuzhou like headless flies. Certainly, a few fortunate fighters did stumble upon the remnants of Liang's loyalists. Ultimately, it was Yanyu who took action, eliminating all those whose cultivation was at most at the Qi realm. Beside Liang Ke, both openly and covertly, there were 3 individuals of the Golden Body realm. The deadly assassin Yanyu led the way, flanked by 2 others hidden in the shadows, along with 2 women who had disguised themselves as beautiful songbirds, all concealed within the group. The elite martial experts of Yuzhou refrained from action. Even if these rogue cultivators managed to find them, they would merely serve as fodder for slaughter. Presently, among the top 10 martial experts of Yuzhou, only 2 or 3 had made their presence known. The top 3 masters of the Xian God realm remained entirely unseen. The third, the sword immortal Jiangzhong, had departed in a grand display, seeking out the recently renowned green-robed sword immortal, only to vanish without a trace. The second, Shangguan Yuma, had long proclaimed himself in seclusion atop Yaqingshan, refusing to acknowledge any news. The first, the drunken madman, was even more elusive, with his current whereabouts a complete mystery. With these 3 Xian God masters leading the charge, the heads of the sects in Yuzhou likewise chose to remain silent. Some officials from Yuzhou proactively revealed their identities, brandishing decrees before the sects, seeking audience with the masters. However, the response from these sects was succinct. The leader is in seclusion. As for the decree? Oh, our disciples will safeguard it until the master emerges from seclusion. If any officials from Yuzhou attempted to persuade these sects to take action, the response was even more apologetic. It is not that we are unwilling to act, but without the master's command, we cannot leave the mountain. Furthermore, half of the court spies directly linked to the Tianjin court had inexplicably gone missing overnight. As a result, those in Tianjin overseeing the spies were in a state of panic. It was said that the chief eunuch in charge of the spies, Eunuch Chun, was now demanding accountability from the hidden officials in Yuzhou. Yet, those hidden officials were equally helpless. The reason for the disappearance of the spies within the sects was apparent. It was Liang Ke who had slain them. A fallen princess, struggling for survival, had inadvertently cleansed the hidden spies from the sects of Yuzhou along her path. Yet, there seemed to be no solution at hand. The hidden official who governed Yuzhou was on the verge of a fit of anxiety. Yuzhou, situated near the mountain path of Yaqingshan, was where Liang Ke had already traversed half the distance, only needing to cross Yaqingshan, home to the Shangguan family, before proceeding westward for another 300 miles to reach the borders of Yuzhou. Along the way, countless assassins and martial artists slain by Yanyu lay scattered, yet none were of the upper 3 realms. Liang Ke softly inquired, will the Shangguan family intervene? Yanyu resolutely shook his head, they absolutely will not. With a slight frown, Liang Ke pressed, why? Yanyu glanced at the red cord around his wrist and replied, Mr. Bai has stated that the path before Yaqingshan is clear. After a brief silence, Liang Ke nodded lightly. She turned her gaze northward, straining her eyes yet failing to catch sight of the distant Yunchuan blessed land, thousands of miles away. In the past, when Bai Long became a guest elder of Yunchuan, she too had concealed her identity, assuming the guise of a mysterious assassin known as Huang Li. Now, she realized that every step she took was a path meticulously laid out by Bai Long for her. The news of her appearance had spread across the world. Yet due to the court's deliberate suppression of the martial world for 8 long years, the long-standing resentment between the two remained unyielding. Even 1,000 gold bounty from the court could not entice these masters of the martial world. The former ministers of the Liang Kingdom, having initially entered the western desert under unstable circumstances, fought for years on the native soil of the western regions, establishing their foothold only now, as the situation grew clearer. This explained why she had only departed from the Taihe dynasty after 8 years. Liang Ke closed her eyes, murmuring to herself, "Uncle Bai, was this all part of your plan?" Chapter 56. Stay in a narrow, steep-walled path that grew increasingly constricted. The once spacious trail that could accommodate 10 people side by side gradually shrank to allow only a single person to pass. The autumn wind howled fiercely, rushing into the slender mountain passage, and as it swept past the cliffs, its speed intensified, producing a chilling, eerie wail. The gusts of wind whipped at Liang Ke's garments, forcing her to squint against the onslaught as she pressed forward. Upon surpassing this natural peril, she would be entirely free from the bounds of Yakingshan. 300 miles further west lay the borders of Yuzhou. As she navigated the narrow path, the cliffs on either side suddenly widened, revealing a vast panorama where the fierce wind diminished abruptly. On the broad mountain road lay several martial artists sprawled haphazardly, their blood still fresh upon the ground, surrounded by countless shattered blades. Yin Yu slowed his pace, quietly approaching Liang Ke, holding his breath in concentration. The concealed martial artists around them remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings. However, Liang Ke maintained a calm demeanor, advancing steadily. At the end of the mountain path stood a middle-aged man braving the wind, Chen Xian, the 7th strongest in Yuzhou. Yin Yu positioned himself protectively before Liang Ke, his gaze fixed intently on this formidable figure. Liang Ke, however, suddenly spoke, "Stand aside." Yin Yu's expression shifted several times, yet he silently retreated to one side. Chen Xian, witnessing this scene, could not help but remark, "Princess Liang possesses remarkable courage." Walking confidently at the forefront, Liang Ke declared, "Thank you, Master Chen Xian, for your assistance." The martial artists strewn across the ground were half affiliated with the Taihe court and half gathered assassins from the martial world, all having been cleared by Chen Xian alone. Chen Xian cast a glance at the exiled princess and remarked, "Beyond Yakingshan, the next 300 miles will not be so easily traversable." Liang Ke merely nodded lightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the warning, Master Chen Xian." Chen Xian slightly stepped aside, allowing her passage, and quietly added, "The 3rd Prince Yang Rue is personally leading 1,000 light cavalry from the Yuzhou border, and they are currently just 200 miles away." Upon hearing this, Liang Ke's brow furrowed. The prince was personally leading troops, charging with 1,000 light cavalry straight into the heart of Yuzhou. Yet, in the next moment, Liang Ke's expression remained unperturbed as she took the lead, stepping past the perilous terrain. The martial artist escorting her had now suffered 7 losses, leaving fewer than 20 warriors of Qi and Realm to follow discreetly. Liang Ke exhaled softly, casting her gaze westward. Simultaneously, Yang Rue, riding at the forefront of his 1,000 light cavalry, galloped 100 miles into Yuzhou. The sound of hooves echoed like a torrential downpour. With all the cavalry clad in light armor, wielding bows and crossbows, and carrying elongated sabers at their waists, moving with remarkable speed, Yang Rue rode swiftly, leading the charge. This prince, seasoned by years among the border troops, bore a cold expression. A red hawk soared through the sky, descending from above to perch on Yang Rue's armored arm. He removed a message affixed to the hawk's leg, which had been sent by the Yuzhou officials, stating that Liang Ke had crossed Yakingshan and was en route to Longquan Gorge. Yang Rue's arm gave a slight tremor, and the red falcon instantly soared back into the sky. Subsequently, he silently turned his horse's head, heading straight towards Longquan Stream. It is well known that the Taihe dynasty has 3 princes, all of whom are of similar age. The crown prince, Yang He, resides in the capital of Tianjing. Indulging in a life of frivolity and idleness, embodying the quintessential wastrel of the Taihe dynasty despite his position in the Eastern Palace. The second prince, Yang Yi, is a man of profound intellect, burdened with heavy thoughts and possessing considerable martial aptitude, regarded by several ministers of the court as the true heir apparent. Unlike his two elder brothers, the third prince, Yang Rui, has spent a very brief time in Tianjing. When he first grasped a sword, Emperor Yongzhen dispatched him to the border troops in Yuzhou, where he lived and fought alongside the soldiers. The image of the imperial palace has long since faded in his memory. After honing his skills at the frontier for 5 full years, Yang Rui has demonstrated remarkable military talent, gaining an esteemed reputation among the border forces through his genuine abilities. His hands are calloused from wielding a spear, and his armor bears countless scratches. Presently, he holds the position of deputy commander in the Yuzhou border troops. Over the years, various rumors have circulated, suggesting that Yang Rui was placed there to guard against the formidable General Chen Kai, whose achievements overshadowed the throne. Now just 20 years of age, Yang Rui has already spent considerable time on the battlefield, having not returned to Tianjing for 2 years, even forsaking the reunions of the new year to remain at the border. The Taihe dynasty currently commands an army of 300,000, with 100,000 troops stationed along its borders, primarily on the northern side of the Tongtian River. Following the fall of the Liang Kingdom, the realm was divided into two, with Kaiyuan and Taihe each claiming a portion. The Tongtian River serves as the dividing line, with the Kaiyuan dynasty to the south and the Taihe dynasty to the north. This grand river, the largest in the world, majestically flows across the land, cleaving the central plains in two. It is due to the existence of the Tongtian River that the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties have engaged in only minor skirmishes over the years, neither particularly painful nor damaging. The current General Chen Kai enjoys unparalleled prestige within the military, having previously commanded the troops stationed along the Tongtian River. However, the 50,000 troops stationed at the Yuzhou border, distanced from the capital, have long stood in defiance of the Western Desert, viewing the legendary General Chen Kai in a much less exalted light. After years of honing his skills on the Yuzhou frontier, Yang Rui's reputation continues to rise. It is likely that he will soon take command of the 50,000 troops stationed at the border, thereby challenging Chen Kai's authority. The aging Emperor Yongzhen, the incompetent Crown Prince Yang He, and the yet-to-be-determined successor leave the position precarious, while General Chen Kai, still under 50, remains a formidable presence. The noble families within Tianjing harbor their own ambitions, not to mention the Kaiyuan dynasty, which observes the situation from across the Tongtian River with keen interest. Furthermore, the Liang Kingdom, having been extinguished for 8 years, has resurfaced in the western desert, with the Liang Sparrow making a return, hinting at a potential revival of the fallen kingdom. At this moment, Yang Rui's gaze is sharp and resolute as he tightly grips the reins, his spear gleaming ominously in his hand. A decree from Tianjing has been dispatched, heading straight for the Yuzhou border. 2,000 iron towers approach the frontier, and with the Liang Sparrow's emergence in the heart of Yuzhou, Yang Rui knows he must not allow this exiled princess to return to the western desert unscathed. The restless spirits dare to covet the world. Yang Rui snorts coldly and gallops forward. In the heart of Yuzhou, a man clad in a blue robe, making his way towards the border, is halted by a beggar, reeking of alcohol, by a small stream. The beggar, in disheveled attire, clutching a tattered wine jug, calls out, "Halt, halt!" The stream flows gently, yet as autumn nears its end, it lacks the vitality of spring, instead revealing the sounds of withering leaves. Lin Cuo stood by the stream, gazing at the inebriated man across from him, his expression shrouded in gloom. Opposite the man in the azure robe stood a ragged figure, who, with a wide grin, boisterously called out, "Hold on, hold on." Having journeyed westward from Heyuan town, Lin Cuo found himself halted by this individual. Lin Cuo's gaze was icy and indifferent as he inquired, "What is it?" The man appeared dazed, as if he had just emerged from a drunken stupor, swaying unsteadily. He widened his eyes with great effort and looked at Lin Cuo, grinning broadly as he asked, "May I inquire, esteemed friend, to where you are bound?" Lin Cuo exhaled a breath of turbid air, having relied solely on his martial true energy to reach this point. Now, he gradually began to regulate his breathing. Lin Cuo said calmly, "The border." The intoxicated man nodded in realization, then inquired further, "Then, my friend, what is it that you seek?" Lin Cuo's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "To save someone." The drunken man seemed poised to speak again, yet Lin Cuo interrupted him first. Lin narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, I care not whether you are a drunken fool or a reclusive master. You shall leave at once. The inebriated man, whose true identity had been so casually revealed, displayed no signs of surprise. Renowned as the foremost in the martial evaluation of Yuzhou and a peak existence in the Xinshan realm, the drunken fool laughed heartily and replied, Friend Lin, you truly possess an air of arrogance. Lin Cuo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the inebriated man before him. The drunkard raised his hand, taking a swig from the murky wine, then gently swayed the wine jug before casually hurling the tattered vessel into the nearby brook. At the moment the jug struck the surface of the water, a thunderous roar erupted. Like a colossal boulder plummeting into the depths, the brook resounded with a resounding crash, and the waters erupted violently. The brook's waters surged to great heights, resembling an inverted torrent, as the frigid water shot forth like a barrage of arrows, relentlessly striking both banks. Bang! Bang! A series of explosive sounds echoed as countless water arrows shot in all directions, and wherever these arrows landed, the earth on both sides was pockmarked and ravaged, with mud flying in all directions. Lin Cuo stood resolute, unwavering in his stance. While the torrents of water arrows shot forth in all directions, each inexplicably veering away from the figure of the young man in green. As they approached within a foot of Lin Cuo, the water arrows would mysteriously alter their trajectory, careening off to the side. The drunken sage chuckled softly and inquired, Why do you not indulge in a drink, my friend? No sooner had the words left his lips than the wine jug, which had fallen into the stream, astonishingly soared forth, aiming directly for Lin Cuo's chest. Lin Cuo furrowed her brow slightly as the wine flask, positioned an inch from her brow, suddenly shattered into countless fragments. The wine enthusiast, witnessing this scene, displayed no change in expression, merely continuing to speak to himself. 8 years have passed since the fall of the Liang kingdom. Now, having barely established a foothold in the western regions, it remains insignificant. These former ministers of the Liang are ultimately without legitimacy. Liang Ke bears the fortune of the dynasty, yet she is still a princess of a fallen nation. As long as Liang Ke resides within the territory of the Taihe dynasty, she is but a caged bird. Even with fortune on her side, it proves to be of no consequence. Lin Cuo remained silent, his foot striking the ground as his figure abruptly vanished from the spot, swiftly gliding over the brook. Yet, in the next moment, the drunken madman materialized before Lin Cuo, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent the azure arc hurtling back to the opposite bank. Lin Cuo's figure was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the opposite shore. Amidst the scattering debris, Lin Cuo gradually rose to his feet, silently wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The drunken madman gracefully descended and stood on the other side, chuckling as he spoke. Yet once Liang Ke enters the western desert, it shall truly be a case of a caged bird transforming into a celestial phoenix. One might indeed witness the emergence of a new Liang in this world. Lin Cuo gently brushed off the dust from his body and remarked, So? The drunken man grinned widely and replied, Therefore, Liang Ke must perish within the boundaries of the Taihe dynasty. Lin Cuo twisted his neck, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and coldly inquired, What if I insist on her survival? The drunken madman raised a hand, his gaze serene, and replied, Then you shall only meet death. Lin Cuo let out a light chuckle, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, Then let us see. In the next moment, both figures vanished from their original positions, colliding with great force above the small creek. A tremendous roar erupted, and the surging energy unleashed a powerful wave that split the creek beneath them in two. The water exploded outward from the center, soaring into the air and rushing towards both banks with a fierce howl. Lin Cuo suddenly plummeted to the ground, but before he could catch his breath, the drunken man arrived in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. The force of the blow whistled through the air, causing a single strand of Lin Cuo's hair to turn white in an instant. The cloud-seeking hand. Lin Cuo utilized a palm strike to divert the surging force of the punch, causing countless rocks to explode into fragments. The drunken madman remained unfazed, seamlessly transforming his punch into a palm strike, countering Lin Cuo's assault and forcefully pushing him away. As the drunken madman planted one foot firmly on the ground, a resounding boom echoed, and the earth illuminated with a swirling bagua pattern radiating from his center. Lin Cuo gracefully descended to the ground, dissipating the force of that strike. Before Lin Cuo could react, the 8 trigrams beneath the drunken man suddenly expanded, swiftly enveloping Lin Cuo within its confines. In an instant, a blade-like intent spread throughout the heavens and the earth, as ethereal as fluttering banners and as fluid as drifting clouds. Lin Cuo's expression shifted subtly as he swiftly raised his sword before his chest, his azure robe billowing with an unseen wind. The essence of the Taishu sword manifested once more, as hundreds of illusory flying swords plunged into the earth, their sword energy surging forth like a tempest. At that very moment, centered around Lin Cuo, figures emerged from 8 distinct directions: north, south, east, west, northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast. These 8 figures approached with a flurry of movements: piercing, thrusting, slashing, sweeping, horizontal strikes, collisions, locks, and flips, each employing a different martial technique in an instant. They moved like dancing dragons, swift as the wind, now visible in front, now vanishing behind. These 8 figures were not mere illusions, they were solid entities, each radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. With a resounding crash, the illusory flying swords encircling Lin Cuo shattered into fragments, the sword formation violently torn apart, and sword energy exploded in all directions. The drunken madman, with a piercing gaze, shouted, "Go!" The 8 formidable blades of intent were forcefully driven into Lin Cuo's body. Lin Cuo's figure was suddenly propelled backward, tumbling for 100 feet before crashing into the rocky wall. Countless fragments of stone collapsed, burying Lin Cuo beneath the debris. The wine madman stood motionless, having struck successfully, yet his expression remained taut, even growing more grave. He keenly sensed that in the place where the rubble had entombed Lin Cuo, a sinister energy was gathering in waves. The very essence of the world was irresistibly drawn toward that wasteland, as if a colossal whale was engulfing the sea, devouring all the spiritual energy in the vicinity. In the next moment, the heap of shattered stones erupted with a thunderous blast. Countless fragments shot forth, soaring like arrows, their force surpassing that of the cold stream from before. Emerging from the hollow in the rocky wall was a man with disheveled hair, who stepped forward with deliberate slowness. His tattered azure robe bore witness to the battle, and his once ebony locks had turned a startling 1/3 to snow white. The wine madman's countenance shifted dramatically. Upon seeing the man's white hair, he bellowed, "Who on earth are you?" In an instant, the man appeared before the wine madman, who had no time to react before the figure reached out with his left hand, forcefully pressing against the wine madman's face. "You are Lin." Bang! In the blink of an eye, the wine madman was thrust to the ground, the earth fracturing beneath him, his head sinking into the soil. Chapter 58. An impending clash. What was once a straight, meandering stream now lay scattered and diverted. The surrounding mountains had been shattered into pieces, and the ground beneath was riddled with deep ravines. A place once regarded as a picturesque sanctuary had devolved into a desolate wasteland. The wine madman, ranked first in the martial arts assessment of Yuzhou, now lay on the ground, his limbs broken, his martial essence depleted, his disheveled form sprawled in defeat. "You are still alive." The wine madman widened his eyes in disbelief, fixating intently on the man not far away. The one who should have perished under the heavenly tribulation had astonishingly returned to the realm of the living. Lin Cuo stood silently in place, a serene expression on his face as a myriad of memories and techniques flooded his mind, transforming his very essence. The drunken madman, blood spilling from his mouth, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, "Chao Yangming, you worthless fool. 20 years ago, you were already overshadowed by the White Dragon. Even now, despite the Taihe dynasty possessing half the world and the fall of the former Liang 8 years ago, you still cannot surpass the White Dragon." Lin Cuo's expression subtly shifted upon hearing those 2 familiar names, followed by a self-deprecating smile. So it was. Chao Yangming was the foremost strategist of Taihe, renowned alongside the current Prime Minister, Du Luanfeng. The 2 operated in contrasting shadows, with Du Luanfeng occupying a lofty position while Chao Yangming remained hidden within the depths of the palace. In the days when the world was divided into 3 factions, Chao Yangming and Bailong served their respective masters. Taihe and Liang engaged in numerous confrontations, yet Chao Yangming faced defeat time and again, while Bailong was lauded as the foremost poison master, overshadowing Chao Yangming. The contest between these two elite strategists continued until the fall of Liang. Following Liang's demise, strategist Bailong was compelled to humble himself in Yunchuan, becoming a mere guest advisor at Jaime Pavilion. Taihe claimed dominion over half the realm, while Chao Yangming lurked in the palace, standing in stark contrast to Du Luanfeng, both occupying positions of immense power. Little did they expect that 8 years later, despite being in disparate circumstances, they would still engage in a clandestine battle of wits. The drunken madman gazed at the young man in the blue robe not far away, spat out a mouthful of blood, and laughed heartily. Chao Yangming, you anticipated that Liang Ke would appear in Yuzhou and discern the stalemate between the martial world and the court. Yet you still lost. Bailong's meticulous plotting over many years, despite being nearly flawless, was ultimately unraveled by strategist Chao Yangming, who had foreseen Liang Ke's appearance in Yuzhou 3 years in advance. Recognizing the impending deadlock between the martial world and the court since the day the latter began to suppress the former. 8 years later, Liang Ke indeed manifested in Yuzhou. While the masters of Yuzhou looked on passively, Chao Yangming, allowed a peak Xianshan realm drunken madman to establish roots in Yuzhou for several years. All for this day. Even Zhao Wangji, one of the 12 foremost experts of the former Liang, risked his life to enter Yuzhou as part of Chao Yangming's grand scheme. The drunken madman was confident in keeping Liang Ke within Yuzhou. This time, Chao Yangming could have rendered Bailong's 8 years of effort futile. But who would have thought that the poison master could achieve such a feat? How could it be? How dare he? Truly, he is the world's foremost poison master. His ruthlessness and cunning know no bounds, daring to scheme against the very person who had once annihilated the Liang kingdom. The drunken madman's heart sank, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Yet you, Chao Yangming, still lost, totally and utterly lost." Who could have foreseen that the key move of that poison master, Bailong, would hinge upon Lin before the drunken madman could finish? Lin Cuo raised his hand and waved, rendering him completely unconscious. It was indeed a high-stakes gamble, and it seems that you, poison master, have triumphed. Lin Cuo took a deep breath, forcing countless thoughts to converge into a singular focus. That individual not only survived, but also felt a profound sense of guilt. Lin Cuo gazed westward and softly declared, "We can no longer afford to delay." In the next instant, a brilliant green light surged upward, soaring straight towards the borders of Yuzhou. The distance from the Yaqing Mountains was now merely 220 miles to the Yuzhou frontier, where 2,000 iron warriors awaited beyond the boundary. As soon as Liang Ke exited Yuzhou, he could rest easy. Liang Ke rode a chestnut-colored steed renowned for its speed, and the group hastened directly towards the Yuzhou border. At that moment, Yin Yu, at the forefront, suddenly altered her expression, swiftly dismounted, and crouched low to the ground, holding her breath and concentrating. Her complexion changed dramatically after a brief moment. "This is bad." 30 miles to the northwest, there is a contingent of light cavalry. Liang Ke abruptly reined in his horse, frowning as he inquired, "How many are there?" Yin Yu, her brow furrowed, replied, "At least 800 riders." Liang Ke turned his gaze westward and calmly instructed, "Push forward with all our strength." Without hesitation, the group accelerated towards the west. After galloping for 20 miles, Yin Yu abruptly glanced skyward. A red falcon was soaring high above, surveying the ground below. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Yu drew a dagger from her waist and hurled it with precision. With a sharp cry, the red falcon was struck down, falling to the earth. They galloped another 30 miles, and Liang Ke's grip on the reins grew numb. Suddenly, a sound like a tidal wave of hooves surged from behind. From the distance, the pounding of hooves approached like a storm, echoing ominously. Yin Yu's expression changed drastically as she whipped her head around to look. Straining her eyes, she could see no figures, only a rising cloud of dust and increasingly distinct hoofbeats. As they sped further away, the sound of the hooves grew louder, until it thundered in their ears. In the far distance, a figure clad in gleaming armor, wielding a long spear, led the charge. It was the third prince, Yang Rui, donned in radiant armor, his circular shields gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Underneath him was a steed known as Wind Chaser, swift as lightning. Behind him followed 1,000 light cavalry, surging like a tidal wave. The thunderous sound of hooves kicked up clouds of dust. Yang Rui's keen gaze fixed on the distant figures of the former Liang officials. Though he had ridden hard to this point, his lips were cracked, and his grip on the reins had drawn blood, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. Yang Rui grinned broadly and proclaimed, "I've got you now." In the next moment, he spurred his horse forward and shouted, "Fire the crossbows." A wave of 300 light cavalry armed with crossbows quickened their pace, following Yang Rui's lead. These soldiers, seasoned by years of border patrol, mounted their crossbows with skill. Yang Rui bellowed, "Release." 300 crossbow bolts shot forth in an instant, slicing through the air and hurtling towards the group of Liang's former officials. The crossbows, formidable weapons of war, bore great lethality. Unlike bows, they were simpler and more manageable for soldiers. Once 100 crossbowmen gathered, they became a formidable fighting force. In both the north and south, the private possession of crossbows was a capital offense. Moreover, apart from their battlefield utility, they posed a significant threat to the martial artists of the chaotic rivers and lakes. As 300 crossbowmen formed a line, even a master at the Golden Body stage would find it challenging to escape unscathed. Chapter 59. Iron Cavalry and masters. The volley of 300 bolts soared through the air, and Yin Yu galloped to Liang Kei's side, channeling all her energy to intercept the barrage. The lowest cultivation level among the Liang officials was the Qi consolidation stage. Although the initial wave of crossbow bolts carried great force, their distance diminished their accuracy and impact. Liang Kei and his party maintained their speed, continuing onward. Yang Rui snorted coldly, retrieving a large bow from his side and knocking an arrow with practiced ease. Despite Wind Chaser's relentless pace, Yang Rui drew the bowstring taut with the steadiness of a full moon. He was a half-step Golden Body master, renowned for his archery among Yojo's border troops. With 2 fingers gripping the arrow's tail, he softly commanded, "Hit." With a swift release, the arrow sped through the air, striking a former official from Liang in the back, piercing through his chest and sending him tumbling from his horse. A Liang official, racing up beside Yin Yu, remarked, "The speed of their light cavalry far exceeds ours. At this rate, we will inevitably be overtaken." With 1,000 light cavalry led by a prince and supported by 300 crossbowmen, once they close in, we will face annihilation. Yin Yu, you must ensure the princess safely exits Yuzhou. With that, the Golden Body warrior abruptly halted his horse, turned around, and charged back towards Yang Rui. Not only he but also several other Liang officials swiftly redirected their steeds, racing towards the pursuing light cavalry. Liang Kei took a deep breath, refusing to pause, and spurred his horse onward without looking back. This group of former Liang officials, aside from the unwavering Yin Yu and another Golden Body stage master, positioned themselves on either side of Liang Kei, while the others charged into the 1,000 iron cavalry. The Golden Body warrior who turned to confront the cavalry bore a weathered face that now revealed a hint of relief. Locking his gaze on the leading Yang Rui, he laughed heartily. "You little thief, Yang Rui, prepare to pay with your life." With sleeves billowing like balloons, the elder channeled his martial energy into his fists, causing his steed to rear in frenzy. The elder surged forward with astonishing speed, fists like roaring tigers, trailing a white arc of energy, exuding an overwhelming presence. Not only this Golden Body warrior, but the other 10 or so Qi consolidation stage officials also brandished their swords, resolute and unafraid of death. Yang Rui observed the approaching Liang officials, narrowing his eyes before slowing his horse. He tightened his grip on the reins with one hand while raising the other. In the next moment, the 300 crossbowmen readied their bolts, and 200 light cavalrymen armed with bows drew their weapons, preparing to shoot. Yang Rui sneered, "Release." 300 crossbowmen and 200 archers unleashed their volleys. The arrows rained down mercilessly upon the Liang officials, with several being shot down instantly, while others had their steeds pierced through the skull, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. Yang Rui bellowed again. Another wave of arrows cascaded forth. The piercing sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed continuously. After 2 volleys, of the several dozen Liang officials, only the Golden Body warrior remained standing, while the rest were either shot down or killed outright. As the Golden Body warrior glanced back, he found himself utterly alone. His eyes widened in fury, bloodshot with rage. As his martial energy surged, channeling his essence into his steed, the horse whinnied fiercely, muscles rippling as it charged forward. With a thunderous entrance, the elder leaped from his horse, crashing into the ranks of the enemy, his fist shattering the chests of 2 cavalrymen who fell lifelessly to the ground. The Golden Body warrior unleashed a barrage of punches, their force echoing like the roar of dragons and tigers, striking relentlessly. Within the 1-foot radius of the venerable warrior at the Golden Body realm, The armor of men was shattered, resulting in certain death with each strike. After mercilessly dispatching dozens, the elder was drenched in blood, his fists soaked and crimson. Yet, despite the horrific fate that awaited any iron cavalry that dared to enter his domain, these seasoned warriors pressed on without hesitation, charging forward in relentless waves. Surrounding the elder, soldiers armed with sabers advanced fearlessly, undeterred by the carnage. After slaying nearly 60 foes, the elder bore numerous wounds, his body soaked in blood, his spirit resolute in the face of death. With his fists raised, he bellowed, "I am the third-rank blade-wielding guard personally appointed by King Liang. Jiang Baishang, Yang Rui, come forth and meet your demise." At the very moment the elder exhausted his martial energy, and as new vigor had yet to replenish him, a rider leaped forth from the side, clad in radiant armor. Yang Rui wielded a tempered steel spear, arriving in an instant. With a single thrust, he pierced the elder's chest, and then, like a force of nature, he galloped away, dragging the elder's body for 100 paces. Gripping the spear, Yang Rui hoisted the lifeless warrior high, proclaiming, "This king is here." With a flick of his wrist, he flung the elder's corpse to the ground. Wiping the blood from his spear, he commanded, "Continue the pursuit." The encircling iron cavalry parted, creating a clear path as Yang Rui led the charge, followed closely by a swarm of light cavalry, hot on the heels of Lin Cuo. Thanks to the sacrifice of the old officials, Lin Cuo's figure had vanished from sight. Yang Rui's gaze was sharp, one hand on the reins, the other gripping his spear. The iron cavalry swiftly reformed, their speed surging. "You shall not escape from my grasp." With over 1,000 cavalry trailing him for miles, Lin Cuo dared not relent. Spurring his horse onward, Yin Yu sensed the commotion behind them and clenched her teeth. "They're coming again." Another warrior of the Golden Body realm turned to glance back. His eyes reddened. The elder, Jiang Baishang, had been both his mentor and father figure. Lin Cuo raspingly inquired, "How far are we from the border of Yuzhou?" Yin Yu silently calculated before responding, "At least 100 miles." Lin Cuo bit his lip, falling into deep thought. The three continued their ride until they reached a small border town, where a solitary man stood, leaning on his sword, blocking their path. In the distance, 3 riders approached. The man smiled, gripping his long blade, the aura of his weapon radiating with chilling brilliance. Lin Cuo and her companions recognized the man wielding the sword. Yin Yu squinted. A golden body warrior. Beside Lin Cuo, the middle-aged man quickened his pace, maintaining his composure as he stated, "Princess, the guilty party is the 4th-rank left cavalry deputy commander, Liang Shi." Lin Cuo nodded slightly. In the next moment, Liang Shi charged forth, colliding with the blocking swordsman. The golden body swordsman effortlessly cleaved Liang Shi's steed in two. Liang Shi leaped from his mount, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the swordsman's head, only to be countered. The 2 golden body warriors engaged in fierce combat. Lin Cuo and Yin Yu galloped past without pause. The swordsman attempted to intervene, but was thwarted by Liang Shi, unable to determine a victor, merely watching as Lin Cuo fled. With an inevitable fate of death looming, Liang Shi's eyes burned with determination. Unafraid, he unleashed a barrage of punches, his blood surging as he faced the relentless blade, exchanging injury for injury, life for life. The golden body swordsman was forced to retreat, cursing, "Madman." Liang Shi laughed heartily. "What of it?" Liang Shi, his spirit unwavering, pressed forward, undeterred by the swordsman's ferocity. Enraged, the swordsman swung with a sweeping cut, severing Liang Shi's arm, blood pouring forth. Shocked, the swordsman retracted his blade, but Liang Shi was quicker. At the cost of his severed limb, he surged forward. With his remaining left hand, he struck the swordsman's chest, grasping his heart, crushing it in an instant. The swordsman howled in agony as his heart was destroyed. In a desperate bid, he summoned his martial energy, swinging his blade toward Liang Shi's left shoulder. The strike was devastating, cleaving Liang Shi in half. The golden body swordsman collapsed, blood pooling around him. 2 riders galloped across the plains, leaving only Yin Yu to escort Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo had long lost track of the distance traveled, unaware of how many had perished for her sake, even forgetting the reason for her flight. She pressed onward, her resolve unyielding. A caged bird, when shall it take flight? Beyond the borders of Yuzhou, on the desolate grasslands, 2,000 iron statues lay in wait, their gaze fixed hungrily toward Yuzhou. Ning Tai had not removed his armor even during sleep, the mighty spear never leaving his side. Zhao Wangji spent his days in silent meditation, not uttering a word. Standing on the plain, Ning Tai absent-mindedly rubbed the spear, glancing toward Yuzhou, the horrific scar on his face more pronounced than ever. Not only Ning Tai, but the entire contingent of 2,000 iron statues stood ready, poised to breach the borders of Yuzhou. The weather had grown frigid, the chill of winter in the air. Ning Tai exhaled sharply, his expression resolute. Bored from the weight, he approached Zhao Wangji. Zhao Wangji remained silent, focusing on his internal energy, maintaining peak condition. Leaning on his spear, Ning Tai casually inquired, "Zhao Wangji, if the need arises, do you believe you can safely escort the princess away?" Zhao Wangji slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure light flashing within, replying calmly, "I cannot guarantee." Ning Tai crouched, observing the true martial arts master before him, questioning, "If you act, you risk your very life and cultivation. Surely a fatal endeavor?" Zhao Wangji replied with a tranquil demeanor, "If it is a task assigned by Master Bai, it shall be correct." Ning Tai touched the scar on his face, contemplating, having reached the Xianshan realm, can one truly be so reckless? Either Zhao Wangji would exert no energy, or he would sacrifice his life force. Zhao Wangji gradually rose, his wide robe billowing with the wind, stating, "When death comes, so be it." Ning Tai picked up a handful of dirt, curious. Cultivation is no easy feat. Are you truly willing to part with it? Zhao Wangji chuckled lightly, not answering but countering. "If the princess is surrounded at the border by a great army, what would you do, General Ning?" Without hesitation, Ning Tai brandished his spear, declaring, "Naturally, I would lead the 2,000 iron statues to break the formation." Ning Tai gazed fervently towards the borders of Yuzhou, proclaiming with a smile, "I cannot vouch for much, but I dare stake my life on this. Should we find ourselves in such dire straits, the 2,000 iron floating towers shall surely perish. Not one shall remain." Zhao Wangji nodded gently and inquired, "General Ning, would you truly allow all 2,000 iron floating towers to meet their end?" Ning Tai spat vehemently, exclaiming, "To die on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide, is a duty I must fulfill." Zhao Wangji pressed further, "Are you not afraid?" Ning Tai scoffed, stating, "It is merely a death. What is there to fear?" Zhao Wangji smirked and queried, "Then, if it is simply a matter of mortality, what fear should I, Zhao Wangji, possess?" Ning Tai tightened his grip on his spear, scratching his head in confusion. What was that saying again? Something about a soldier and death? Zhao Wangji responded, "A soldier dies for those who understand him." The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. At the southernmost edge of Yuzhou, a sprawling military camp housed over 10,000 border troops guarding the frontier. A swift white falcon soared through the sky, circling incessantly. A woman, a master who had long concealed her identity among the border troops, changed her expression upon spotting the white falcon nurtured by Prince Yang Rui himself. Raising her hand, the falcon perched on her arm, and she retrieved a sealed letter. After perusing its contents, the female master departed the military camp without hesitation, heading northward. Her true identity was that of a female master among Yang Rui's elite warriors. Yang Rui had spent several years honing his skills at the Yuzhou borders, while she had remained there for a comparable duration, preferring to lead from the front. Yang Rui had sent her to the southern military camp instead of keeping his elite warriors close. After 4 long years, he had never compelled her to act. Yet now he had sent her a secret missive. The letter instructed the female warrior to intercept the former ministers of the Liang dynasty heading north. However, after merely 30 miles, she was obstructed by a lone man in a narrow mountain pass. The woman hesitated, locking eyes with the man. They exchanged no words, yet both silently drew their weapons. In that fleeting moment, they discerned each other's identities. The man, wielding a broken blade, chuckled, "Warrior C." The woman, holding her sword with both hands, coldly replied, "Warrior S." Not far to the north of Yuzhou, another elite warrior received a secret letter instructing him to proceed southward. Yet, after only 20 miles, he encountered a man who had awaited his arrival for quite some time. The man, with a single eye and arm, wielded his sword calmly, stating, "Warrior D." The warrior who had received the missive responded with his own sword, his voice hoarse, "Warrior M." For warriors, identical in rank yet loyal to different masters, prepared to exchange their lives in a place hidden from the world, all would perish. Chapter 61. The first snow less than 50 miles from the Yuzhou border. Dawn began to break, though the light remained dim. A biting wind howled as the dense white mist dissipated. Yang Rui reined in his steed on a hillside, his spear drawn, surveying the vast expanse of land below. At the center of this broad plain, two women found themselves encircled by border troops clad in light armor. After a relentless pursuit spanning 100 miles, they had finally cornered the exiled princess at dawn, with only 800 of the original 1,000 light cavalry remaining. All exhausted and weary, the toll on their steeds was severe, with over 100 horses having perished in the chase. Yang Rui, though a half-step into the realm of golden bodies, felt utterly fatigued, his steed, Jueying, panting heavily beneath him. Yet, the end was within reach. They had successfully trapped Liang Ke just shy of the Yuzhou border. Yang Rui licked his parched lips, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. By heavens, how can she run so fast? Two white falcons cried out from above, circling ominously above Yang Rui's head. Upon seeing them, a frown creased his brow. He had sent these falcons to the northern and southern borders of Yuzhou to summon the two golden body warriors for an ambush, yet they had yet to arrive. The falcons returned alone, with no sign of the warriors. Yang Rui thrust the tip of his spear into the ground. There was no doubt that his secret orders would be followed. Given the speed of the two golden body warriors, their absence could only mean one thing. They had both perished en route. Adjusting his helmet, Yang Rui cursed under his breath, those madmen. The journey had been perilous. With the remnants of the Liang dynasty's loyalists engaging in deadly gambits, 800 iron cavalry circled relentlessly, trapping the two women at the center. At the heart of the fray, Yin was drenched in blood, surrounded by severed limbs, with 5 jagged blades littering the ground at her feet. Gasping for breath, she scanned her surroundings, her gaze sharp. Liang Ke's once golden yellow robe was now dark red, her right hand trembling as she held her sword, pointing it forward. The iron cavalry surged from all directions, their blades descending like a torrential storm. Yin Yu's eyes turned crimson as she forcibly ignited her vital energy through secret techniques, her aura boiling fiercely. Yang Rui stood at a distance on the hillside, scoffing. I shall see how much vitality you have left to burn. Another volley of arrows rained down, and Yin Yu's bloodshot eyes flared as she swung her blade furiously, creating a dazzling display of light. Yet even with her secret technique, her true energy was nearing depletion, and despite her desperate attempts, several arrows pierced through her defenses. With a sickening thud, arrows struck her chest and thigh, causing Yin Yu to stagger, forcing her to swallow back the blood rising in her throat, yet she continued to fight on. As the barrage of arrows ceased, she collapsed forward, her knee hitting the ground as she propped herself up with her sword. In that fleeting moment, as she sought to regain her martial energy, a lone rider armed with a spear approached. Yang Rui, astride Jueying, surged forward like a bolt of lightning, gripping his tempered steel spear as he lunged towards her. In a desperate twist, Yin Yu managed to evade the spear that would have pierced her heart, the tip instead striking her left arm. Yang Rui's eyes narrowed, his wrist twisting as he spun his spear. With a sickening sound, Yin Yu's left arm was shattered by the force of his strike. Just as Yang Rui withdrew his spear, Liang Ke darted forward, her sword thrusting directly towards Yang Rui's chest. Yang Rui swiftly pulled back his spear, the sword grazing its surface, sparks flying as it plunged into Yang Rui's chest. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Liang Ke tightened her grip on the sword. Jueying, as if possessed, let out a fierce cry and leapt into the air. Yang Rui took the opportunity to sweep his spear horizontally, shattering the sword in a single motion. Retreating swiftly, the front half of the sword lodged into his shining armor, appearing gruesome yet sparing his vital organs. Unfazed, Yang Rui raised his hand to yank the blade from his chest. Blood gushed forth, staining his armor crimson, and as the morning light illuminated him, he resembled a celestial warrior. With a grim expression, Yang Rui coldly declared, "There is no need for mercy. Execute them on the spot." Surrounded by armored foes, the military command was swiftly executed, and they drew their blades, advancing relentlessly. The ironclad warriors closed in from all directions, suffocating Liang Ke, who struggled to breathe. Exhausted from her exertions, Liang Ke's form swayed precariously. Yin Yu, having lost his left arm, attempted to rise but was suddenly seized by a violent cough, spewing forth a torrent of blood before collapsing to the ground, his face contorting in agony. At the center stood Liang Ke, gazing at the hilt of her long sword, now bereft of its blade, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Was there truly no escape from death? Her gaze grew distant as she looked into the horizon. A mere 50 miles from the border, within the confines of the Uttaiha dynasty, She had been a caged bird for 8 long years, yet freedom remained elusive. These years had been overwhelmingly burdensome. Even halting now felt like a release. The world, though vast, held no place for Lin Cuo to call her own. Lin Cuo murmured to herself, her eyes clouded with despair. Yang Rui, mounted upon his steed, held his spear steady, his expression cold and unyielding. The clanging of armor echoed from all directions, drawing ever closer. Lin Cuo lifted her chin, removing the mask that concealed her face, revealing a beauty so striking it could be deemed catastrophic. After 8 years, she had nearly forgotten who she was. Yet at this moment, she reaffirmed her identity. I am the daughter of the Liang King, Princess Tianqing, Liang Quebec. She turned her gaze to the heavens, her peach blossom-like eyes shimmering faintly. Snowflakes began to fall. Yang Rui also lifted his head, his eyes drawn to the vast sky. The expanse was filled with drifting snowflakes. On the 13th day of the 12th month in the 38th year of the Yuan era, the first snow graced the earth. As the snowflakes fell, a mournful smile appeared upon Lin Cuo's exquisite visage. Truly, the heavens had conspired to grant her a final gift before her demise, a magnificent snowfall. With a sudden resolve, Lin Cuo raised the broken sword in her hand, determined to end her own life. Just as the blade grazed her neck, the world seemed to pause, and even the falling snow ceased its descent. A streak of azure light descended from the heavens. This radiant arc, a direct line from the sky, surged with overwhelming energy, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. A formidable force erupted, toppling all armored foes within 100 paces of Lin Cuo. A man clad in a blue robe arrived on the scene. Lin Cuo's broken sword slipped from her grasp. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she turned back, bewildered. Lin Cuo, is it truly you? Lin Cuo remained in profound silence, his gaze imbued with complexity, yet he simply shook his head gently. Yang Rui's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his long spear, its tip aimed at the suddenly appearing figure of the man in the green robe, bellowing, "Who dares approach?" In an instant, the heavens unleashed a flurry of snow. Lin Cuo let out a soft sigh, his voice tender, "Let us depart. I shall escort you." Chapter 62. The transformation of the sparrow into a phoenix. Yang Rui abruptly removed his helmet, brandishing his spear as he roared, "Do you dare?" From all directions, armored soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. At the center, Lin Cuo remained calm, extending a hand with a gentle gesture. Lin Cuo wiped the blood from his face and placed his left hand lightly upon Lin Cuo's palm. In the next moment, a torrent of energy surged forth from Lin Cuo, spreading within 100 feet radius. The warhorses within this span suddenly knelt, chaos erupting among men and beasts alike. A brilliant azure light burst forth, cleaving a path through the encroaching soldiers, and any who dared to obstruct it found their weapons shattered in an instant. Yang Rui fiercely urged his horse forward, undeterred, and aimed directly at the azure light. Yet, the moment his finely forged spear touched it, the spearhead snapped violently, and the shaft exploded into fragments, swept away by the swirling snow as the azure light broke free from the encirclement. 100 miles beyond the border of Yuzhou, Zhao Wangji, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he appeared beside Ning Tai, exclaiming, "The princess's presence approaches the Yuzhou border." Ning Tai's eyes widened in shock as he unhesitatingly seized the long spear from the ground and mounted his steed, adorning himself with a phoenix-winged helmet. He pointed his divine weapon towards the border and shouted, "Iron floating tower, heed my command. Charge eastward and tear apart the Yuzhou border to bring the princess back to the western desert." 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers mounted their steeds without delay, their heavy armor radiating an aura of lethal intent, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Ning Tai fiercely spurred his horse, bellowing, "Advance." In the next heartbeat, 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers surged forth, charging toward the Yuzhou border. The iron floating tower, renowned for its heavy cavalry, stood among the finest in the realm. Unlike the 1,000 light cavalry led by Yang Rui, whose hoofbeats sounded like a tempest, the 2,000 iron floating tower's horses moved in unison, their thundering hooves echoing like rolling thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. Clad in heavy armor beneath the falling snow, the 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers cast a shadow resembling a dark cloud over the land. Ning Tai gripped his spear, his scarred face turning crimson from the surge of blood, as if the wound might burst anew, a sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. At the Yuzhou border, atop the watchtower, The station's soldiers first heard the distant rumble of thunder, followed by the sight of a dark mass advancing. Immediately, smoke signals rose, and the drums of war echoed throughout the camp, prompting soldiers to don their armor and ready their blades. Thick black smoke ascended, and the sounds of drums and horns resounded. The Yuzhou border was fortified with camps every 20 miles, each housing 3,000 troops in a continuous line. The commanding officer gazed out from the walls, his expression twisted in fury. The iron floating tower had long been eyeing the border, previously positioned to strike, now redirecting toward their own defenses. The officer swallowed hard, veins bulging in his hands as he gripped his sword, his face contorting in fear. The forces stationed here numbered barely 3,000, and the reinforcements 20 miles away would not arrive in time. Moreover, they faced one of the three great cavalry forces of the realm, the iron floating tower. Drawing his sword with a roar, the officer commanded, "Hold the line. Hold the line." Just then, a massive breach suddenly opened in the border walls. A middle-aged man stood in the gaping hole, laughing heartily. "Heaven bless our great Liang. Come forth and utterly shatter Yuzhou." With a secret technique, this man detonated his own energy center, causing a deafening explosion. The walls collapsed, creating a vast opening. The stationed officer turned pale, his knuckles whitening as he could only watch helplessly as the 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers charged towards him. The iron floating tower surged like a tidal wave, obliterating the Yuzhou border and tearing a massive gap for their entry. They flowed like an iron torrent, scattering the border troops that attempted to impede them. They surged forward, advancing 15 miles into Yuzhou. At the edge of vision, amidst the falling snow, two women stood upon the ground. Ning Tai's eyes brightened as he galloped to Liang Ke, halting his horse and dismounting abruptly. Kneeling on one knee, he declared, "I am Ning Tai, here to see the princess." Behind Ning Tai, the 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers dismounted in unison, their armor clanking as they knelt, echoing, "We salute the princess." Their resounding voices reverberated through the heavens. Liang Ke, revealing her true form, had reddened eyes yet shed no tears. Behind her stood Yin Yu, pale-faced and missing an arm. Ning Tai, kneeling, urged, "Your Highness, we must leave swiftly." However, Liang Ke disregarded him, instead gazing into the distance. Amidst the blanket of white, a figure in a green robe stood far away, snow cascading over him, invoking deep emotions. Liang Ke bit her lip, her gaze shimmering with autumnal beauty. A vision of unparalleled grace amid the falling snow. Zhao Wangji, who had accompanied the troops, furrowed his brow, following Liang Ke's gaze. He exchanged a long glance with the man in the green robe. A gust of frigid wind whipped through, scattering the snow, and the figure in green began to fade from view. Liang Ke mounted her horse, followed closely by Yin Yu. She spoke softly, "Let us depart." No sooner had she spoken than Ning Tai turned his horse with a shout, "Return." The 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers mounted their steeds without hesitation, swiftly reversing their course. The pounding of hooves echoed as they retreated westward, charging through the ranks. The border had now amassed nearly 6,000 troops. Yet, before the heavily armored 2,000 iron floating tower, the soldiers crumbled instantly, creating a vast breach. The border commander could only watch from the walls as the iron floating tower galloped away. Amidst the pristine white snow, the 2,000 iron floating tower soldiers departed from Yuzhou, transforming from caged sparrows into soaring phoenixes. Liang Ke turned back, finding no trace of the Yuzhou border. Only a vast expanse of white. Conflicting emotions swirled within her heart like a tangled web. It was not until they had ridden 30 miles westward through the snow that Ning Tai finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he sensed Zhao Wangji beside him, his expression peculiar. This master at the pinnacle of the profound god realm appeared stiff and unnatural. Ning Tai frowned and called out, "Zhao Wangji?" Unheeding, Zhao Wangji remained motionless, his gaze fixed ahead. Ning Tai rode closer, reaching out to pat him, causing the general to startle in alarm. Zhao Wangji's limbs were as rigid as iron, and amidst the winter's chill and snow, his back was soaked in sweat. Moreover, Zhao Wangji's vital energy surged through the world of men and nature, filling his entire being with a tumultuous flow of Taoist essence, ready to erupt at any moment. It was only after distancing himself 50 miles from Yuzhou that he spoke with a trembling voice. That person, surprisingly, did not perish. Chapter 63. The truth of the past. Ning Tai furrowed his brows and inquired, "Who is that person?" Yet Zhao Wangji directly disregarded Ning Tai's question and instead approached Liang Quebec. This master, at the pinnacle of the Xinshan realm, spoke, "Princess, May I request a moment of your time? Liang Ke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Zhao Wangji's intent. Together, they spurred their horses forward, distancing themselves from the 2,000 iron cavalry. Riding side by side, Liang Ke inquired, "Uncle Zhao, what troubles you?" Zhao Wangji's robe billowed as his steed galloped. And after a prolonged silence, he slowly responded, "Do you understand why I have refrained from taking action all along?" Before the fall of the Liang dynasty, Zhao Wangji was renowned as one of the 12 foremost masters of the Liang kingdom, having attained the peak of the Xinshan realm. Liang Ke furrowed her delicate brows and gently shook her head, speculating, does the court's master require Uncle Zhao to confront him in secret? Zhao Wangji formed a barrier with his vital energy and, utilizing a method of sound transmission, spoke in a solemn tone. "Mr. Bai has expressly instructed me not to reveal myself easily. Either I can escort the princess away from Yuzhou without expending any vital energy, or it may cost me my life to fill an insatiable abyss." Bai Long had plotted for a full 8 years, both overtly and covertly, all for this very day. Zhao Wangji continued calmly. "Initially, I too was perplexed by Mr. Bai's intentions, but upon seeing the princess, I understood." Liang Ke's breath hitched as she pressed, "What do you mean?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Wangji slowly revealed, "Even after many years, even with the divine will altered beyond recognition, I would never mistake the identity of the individual who personally escorted the princess out of Yuzhou. It was the one who perished in the thunder tribulation, the world's foremost. Lin Daoxian." The instant Zhao Wangji's words left his lips, Liang Ke's gaze turned vacant, and she became utterly disoriented. "He is Lin." Liang Ke murmured to herself, her mind blank, the sound of a piercing ringing echoing in her ears. Her vision becoming indistinct. Lin Daoxian? How could it be Lin Daoxian? In the next moment, Liang Ke spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly tumbling off her horse. Her complexion turned ghastly pale as she disregarded the blood at the corner of her mouth, gazing blankly at Zhao Wangji beside her. Zhao Wangji's expression was equally complex. Liang Ke stood there in a daze for a moment, her originally hazy eyes gradually regaining clarity. The already enchanting woman, with blood-stained red lips, rendered the swirling snow utterly dim in comparison. Liang Ke silently wiped the blood from her lips, her expression returning to calmness as she softly spoke. "Liang Ke understands." Zhao Wangji looked at Liang Ke before him, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Simultaneously, his admiration for the long-lost Bai Xiansheng, whom he had not seen for 8 years, reached new heights. Truly, he was the foremost poison master in the realm. Liang Ke gazed into the distance, gently inquiring, "Uncle Zhao, what truly transpired between my father and that man? Why did the world's greatest master venture alone into the royal capital? What exactly occurred between King Liang and that individual?" In almost a single night, the once thriving Liang kingdom was utterly annihilated. Zhao Wangji did not conceal any details, slowly recounting this hidden tale as the long-buried truth resurfaced. 10 years ago, the world was still divided into 3 factions, and the entanglement between the martial world and the court was not as pronounced as it is today. King Liang proposed an astonishing notion regarding the realm's turmoil. He believed that, given the chaos, the martial masters of the upper 3 realms could not escape culpability. Even if the world were to unify, peace and prosperity would remain elusive. Thus, King Liang sought to eradicate the masters of the upper 3 realms altogether. Liang Ke's pupils constricted in disbelief. This is utterly impossible. The world is vast, and the number of upper 3 realm martial artists is countless. To attempt to erase them is sheer folly. However, Zhao Wangji gazed towards the heavens, uttering words that sent tremors through Liang Ke's heart. He spoke slowly. Within a certain cave heaven, King Liang discovered a treasure of unparalleled worth, granting hope to this fantastical ambition. Liang Ke pressed further. What did father obtain? The remains of an immortal. Upon hearing this, Liang Ke was struck with profound shock. After a brief silence, Zhao Wangji continued. News of King Liang's intention to eliminate the upper 3 realm masters spread, attracting the attention of Lin Daoxian, who had just ascended to the realm of heavenly beings and ranked among the 5 great masters. In the year 30 of the Yuan calendar, that man, with his white hair billowing in the wind, single-handedly invaded the ancient capital of the Liang dynasty. In this earth-shattering battle, 12 of Liang's finest warriors gathered in the royal capital, supported by 3,000 elite soldiers clad in armor and wielding spears. Yet, 3,000 armored soldiers and 12 masters could not hold him back. In the end, Lin Daoxian personally severed King Liang's head. It was through this battle that Lin Cuo earned the title of the world's greatest. Upon learning the truth of that year, Liang Ke fell into a long silence. 2,000 iron statues advanced steadily towards the western desert. Heavy snow fell. Lin walked through the vast expanse of falling snow, allowing the delicate flakes to settle upon his shoulders. Lin Cuo gazed at the horizon, his expression serene. As a full third of his raven locks transformed into a snowy white, countless memories surged into his mind. 8 years ago, it was a day much like this. Blanketed in heavy snowfall, Lin Cuo traversed the region of Tongtian River and Jiangnan Dao, encountering an endless array of lifeless bodies, those frozen to death in the snowy night, and others slain by soldiers. Since his entry into the martial world, he had vanquished countless masters, reigning supreme for 2 decades, casting a disdainful gaze upon the realm. His prowess was indeed transcendent, and his demeanor equally imposing. Not long after Lin Cuo ascended to the realm of the celestial beings, having secured his position among the 5 greatest masters, he received news that ignited his fury. The king of Liang audaciously sought to obliterate the 3 upper realms entirely. How arrogant and self-assured he had once been. The once invincible Lin Cuo, brimming with confidence, ventured alone into the capital of the Liang kingdom. His aim was to claim the head of the king of Liang, thereby solidifying his title as the foremost in the world. With the death of the king of Liang, the vassal kings of the 6 provinces scattered in disarray, each proclaiming themselves sovereign. Seizing this serendipitous opportunity, the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties dispatched their armies to encircle and besiege. The devastation spanned 2,000 miles, with countless lives lost. Over 1 million corpses littered the land, and rivers ran red with blood. Since Lin Cuo entered the martial world, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. The reckless act he impulsively committed resulted in countless innocent lives being lost. Lin Cuo traveled a great distance alone, journeying westward from the estuary of the Tongtian River. Along the 2,000-mile trek, he seemed to witness countless wailing spirits lingering upon the desolate earth. As winter receded and the spring swallows returned to nest in the trees, a myriad of emotions surged within Lin Cuo's heart. Ever since the fall of the Liang kingdom, he had wandered through the realms of existence for a full 5 years, still ensnared by the past, filled with regret. Thus, the once greatest in the world faded into obscurity. Lin Cuo gazed at the swirling snowflakes, his heart engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment. Lin Cuo felt a profound sense of guilt towards the Liang kingdom, as well as towards the world at large. Chapter 64. A visitor from the snow in the capital city of Tianjin, at the Qitian Observatory, for majestic white jade platforms stood tall, each overseeing the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north. Surrounding these platforms were 24 pavilions, each corresponding to the 24 solar terms, resembling stars encircling the moon, safeguarding the central platforms. Each white jade platform was manned by a supervisor who monitored the changes in the heavens. The 24 pavilions housed 10 practitioners of Qi each, totaling 240, dedicated to observing the flow of the solar terms. An unusual celestial phenomenon manifested in the northwest, where a dim star suddenly shimmered brightly. Radiating from this central star were tendrils of purple energy connecting to dozens of stars of varying sizes and brightness. The 4 supervisors of the Qitian Observatory emerged to witness this celestial spectacle. A destined individual, imbued with fortune, appeared in the northwest. Simultaneously, a secret letter was delivered to Emperor Yangzhen in the Qina Palace. After perusing the missive from Yuzhou, Yangzhen fell silent and casually discarded it onto the floor. It was the depths of winter. Although snow had yet to fall in Tianjin, the cold was still biting. The palace was adorned with intricate dragon motifs, and even in a thin robe, one would hardly feel the chill. As Yangzhen exited the palace, a eunuch promptly draped a heavy fur coat over his shoulders. Following closely behind, the elderly Yangzhen walked with faltering steps, gradually making his way through the towering palace walls to a secret passage leading underground. This passage was profoundly cold, devoid of light, illuminated only by a few luminous pearls embedded along the way. He descended until he reached a stone chamber, which contained only a wooden table, a flickering oil lamp, and a floor strewn with scrolls. A pale-faced middle-aged man, with his hair styled in a lofty crown, was hunched over the table, perusing the scrolls by the dim light of the oil lamp. Noticing the sound, he lifted his gaze and after glancing at Yangzhen, the most esteemed man in the realm, he did not rise to pay his respects but lowered his head in silence. Yangzhen, unfazed, sat cross-legged before him. After a moment of silence, Yangzhen spoke softly. Liang Ke has now departed for the western desert. The pale-faced man paused slightly, then set down the scroll, rasping. Is it Zhao Wangji, the madman, who exchanged his life for wine? Yangjin gently shook his head. Zhao Wangji has never intervened. In the flickering light, one could faintly discern the man's gloomy demeanor. Yangjin sighed, helplessly stating, once again, the white dragon has outmaneuvered you, Qiao Yangming. The man before him was none other than Qiao Yangming, the strategist who counterbalanced Du Wanfeng. Qiao Yangming's expression remained unchanged as he pushed the scroll aside and murmured. The white dragon has spent 8 years, exhausting his heart and life. It has not been easy. Yangjin merely sighed again. Liang Kei's journey to the western desert will surely delight the old ministers who long for the restoration of the Liang kingdom. Qiao Yangming replied calmly. Those former ministers of Liang have only just found their footing, and half of the nomadic tribes in the western desert have yet to submit. Even if Liang Kei goes there, it will not amount to much in the short term. Yangjin remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. I am growing old. My time is limited. Although Yang Rui has honed his skills on the border for many years, he has yet to make a significant impact. Yang Yi is astute, but still lacks the necessary support. After my departure, the Taihad dynasty will likely descend into chaos. Qiao Yangming raised his gaze slightly, asking, why does your majesty neglect the crown prince? Yangjin picked up a scroll from the table and tossed it aside in frustration, exclaiming, this Yang He is so inscrutable that even I cannot fathom him. In Tianjing, there are countless old souls watching him closely. Yangjin fell into a long silence, then stated calmly, I do not know how many of those old souls are counting the days until my death. Yet, they linger. And I find no peace even in my grave. Qiao Yangming silently retrieved the scroll and placed it back on the wooden table. Yangjin regarded Qiao Yangming with hesitation and finally uttered 2 words, Chen Kai. Qiao Yangming merely shook his head gently. With a resigned sigh, Yangjin stood up, saying, I shall take my leave. Qiao Yangming did not rise, merely watching as Yangjin departed. The aging emperor exited the underground palace, looking up at the sky, lamenting the relentless passage of time. In Yuzhou, the heavy snow had fallen for a day and night, accumulating to the ankles. Wangjin, reluctantly filling in for Cuo Zhai, went about his usual routine of opening the door and then reading and practicing swordsmanship, wrapped in a thick cotton coat. He peered out at the snow-covered world, lamenting how his previous injuries had healed, and his sword practice yielded small gains. Yet the business at Cuo Zhai had plummeted to the point of near starvation. Wang Zhun even had to dip into his own pockets to purchase enough coal, fearing that without it, this winter would be deadly. With the heavy snowfall blanketing the city, few ventured outside, most remaining indoors. Wang Zhun craned his neck, gazing down the street. At the street's end, he spotted a handsome young man clad in hemp garments, barefoot and with unkempt hair, approaching through the pristine white snow. Wang Zhun frowned, muttering, walking barefoot in this weather, does he not fear freezing? The young man strolled leisurely until he reached the entrance of Cuo Zhai. Wang Zhun, surprised, nonetheless welcomed him inside. The young man smiled slightly and inquired, are you the owner of this establishment? Wang Zhun blinked and shook his head, replying, I merely manage the shop. Feel free to select anything you desire. Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled knowingly and began to browse the shop casually. He admired the various works of art, observing without touching, never drawing too close. With a smile, he remarked, it is quite tranquil here. Wang Zhun, confused, silently followed him. After surveying Cuo Zhai, the young man smiled indulgently. Wang Zhun thought it unlikely that they would make a sale. This fellow would probably not purchase anything. The young man's gaze fell upon a half-rolled scroll of calligraphy on a wooden bed, containing the 3 lines of sword poetry penned by Lin Cuo. Wang Zhun's heart skipped a beat as he saw the young man reaching for it, and he hastily exclaimed, Sir, that is not for sale. The young man halted mid-motion, retracting his hand and lightly laughing. I see, my apologies. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhun, as the young man reached out, the 3 lines of poetry on the rice paper seemed to possess a spirit, dancing across the surface. The young man quietly examined Lin Cuo's writing desk, occasionally expressing quiet admiration. Wang Zhun, perplexed, turned to fetch a cup of hot water from the stove and offered it to the barefoot young man. The young man, seeing the warm water, beamed with delight, saying, Thank you, thank you. Chapter 65. Carefree, the young man cradled the cup in his hands, gently blowing on the surface before taking small sips of the warm water, his smile warm and gentle. Wang Zhun observed the young man before him, pondering how, in such cold, snowy weather, he could be barefoot and unkempt. Surely, he must have some trouble in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhun finally asked, Do you have a place to stay tonight? The young man paused slightly before responding with a gentle smile. No. Wang Jun maintained a stoic expression. Yet inwardly he was convinced that this individual was likely a fool. Disheveled hair, bare feet, and clad in a simple linen garment, the man presented quite the sight. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jun slowly offered, "If you are not in a hurry, you may spend the night here." He silently sighed, pondering that if this man were to leave now, he would surely perish in the frigid night snow. The handsome man smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so?" Wang Jun nodded vigorously and invited him to sit on his stool, assuring him, "Rest easy." The handsome man regarded Wang Jun with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Wang Jun weighed the contents of his sleeves, determining that he had enough silver to procure a warm coat for this stranger. After a brief hesitation, Wang Jun cautiously inquired, "What brings you to the—" The handsome man sipped some hot water and replied with a light chuckle, "I came to see an old friend." Wang Jun furrowed his brow, observing the disheveled figure before him, who hardly resembled a renowned master of the martial arts. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Did you manage to see him?" The handsome man shook his head slightly, smiling as he said, "It seems I shall not." Wang Jun was momentarily taken aback. The words caught in his throat. He thought to himself, has this man's old acquaintance already departed? Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his cheek and stammered, "Then, I offer my condolences." Upon hearing Wang Jun's words, the handsome man's smile grew wider, his gaze taking on an odd quality that made Wang Jun uneasy. Suddenly, the handsome man posed an unexpected question, "With at your disposal, have you never practiced calligraphy?" Wang Jun chuckled awkwardly, responding with a hint of embarrassment, "I lack the talent. My handwriting is quite atrocious." The handsome man, however, remarked enigmatically, "It is not too late. Fate has intertwined our paths." Wang Jun was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind these words. Yet, noting that the man had opted to forego shoes in the biting cold, he decided not to dwell on it further. Pointing to the rice paper beside the bamboo bed, the handsome man asked, "May I see that piece of—" After a moment's hesitation, Wang Jun handed over the sheet inscribed with 3 verses of sword poetry. "Sharp peaks by the sea resemble sword tips, autumn frost cleaves the jade blade. The starlight of the spear shines bright." The handsome man merely observed in silence. In a fleeting moment, he returned the rice paper to Wang Jun. Without further thought, Wang Jun turned to lift the thick cotton curtain of the, saying, "I shall step out for a moment. Do not wonder." The handsome man simply smiled in response, remaining silent. As Wang Jun lifted the curtain, a gust of frigid wind penetrated the collar of his garment, causing him to huddle deeper into his clothes as he ventured down another street. That was not large, and during his time there, Wang Jun had become quite familiar with its layout. Treading through the thick snow, he made his way to a small shop. Inside the clothing store, he rummaged until he found a thick, warm cotton coat, shaking it vigorously a few times. Though the heavy snowfall had just commenced, it was not yet unbearably cold. The true chill would arrive once the snow began to melt. After haggling with the shopkeeper for a considerable time, Wang Jun reluctantly produced a few pieces of silver from his sleeve, feeling a pang of regret. Cradling the substantial cotton coat, he returned along the street to the, lifting the curtain as he announced, "Ah, I have brought you." Yet, as he began to speak, he froze in place. The handsome man had vanished without a trace. Wang Jun's mouth twitched in dismay. He thought, "I hope this fool hasn't wandered off to freeze to death." He retraced his steps along the street several times, but still found no sign of the man. Defeated, he returned to this, gazing mournfully at the heavy coat in his hands, lamenting the silver he had just squandered. Approaching the writing desk, Wang Jun picked up the cup the handsome man had used. However, as he glanced at the wooden table, he was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Lifting the cup, he discovered an old, tattered book lodged beneath it. Frowning, he retrieved the yellowed tome. Xiao Yu, Volume 1? He mused, puzzled, as he flipped through its pages. To his astonishment, it was not a classic or manual, but rather a collection of peculiar stories, each more bizarre than the last. Upon reaching the final page, he read a line that struck him. "Skin is cold as ice and snow, delicate as a maiden, subsisting not on grains, but drawing sustenance from wind and dew. Riding upon clouds and commanding dragons, wandering beyond the seas, and then it abruptly ends here." Wang Jun muttered to himself, "So this is indeed Volume 1. He paid it little mind, carelessly tossing the yellowed book aside, considering it a splendid diversion for leisure. Wrapping his coat tighter around himself, he reached for the rice paper once more. As he unfolded it, he noticed that beneath the original 3 lines of sword poetry, a new passage had mysteriously appeared in fine script. "Observe the heavens, discern the numbers, verify through the, deduce through measure, take from the self, validate through objects. Exhaust its principles and stand as one. The law serves to educate and can be deemed both clear and comprehensive. Wang Jin stared in bewilderment at the rice paper, unable to comprehend the implications. In an instant, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Startled, he whipped around to find a man in a blue robe, his expression grave, who had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Lin Cuo. Wang Jin gasped in shock and delight, staring incredulously at the figure of Lin Cuo who had suddenly appeared behind him. When did you return? Lin Cuo's expression was grave as he silently accepted the piece of rice paper from Wang Jin's hands. It was only after he carefully rolled the paper back up that his demeanor returned to its usual composure. Lin Cuo smiled and inquired, "Have there been any visitors to the shop since my recent return?" Upon seeing Lin Cuo once more, Wang Jin beamed with joy and eagerly recounted all that had just transpired. Lin Cuo silently listened with a smile, softly replying, "Understood." Meanwhile, beyond 100 miles from the world was a canvas of white, blanketed in pristine snow. A figure moved barefoot, their form elusive, traversing several miles in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace upon the snow. All matters seemed ephemeral, as time slipped by unnoticed in this wintry realm. What is most fitting in this moment? To indulge in intoxication. To wander, to rest. Chapter 66, The Future Great Sword Immortal. Lin Cuo gazed at the piece of rice paper in his hand, which recorded the 3 swords. His expression peculiar, even if he were to restore his cultivation to the pinnacle of the profound god realm. Had that individual still managed to catch a hint of his presence? Lin Cuo gazed at the book Xiao Yu on the desk, remaining silent for a long while, still reluctant to reach out and touch it. Xiao Yu, indeed? Wang Jin leaned forward to look outside the study, searching for Liang Kei's figure for quite some time but finding none. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Cuo, inquiring with curiosity, "Have you still taken her life?" Lin Cuo shook his head and said, "I have sent her out of Yuzhou and restored her freedom." Wang Jin was greatly astonished and exclaimed, "You truly accomplished the noble act of a bodhisattva, guiding one across the sea of suffering?" Lin Cuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied irritably, "I was schemed against. It is an unavoidable circumstance." Wang Jin leaned closer and inquired softly, "With your level of cultivation, how could you possibly fall victim to such a scheme?" Lin Cuo could only rub his temple in exasperation, expressing, "It has nothing to do with cultivation levels. It is a direct inquiry into the heart of the Tao." Wang Jin shook his head in disdain, retorting, "Being schemed against is simply being schemed against. Why speak of it as if one is not in control?" Lin Cuo firmly held Wang Jin's head, chuckling, "All right, young Master Wang, little Lin has indeed been schemed against. Is that acceptable?" Wang Jin could only feel a chilling breeze wafting around his neck, instinctively retracting it, and replied with a hint of displeasure, "It is but human nature." "Indeed." Lin Cuo chuckled softly, his expression relaxed as he sat before the desk. Lin Cuo glanced around casually and inquired, "How has business been lately? How much silver have you managed to earn?" No sooner had the question been posed than Wang Jin's temper flared. With a sarcastic tone, Wang Jin replied, "Master Lin's calligraphy is of such elevated artistry that these common folk cannot comprehend its worth. Truly discerning connoisseurs are few and far between." Lin Cuo nodded in a daze and remarked, "That is only to be expected. As societal morals decline, it is only natural that the contemporary literati and scholars possess a retrogressive perspective, rendering them unable to appreciate my ink masterpieces." Wang Jin's lips twitched as he gazed at the solemnly absurd Lin Cuo, and he could not help but chuckle in irritation, saying, "Master Lin, you simply pack your bags and leave, while I, young Wang, find myself on the verge of starving. Moreover," he added, gesturing towards the nearby stove, "the coal for winter was purchased from my own pocket." Lin Cuo waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of feigned wisdom. "Ah, such words are misguided. Why must we draw such clear distinctions? Who among us does not partake in purchasing?" Wang Jin, however, was wholly unimpressed by this rhetoric and promptly ordered Lin Cuo to rise from his seat. "Enough of this nonsense," he declared. "Go stoke the fire now and prepare our evening meal." Lin Cuo, unfazed by being dismissed, smiled brightly and said, all right, I shall take my leave now." Observing Lin Cuo's retreating figure, which now bore a significant amount of white hair, Wang Jin could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "How did your hair turn so white?" Lin Cuo, indifferent, casually remarked, "Life hangs by a thread, turning my hair white with worry." Naturally, Wang Jin paid no heed to Lin Cuo's nonsensical utterances, allowing them to enter through one ear and exit through the other. Suddenly, Wang Jin inquired, "Lin Cuo, during your recent travels, did you encounter any formidable opponents?" Lin Cuo paused his movements, smiling as he pointed at the stove, and said, "Would you like to hear it?" Wang Jin nodded repeatedly and replied, "Indeed." Lin Cuo stood up, raising an eyebrow slightly, and said with a smile, "Go stoke the fire and then prepare dinner for me." Wang Jin pouted, helplessly lifting himself off the ground to tend to the fire. Lin Cuo reclined on the bamboo chair, speaking to himself. There are not many masters. Perhaps just one or two. Wangjin, without turning around, inquired further. For instance? Lin Cuo suddenly laughed and said, for instance, that elusive figure from Yuzhou, the renowned drunken madman. Wangjin immediately sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment, and inquired, have you encountered the drunken madman? Lin Cuo nodded gently. Wangjin immediately inquired, so? How is it? Is it impressive? Lin Cuo rubbed his chin and remarked, it's passable, though somewhat inferior to my own. Instantly, Wangjin lost all interest and turned away, choosing to disregard Lin Cuo entirely. Lin Cuo was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, what does this mean? Wangjin scoffed, who do you think you are? Even slightly inferior to you? Lin Cuo curled his lips in a casual manner and remarked, I was once the world's #1. Wangjin immediately burst into laughter and replied, if you were once the world's #1, then I shall be the future great sword immortal. Lin Cuo curled his lips and remarked, perhaps. Wangjin, however, paid no heed to this. Seemingly intrigued, he suddenly inquired, Lin Cuo, is it truly possible for a master of the martial world to single-handedly confront 1,000 foes, entering and exiting the fray with such ease? Lin Cuo merely chuckled and shook his head, stating, the portrayals in those ordinary novels are excessively fantastical. No matter how high a martial artist's cultivation, they remain human, and humans inevitably face limitations. Lin Cuo smiled as he extended 5 fingers, remarking, a martial artist at the golden body realm, even one who has achieved perfection in this state, can be surrounded and slain by 500 iron cavalry. Wangjin, momentarily disheartened, muttered gloomily, 500 iron cavalry can indeed encircle and eliminate a master of the golden body realm. Lin Cuo rubbed his brow in exasperation and remarked, 500 iron cavalry is already a considerable force. Is it not sufficient to encircle and eliminate a single individual? Wangjin brought over a long bench and seated himself before Lin Cuo, inquiring with curiosity, what if it were a master of the Xianshan realm? Lin Cuo pondered for a moment and remarked, to detain a master of the Xian god realm, one would require at least 3,000 iron-armored warriors, fearless and resolute, to advance in succession. Wangjin's eyes gleamed with interest as he inquired, and what of the legendary celestial realm? Lin Cuo did not respond. He merely shook his head gently and remarked, I cannot recall. Lin Cuo raised his gaze towards the window and calmly remarked, in truth, the crux of an army's encirclement of a grandmaster lies in the art of breath control, regardless of how profound your cultivation may be. The essence of martial energy will ultimately deplete. Meanwhile, soldiers will continuously surge forth. Wangjin nodded in agreement and replied, thus, in today's world, it is still the emperor who holds the reins, rather than the 4 great masters. Lin Cuo, however, concealed a crucial point. In truth, there exists an enigmatic and profound connection of fate between the masters of the martial world and the iron cavalry of dynasties. Every earthly emperor bears the essence of the dragon, and each dynasty accumulates immense national fortune. Should one forcibly entangle oneself with the national fortune of a dynasty, the higher the martial prowess of the individual, the more severe the backlash from the heavenly principles. Lin Cuo gently closed his eyes, languidly reclining on the bamboo chair. Wangjin ceased to disturb Lin Cuo, quietly turning his attention to the piece of Xian paper inscribed with sword verses. A subtle flicker of sword intent danced within Wangjin's gaze. During this period, the 3 lines of sword poetry had, in his perception, begun to faintly evolve into 3 distinct sword techniques. Lin Cuo, however, had not succumbed to slumber. He keenly observed the transformation of Wangjin. Yet, Lin Cuo's thoughts were drawn towards the profound essence of the Xiao Yaoyu, causing even his own energy to undergo a subtle shift. Lin Cuo sighed inwardly, acknowledging the carefree demeanor of the wandering recluse, who effortlessly imparted his profound teachings. Free as the wind, he traversed the vastness of the world. Chapter 67. Seeking the fist 3 days after the heavy snowfall, the accumulated snow began to melt. Wangjin tightly wrapped his clothes around him, shivering as he returned to the Cuo study, clutching 2 large cabbages in his hands. Familiar with the surroundings, Wangjin busied himself tending to the hearth within the study, placing the cabbages in the side room before boiling a kettle of water. In contrast to Wangjin's industriousness, Lin Cuo had spent the past few days lounging in a rocking chair, appearing to have grown accustomed to his role as a hands-off manager. He paid little attention to the affairs of the Cuo study, leaving everything entirely to Wangjin's care. Observing Lin Cuo, who lay comfortably in the bamboo chair, Wangjin felt a surge of frustration. In his exasperation, he vigorously shook the bamboo chair, nearly toppling Lin Cuo from his perch. Lin Cuo reluctantly rose from the bamboo chair and inquired, "What is it?" Wang Jin let out a cold laugh and remarked, I must say, Master Lin, you have been rather comfortable these past few days, haven't you? Lin appeared oblivious, glancing around aimlessly. Wang Jin gestured towards the desk and remarked, at this rate, we might as well abandon writing altogether. If we continue like this, we shall inevitably starve. Lin Cuo tapped on the congealed inkstone, producing a crisp sound. And with an expression of innocence remarked, is it truly that I do not wish to write? The ink has solidified into stone, and my hands have become numb. There is simply no way to proceed. Wang Jin chose not to elaborate further and decided to disregard Lin Cuo entirely. Lin Cuo also enjoyed the tranquility as he settled into a bamboo chair, swaying gently. Outside the city, a tall elder approached at a leisurely pace. Having journeyed from Ming Mountain, Shangguan Yuma felt a wave of apprehension as he entered the city alone. He walked along the streets where the snow had begun to melt, until he reached the entrance of Cuozhai. This second strongest warrior from Yuzhou hesitated for a moment before finally pushing the door open. As Shangguan Yuma stepped into Cuozhai, he was immediately greeted by a youthful face beaming with joy, as the young man vigorously rubbed his hands together and asked, Hello. Hello. Are you here to purchase some calligraphy? Shangguan Yuma paused briefly before nodding gently. Wang Jin's smile widened, and he quickly seized the elder's arm, fearing that this hard-won guest might slip away. As Shangguan Yuma's gaze swept past Wang Jin, he caught sight of a smiling man in a blue robe. The moment he laid eyes on this individual, a chill ran down his spine, leaving him feeling as though he were being watched by unseen eyes. Lin Cuo curled his lips into a slight smile, observing the powerful figure from the Shangguan family before him with keen interest. Wang Jin, oblivious to the scrutiny, wore a sycophantic expression and said, Do take a look and see if anything pleases you. With that, Wang Jin lightly kicked a nearby rocking chair, signaling Lin Cuo to promptly fetch a cup of hot water for the esteemed guest. Lin Cuo rose slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Understood. I shall attend to it now. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuma remained motionless, his expression unchanged, as if frozen in place. Wang Jin observed the rigid Shangguan Yuma, his confusion evident. Yet he maintained a radiant smile, guiding Shangguan Yuma to behold the treasures of ink surrounding them. It was of little concern that Shangguan Yuma initially averted his gaze. Upon closer inspection of these so-called masterpieces, he was struck with profound astonishment. The ink treasures, carelessly displayed around them, were each a genuine compendium of martial arts, transforming the entire Cuo studio into a veritable armory, encompassing the martial arts of the world. Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, standing to one side with a faint smile, squinting as he regarded the second most formidable expert of Yuzhou. Lin Cuo chuckled lightly and inquired, So, have you ever had someone you admired? Shangguan Yuma, feeling as though a fishbone were lodged in his throat, replied, I dare not. Wang Jin, utterly perplexed, gazed at Shangguan Yuma with a look of confusion. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuma held his breath, his heart racing as he intently regarded the young man clad in blue before him. Lin Cuo squinted and smiled, Are you truly afraid? At that moment, Shangguan Yuma felt a sudden prickling sensation on her back, and a stream of martial energy quietly coursed through her body. Just then, Wang Jin unexpectedly slapped Lin Cuo's hand. Wang Jin cleared his throat a few times, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Cuo, and whispered, How can you speak to a guest like that? It's not easy to have a grand opening, and yet you insist on being difficult. With a vigorous shift towards Lin Cuo, he turned to Shangguan Yuma, his face radiant with a smile, and apologized, I sincerely apologize. He has a rather unpleasant temperament. Please do not take offense. Lin Cuo, with a sense of helplessness, waved his hand and chose to step aside in silence. Let me bend down and fetch him some water. You may inquire if he can endure it. Shangguan Yuma, too, was so apprehensive that he dared not utter a word, fearing that a careless remark might incite the ire of the gentleman in the azure robe. Wang Jin observed Shangguan Yuma standing motionless and then glanced back at Lin Cuo, whose smile bore an odd expression. Even Wang Jin, despite his usual dullness, sensed an air of peculiarity. He cast a questioning glance at Lin Cuo, who could only respond with a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Understanding the unspoken communication, Wang Jin quietly retreated to the side, choosing to remain silent. Lin Cuo suddenly inquired, Do you know who I am? Shangguan Yuma slightly bowed and replied with unwavering certainty, I do not. Lin Cuo narrowed his eyes and softly remarked, Oh, is that so? Lin Cuo propped himself up on the chair, gradually straightening his body. As Lin Cuo slowly rose, the atmosphere within the entire Cuozhai came to a standstill. Lin Cuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching Shangguan Yuma, squinting as he inquired, Are you truly unaware? Shangguan Yuma's expression changed dramatically. The energy and blood within him became uncontrollable, being drawn off course, causing his martial essence to spiral into chaos. Despite this turmoil, Shangguan Yuma resolutely replied, "I do not know." In the next moment, the atmosphere suddenly lightened. Lin Cuo no longer exhibited an aggressive demeanor. Instead, he calmly gazed upon the figure of Shangguan Yuma, who had traced his path from Yakingshan, following the faintest clues to arrive at this moment. Shangguan Yuma regarded the young man in the azure robe before him. Aside from the terror evident in his eyes, a concealed fervor flickered deep within his gaze. Lin's gaze was devoid of warmth, and he replied with an air of indifference. "I am aware of what you seek." Lin Cuo pointed to Wang Jun beside him and calmly said, "However, your family owes him a life. Thus I present you with two choices. The first option, you may receive a single strike from me, which could either result in your immediate demise or grant you the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the Xianshan realm. The second option, you may depart at once, and I shall treat this matter as though it never occurred." Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Yuma, standing in place, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He furrowed his brow, his expression shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Cuo chuckled softly and said, "You guessed correctly. My realm is no longer what it once was, and my Taoist power has dwindled to less than half of its former self. Are you willing to wager your life on it?" Shangguan Yuma remained silent, standing still in contemplation for a long while. Lin Cuo remained unhurried, quietly awaiting the response from Shangguan Yuma. "I earnestly request Senior Lin to take action." Shangguan Yuma's gaze was resolute, her ambition unmistakably evident. As she looked at Lin Cuo with fervent intensity, Lin Cuo smiled broadly and said, "Well said." In an instant, the imposing figure of Shangguan Yuma was sent hurtling out of Kuozhai. He crashed violently into the earth, shattering countless layers of snow. This master of the late Xianshan realm had his limbs twisted grotesquely, his chest caved in, and a chilling fist mark emblazoned upon it. Blood oozed from all 7 orifices of Shangguan Yuma, a sight both horrific and ghastly. Chapter 68, The Tyrant in the Next Moment. Despite nearly having his heart's core shattered by a single strike, Shangguan Yuma surprisingly broke into a wild laugh. "Ha ha, it worked." With a sickening crack, his broken limbs returned to their rightful positions, and he pushed himself off the ground to stand upright, ignoring the blood streaming down his face. He clasped his hands in a salute and said, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." From 100 paces away within Kuozhai, only a cold snort could be heard. Blood continued to cascade down Shangguan Yuma's face, his expression one of utter madness, the indentation of the fist mark on his chest appearing dreadfully prominent. That single punch had nearly shattered his meridians, and the chaos within his small realm was akin to a cataclysm. The martial energy he had meticulously cultivated for decades was scattered in an instant, and both his life and cultivation were on the verge of dissipating like a fleeting illusion. Yet, he had ultimately won his gamble. At this moment, a faint glimmer of true energy began to coalesce in Shangguan Yuma's chest. Although fragile and minuscule, it pulsed with vibrant life. The martial energy he had refined over a lifetime, once robust and powerful, now bore the pallor of an impending twilight. Shangguan Yuma had been stuck at the late Xianshan realm for a full decade, with 3 failed attempts at breaking through, and his martial energy had waned to a mere shadow of its former self. Throughout these years, he had been quietly tracking the whereabouts of the drunken madman, hoping to seize the opportunity of a life-and-death struggle to emerge reborn from the brink of death. However, the drunken madman had only intervened to stop Jiang Zheng upon his entry into Yuzhou, and subsequently vanished without a trace. Although Jiang Zheng ranked 3rd in Yuzhou, and was also of the Xianshan realm, he was merely at the initial stage, making it an unrealistic aspiration for him to surpass Shangguan Yuma, let alone threaten his life. Masters at the pinnacle of the Xianshan realm typically have a lifespan of around 200 years, and now at 120. Shangguan Yuma faced the grim prospect of becoming a withered shell, doomed to wait for death if he failed to break through to the peak of the Xianshan realm. After waiting for another 8 years, he finally grasped a sliver of opportunity. Liang Ke had emerged in Yuzhou. To rely solely on a few Golden Body Realm warriors to facilitate Liang Ke's escape from the Taihe dynasty was nothing short of a delusion. Yet, Shangguan Yuma was convinced that Bai Long had spent 8 years meticulously plotting, and it was impossible for him to stop here. There had to be a decisive figure, a key player who could ensure absolute success. In fact, for 100 miles behind Liang Ke, Shangguan Yuma had been trailing him from a distance. When Liang Ke was besieged by Yang Rue and his 800 light cavalry, and as he attempted to take his own life, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens. Shangguan Yuma realized that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. After that individual vanished, Shangguan Yuma pursued relentlessly to this point, initially believing he was in pursuit of a hidden master at the peak of the Xianshan realm within the Taihe dynasty. Shangguan Yuma was utterly unprepared for what lay ahead. Upon laying eyes on Lin Cuo, clad in azure robes, Shangguan Yuma's heart shook violently. As an elder master of the late Xianxin realm, even amidst his disbelief, he could not help but clearly perceive the name of that person within his heart. Lin Daoxian. Although the reasons remain unclear, this once mighty champion has experienced a significant decline in prowess. Nonetheless, Shangguan Yuma is unwaveringly confident that should the opponent choose to execute him on the spot, it would not take more than 3 moves. Upon hearing the 2 options presented by Lin Cuo, Shangguan Yuma wagered his very life and cultivation in a bold gamble. The outcome was perilous. He nearly succumbed to a single devastating blow, teetering on the brink of death. However, through this encounter, Shangguan Yuma employed a strategy of breaking to rebuild. Shattering his existing meridians and dispersing the remnants of his waning true energy, thereby paving the way for his ascension to the pinnacle of the Xian god realm. As a result of this incident, the Shangguan clan was cleansed of its burdens, granting Shangguan Yuma the opportunity to ascend to the apex of the Xian god realm. He not only liberated himself from the watchful eyes and control of the Taihe dynasty, but the drunken madman had also vanished without a trace. Shangguan Yuma awaited the moment to break through, ready to solidify his status as the foremost figure in Yuzhou. While the Shangguan clan surged to become a preeminent power in the region, despite being gravely injured, a fierce ambition gleamed in Shangguan Yuma's eyes. Yet, at this moment, he remained rooted in place, hands clasped in a respectful gesture, utterly motionless. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, yet he stood resolute as a mountain, dutifully awaiting the words of the individual before him. Leave. A voice, cold and detached, echoed from the Cuo study. Shangguan Yuma raised his clasped fists above his head and solemnly declared, I, Shangguan Yuma, express my gratitude to the esteemed elder. With that, he wiped the blood from his visage and retrieved a sword manual from his bosom, cradling it with reverence before gently placing it at the entrance of the Cuo study. Only after this act did Shangguan Yuma gradually retreat, and upon exiting the city, the venerable master of the Xian god realm finally felt a sense of relief. Within the confines of the Cuo study, Lin lay comfortably on the bamboo chair, yawning. Beside him, Wangjin stood in a daze, utterly at a loss. Lin Cuo could only helplessly remind him, don't just stand there. Go outside and retrieve the sword manual left behind. Wangjin responded with an "oh," and then swiftly exited, picking up the sword manual that had been placed at the entrance of Cuo Zhai. As Wangjin examined this manual, he realized that it resembled more of a musical score than a sword manual, containing an obscure and intricate ancient melody. After perusing it several times, he handed it to Lin Cuo and inquired, is this truly a sword manual? It appears to be a musical score. Lin Cuo casually flipped through the sword manual before tossing it to Wangjin. Lin Cuo casually remarked, accept the apology they offer you. It's harmless to take a look. It was indeed the record of the upper 3 swords preserved in the armory of the Shangguan family. Lin Cuo gazed towards the direction in which Shangguan Yu rode out of the city. Regardless of the time or place, the world is never devoid of such formidable heroes. Wangjin, with an expression of partial understanding, took hold of the ancient tome that resembled not a manual of swords, but rather more akin to a musical score. Lin Cuo gently stroked his chin, contemplating the remnants of the legendary swords left by the great sword immortal. The upper 3 swords and the middle 3 swords had already been assembled, should he endeavor to retrieve the lower 3 swords for Wangjin, thereby completing the entire lineage of swords. However, the lower 3 swords were currently in the possession of Lu Li, who had taken them south to the Qiuan dynasty. Lin Cuo gently tapped the bamboo chair with his finger, indicating that a journey to the southern lands was in order. Lin Cuo gently massaged his temples, pondering the scripture left behind by the carefree hermit, which concealed an extraordinary intent of the sword. Presently, Lin Cuo found himself somewhat anxious about whether Wangjin might be overreaching. The notion of overreaching had always eluded Lin Cuo. After all, when he first ventured into the martial world, such concerns had never crossed his mind. Instead, he had sought to amalgamate the myriad martial arts into a singular mastery. Lin Cuo glanced at the young boy, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. A sincere heart is a rare and precious thing. Chapter 69, Longhu Mountain. The Tianshi mansion in the northern region of the world lies Beifeng Prefecture, known for its valiant spirit. The people here, including women, are adept in archery and horsemanship, and they hold martial prowess in high regard, with many being wanderers. Moreover, there are few temples in Beifeng, and Buddhism is not esteemed, conversely. Taoism flourishes prominently in this area, largely due to the presence of Longhu Mountain, the ancestral home of contemporary Taoism. To the north of Beifeng Prefecture, countless green mountains unfold before the eyes. Longhu Mountain is one of the 10 great celestial caverns, known as the Taishan Zongshan. A weary young Taoist hurriedly ascends the winding mountain path. Within the confines of Lin Cuo Mountain, there are 36 major peaks, 72 minor peaks, and 24 streams. Among the 36 major peaks, Chaodian Peak stands the tallest. As the young Taoist traverses a mountain path, he encounters a massive stone tablet engraved with a grand taiji diagram, above which are inscribed the 4 characters, Dao Qi Chang Si Yuan. On either side of the taiji, robust stone carvings bear 2 lines in clerical script. Dao spans the ancient and modern, encompassing the universe. The law abides by nature, governing gods and men alike. The young Taoist continues his ascent, passing numerous Taoist temples and practitioners donned in various colored robes. Some wield brooms, sweeping away fallen leaves. Others sit cross-legged in tranquility. Some peruse Taoist texts, muttering verses. All around, countless Taoists engage in their respective tasks. Yet there is one unifying action. Every Taoist who lays eyes upon the purple-robed Taoist pauses their work, reverently bowing in a Taoist salute. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the magnificent Tianshi Palace appears before him. The young Taoist steps inside, where the incense wafts and ancestral tablets of past Tianshi are enshrined. At that moment, alongside the young Taoist, a total of 28 purple-robed Tianshi congregate, their spiritual energy palpable. The young Taoist performs a Taoist salute and then slowly rises. The expressions of the 28 purple-robed Tianshi vary. Leading them is the current Grand Tianshi of Lin Cuo Mountain. Renowned as the pillar of Taoism in the world, a venerable elder clad in a red-purple Tianshi robe, his hair and beard white, despite his age. The Grand Tianshi possesses gentle eyes, clearly having reached the state of refining spirit and transcending the void. His mastery allows him to hear the sounds of celestial music, accompanied by the resonant tones of bells and drums, as the 5 energies converge and the 3 flowers gather at the crown, akin to evening crows returning to roost. His heart is expansive, wisdom arises naturally, and he comprehends the sacred text of the 3 teachings. The Grand Tianshi, named Zhang Yuanling, has cultivated on Lin Cuo Mountain for 130 years and has been the headmaster for an entire generation. After a moment of hesitation, the young Taoist speaks, "Master, I have brought back real person good to Lin Cuo Mountain." Following this, he deftly produces an elderly man from his sleeve, enveloping the body in a gentle Taoist aura and placing it within the main hall. The appearance of real person Ji's body causes the accomplished purple-robed Tianshi to frown deeply. Clad in a clean and tidy Taoist robe, his complexion serene, there are no visible wounds or traces of blood. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that this Taoist body lacks a heart. The Grand Tianshi Zhang Yuanling's expression turns grave as he channels a wisp of green Taoist energy into real person Ji's brow. In the next moment, that pure green energy transforms into a pitch-black hue, burning away completely. Could this be the handiwork of the demonic sect? Zhang Yuanling inquires of the young Taoist. "Shenning, did you encounter any disciples of the demonic sect when you found real person Gu?" Shenning gently shakes his head and replies, "I did not perceive any." A middle-aged Taoist interjects, "Could this be the demonic sect's method of extracting the heart for alchemy?" Shenning shakes his head again, saying, "It does not seem so. If it were heart extraction for alchemy, the heart meridian would remain intact." Another purple-robed Tianshi furrows his brow and suggests, "Could this be the method of the star-picking sect?" A stooped purple-robed Tianshi counters, "The star-picking sect has had a cordial relationship with the Tianshi mansion for a century. It is unlikely they would remove the heart of a real person without cause. A Taoist real person has, astonishingly, been heart extracted?" Shenning sighs, glancing at the Grand Tianshi Zhang Yuanling, who remains silent, his brow knitted in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Shenning asks, "Should I pay a visit to the star-picking pavilion?" Zhang Yuanling gently shakes his head, stating, "There is no need." With a wave of his robe, he allows real person Ji's body to stretch out and align its meridians. He then addresses a middle-aged Taoist to his side, saying, "Jingchen, bury real person Gu in the back mountain." The middle-aged Taoist, referred to as Jingchen, bows in compliance, "As you command, master." Zhang Yuanling waves his sleeve, calmly concluding, "You may disperse." Lin Cuo Mountain, the 10,000 Dharma altar. The 10,000 Dharma altar is revered as the foremost altar in the world, encompassing the myriad laws of Taoism. Hailed as the source of Taoist principles, the main hall, the Sanqing Hall, is adorned with a crimson enclosure and azure tiles, comprising 5 bays, housing idols of the 3 pure ones and the 4 sovereigns, along with the 3 officials and 5 elders, a total of 15 deities, accompanied by an altar and ceremonial banners. On the central columns outside, couplets are inscribed, "Tao gives birth to 1. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven. Heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature." In the eastern annex, the Lin Cuo Hall, with 3 bays, sits eastward and faces west, constructed of wood, enshrining the Taoist protector deity, the heavenly spirit officer Wang Shan. The columns outside bear another couplet: with a discerning eye, I pierce through your innermost thoughts. Wayward disciple, do not blame my golden whip. In this sacred Taoist site, a youth clad in a simple Taoist robe stands in a daze, his gaze fixed upon the 10,000 Dharma altar. The boy's surname is Zhang, named Su, having been brought up the mountain 2 years prior by the old Grand Tianshi. Originally, he bore a different surname, which was personally changed by Grand Tianshi Zhang Yuanling. This young boy, though not of advanced age, possesses considerable Taoist energy and often finds solace in contemplation before the altar. At this moment, Zhang Xining approaches him, smiling as he inquires, Zhang Su, what are you gazing at again? Startled by the sudden call of his name, Zhang Su turns to see that it is Zhang Xining. He immediately performs a proper Taoist salute, saying, Greetings, Master Uncle. Zhang Xining merely chuckles lightly and replies, Hello, hello. Zhang Su beams, feeling a close kinship with this relatively youthful yet senior Master Uncle. Unlike the other elders on the mountain, Zhang Xining is approachable and not strict, often taking Zhang Su on adventures across the mountain and even down to the creek at the foot of Longhu Mountain to catch fish and shrimp. With a gentle pat on Zhang Su's head, Zhang Xining asks, Have you been diligent with your studies lately? Zhang Su sheepishly smiles and replies, I wouldn't dare be negligent. Zhang Xining, with an understanding look, playfully remarks, While you may not dare, it seems you still find time to indulge in leisure. Zhang Su, caught in his laziness, simply scratched his head and offered a silly grin to Zhang Xining. Unfazed by Zhang Su's idleness, Zhang Xining leaned in slightly, coughed softly, and stealthily retrieved a pristine martial arts novel from her sleeve. Upon noticing this, Zhang Su's eyes sparkled. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and promptly tucked the novel into his bosom. As the mountain breeze blew, Zhang Su beamed with delight, mirrored by Zhang Xining's tranquil smile. Chapter 70, The Pear Blossom Courtyard and the Soft Moon. The picturesque scenery of the 72 minor peaks of Longhu Mountain is unparalleled, with the 36 major peaks reigning supreme in the region. It is said that the presence of the Celestial Master's residence on Longhu Mountain, revered as the ancestral ground of Taoism, enforces strict regulations and profound doctrines, thus placing the Tai Xian Zhongzhen Cave heaven slightly behind the Yunchuan Blessed Land in the ranking of mystical mountain waters, symbolizing a spirit of non-contention. At the mountainside of Chaotian Peak lies the Zhenwu Pool, adorned with pine and bamboo flowers, featuring a pavilion and a bridge over its expansive waters. Adjacent to the Zhenwu Pool is an ancient courtyard known as the Cool Residence, where generations of celestial masters have sought respite, savored tea, and admired the moon and blossoms. However, within this exclusive abode, traditionally reserved for celestial masters, a group of outsiders, not of the Taoist order, has been granted special access. Outside the Cool Residence, several distinguished martial artists stand guard, each exuding a long-breathed demeanor and slow, deliberate footsteps, unmistakably seasoned in the path of martial arts. Within the quaint, rustic courtyard, a strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised woman sips tea while gazing at the water, dressed in an ice blue, narrow-sleeved long gown. Her attire is embroidered with azure threads depicting auspicious clouds, lending her an air of grace and making her a visual delight amidst the Chaotian Peak surroundings. A eunuch clad in crimson robes stands attentively at her side, awaiting her command. After taking a sip of the warm tea, the woman, with her cerulean eyes, gazes towards the Zhenwu Pool, which remains unfrozen despite the deep winter. Each dawn, ethereal mist rise from its surface, creating a magnificent spectacle. Setting down her exquisite teacup, she speaks, Let us proceed. It is time to pay a visit to the Celestial Master's Hall. The eunuch in crimson bows slightly, replying softly, As you command. Your Highness. In the Taya dynasty, besides the 3 princes, there exists a highly favored princess, Yang Rongyue, the sole princess of the Taya dynasty. It is said that upon her birth, the palace was graced with the enchanting scene of the Pear Blossom Courtyard under the soft moonlight, from which her name is derived. Adorned in her ice blue gown, which complements her azure eyes, Yang Rongyue appears even more captivating. Upon exiting the Cool Residence, the distinguished martial artists quietly follow in her wake. Yang Rongyue leads the ascent, the crimson-robed eunuch closely behind her, while the martial artists maintain a respectful distance, trailing 100 steps behind. As they ascend Chaotian Peak, they pass by the grand altar of 10,000 loss. Yang Rongyue's expression shifts, and she diverts towards the grand hall housing the altar. This renowned altar, hailed as the foremost in the world, radiates grandeur, yet in Yang Rongyue's eyes, it has never captured her attention. nor does she regard the resplendent Three Pure Ones hall with its vermilion walls and azure tiles. Her gaze is solely fixed on a young Taoist clad in a purple robe. Zhang Su, noticing the esteemed guests, tugged at his master Zhang Shening's sleeve and whispered, "Master, we have visitors." Zhang Shening remained composed, turning slightly to regard the stunning woman in the ice blue gown. As Yang Rongyue approached the grand altar of 10,000 laws, the crimson-robed eunuch stood to the side. Yang Rongyue looked at Zhang Shening and gracefully spoke, "Daoist Shening, it has been a long time." Zhang Shening's expression remained unchanged as he performed a Taoist salute and responded calmly, "This humble one, Zhang Shening, pays respects to Princess Rongyue." A flicker of something unusual passed through Yang Rongyue's azure eyes, but it was gone in an instant. The dignified woman offered a gentle smile and inquired, "Is Master Zhang Yuanling currently in the Celestial Master-S Hall?" Zhang Shening nodded gently, saying, "Master is indeed in the Celestial Master-S Hall." Their brief exchange left them seemingly at a loss for words. Yang Rongyue merely nodded before turning to depart. Observing the swift arrival and departure of the guests, the young Zhang Su looked up at Zhang Shening in bewilderment. "Master, is she truly the current princess?" Zhang Shening chuckled and ruffled Zhang Su's hair, replying, "Indeed. She is Princess Rongyue of the Taihe dynasty." Zhang Su, not wishing to pry further, gazed at his master with a hint of confusion. The young Zhang Su could not fathom why the beautiful princess appeared so joyous, while his master seemed rather melancholic. Seemingly aware of Zhang Su's expression, Zhang Shening smiled. "Go and attend to your studies. Be cautious, or Brother Jincheng may impose a penalty on you." Zhang Su pouted but, grateful for his master's gift of the latest martial arts novel, reluctantly left the grand altar of 10,000 laws, leaving Zhang Shening behind, gazing silently into the distance. Yang Rongyue continued her ascent along Tianju Peak, passing by several Taoist structures without pause, until she finally reached the majestic Celestial Master-S Hall. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the current Grand Master, Zhang Yuanling, awaited her arrival with a warm smile. Upon seeing the Grand Master, Yang Rongyue bowed respectfully, stating, "Rongyue pays her respects to the Celestial Master." With white hair and a gentle demeanor, Zhang Yuanling greeted her with a smile, asking, "How is the scenery at the cool residence? Does the tea here suit your taste?" Yang Rongyue beamed, "The scenery at the cool residence is exquisite. It is a feast for the eyes. The new tea from Ming Mountain is lighter and more elegant than that of Tianjin City, offering a unique flavor." Zhang Yuanling chuckled. Stroking his beard, "You must stay at Ming Mountain for a few more days, at the very least. You should sample my Celestial Master-S House's osmanthus cake before you depart." Yang Rongyue nodded lightly, smiling, "Then I shall impose upon the Celestial Master." Upstream of the Tongdian River, where the waters are not yet tumultuous, the river flows gently, steady, and profound. The world's largest river, it bisects the realm, dividing it in two. The main channel of the Tongdian River is imposing, expansive, and deep, branching into countless tributaries, including many renowned rivers, originating from the southwestern Kunlun Mountains. The Tongdian River flows eastward with great vigor, its wide channel becoming turbulent during the flood season, with torrents surging fiercely. At this moment, 5 cultivators cloaked in dark red robes, their faces obscured, stand at the riverbank, varying in height. All 5 exhibit calm expressions, fixated on the rushing waters below. Suddenly, the once steady river erupts violently, sending plumes of mist soaring. The 5 figures stand atop the cliff, gazing down at the rushing river. The channel is wide, and the flow is rapid. The river surges mightily, crashing against the surrounding cliffs. Atop the precipice, looking left and right, the view stretches endlessly, seemingly infinite, reaching toward the heavens. Within the depths of the river, a long, serpentine form, extending for 1,000 meters, becomes discernible. With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon, its scaly body glistening, burst forth from the water. Chapter 71. Slaying the Great Jiao. The immense Jiao clung tightly to the cliff walls with its 2 claws. Its 1,000-meter-long body partially coiled on the riverbank, while the remainder remained concealed beneath the waters. The creature twisted its form, rising 100 feet above the surface. Its pair of vertical pupils fixated intensely upon the unexpected visitors before it. 5 figures clad in dark crimson robes stood motionless on either side. A middle-aged man lifted his hood, revealing a grotesque visage, with half of his head sunken and marked by deep scars. This fearsome man turned his gaze toward the great Jiao, grinning as he spoke. "It seems this beast has lived for at least 300 years. Not far from this menacing figure, a petite youth with an innocent demeanor remarked, "After lying in wait for 10 days and nights, we finally encountered this Jiao." Though Jiao could not articulate human speech, they possessed an innate sense of good and evil. Sensing the unmistakable murderous intent emanating from the 5 The ancient Jiao raised its head and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, causing the river below to churn violently. The creature's head bulged in 2 spots, and its abdomen appeared to swell ominously, hinting at claws ready to burst forth. Legends say that a Jiao, after a millennium of cultivation, could transform into a dragon. Yet, undeterred by the Jiao's intimidation, the 5 figures only appeared more delighted. The grotesque man twisted his neck and exclaimed, "Jiang Kuei, we struck gold." This creature shows signs of transformation. Jiang Kuei, though youthful in appearance, stood at the forefront, exuding an imposing aura, seemingly the leader of the group. Without a change in expression, he revealed a pair of blood-red hands from his dark crimson robe. The sinister man grinned wider, causing the folds of his disfigured head to deepen in a grotesque manner. As Jiang Kuei's blood-red hands began to dissolve before their eyes, flesh and veins liquefied into a pool of blood, dripping downward until only 2 skeletal hands remained. Jiang Kuei raised these bony hands and pointed them toward the great Jiao. Without any visible display of energy or supernatural power, a handprint suddenly materialized on the Jiao's abdomen. The Jiao's protective skin corroded within moments, and the flesh beneath began to dissolve away. In pain, the Jiao let out a roar and violently thrashed its massive body, crashing against the cliffs and shattering them into countless fragments. As debris plummeted into the river, the Jiao opened its cavernous maw, lunging toward Jiang Kuei. Yet, mere inches from Jiang Kuei, the creature came to an abrupt halt. Its claws, head, and body were ensnared by dark crimson chains, gripped tightly by the 4 other cultivators. The Jiao widened its vertical pupils, thrashing its claws and writhing in a desperate struggle. The sound of clanking chains echoed as the 4 firmly anchored the chains into the earth, then produced 4 blood-red iron nails. At the sight of these nails, the Jiao reacted as if facing a formidable foe, violently breaking free from its claw chains. Its submerged body surged upward, creating towering waves that crashed down upon the 5. In an instant, Jiang Kuei vanished, appearing midair. With a skeletal hand, he grasped a massive, blood-red iron nail and plummeted down, driving the nail forcefully into the Jiao's head. The Jiao's skull was pierced, blood spraying forth as its colossal body thrashed violently, striking the river with thunderous roars that echoed off the cliffs. Seizing the moment, the remaining 4 cultivators swiftly rewrapped the chains around the Jiao's body and heaved with all their might. The enormous creature was dragged upwards, crashing to one side. Without hesitation, they drove the remaining iron nails down into the Jiao's head and body. As the Jiao was pinned to the ground, its blood stained the river red, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Jiang Kuei approached the Jiao's belly, thrusting his skeletal hand into its pristine underbelly, tearing through skin and muscle to sever its veins. Moments later, he extracted a bloodied, still beating kidney, the Jiao's kidney. The grotesque middle-aged man immediately produced a cold jade box, placing the still throbbing kidney within. Jiang Kuei's skeletal hand quickly regenerated, and he revealed another jade box from his robes, containing a vibrant heart, one he had recently extracted from the Taoist master Ge. A genuine heart of the Tao. With both hands concealed once more within his sleeves, Jiang Kuei rasped, "Let us depart." The 5 figures in dark crimson robes then vanished without a trace. In Yuzhou, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining warmly. Lin Cuo seized this rare opportunity, eagerly setting down a lounge chair to bask in the sun at the entrance of his abode. Unlike Lin Cuo's idle daily routine, Wang Jin had been diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Clutching the iron sword that had been his companion for many years, he moved through the open space, executing a blend of swift and slow strokes. This iron sword, acquired when Wang Jin was 13, was an ordinary weapon, far from the renowned swords that remained sheathed for centuries only to re-emerge in dazzling brilliance. Over the years, the ordinary iron sword had become quite worn. Yet, Wang Jin cherished it deeply, unwilling to part with it or acquire a new blade. With his eyes closed, he moved as one with the sword, his heart guiding his every action. In a moment of transcendence, he felt an intrinsic connection with the sword, embodying the unity of man and sword. Taking a deep breath, an unnameable sword technique surfaced in his mind. Wang Jin executed the movement fluidly, without pause. Lin Cuo, soaking up the sun at the entrance, turned slightly, intrigued by Wang Jin's display. A subtle, formless sword intent emerged from the iron blade, its surface gleaming with newfound brilliance. In an instant, Wang Jin regained his awareness, the sword intent dissipating. Having briefly entered the profound realm of unity with the sword, he gazed at the iron sword in his hand, fortunate to have nurtured a spark of sword intent. The sound of Lin Cuo's voice drifted in from outside the door. Could it truly be the essence of the sword? Wang Jin was initially taken aback, but then turned his gaze to the iron sword in his hand, beaming with delight. Wang Jin inquired, "What do you think of the sword's essence?" Lin Cuo's voice was tinged with resignation as he casually remarked, "It's rather ambiguous, isn't it?" Wang Jin curled his lip slightly. Yet his smile remained radiant. Lin Cuo turned his back to Wang Jin, his eyes still closed, a faint smile gracing his face. There was a sentiment Lin Cuo refrained from expressing. In comparison to the renowned cold pool sword immortal, he found himself in a state of ambiguity. Chapter 72. The old Jianghu. Wang Jin sheathed his iron sword and placed it against the wall. He then retrieved a long bench, hurried to the door of Cuozhai, and set the bench horizontally, joining in the cheerful basking of the sun. Lin Cuo raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued, and asked, having just comprehended a hint of sword intent, "Why do you not seize the moment and instead choose to bask in the sun?" Wang Jin chuckled softly and replied, "There is an old saying from my hometown in Beifeng Prefecture, haste makes waste, and those who rush forward often meet with failure. There is no need to rush." Upon hearing these words, Lin Cuo let out a soft chuckle and jestingly remarked, "Surely, this must be the utterance of someone whose progress is sluggish and whose greatness blossoms late." Wang Jin shook his head and sincerely replied, "I do not know who said it, but we all find it quite reasonable over there." Lin Cuo said nothing further, continuing to bask lazily in the sun. Wang Jin, however, was restless. After a short while, he quietly approached Lin Cuo and asked in a low voice, "Lin Cuo, having spent so many years in the martial world, do you possess knowledge of many secret histories of the Jianghu?" Lin Cuo opened his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "It's not an overwhelming amount. In the past, I paid little attention to the secret histories of other sects, and coupled with my declining memory over the years, I have forgotten much." Lin Cuo smiled and pointed to his own head, indicating his waning memory. Wang Jin, somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding and subsequently inquired, "If the secret history of the present world is beyond recall, what about the past?" Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and asked, "What would you like to know?" Wang Jin's eyes brightened, sensing that Lin Cuo was in a good mood today. He then inquired, "It is said that just as there are 4 great masters in the current martial world, there were also 4 grand masters in the old Jianghu before this era. Is that true?" Since ancient times, the martial world has adhered to an unwritten rule. Approximately every 200 to 300 years marks the dawn of a new era, much like the changing of dynasties in the realm. However, the specific duration of these eras is often indeterminate. Generally, it is defined by the decline of an older generation of martial artists and the rise of a new cohort to prominence. The legendary grandmasters, who have attained the celestial realm, have become the most conspicuous markers for delineating the epochs of the Jianghu. Lin Cuo chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Before the present era of martial arts, there were also 4 grandmasters. Wang Jin's lips curled into a smile as he shifted his stool closer to Lin Cuo, saying, "Is the legendary sword immortal, who wielded the famed sword Dian and cleaved the Wu and Yu mountains 300 years ago, among them?" With a sword, he traversed 800 miles, cleaving the Wu and Yu mountains. Lin Cuo did not conceal the truth. He spoke candidly, stating, "This individual calls himself Heaven's Defeat and is renowned as the sword immortal of Heaven's Defeat. He was the earliest to achieve fame among the 4 great masters, wielding a sword alone, traversing the martial world for 50 years. Wang Jin, his spirit invigorated, listened with rapt attention, captivated and yearning. Observing that Lin Cuo had fallen silent, Wang Jin urged, "What are the other 3? Lin Cuo smiled cheerfully as he extended 3 fingers, mischievously stating, 3 days of cooking. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and replied, "Deal." Lin Cuo continued, stating, "Aside from the most illustrious great sword immortal, there exists the earliest renowned grandmaster. The second being a gun immortal who attained enlightenment through the mastery of firearms. Qin can be considered a late bloomer from his youth. He dedicated himself to the art of marksmanship, meticulously compiling a comprehensive gun manual. As Qin's mastery progressively ascended, the manual expanded to encompass an increasing array of techniques. It was not until the venerable age of 160 that Qin perfected this treatise, which documented 36 distinct styles of marksmanship, 12 advanced techniques, and 3 unparalleled skills. This work has since been disseminated throughout the world, paving a radiant pathway for gun practitioners everywhere. Ultimately, he fulfilled his life's work and transcended into the realm of celestial beings, earning the esteemed title of the ancestor of Gun Dao. Suddenly, Wang Jin exclaimed, interrupting. That formidable general of the former Liang dynasty, Ning Tai, wielded a divine weapon, the fierce water gun, and reportedly mastered half of those 12 advanced techniques, said to be derived from that very manual. Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, recalling the formidable general Ning Tai, who commanded the iron floating tower. However, Lin Cuo gently shook his head and remarked, The 36 styles of spear techniques in the spear manual have undergone numerous transformations, gradually evolving into a simplified form practiced by the military, primarily employed in battles. This bears little connection to the martial world. The 12 advanced techniques can only be considered a rudimentary entry into the realm, and it is only by mastering one of the 3 ultimate skills that one may truly be regarded as a master of the spear arts. Wang Jun responded with a no, and then inquired, "What about the remaining 2? Lin Cuo narrowed his eyes, gently tapping the recliner with his fingers as he spoke slowly. The third individual is rather extraordinary. She is a woman hailing from an unorthodox background, having entered the realm through the art of disguised skin. Wang Jun furrowed his brow and murmured, "Disguised skin?" Lin Cuo remarked, "Indeed, one initially entered the martial world through the art of disguise, yet none could have anticipated that 50 years hence this woman would ascend to the ranks of the Grand Masters through the same art." Wang Jun, perplexed, inquired, "Disguise is merely a means of changing one's appearance. How can it lead to the status of a Grandmaster?" Lin Cuo gently shook his head and remarked, "The art of skin painting is far more intricate than mere disguise. It encompasses the peeling of skin, the extraction of bones, and the suturing of the body. This woman, during her 50 years of fame, ruthlessly hunted down women in the martial world, mercilessly stripping the skin from those of exquisite beauty." Wang Jun shivered slightly and ventured, "Isn't this akin to the practices of malevolent forces?" Lin Cuo fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, "This is the truth." After that, Lin Cuo continued, "The methods of this female grandmaster are exceedingly mysterious, with scant records in the martial world. It is said that her ultimate realm allows her to create a person. In the end, this woman even attempted to stitch together a grandmaster." "Stitch together a grandmaster?" Wang Jun was already dumbfounded and pressed on, "Did she succeed?" Lin Cuo shook his head and replied, "No, this grandmaster has suddenly vanished without a trace, and the half-sewn grandmaster is also nowhere to be found." Wang Jun clicked his tongue in astonishment, murmuring, "What a fright." After this, Lin Cuo fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Wang Jun, bewildered, grasped Lin Cuo's arm and shook it vigorously. Lin Cuo inquired with confusion, "What is it?" Wang Jun pressed on, "The heavenly defeating sword immortal, the gun immortal Chinna. The painted skin woman, these are but 3. Who is the 4th? At this moment, Lin Cuo fell into silence. Lin Cuo slowly withdrew his arm and calmly said, "You are aware of the last individual." Wang Jun furrowed his brows and inquired, "Am I aware?" Lin Cuo gazed into the distance and calmly spoke, "The last to achieve fame, yet he was also the youngest among the original 4 grandmasters, hailing from a demonic sect. After 20 years of mastery in the demonic arts, he faced an onslaught of 66 true masters dispatched by the Taoist sect. Yet he annihilated them entirely in the Ming Mountain, leaving the Taoist world in disarray. It is said he even ventured into Fengdu, the underworld, and glimpsed the thin veil between life and death. This individual is the last grandmaster of the old rivers and lakes and presently holds the title of the foremost grandmaster in today's world, Xianyu, the old demon." Chapter 73, Gentleman Liangzhou. This year, the heavy snow arrived earlier than in previous years and with greater ferocity. The snow swept in from the west, first blanketing Yuzhou, then Beifengzhou, before finally reaching Liangzhou. Renowned for its horses, Liangzhou supplied half of the war steeds for the Taihe dynasty. It is celebrated that the finest steeds in the world emerge from Liangzhou. Each year, 50 first-rate horses are sent from Liangzhou to Tianjin City, all deemed exceptional and flawless. The second-rate horses, slightly imperfect, are distributed among noble families across various regions. The current third prince, Yang Rui, rides a steed named Juing, which emerged from Liangzhou 3 years ago, ranking first among the 50 first-rate horses that year. The breeder of Juing was rewarded with 100 taels of gold and 100 acres of fertile land, envied by many. Thus, a saying became popular in Liangzhou, "Better to raise a single steed of 1,000 miles than to till 10 acres of fertile land." Aside from the scarce first-rate horses, a vast number of second- or third-rate horses are supplied to the Ministry of War, serving as war steeds for the military. The position of horse officer in Liangzhou is widely recognized as lucrative. Even a mere 9th-grade officer would not exchange it for a 7th-grade county magistrate. This is merely the case for 9th-grade horse officers. One can only imagine the esteem held by the chief horse officer and the governor of Liangzhou. Consequently, Liangzhou is not lacking in wealth. However, it suffers from a scarcity of grain. Each household survives by raising and training horses, and the limited quality grains are fed to the prized steeds, while only the inferior grains are left for the local farmers. With few cultivators, food is even scarcer. Every winter, Liangzhou faces a shortage of provisions, prompting the region to trade lavishly with gold and silver for grain. a remote county town. Far from the center of Liangzhou and nestled against the mountains, is known as Anping City. It is a place of stark poverty and is often derided by officials from Liangzhou. The locale's remoteness, coupled with treacherous mountain paths, makes it difficult to traverse. And the meager returns leave the officials appointed there mostly without corruption. Those who serve in Anping City are not simple individuals, rather. They are often those who have offended powerful figures or have been exiled due to poor performance. At this moment outside Anping City, the rugged mountain path remains blanketed in snow, pockmarked and barely passable. Just recently, the county magistrate personally led a team to clear the snow, resulting in the current state. Otherwise, the heavy snowfall would have sealed off Anping City for a month, leaving it cut off from the outside world. At the city gate, the ninth-grade officer, the clerk, strained his neck and peered toward the distant, rugged path. This elderly man, well past his 60s, had braved the biting wind for 3 consecutive days, eagerly watching the road. Master Clerk, Magistrate Wang has been gone for 3 days. When will he return? One of the clerks asked, worry etched upon his brow. The elderly clerk could only extend his neck and repeat, just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer. Another clerk, with a mournful expression, whispered, many in the city have already starved. It has been 6 days without grain. If we do not receive any soon. The elder barked, silence. The magistrate has gone to fetch grain. Turning to the others, he admonished, do not disturb the peace of the people. With that, the elderly clerk returned to his vigil atop the city wall, staring intently into the distance. The cold wind swept in, biting at their faces, and the meagerly compensated clerks, dressed in thin garments, shivered uncontrollably. Just then, the clerk squinted hard at the horizon. It's Magistrate Wang. He has returned. One of the clerks shouted. Another leaped onto the city wall and exclaimed, the magistrate brings back grain. The elderly clerk nearly wept with joy, straining his tired eyes to see better. In the distance along the rugged path, several horse-drawn carts lumbered toward Anping City. The horses appeared gaunt, pulling wooden carts laden with sacks of grain. Leading the way was a man in his 30s, who did not ride but walked ahead, clearing away twigs and stones from the path. He was out of breath, his hands covered with frostbite, and his old boots caked in mud. It was only when the carts reached Anping City that he managed a bittersweet smile. As he approached, the city gates swung wide open, and several clerks rushed to guide the carts into the city. Behind the gates, hundreds of commoners gathered, pushing and shoving, their eyes fixed hungrily on the grain-laden carts. Moreover, more and more people arrived, soon blocking the gates completely. This year's early snow and the summer drought had led to poor harvests, leaving Anping City in dire food shortages. The elderly clerk hurried to the city gates and, seeing the weary man, trembled as he called out, Jun Xiao, you have returned. Wang Jun Xiao smiled broadly, replying, I am back. I am back. The clerks bowed in unison, saying, we greet the county magistrate. Wang Jun Xiao waved his hand, saying, do not dawdle, distribute the grain quickly. The clerks immediately began unloading the grain from the carts, piling it on the ground, while others maintained order, ensuring the hungry citizens formed a line to receive their rations. Wang Jun Xiao moved to the side, watching as the hard-won grain was handed out to the starving people. The elderly clerk stood beside him, his brow furrowed, and softly said, Jun Xiao, this grain. Wang Jun Xiao shook his head with a smile, saying, you need not worry. The elder sighed deeply, whispering, now Liangzhou is desperately in need of grain, and Anping City has no gold or silver. The mountain paths are perilous and remote. You have worked hard. Jun Xiao. The elder understood that the grain brought back by this young man would have been far more difficult to procure than anyone could imagine. With an air of calm, Wang Jun Xiao replied with a grin, I have long discarded the notion of cultural elegance and formalities. Enduring a few scornful glances. Losing a little dignity, what harm is there? At least these people can survive and avoid starvation. That is worth it. Wang Jun Xiao did not disclose that the grain he had procured was obtained piece by piece, kneeling before the grand vermilion gates of the state office, under the disdainful gazes of other officials. By the time the last cart of grain was distributed to the populace, Wang Jun Xiao leaned against the cart, his weary gaze cast toward the horizon. The elderly clerk, serving as the chief scribe, stood silently beside him, observing the man before him. Wang Jun Xiao vigorously rubbed his swollen calves. The journey from Anping City to the east had been arduous, and after securing the grain, he had traveled day and night, leaving his boots tattered and worn. Furrowing his brow, he sighed, this 300 stone of grain can only be deemed a temporary relief. At present, at least 1,000 citizens of Anping City are unable to secure a meal. 300 stone would barely suffice for a month. After a moment of silence, he murmured, if this continues, more will perish from hunger. The elder inquired, Has there been any response from the court? Wang Zhuxiao, supporting himself on his knees, shook his head. I have submitted petitions nearly 10 times, yet they have vanished into the ether. Now, the entire Liangzhou is facing a grain shortage, and it would be difficult for Anping City to receive any aid. The elder responded bitterly, if we do not survive this harsh winter, by spring of next year, our heads may be at stake. The court does not send grain. No matter how loudly you shout, no one will heed you. Yet, should the people of Anping City starve, there will undoubtedly be accountability. Wang Zhuxiao rubbed his hands, which were marred by frostbite and cracked skin. He vigorously massaged his face, gazing towards the northwest, murmuring, if only we could excavate the mountain to the west, opening a thoroughfare, then Anping City would not be in such a dire predicament. To the northwest of Anping City, less than 30 miles away, lay a flourishing county. Yet, the imposing mountain stood as a formidable barrier, isolating Anping City. The elder shook his head, stating it is utterly impossible. The labor and resources required to carve through that mountain are immense. Anping City is devoid of even a single copper coin and is in debt to the court. To excavate that mountain would require no less than 1,000 men, laboring for at least half a year. Wang Zhuxiao massaged his temples, fully aware of the costs involved. This scholar, exiled from the grand capital of Tianjin to this remote mountain town, felt a throbbing headache. The elder sighed once more, shaking his head as he departed. Regarding Wang Zhuxiao, who had been exiled here 2 years prior, the elder had inquired about his background. This county magistrate had originally entered the court with the honor of being the second highest in the imperial examinations, having been praised by the chief minister Du Wanfeng as a talent of exceptional merit. With such promise, his career should have flourished, yet within a mere year, he had been cast into exile, far from the capital. Rumor had it that he had spoken words he should not have. What exactly he said or whom he offended was beyond the knowledge of a mere clerk. As dusk fell, Wang Zhuxiao finally left the city gate. He walked along the main road of Anping City, his expression unchanged, yet his heart heavy with sorrow. During his recent visit to the state office, amidst the grandeur of the Vermilion Gates, he encountered a fellow scholar who had also entered the service during the same examination year, once ranked far below him. This man now stood above him, forcing Wang Zhuxiao to bow and smile, relegated to a position of servitude. Once a celebrated second place, he now found himself in such a dismal state, scurrying about and bowing low, a truly lamentable fate. The brightly dressed officials, with their mockery and scorn, were omnipresent. Yet, such derision held little significance for this scholar. Gazing at his frostbitten hands, Wang Zhuxiao's expression hardened. From the glory of a distinguished scholar to the current plight of a county magistrate, the trials of life had worn him down. Arriving at the dilapidated county office, he lit an oil lamp and seated himself in the dim room. Sitting upright, he ground ink and took up his brush, his demeanor calm as he began to write. In the 38th year of the Yuan Li, heavy snow has sealed the mountains of Anping City, leading to a severe grain shortage. He placed this repeatedly pinned memorial on the table, intending to send it to Tianjin City the following day. In truth, he had already written it no fewer than 10 times, yet it had met with silence, falling into oblivion. Wang Zhuxiao gazed out at the county office's exterior, his expression forlorn. Looking at the stacks of classical texts beside him, he forced a bitter smile. In his youth, he revered these texts, believing himself to be among the finest talents, aspiring to be a sage whose name would be immortalized in history. Yet, it was only upon entering the bureaucratic realm that he truly comprehended the futility of such ideals. Those noble aspirations were but hollow words when faced with hunger. The reality of being unable to fill one's belly while living in destitution rendered such lofty sentiments meaningless. The so-called integrity of a scholar and the demeanor of a gentleman, if they held any value, would surely have prevented the citizens of Anping City from suffering from hunger. Wang Zhuxiao had long since cast aside those pretentious ideals, resigned to becoming a supplicant, indifferent to the scorn and ridicule of others. Wang Zhuxiao was only aware that the grains he had procured through his kneeling efforts could sustain many lives. The mass grave, a desolate site amidst wild mountains, served as a burial ground in the previous dynasty, where countless restless souls lay interred without tombstones or markers. This place was perpetually cold and damp. Even in the height of summer, whenever the moon waned, the forest echoed with chilling winds, reminiscent of the wails of wronged spirits. Beneath this mass grave lay a shadowy underground palace. The entire palace was buried deep within the earth, its narrow, elongated tunnels lined with an array of femurs, forming bone walls on either side, while tibiae filled the remaining gaps. The passageways were perpetually cold, and the ground was soaked with a grotesque mixture of human blood and flesh, exuding a foul stench. Rather than a palace, it resembled a tomb. At the heart of this dimly lit palace stood a monumental coffin, surrounded by countless dried human skins, suspended in the air like ominous decorations. A trench had been excavated around the coffin, resembling a moat, filled with organs and flesh, some already rotting and teeming with maggots, while others still pulsated with a grotesque vitality. 5 figures clad in dark red robes stood within the underground chamber. Lin Cuo, shedding his dark red robe, revealed a body riddled with rot and pus. With blood-red hands, he grasped his scalp and slowly peeled it away, removing a layer of human skin, freed from its confines. His form began to decay and crumble. Lin Cuo approached the pool of flesh, immersing himself completely. The blood and viscera surged around him, enveloping him entirely. When he emerged once more, his body was replenished with fresh flesh. Afterward, Lin Cuo took a piece of human skin from the wall, while the other 4 positioned themselves around him, their fingertips extending thin threads to stitch the skin onto his form. As the skin adhered to him, Lin Cuo underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving from a youthful visage into a tall and robust man. The dark red robe wrapped itself around him as if alive. Lin Cuo twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones resonating throughout the chamber. Exhaling deeply, he retrieved a cold iron box. Beside him, a fearsome man with half a head also produced an identical cold iron box. Lin Cuo cradled the cold iron box in one hand, while the other hand struck the center of the immense coffin with a resounding thud. The coffin was abruptly flung open, releasing a frigid air that pierced the bone. Inside lay a being that could barely be described as human. Rather than a person, it was a humanoid construct, its limbs assembled from various parts, lacking any semblance of flesh, with only a few bones embedded within. This figure was colossal, towering at 9 feet. Its limbs supported by skeletal structures but devoid of a spine or ribcage. Lin Cuo, despite being enveloped in the dark red robe, could not conceal the fervor in his gaze. He opened the cold iron box, revealing a pulsating, crimson heart, the heart of the true immortal, Go. Lin Cuo carefully placed this genuine Dao heart into the chest cavity of the being within the coffin. The man with half a head also opened his cold iron box, revealing a kidney filled with moisture, the kidney of a dragon. He embedded the dragon's kidney into the being's body. Lin Cuo closed the coffin once more, exhaling a breath of foul air. He twisted his wrist, surveying the human skins around him with an intense expression. The shadowy underground palace concealed beneath the mass grave was, in fact, the remnants of the legendary skinning master from 130 years prior, the only female master of the old martial world. She attained celestial status through her skinning techniques. This master had ruthlessly hunted cultivators, skinning and stripping their bones, ultimately reaching the point of stitching together a person. Yet, for reasons unknown, this formidable master, who instilled fear in all women of the martial world, vanished without a trace overnight. 17 years ago, Lin Cuo discovered this relic. At the age of 97, he had already attained the pinnacle of the golden body stage, yet his lifespan was nearly exhausted. Remarkably, in his waning days, Lin Cuo managed to uncover this underground palace. Within its depths, he inherited the skinning techniques of the female master, employing supreme methods to forcibly exchange flesh and borrow bones. Lin Cuo, facing imminent death, was able to defy heaven and alter his fate, even breaking through to the mystic god realm. His once decayed body was now rejuvenated, as he periodically renewed himself in the blood pool. In this underground palace, alongside the legacy of the female master, the preserved human skins, the most crucial element was the being within the enormous coffin. When Lin Cuo first opened the coffin, he trembled, tears streaming down his face. This was the very master the skinning master had attempted to resurrect. Lin Cuo's aim was to fully revive this master. He gazed at this unparalleled masterpiece, intoxicated by its beauty. The master possessed skin yet lacked flesh, a body devoid of organs, and was missing the crucial vertebrae. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponded to the 5 vital organs. Wood represented the liver, fire the heart, earth the spleen, metal the lungs, and water the kidneys. Thus, he extracted the heart of Go, who specialized in fire magic, and the dragon's kidney from a 300-year-old beast. 2 of the 5 organs have been gathered, Lin Cuo murmured. The man with half a head grinned, saying, "It will be soon." Lin Cuo remained silent, calmly inquiring, "Are there any leads on the remaining 3 treasures?" A red-robed cultivator spoke, "The gentleman's liver has been located. I will journey to Liangzhou shortly." The liver, nurtured by righteousness, was the most suitable choice. Lin Cuo's expression grew grave as he cautioned, "The gentleman's liver must not be forcefully taken. If he dies in fear, the righteous energy will disperse, rendering the liver useless. We must ensure he willingly embraces his fate." Lin Cuo straightened, declaring, "I shall personally make the trip to Liangzhou." The man with the dented head pressed a hand on the coffin, stating, "There is a creature connected to the earth vein in the southeast, still immature in its path. I can handle it alone. The earth corresponds to the spleen, making it the perfect match. A woman hidden beneath a dark red robe smiled alluringly, adding, "We have already found a swordsman with a clear sword heart. The lung of the sword is within easy reach." Jiang Kue, his voice hoarse, asked, "Is it a swordsman from the Taishu sword sect? If we incur the ire of their leader, Bai Xian, it could lead to significant trouble." The woman shook her head. Jiang Kue turned to ask, "Could it be from the Nanwei Sword Forest?" To understand, the Southern Yu Sword Forest lies to the south of the Tongtian River, within the realm governed by the Kaiyuan dynasty. The sword cultivators of the Southern Yu Sword Forest predominantly remain in silent meditation amidst the forest, and those in the northern regions are exceedingly few. However, that woman shook her head and said, "Not at all. It is a young sword cultivator from Beifengzhu. Initially, I planted a sword-eating goo within him to monitor the sword energy surrounding him. I did not harbor much hope, but now the sword-eating goo has shown signs of activity. That young cultivator has achieved a profound clarity of mind and has birthed a brand new sword intent." Jiang Kue grinned widely and replied, "Excellent. Then the sword lung shall be entrusted to you to retrieve." Afterward, the five of them gazed with frenzied expressions at the central coffin. Within the dimly lit crypt, the decayed limbs of the five were revealed. Outside the crypt, at the mass grave, the forlorn souls and restless spirits wailed in anguish. In Yuzhou, in the center of the, Wang Jun remained wholly absorbed in his sword practice, reminiscing about the profound state of unity between man and sword. After that experience of unity, he developed an indescribable sensation towards the sword in his hand. Not far away, Lin Cuo leisurely reclined in a chair, one hand hanging casually, while the other grasped a blood-red goo worm. Lin Cuo did not casually crush the goo worm. Instead, he chuckled softly. "The sword-eating goo? How intriguing." Chapter 76. The Taoist ascends the mountain in Liangzhou, Anping City. Wang Junshao crouched down and picked up a chunk of frozen earth, exerting force to shatter it. It was now January, and the ground had hardened with frost. At this moment, the shops in Anping City, large and small, were sparsely populated. The grain he had once procured could only alleviate immediate hunger, and now the granaries of Anping City were nearing depletion, causing public anxiety to escalate. In his youth, Wang Junshao had read a phrase, "In a year of bitter cold and great famine, people resort to cannibalism." At the time, he was merely startled but did not give it much thought. It was only after witnessing the scene of frozen corpses outside Anping City that he understood the profound shock encapsulated in those few words. Currently, the hearts of Anping City's citizens were in disarray, hinting at impending chaos. The old clerk approached the county office today and, upon seeing Wang Junshao squatting on the ground, paused momentarily before speaking Junshao regarding this month's stipend. Before the old man could finish, Wang Junshao interrupted, as always, converted all into grain for the granary. The old clerk sighed and nodded gently. He understood that among the hungry in Anping City, the county magistrate before him was one of them. Wang Junshao raised his head and inquired, "Is there any news regarding the imperial disaster relief grain?" The old clerk shook his head, replying, "None." Wang Junshao clenched his fists on his knees, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, the county magistrate slowly stood and made his way out of the county office. Walking along the streets, Wang Junshao traversed several blocks and passed by numerous shops. Those who had some savings were still managing to get by. But for the common folk relying solely on their fields, survival was exceedingly difficult. Beneath the dilapidated roof of Anping City, an elderly man hunched over, placing a large bamboo basket beside him, and sat on the ground, a tattered cloth spread before him. Scattered upon the cloth were some poorly shaped sunflower greens, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, the old man delicately arranged the greens on the ground, moving with care. Sunflower greens, the sovereign of vegetables, are prepared throughout the seasons. Abundant and drought-resistant, sweet and non-toxic. In Liangzhou, where drought is common, sunflower greens are particularly popular and widely cultivated. The old man was wrapped in a tattered black cloth. His frail body bent over as he cautiously retrieved the greens he had gathered. Outside the crumbling house, a little girl with frostbitten cheeks peered inside. As the elderly man slowly rose and turned around, the girl dashed into the house without hesitation, seizing a handful of sunflower greens and fleeing. Startled by the commotion, the old man turned sharply, realizing his precious greens were being stolen, and reached out in an attempt to grab her. However, age had dulled his reflexes, and he could not catch the nimble child. The elderly man could only widen his clouded eyes, watching her intently. "You." Before he could fully articulate his thoughts, the girl stumbled in her haste and fell to the ground. The greens scattered around her. Ignoring the bloodied abrasions on her knees and palms, she scrambled forward, reaching out frantically. The old man arrived just in time to seize the girl. "You little wretch, you." He grasped the girl's clothing with one hand and raised the other to strike. The girl, whether out of fear or shame, turned an even deeper shade of red, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The girl, already emaciated to the bone, was clad in only a single layer of clothing, her hands and feet bare against the biting cold. The old man gripped the girl's collar, his raised hand trembling in the air. The slap that was meant for her face did not descend. Instead, the old man fell back onto the ground, supporting himself with his hands as he cried out to the heavens. "Oh, dear Lord." The frail old man and the thieving girl, one old and one young, found themselves on the ground, weeping together. After a time, the girl seemed to tire from her tears and began stuffing the dirt-covered greens into her mouth. The old man did not interfere, sitting silently beside her. Once the girl swallowed the dirt-laden greens, the old man hoarsely asked, "Where are your parents?" The girl hung her head and replied in the Liangzhou dialect, "They're dead." Those two words concealed countless hardships. After a long silence, the old man gazed at the remaining greens. He did not send the girl away. Instead, he pulled her along toward the dilapidated house. The two sat in silence, staring at the greens. The girl, bewildered, simply looked up at the old man. He offered a bitter smile. Would these greens be enough for both to survive the winter? Perhaps, or perhaps they would both perish. Heaven knows. Outside, drawn by the sounds, Wang Jushao stood rooted in place, his eyes reddened. Clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot. Having read countless volumes of wisdom, Wang Jushao, once known for his eloquence, now felt utterly drained, powerless. At Longhu Mountain, in the Tianchi mansion, on Xiaoyuan Peak, a lotus platform inscribed with constellations, sun, and moon awaited. Zhang Xining arrived, his expression grave. An old Taoist in a purple robe turned to regard him. Zhang Xining performed a Taoist salute, calmly stating, "Master Song." The elder, named Song Ta, was a highly respected Taoist priest within the Tianchi mansion, of the same generation as the current Tianchi. Master Song was well-versed in yin and yang, astronomy. In the I Ching, he nodded and looked toward the southeast. After a moment of silence, the aged Song Ta slowly inquired, "Xining, have you made a firm decision?" He gazed at Zhang Xining, continuing, "The movement of the demon suppression tower is imminent, and the Tianchi on the mountain are preoccupied with guarding it, unable to leave. Moreover, Princess Yang Rongyue is closely monitoring us at Longhu Mountain." Zhang Xining merely nodded calmly. He was acutely aware of the stirring of the suppression tower and the unexpected arrival of Yang Rongyue. With a sigh, Song Ta remarked, "This matter concerning Master Ge is of great significance. If you insist on descending the mountain, you must bear the consequences of life and death." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xining maintained his tranquil demeanor, declaring, "To eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, it is the will of heaven." He had resolved firmly. Song Ta nodded slowly, saying, "Good." With that, a drop of his essence blood appeared at the tip of Song Ta's finger, gradually floating toward Zhang Xining's palm. This drop of essence blood would guide you to Master Ji's heart. Zhang Xining cradled the drop of blood in his hand and bowed deeply, replying, "Thank you, Master Song." With another sigh, Song Ta said, "Go." Without hesitation, Zhang Xining immediately descended the mountain. After Zhang Xining left, an elderly man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared on the lotus platform. He was the current Grand Master of the Tianchi, Zhang Yuanling. Song Ta looked at Zhang Yuanling, frowning, "Brother, will you truly allow Xining to go alone? You must understand that once he descends the mountain, the omens indicate a perilous path." Suddenly appearing in this place, Zhang Yuanling remained composed and stated, "Exorcising evil and safeguarding the way is indeed the duty of the Tianchi Bureau, a responsibility that Zhang Xining cannot evade." Song Sha furrowed his brow deeply, expressing his anger. "Zhang Yuanling, do not presume upon your seniority. Why has the demon suppression tower stirred at this particular moment? And why has Yang Rongyue chosen this time to ascend the mountain? Do not tell me you are unaware." Zhang Yuanling merely gazed into the distance and replied, "What of living in fear of death? If Zhang Xining truly hides away on Longhu Mountain, is that what you wish to see?" As if in defiance of the great Tianchi Zhang Yuanling, Song Sha retorted, "What of Xining spending a lifetime on the mountain? At least it is better than dying at its foot." Zhang Yuanling's eyes were profound as he calmly responded, "If we are all driven by a fear of death, who in this world would be willing to eradicate demons and eliminate evil?" Song Sha fell into silence, and after a long while, murmured, "Xining has grown up under my watch." Zhang Yuanling abruptly interjected, "Xining is my personally taught disciple, yet I, Zhang Yuanling, cannot entrust the entire Tianchi Bureau to a coward." Upon hearing this, Song Sha's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you intend to hand over the Tianchi Bureau. Before he could finish, Zhang Yuanling vanished from the spot, leaving behind a single phrase, if Zhang Shining returns. He shall be the next Grand Tianchi of Ming Mountain. Chapter 77, The Noble Liver in Liangzhou, Anping City. Wang Zhuxiao sat alone in the empty county office throughout the night. He pondered deeply, reflecting on the past 30 years that flashed before his eyes like a fleeting parade. The scene of his high school ranking still lingered vividly in his memory. With a single phrase from the Chancellor Du Wanfeng, inspiration flowed forth, leading him to the coveted Tianjin city, the dream of scholars from the northern realms, even stepping into the Ministry of Personnel. Yet who could have imagined that in just 2 short years, everything would change? The root cause lay in the youthful arrogance of Wang Zhuxiao, who spoke words he should not have uttered. The current Tahi dynasty valued the art of governance while dismissing the path of practical affairs. Such a rebellious statement was akin to pointing a finger at the emperor of the Tahi dynasty and berating him directly, an act of utmost arrogance. A mere scholar dared to comment on the emperor's merits and demerits and the fate of the dynasty. As a result, Wang Zhuxiao was stripped of his official robes and exiled 1,000 miles away. After 2 years in Anping City, he felt profound shame recalling his youthful impetuosity and the bravado of a scholar. Ultimately, such sentiments were superficial. Only by walking 1,000 miles and engaging with the common people could one truly comprehend the Tahi dynasty. Wang Zhuxiao reflected on these seemingly useless memories until dawn began to break. He gently patted his knees and stood up. Merely waiting for death was not an option. If Anping City were to simply endure the agonizing wait for distant disaster relief grain, it would be nothing less than a jest with the lives of thousands. Wang Zhuxiao could not afford to gamble, nor would he. All the sage philosophies he once cherished were cast aside. Now, a single thought occupied his mind, to ensure the survival of the people in Anping City. Nothing else mattered. Outside the county office, 2 figures clad in dark red robes awaited him. The elderly clerk was also present. Upon seeing Wang Zhuxiao, Jiang Kuei smiled and asked, "Master Wang, what have you decided?" Wang Zhuxiao paused for a moment before slowly responding, "I need to see it with my own eyes once more." Jiang Kuei grinned widely, replying, "Of course." With that, these 2 celestial figures, who had arrived in Anping City 3 days prior, once again showcased their supernatural abilities. Jiang Kuei produced a flesh-colored seed from his sleeve and casually tossed it to the ground. Wang Zhuxiao's eyes remained fixed on the seed as it fell and took root. Within mere breaths, green shoots sprang forth. The elderly clerk was left speechless, stammering, this. Moments later, the green shoots thrived, transforming from green to yellow. And then the plant, resembling an ear of wheat, bore plump grains. The elderly clerk's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is simply the work of a celestial being." Even having witnessed it 3 days prior, Wang Zhuxiao remained in awe. It was indeed wheat. In a short span, the seed had produced ample grains without any external reliance. Wang Zhuxiao crouched down, peeled a grain, and savored it in his mouth. The elderly clerk did the same. Chewing carefully, aside from its lack of flavor, it was indistinguishable from normal wheat. The clerk, holding the bunch of wheat, was filled with excitement as he proclaimed, "There is hope, there is hope." Laughing joyfully, he presented the wheat to Wang Zhuxiao, saying, "Zhuxiao, look, it is wheat." Wang Zhuxiao stood up, turned to Jiang Kuei, and calmly inquired, "How many of these seeds do you possess?" Jiang Kuei held up a single finger, smiling, 10,000. The man in the dark red robe beside Jiang Kuei produced a wooden box filled to the brim with seeds. The elderly clerk gaped at the overflowing box. Wang Zhuxiao merely glanced at it before silently closing the box. The clerk leaned closer to Wang Zhuxiao and whispered, "Zhuxiao, the county office has long run out of funds." "It seems." Wang Zhuxiao shook his head, saying, "There is no need for concern, Elder El." Jiang Kuei stared intently at Wang Zhuxiao and asked, "Master Wang, have you made your decision?" Wang Zhuxiao chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I am grateful to both for your timely assistance." Jiang Kuei's eyes gleamed with fervor as he pressed, "Master Wang, do you truly fear nothing?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhuxiao burst into laughter. For 4,000 people in Anping City to survive until next year would be a monumental blessing. With that, Wang Zhuxiao unhesitatingly loosened his clothing and, without a second thought, drew a dagger across his abdomen. With a smile on his face, he plunged his hand into his own belly and pulled out a blood-soaked organ, the noble liver. The elderly clerk gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Zhuxiao." Wang Zhuxiao, undeterred, presented the noble liver to Jiang Kuei, laughing heartily. "Take it." The noble liver. Jiang Kuei could hardly contain his joy as he swiftly placed the liver, imbued with righteous energy, into a cold iron box. Once the noble liver was extracted, the righteous aura began to dissipate. They needed to hurry. Without hesitation, The two vanished from the spot. After their disappearance, Wang Juxiao collapsed to the ground. In a daze, he suddenly recalled a phrase from his youth: "A gentleman is unashamed in solitude and untroubled in dreams." Perhaps now, he could barely be considered a gentleman. In his panic, the elderly clerk suddenly fell to the ground, causing the wooden box to tumble from his grasp. The box shattered, scattering the seeds across the floor. However, the seeds that had taken root began to dissolve, turning into a pool of blood. How could this be possible? The elderly clerk, engulfed in despair, sat helplessly on the ground, a profound sorrow, yet silent. Meanwhile, a young clerk rushed into the county office. Even before he arrived, cheers echoed from outside. "Master Wang! Master Wang, the relief grain from the court has arrived at the city gate." Outside Anping City, a caravan laden with a mountain of grain is stationed at the city gate. Chapter 78, The Art of Obfuscation. In Yuzhou, Wang Jun continues to practice his swordsmanship at his own pace. Upon entering he had already attained the cultivation level of half-step qi harmonization. Later, after acquiring the sword manual and comprehending the essence of the sword, he has now become a practitioner of the qi harmonization realm. Upon Lin Cuo's return to the Misty Chamber, he has not once picked up a pen. Although Wang Jun remains unaware of the reasons behind this, he can vaguely sense a shift in the atmosphere. The first time Wang Jun encountered Lin Cuo, he found himself teetering on the brink of life and death. His vision was fading, yet his perception of the surrounding energy grew increasingly acute. At that moment, he distinctly sensed that the gentleman clad in blue before him was shrouded in an aura of death, akin to stagnant waters. However, after Lin Cuo's passage through the world of martial arts, he no longer exuded that profound stillness. Only after a portion of his dark hair turned white did Lin Cuo's temperament appear to have undergone subtle changes. Wang Jun's thoughts became entangled, causing his sword intent to falter. Noticing Wang Jun's distraction, Lin Cuo lifted his gaze slightly toward him. Wang Jun, catching a glimpse of Lin Cuo's stare, felt his concentration wane, and the once tenuous connection of his sword intent dissipated entirely. The iron sword in his hand felt increasingly tangible. Lin Cuo asked with a cheerful smile, "What is troubling you?" Wang Jun sensed the dissipating sword intent and decided to cease his practice, sheathing the iron sword with ease. He casually settled beside her, placing the iron sword at his side. Without hesitation, Wang Jun spoke directly, a little. Lin Cuo paused his movements, leaning back against the bamboo chair, and chuckled softly, "Feel free to speak." Wang Jun gazed at Lin Cuo before him, pondering for a moment, and remarked, "Lin Cuo, you are quite different from how you once were." Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Where?" Wang Jun pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "The temperament is no longer as tranquil as it once was." After saying this, he shook his head, adding, "It's merely a feeling of mine, and it need not be taken seriously." Upon hearing these words, Lin Cuo maintained a serene expression, yet remained silent. After a prolonged period of silence, Lin Cuo finally spoke softly, "Your perception is not mistaken." Wang Jun was slightly startled, then turned his gaze towards Lin Cuo. Lin Cuo propped himself up from the bamboo chair and softly remarked, "I once mentioned that my memory has deteriorated significantly. I have forgotten much of the past." Wang Jun nodded gently, fully aware of the matter at hand. Lin Cuo chuckled as he gestured towards his white hair, saying, "Just as you have surmised. Each time I recall a particular martial art, a single strand of black hair turns white, and the memories I once forgot awaken accordingly." Although Wang Jun found this notion quite bewildering, he nonetheless nodded gently in agreement. Lin cupped his hands in his sleeves and calmly replied, "In the wake of this, my current disposition has begun to align with my former self." Wang Jun furrowed his brows and inquired, "What was the you of the past like?" Lin Cuo turned around and gazed at the youth seated beside him, gradually uttering his thoughts. Arrogant and overbearing, he exuded an air of superiority. Surprisingly, Wang Jun exhibited no reaction, merely nodding silently. Observing this, Lin Cuo felt a spark of curiosity and inquired, "Do you not wish to ask more?" Wang Jun responded with a smile, vigorously shaking his head. "What transpired in the past remains unknown to me, yet the present is clear as day," he declared. Wang Jun then grasped the iron sword once more and remarked with a smile, "With my worries set aside, it is time to practice the sword." Lin Cuo gathered her sleeves at the original spot, letting out a light chuckle. Lin Cuo glanced at the white-haired figure beside him. In truth, there was a hint of something unsaid. Wang Jun had not inquired, and thus Lin Cuo refrained from volunteering the information. The reluctance to fully reclaim his former prowess stemmed from a deep-seated fear. He was apprehensive of becoming Lin Daoxian once more. His temperament was haughty and overbearing, yet he bore the weight of unparalleled cultivation. The uncertainties were manifold, and a moment's carelessness could lead to yet another misstep. Lin Cuo could only return to his bamboo chair, murmuring, "There is no rush. The world is vast. I shall allow myself to wander a little longer." Meanwhile, a woman clad in a deep red robe, guided by the worms within her body, hastened towards thee. The cold wind swept past, lifting her red hood to reveal a youthful, beautiful face, adorned with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Yet, in the next moment, the wind shifted abruptly, raising the other side of her hood to unveil a visage marred by age, resembling the wrinkled bark of an ancient tree. One half of her face was that of a lovely young woman, while the other was a weathered, yellowed countenance of an old crone. Furthermore, one of her hands was delicate and white as jade, while the other was cracked and dark, resembling decayed wood. As she traversed the woman lowered her gaze, her palm cradling a pulsating crimson worm that directed her path. She glanced towards the distance, where the silhouette of the emerged faintly. "I have found you." In an instant, the woman vanished from her spot. Within the Lin Cuo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Lin Cuo raised his left hand, revealing a restless blood-red goo worm nestled in his palm. Observing the fidgeting insect, Lin Cuo let out a light chuckle. "It has arrived." Lin Cuo called out to Wang Zhen, who was practicing swordplay not far away. "Cease your practice for the moment." Wang Zhen, puzzled, halted his movements and looked at Lin Cuo with a questioning expression, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Lin Cuo inquired, "How has your mastery of qi and the realm progressed?" Wang Zhen sincerely replied, "I have barely managed to touch the threshold of the later stage." Lin Cuo smiled and nodded, saying, "What about that sword intent?" Wang Zhen pondered for a moment and replied, "It is nearly nurtured, yet not fully formed." Lin Cuo merely chuckled softly and remarked, "Sufficient." Following this, he seized Wang Zhen and instantaneously vanished from the confines of the Cuo study. 15 miles outside of Xuanhui City, a woman clad in a dark crimson robe, racing towards the city, abruptly halted her steps. In the next moment, Lin Cuo, dressed in a flowing blue garment, appeared unexpectedly, holding the young Wang Zhen in his grasp. The woman's gaze was sharp as she fixated intently on the blue-clad man who stood in her way. Lin Cuo smiled cheerfully and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I have brought it for you." Lin Cuo set Wang Zhen down and drove the iron sword into the ground alongside him. Upon laying eyes on Wang Zhen, the woman immediately sensed the aura of the sword Gu. Before her stood the very sword cultivator she had been seeking. She turned her gaze towards Lin Cuo, her eyes sharp, and inquired with a voice that was eerily dual in nature, resonating both with the vibrancy of youth and the frailty of old age. "Who are you?" Lin, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, merely gazed at the bewildered Wang Zhen and chuckled lightly. Merely practicing in solitude will ultimately lead one astray from the true essence. Only by immersing oneself in peril can one truly comprehend its quintessence. Wang Zhen, taken aback, grasped the iron sword tightly, his eyes widening in confusion. "What do you mean?" Yet, before Lin could utter another word, a woman suddenly materialized before them. Her fingertips danced with crimson threads, filling the air with an endless multitude of red strands. Lin Cuo and Wang Zhen were both enveloped in the atmosphere. With her hands swirling, the myriad of crimson threads suddenly contracted fiercely. Lin's limbs and neck were ensnared by a multitude of crimson threads. The woman, undeterred, suddenly yanked her hand away. Engaging in a display of mystique, she proclaimed, "Death." Chapter 79. On the brink of life and death, the boundary shatters. The myriad of red threads constricted ominously. The woman clenched her fists tightly. The red cord, which was meant to rend the two into pieces, now could not advance even an inch. Each of those countless crimson strands tautened, trembling incessantly. Lin Cuo stood at the center, casually raising his hand, causing countless red threads surrounding him to snap. Observing the red threads entwined around his arm, Lin Cuo raised an eyebrow. Sewing thread? In the next moment, he tugged at the threads, and the sky was filled with the sound of shattering crimson strands. Witnessing this spectacle, the woman was taken aback, swiftly retreating in alarm. Lin Cuo squinted, casting his gaze towards a woman not far away. Astonishingly, she had caught a large fish. This woman seemed to have inherited the techniques of the great master of skin painting from 3 centuries past. Upon witnessing her own stitching threads being effortlessly severed, the woman did not hesitate. She immediately turned to flee. "You cannot leave yet." A sudden voice emerged unexpectedly by her ear. The woman, clad in a dark red robe, was instantly filled with dread. Without delay, she twisted her wrist, unleashing thousands of stitching threads that shot out in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those almost imperceptible red threads pierced through everything they touched, surrounding the woman. The area was ensnared by the crimson lines. Yet, despite this, the figure in the azure garment remained elusive. In the next moment, Lin Cuo's form suddenly materialized. Lin Cuo raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, effortlessly piercing through the exceptionally resilient stitching of the leather. Despite the woman's valiant attempt to bind Lin Cuo's ankle with the leather thread in a bid to thwart his strike, she was still struck in the abdomen. The force propelled her backward, causing her to tumble several times before finally regaining her balance. The impact was so tremendous that her dark red robe shattered, leaving her on one knee, clutching her abdomen with her right hand. With a violent heave, she expelled a mouthful of black blood, feeling as if her internal organs had been torn asunder. Moreover, the woman, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the golden body realm, found her meridian severely damaged, causing her to plummet from the peak of the golden body realm to a mere half-step within it. This single blow had inflicted such catastrophic damage upon a master of the golden body realm that it almost cast her out of the upper echelons of power. Lin Cuo stood calmly with his hands clasped, stating, "It is nearly time." With the removal of her dark red robe, the true visage of the woman was revealed. Upon witnessing her true appearance, Wang Jun, standing behind her, was taken aback in shock. The woman's face was a peculiar amalgamation. One half exuded the youthful beauty of a young woman, while the other half bore the wrinkled, withered features of an elderly crone. Her body appeared to be a grotesque patchwork, unsettling in its oddity. The woman's abdomen had been brutally shattered, leaving a gruesome mess of mangled flesh strewn about. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Cuo, speechless and unwavering. Lin Cuo lifted his chin slightly and said, "I shall grant you an opportunity. Do you not wish to take his life? If you succeed in killing him, I shall allow you to leave." Upon hearing these words, not only was the woman before him utterly astonished, but Wang Jun, who stood not far away, also displayed a dramatically altered expression. The woman clenched her teeth and whispered, "Is this truly the case?" Lin Cuo chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you possess any alternative choices?" From a distance, Wang Jun gazed at Lin Cuo with wide eyes, his disbelief palpable. However, in the next instant, without granting Lin Cuo a moment to react, the woman suddenly materialized before Wang Jun. Her fingers, akin to sharp talons, lunged towards his chest. Wang Jun's mind momentarily blanked, yet instinctively he unsheathed his sword. Clang! The woman's claws clashed against the blade, sending forth a shower of sparks. A tremendous force reverberated through the sword, fracturing Wang Jun's grip, nearly causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. He staggered backward. But the woman unleashed several threads of suturing line from her fingertips, piercing directly into Wang Jun's abdomen. In a dire moment, Wang Jun twisted his body with all his might, narrowly evading a fatal strike. Nonetheless, the suturing line still penetrated his lower belly, transforming her palm into a fist. The woman fiercely clenched, yanking the threads embedded in Wang Jun's abdomen with a violent pull. In desperation, Wang Jun swiftly severed the suturing line with his sword. Yet, despite his swift action, he was unable to completely sever the crimson threads. At the brink of life and death, Wang Jun suddenly entered the profound state of unity between man and sword. A glimmer of sword intent surfaced upon the blade, and with a decisive thrust, he severed all the red threads from his abdomen. Not far away, the woman glanced at her own belly, where flesh and blood began to deteriorate and collapse. One side of her face was already rotting, faintly revealing the underlying bone. Severely wounded and teetering on the edge of a breakthrough to the gold body realm, her flesh was on the verge of ruin. With a fierce expression, the woman unleashed numerous red threads from her wrist, intertwining them into a single entity, transforming into a blood-red blade. Meanwhile, Wang Jun stood firm, raising his long sword in a thrusting stance. The sword intent surged within him. He disregarded the injury to his abdomen, exhaling a breath of foul air, and gradually closed his eyes. His mind became wholly immersed in the essence of the sword. The phrase "autumn frost cuts through jade" sword spiraled incessantly in Wang Jun's mind. A brilliant white sword light manifested, and at this moment, his sword intent reached its zenith. In an instant, both combatants surged forward, their figures intertwining. The woman was decapitated by a single stroke of the sword. Wang Jun felt the last vestiges of strength drain from his body, his legs giving way beneath him. The next moment, Lin Cuo appeared at his side, supporting him upright. At this juncture, Wang Jun's cultivation surged from the mid-stage of the Qi harmonization realm to a breakthrough at the brink of the gold body realm. His sword intent attaining completeness, having thoroughly integrated one of the three swords. Lin Cuo smiled and inquired, "How do you feel?" Wang Jun, appearing dazed, replied with irritation. What do you think? The woman, who had been beheaded by a sword, now dissolved entirely, her form transforming into a pool of blood. Lin Cuo furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the east, speaking, You return to the Cuozhai first. I must make a journey to the Beifeng Prefecture. Beifeng Prefecture. A place of mass graves, a dim underground palace. Jiang Kuei placed the noble heart into the body of the Grand Master. 3 of the 5 organs had been gathered. In the next moment, Jiang Kuei felt a stirring in his heart and suddenly furrowed his brow. Zhou Ji was dead. A man in a dark red robe was taken aback, incredulous. Dead? Jiang Kuei's expression remained unchanged as he nodded calmly. The golden lung had vanished along with Zhou Ji's demise. The sword lung had gone awry. Jiang Kuei's countenance darkened immensely. How difficult it was now to find a sword cultivator with a clear heart. Just then, a small, elderly man walked cheerfully into the underground palace. Jiang Kuei's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Who? The small, elderly man said nothing but casually tossed out the corpse of a golden body realm sword cultivator. In the next moment, the elderly man inexplicably vanished. Jiang Kuei stood still, frozen. In just a breath's time, the old man reappeared and then dissipated once more, leaving behind the corpse of the golden body realm sword cultivator. Chapter 80. Immortal? The corpse of the golden body realm sword cultivator lay before him. Jiang Kuei's blood-red fingers, hidden beneath his robe, quivered slightly, allowing a thin crimson thread to fall to the ground. This nearly imperceptible thread seeped into the earth's crevices and rapidly spread. After several breaths, the entire dim underground palace was permeated with this thread. The crimson lines infiltrated everywhere, in the rotting meat pools, within the leg bones of the walls, and on the sticky floor. The entire underground palace was enveloped by Jiang Kuei's crimson thread. Jiang Kuei's expression shifted slightly. Despite having accomplished this, he still could not find a trace of the elderly man. It was as if he had appeared and vanished into thin air, leaving not a single mark behind. The only remnant was the corpse of the golden body realm sword cultivator. Jiang Kuei's fingers curled, gathering the thread to drag the sword cultivator's body before him. Jiang Kuei extended his blood-red palm and grasped the air. The body of the sword cultivator shattered on its own, layer by layer being peeled away. First, the skin was stripped, then the flesh torn off, and finally, all the bones extracted. In a brief moment, the body was completely dissected. Jiang Kuei gently tugged, extracting the lung from within the body. The sword lung. It floated in the palm of Jiang Kuei's hand. Sensing the lingering sword energy within, Jiang Kuei furrowed his brow. A genuine golden body realm sword cultivator, with a clear sword heart. Who could this person possibly be? After retrieving the sword lung, Jiang Kuei twisted his other hand in reverse. At that moment, the dissected body began to bizarrely restore itself. From the inside out, the skeletal structure was reinserted. The flesh filled the body, and the skin was sewn back together. At this moment, the body of the golden body realm sword cultivator bore no difference from its original state, with not a trace of injury detectable. The only difference was that the lung had been removed. This was the method left behind by that skin-painting grandmaster. Jiang Kuei ensured that the sword lung was without issue, slowly inserting it back into the grandmaster's body. Just then, outside the mass grave, someone approached. Entering the mass grave, they stepped into the dim underground palace. It was the man who had lost half his head, a terrifying figure. Upon stepping into the underground palace, he grinned and said, Jiang Kuei, I got it. With that, the terrifying man took out a bloody spleen from his bosom, still entwined with the earth's essence. The earth's spleen. The terrifying man spat out a mouthful of blood and then cursed, that beast is incredibly troublesome. Relying on the earth's essence to come back to life several times. It cost me quite a bit of flesh. Yet Jiang Kuei remained silent, merely squinting his eyes. Jiang Kuei grinned wickedly and said, Zhangya, you brought back a master. The terrifying man's expression changed as he asked, What do you mean? Jiang Kuei paid no heed to Zhangya, slowly walking towards the center, raising his head and laughing. Taoist, since you are here, why hide? Upon hearing this, Zhangya's expression changed drastically. Jiang Kuei's footsteps echoed in the underground palace, causing the entire place to tremble. The human skins hanging around fluttered chaotically, resembling vengeful spirits writhing in agony. The blood pool surrounding the center roiled violently, with the flesh within leaping wildly. In the next moment, a young Taoist in a purple robe emerged from the underground palace. Zhang Yu was taken aback. When had this person arrived? Jiang Kuei clicked his tongue. Zhangya, you have a heavenly master trailing behind you, and you remain unaware? Zhang Yu's face twisted. This young Taoist had been following him all along, and he had been completely oblivious. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Shining from the Ming Mountain Talisman Master's office. Dressed in a purple robe, Zhang Shining held a drop of essence blood in one hand, his body untainted, a stark contrast to the dim underground palace. The drop of essence blood in Zhang Shining's palm slowly dissipated. Jiang Kuei looked at the young Taoist who had followed Zhang Ye, sneering, Lin Mountain, Talisman Master's office? A young master from Lin Mountain? Zhang Shining's expression remained calm as he inquired, "Did you kill Master Go?" Jiang Kuei pretended to ponder and slowly replied, "Not at all. We merely borrowed his Dao heart." Zhang Shining's gaze turned icy as he scanned the center of the underground palace. He observed that the walls on either side of the passage were piled with leg bones, and numerous human skins hung all around, with a blood pool filled with flesh at the center. Zhang Shining's gaze slowly shifted to Jiang Kuei, and he frowned. In Zhang Shining's eyes, Jiang Kuei appeared exceedingly strange. His soul and body entirely disconnected. In Taoism, there is the concept of soul and spirit. The soul is yin, while the spirit is yang. Among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, each is further divided into yin and yang. Of the 3 souls, the heavenly soul is yang, the earthly soul is yin, and the life soul is also yang. Among the 7 spirits, the heavenly and spiritual spirits are yin, while the central spirit is yang, representing the human spirit. The elite spirits are yang, representing the earthly spirit. The human body is the vessel that carries the soul and spirit. Yet before him, Jiang Kuei's 3 souls and 7 spirits were severely damaged, with no distinction between yin and yang, completely intertwined. Zhang Shining frowned, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Kuei burst into laughter, declaring, "The Lin Mountain Talisman Master's office is nothing but this." Jiang Kuei's eyes grew calm, yet cold as he slowly remarked, "Doesn't your Taoism speak of great longevity and ascending to immortality?" After obtaining the legacy of this dim underground palace, Jiang Kuei, whose lifespan was nearing its end, not only forcibly extended his life by 3 years but also broke through to the Xin God realm in one fell swoop. Even the other 4 dark red-robed cultivators were unaware that after seizing the legacy of that skin-painting grandmaster, Jiang Kuei's first act was to strip himself of his skin and bones. Jiang Kuei peeled away his own skin, his flesh dissolving, and then used the blood pool to continuously reshape his body. Ultimately, Jiang Kuei truly accomplished it. Jiang Kuei deviated from the traditional path, forging a distinct road of his own. In contrast, Zhang Shining calmly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the decay of your corporeal form has accelerated, has it not?" Jiang Kuei's gaze flickered momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure. Zhang Shining cast his eyes toward the blood pool, sneering, "Ultimately, you are but a servant of evil, transformed into something neither human nor ghost, your soul long since rotted, destined to become a mere shell of existence. Immortality? It is but self-deception." The formerly frenzied expression on Jiang Kuei's face settled into tranquility as he sighed. Truly worthy of the heavenly master's estate, he murmured softly. Despite having his current predicament laid bare, Jiang Kuei showed no emotional fluctuation. He raised his blood-red hand, and within merely 7 days, signs of decay had already manifested. Indeed, time is not on my side. With his physical form deteriorating at an alarming rate, Jiang Kuei could afford no further delay. He sighed once more, a look of compassion crossing his features as he gazed at Zhang Shining. "Reverend, is it truly worth relinquishing your cultivation for this?" Zhang Shining remained silent, his Dao robe billowing suddenly as the qi surged forth. Chapter 81. Exorcising Evil. Zhang Shining's demeanor was calm, his hands naturally hanging down, the wide sleeves of his robe cascading alongside. The violet robe swelled continuously, golden Dao qi flowing from the billowing sleeves in a steady stream. 2 streams of golden energy descended from his sleeves, filling the entire underground palace. Jiang Kuei's expression grew serious as he cautiously stepped back, distancing himself from the encroaching golden energies. As the golden qi approached him, Jiang Kuei's crimson robe flared as he swept his sleeve, forcefully repelling the golden energies. Zhang Shining's countenance was solemn. Strands of golden Dao qi resembling tiny dragons danced around his visage. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light vanishing within. "Today, allow me to exorcise the evil," he spoke softly. In the next instant, Zhang Shining stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. The golden streams trailing from his sleeves resembled 2 flowing rivers of light. Without hesitation, Jiang Kuei revealed his blood-red hands, countless crimson threads shooting forth from his fingertips, intertwining before him. Just as the red threads surged towards him, Zhang Shining's figure appeared. With a sweeping motion of his sleeves, he thrust forward a palm imbued with radiant golden light, crashing towards Jiang Kuei. Bang! The crimson threads converged at Jiang Kuei's chest, shattering into countless fragments upon impact. Jiang Kuei staggered backward, increasing the distance between himself and Zhang Shining. Yet, Zhang Shining did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood firm, raising a hand to catch the shattered threads mid-air. As the blood-red threads touched the golden light, they emitted a hissing sound, akin to fire meeting kindling, disintegrating before reaching Zhang Shining's palm. A slight frown creased Zhang Shining's brow. It was undoubtedly a technique of the demonic path. 3 centuries prior, in the old martial world, there existed a woman who had attained the celestial realm through her mastery of skin painting, her threads of skin striking fear into the hearts of all martial artists. This woman, a terror to all women in the world, had vanished from the martial realm 200 years ago, her existence nearly erased from memory. The skill she wielded, including her skin painting technique, had faded into obscurity. To encounter a remnant of her legacy after a century was truly unexpected. With a swift motion, Zhang Shining's sleeves whirled, obliterating the mass of crimson threads before him. Not far away, Jiang Kuei squinted, scrutinizing the young heavenly master before him. Concealed beneath his robe, Jiang Kuei's blood-red hands began to dissolve, gradually revealing stark, white bones. Bone extraction. This was one of the infamous techniques of the skin painting master. It was said that 200 years ago, an oblivious master of the Xian god realm had provoked her and was pursued relentlessly for 1,000 miles. Ultimately cornered at the East Sea, that master, renowned for his martial prowess, had been stripped of all 206 bones from his body. Left as a mere sack of flesh, lifeless on the shores of the East Sea, Jiang Kuei extended a claw-like hand, devoid of flesh, merely skeletal, reaching towards Zhang Shining from a distance of 100 paces without any fluctuation of true energy. Yet, in that instant, Zhang Shining felt a chill run down his spine. A claw mark appeared inexplicably on his chest. In the next moment, the golden Dao Qi surrounding him was pierced through without hesitation. Zhang Shining nimbly pivoted, narrowly evading a deadly strike, but still felt the claw mark graze his chest. Sizzle! Blood erupted from Zhang Shining's body as he grimaced, landing and swiftly twisting his body to evade further harm. In the wake of his movement, a claw mark crashed down where he had just stood, causing the ground to collapse violently. The blood pools surrounding the chamber boiled over, and the human skins suspended nearby were utterly destroyed, sending dust and debris into the air. Suddenly, the sound of threads slicing through the air echoed as hundreds of crimson threads pierced through the dust, racing toward him at an incredible speed, surpassing that of arrows. Zhang Shining exhaled slowly in midair. The supreme star of the Taishang, ever adaptable, exorcising evil and binding spirits, safeguarding life. The golden Dao Qi surged forth, erupting as hundreds of crimson threads that approached within a foot of him disintegrated into dust. Moreover, the brilliant golden energy expanded, erasing all traces of demonic aura and vengeful spirits within 100 paces of Zhang Shining. Jiang Kuei, amidst the ruins, fixed his gaze on the figure encircled by golden light. Zhang Shining slightly bowed, launching himself forward. Jiang Kuei mirrored his movement, both of them colliding with a thunderous crash. The golden Dao Qi and blood-red demonic energy annihilated each other as they engaged in a flurry of strikes, neither retreating nor evading. With a resounding boom, both figures were propelled backward. Zhang Shining twisted mid-air, landing firmly on the ground, while Jiang Kuei crashed into the wall of the underground palace, shattering countless bones. Zhang Shining, despite suffering wounds from the crimson threads, remained stoic, wrapping the threads around his wrist before yanking them out forcefully. "Come again," he declared coldly. Not far away, in the ruins, Jiang Kuei spat a mouthful of black blood, kneeling on one knee, his expression twisted in pain. His abdomen and thigh were exposed, revealing white bones where flesh had been shattered into oblivion. Jiang Kuei sneered, "Damn you, Taoist." As Jiang Kuei prepared to rise, the flesh on his face suddenly began to rot and fall away. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly pressed his bony hand against his cheek, attempting to reattach the decaying flesh. An ominous realization struck him. This body was on the verge of complete disintegration. Jiang Kuei stared in disbelief at his deteriorating form. How could the decay progress so rapidly? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lifted his gaze, fixating on the radiant white light encircling Zhang Shining's hands. After reciting the purifying heart incantation, the pristine Dao energy coalesced around Zhang Shining's palms, annihilating all demonic energy in its vicinity. In the fray of their earlier battle, his body had succumbed to this Tao energy, hastening its decay. Before Jiang Kuei could fully comprehend the situation, Zhang Shining was upon him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. The impact sent Jiang Kuei's head snapping back, obliterating half of his facial flesh in an instant. Chapter 82. Awakening. Jiang Kuei staggered backward, his cheek almost entirely reduced to nothing. Flesh splattered to the side, leaving only bone visible. Zhang Shining brought his fingers together, gathering the pure Tao energy at his fingertips before sharply thrusting it toward Jiang Kuei's forehead. In the next moment, a beam of pure Tao energy shot forth from Zhang Shining's fingertips. Jiang Kuei's eyes glinted with malice as he desperately turned his head aside. The pure Tao energy pierced through his chin with precision. With his fingers curled like claws, Jiang Kuei plunged them into Zhang Shining's abdomen. Zhang Shining let out a muffled sound, then swiftly drew his fingers across Jiang Kuei's arm. The concentrated beam of pure Tao energy sliced through Jiang Kuei's left side, cleaving through his left arm and shoulder. Jiang Kuei's fingers, now threaded with sutures, burrowed into Zhang Shining's abdomen, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. The two combatants were abruptly separated. Jiang Kuei dropped to one knee, his left side nearly severed, as his flesh began to collapse violently. Zhang Shining stood a short distance away, blood seeping from his abdomen. Despite enveloping his internal organs in golden light, Jiang Kuei's bone-extracting grip had inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Several sutures remained embedded within Zhang Shining's body. As Jiang Kuei's flesh threatened to disintegrate, the confrontation ultimately favored Zhang Shining. Jiang Kuei grinned wickedly, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the Tianshi mansion." He retreated, tumbling into a pool of blood. The blood surrounding the underground palace began to churn violently. Zhang Shining's expression shifted dramatically, and with a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a tangible golden light, crashing it into the blood pool. The surrounding blood erupted into chaos, scattering flesh in all directions. In the next moment, Jiang Kuei emerged from the blood pool, transformed into an entirely different being. His previously severed left side had fully restored itself, vibrant flesh solidifying anew. Jiang Kuei twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing. With a grin, he inquired, "What do you think?" Zhang Shining calmly pulled the sutures from his abdomen while gazing steadily at Jiang Kuei. He nodded, acknowledging, indeed, an extraordinary method. However, after a brief pause, he shook his head gently, adding, "Alas, it remains an evil practice." Jiang Kuei remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, each unique. That woman who entered the world through the subterfuge of a painted skin, has she not attained the celestial realm? And today, is there not a master of the demonic path in the world? Zhang Shining made no rebuttal, merely dispersing the golden Tao energy enveloping him. Yet, as the troublesome golden light dissipated, Jiang Kuei felt an inexplicable fear stir within him. The entire dark underground palace seemed to resonate with an impending threat. Zhang Shining slowly closed his eyes, entering a profound state of unity between heaven and man, as if immersed in an ethereal void. According to the teachings, the human body is a microcosm of the universe, each part corresponding to the greater cosmos. The head resembles the heavens, the feet the earth, the limbs the seasons, and the organs the five elements. All energies intertwine with the universe. Every movement of Zhang Shining harmonized with the cosmic order. Simultaneously, over the chaotic graveyard, ominous storm clouds gathered overhead. Countless restless spirits howled in despair. Jiang Kuei's face paled, realizing thunder law. It was said that the Tianshi mansion of Ming Mountain possessed secret techniques capable of summoning thunderstorms. Among all Tao practices, the thunder law reigned supreme. Zhang Shining silently recited, "To move mountains and uproot trees is to startle the universe. To summon thunder and control lightning is to illuminate the cosmos." Before Jiang Kuei could react, Zhang Shining raised his hand toward the sky, calling out, "Come." In the next instant, a deafening roar shattered the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking down with the force of divine retribution, illuminating the sky as bright as day. The thunder enveloped the entire chaotic graveyard. Under the divine thunder, all malevolent entities were obliterated. Once the thunder passed, the dark underground palace lay in ruins. The once oppressive atmosphere was replaced by a scene of clarity and brightness. The palace was reduced to rubble. The hundreds of human skins and the flesh within the blood pool reduced to ash. Even the massive coffin at the center was severely damaged. Zhang Shining stood amidst the ruins, panting heavily. In the desolation, a being that was neither human nor ghost emerged, a monstrous figure. Jiang Kuei's form had turned to charcoal. The reformed flesh now utterly annihilated, reduced to mere ashes. Zhang Shining exhaled a breath of stale air, whispering, "It is over." Before the words could fully escape, Lin Cuo, now a grotesque shadow of his former self, rasped, "No, it is not over yet. The heart of the Tao, the nobleman's liver, the sword's lungs, the earth's spleen, the dragon's kidney. The 5 organs are gathered. Only one thing remains." In an astonishing act, Lin Cuo wrenched his spine from his body. The vertebrae plunged deeply into the coffin. As Lin Cuo faced death, he laughed maniacally, shouting, "Awaken." In that moment, as he extracted his spine, he perished. Yet, upon inserting it into the body of the Grand Master, an eerie silence enveloped the world. Suddenly, a massive hand burst forth from the coffin. The Grand Master awakened completely. In Beifeng Prefecture, atop Ming Mountain, at the Cool Breeze Pavilion, Yang Rongyue leisurely sipped tea, a box of osmanthus cake resting on the stone table. Beside her, a eunuch clad in crimson robes bent slightly, whispering, "Princess, the Grand Master Zhang Yuanling has personally taken command at the Demon Sealing Tower." With the other 20 purple-robed masters on rotating guard, Yang Rongyue calmly nodded, replying, After a moment of silence, the eunuch, second only to Chief Steward Chun in seniority, quietly remarked, "Princess, it seems, a purple-robed master has descended from Ming Mountain. From the city of Tianjing to this place, Yang Rongyue, assigned to monitor the Tian, maintained an impassive demeanor, slowly sipping her tea. She remarked indifferently, "Is that so? This palace has not observed such a thing." Upon hearing this, the eunuch in crimson robes, with an unchanging expression, took a few steps back and bowed, admitting, "It was indeed my mistake." Yang Rongyue lifted her light blue eyes to gaze at the Jinwu pool in the distance. A woman of striking beauty, exuding elegance and grace, now revealed a hint of sorrow in her eyes. As the wind blew, ripples stirred across the surface of the Jinwu pool. Yang Rongyue raised her teacup, but suddenly fell into a trance, losing grip of the cup, which shattered on the ground, spilling its contents. The eunuch in crimson robes changed color and leaned in to inquire, "Your Highness?" Yet, Yang Rongyue remained lost in her thoughts, clutching her chest, her heart racing uncontrollably. In a different realm, chaos reigned in the burial grounds. Zhang Shining stood solemnly atop a small hill, his expression grave. His purple robe was tattered, and his right sleeve lay in ruins. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his energy in disarray. Employing a method to stabilize his spirit, he forced down the turbulence within himself, aligning his energy before exhaling and inhaling anew. In the distance, smoke billowed and fog thickened. A deafening roar erupted from the mist, resonating like a thunderclap, shaking the trees within a 10-mile radius. The monstrous roar pierced through the haze, causing the very earth to tremble. Zhang Shining's face turned stern as he beheld the creature concealed in the fog. The Grand Master left behind by the painted-skin woman 3 centuries prior had resurfaced, astonishingly allowing Lin Cuo to restore its organs and spine, thus reviving the Grand Master. Suddenly, the dense fog was violently parted, and a shadow lunged forth with the speed of lightning. Zhang Shining's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned golden energy to shield himself. In the next instant, a towering figure, clad in rusted armor, with wild hair and an aura of demonic energy, appeared before him. The creature, with a single fist raised, struck toward Zhang Shining's chest with immense force. A thunderous explosion ensued, shattering the golden light surrounding him. Zhang Shining was propelled into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Despite his prior protective barrier, the creature's punch obliterated the golden light. As Zhang Shining struggled to rise from the pit, the monster descended upon him like a black meteor, crashing to the earth with a resounding impact. The creature, towering at 9 feet, enveloped in dark energy, pinned Zhang Shining down, forcing him to kneel as he coughed up blood, his arms succumbing to the encroaching malevolence. Zhang Shining felt his insides twist painfully. With a furious roar, the 9-foot-tall monster hurled him away. Zhang Shining tumbled across the ground, shattering numerous trees, finally coming to a halt after rolling for 100 yards. His arms were nearly shattered, and he wobbled unsteadily. Straining to keep his eyes open, he glanced forward. 100 yards away, the so-called Grand Master advanced slowly towards him. Clad in rusted armor, the Grand Master's internal organs flowed in harmony with the 5 elements, devoid of chaotic thoughts, driven solely by a thirst for blood. Originally an unfinished creation of the painted skin woman, the Grand Master was now complete, thanks to Lin Cuo's sacrifice of his own spine. Zhang Shining's vision blurred, his inner world in turmoil. With each step the Grand Master took, waves of demonic energy surged forth, his eyes void of light, and the armor burned with dark energy. The Grand Master exhaled white mist as he approached Zhang Shining. As the Grand Master drew within 100 feet, Zhang Shining rose abruptly, stamping his foot down. With that, runes drawn in his blood flared to life in all directions. Surrounding him, blinding blue light erupted as thousands of runes flickered. Manifesting a grand formation, the four young thunderpool array, for beams of light shot skyward, ensnaring the Grand Master within. Crimson chains surged from all sides, binding the Grand Master's limbs and head. Upon contact, the chains hissed as they burned, their purifying energy suppressing the dark essence. The Grand Master writhed, engulfed in rising white mist from the burning chains. With a furious scream, the Grand Master leaped upward, causing the chains to rattle violently, shattering many of them. Suspended in midair, the Grand Master strained against his bindings. Zhang Shining, feeling the backlash of the formation, spat out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Come back." Instantly, the crimson chains yanked the Grand Master back to the ground, crashing him into a massive pit. With a single leap, he nearly shattered the formation. Above him, storm clouds gathered ominously. The Grand Master tore at his chains, breaking free and rampaging within the array. The formation cracked under the assault, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as the Grand Master was about to break free, Zhang Shining shouted, "Fall." In an instant, a mighty bolt of lightning plummeted from the sky, illuminating the realm as bright as day. The thunder struck the Grand Master, who bent low, nearly kneeling, as he propped himself against the descending bolt with both hands. With a fierce roar, the Grand Master, defying all odds, held up the lightning with sheer strength. Zhang Shining bled from all 7 orifices, his energy swirling into white mist as he desperately urged the thunderous power. Under the onslaught, the rusted armor of the Grand Master disintegrated piece by piece. In the next moment, the Grand Master, bending his knees for a brief instant, leaped skyward, shouldering the thunderbolt and soaring into the heavens, defying the very fate that sought to bind him. In the realm of Beifeng Prefecture, atop Lin Mountain and within the celestial abode of the Celestial Master, the venerable Song Ta, with his hair and beard as white as snow, sat alone upon the lotus platform, his countenance steeped in sorrow. The divination foretold calamity, a place of certain demise. On the peak of Chaodian, within the ancestral hall, the Grand Celestial Master Zhang Yuanling sat cross-legged, gazing towards the southwest. A flicker of emotion crossed his face as he regarded the ancestral tablet. In that instant, the purple-gold aura of Lin Cuo Mountain withered by half. A majestic stream of purple-gold energy surged skyward from Chaodian Peak, heading directly southwest. Following this grand aura, the Celestial Master seal enshrined in the ancestral hall, along with the seal of Yangping's governance, transformed into a streak of flowing light, bursting forth from the hall. The purple-gold energy led the way, with the Celestial Master seal trailing closely behind, both racing towards the southwest. Chapter 84. The 36 Thunder Departments in the territory of Beifeng Prefecture, practitioners of all ranks raised their gazes towards the heavens. They beheld the magnificent purple-gold energy spanning the sky, a grand spectacle. Emerging from Chaodian Peak, it traversed the 36 great peaks and 72 minor peaks. Crossing the horizon of Beifeng Prefecture, it appeared as though a purple-gold bridge had been erected across the sky. Wherever this imposing energy passed, all demonic practitioners and malevolent spirits trembled in fear, scurrying to hide, excluding the purple-robed Celestial Master stationed at the Demon Restraining Tower. The other 20 purple-robed Celestial Masters were deeply shaken and hastened to the ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the Grand Celestial Master bowing respectfully before the tablets of the ancestors. The accumulated purple-gold aura of Lin Cuo Mountain, nurtured over millennia, had diminished by half. Behind Zhang Yuanling, the remaining 20 purple-robed Celestial Masters stood in solemn silence, each performing a Taoist bow. At Staoyuan Peak, upon the lotus platform, the previously settled divination suddenly shifted. Song Ta's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to calculate once more. The divination transformed repeatedly, the once certain demise now shrouded in unpredictability. Only when he beheld the magnificent purple-gold energy soaring from the ancestral hall did Song Ta abruptly rise, gazing intently towards it. In Taiyang City, for moon worship platforms stood resolutely in the cardinal directions. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau, tasked with discerning the fate of the Taihe dynasty and observing celestial phenomena, was now in disarray. The 4 overseers stationed at the platforms appeared personally, all gazing towards the direction of Beifeng Prefecture. Within the palace, the aged Emperor Yangzhen stood at the main entrance of the Taihe Hall, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance. Behind him stood a grand eunuch clad in crimson robes. Yangzhen cast a single glance before turning to enter the hall, while the chief eunuch, Master Chen, silently followed in his wake. 100 miles away, a man in a green robe, tracing his path from the, abruptly halted. Lin Cuo furrowed his brows, gazing into the distance before vanishing in a flash. At the chaotic burial ground, a formidable grandmaster defied the heavens. withstanding the full force of the heavenly thunder and shattering the calamity clouds above. Zhang Shining, drained of all his vital energy, collapsed onto the ground. The Grandmaster, with fists clenched, unleashed a devastating blow towards Zhang Shining. At that moment, a magnificent surge of purple gold fortune descended from the heavens, grand and overwhelming, akin to a celestial river cascading to the earth. This immense force sent the Grandmaster flying 100 feet away. Zhang Shining, who was already at his limit, found renewed strength as the fortune enveloped him, feeling as if he had been divinely assisted. His eyes turned a luminous white, and an aura of solemnity enveloped him. Under the cleansing light of the purple gold fortune, his violet robe gradually shimmered with brilliance. The Grandmaster, having been forcefully struck back, rose with a whimper and cast a dark gaze upon Zhang Shining. He tore off his chest armor, gathering malevolent energy as he crouched low to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the Grandmaster launched himself forward, reaching Zhang Shining in the blink of an eye. However, before he could reach him, the sky erupted with thunder. A lightning dragon descended fiercely, crashing down upon the Grandmaster. Concurrently, behind Zhang Shining, a vague silhouette clad in a celestial robe emerged, its face indistinct. Following this figure, 43 more specters appeared one after another. From the first Grandmaster of Ming Mountain, the lineage of celestial masters materialized in succession. The 43 celestial masters stood behind Zhang Shining, their gazes filled with approval, anticipation, recognition, and seriousness. Although Zhang Shining had lost consciousness, he managed to form an ancient Taoist seal. As the seal emerged, the Taoist energy surged forth. The skies darkened as thunderclouds gathered, and the entire burial ground was shrouded in ominous black clouds. Within those clouds, countless lightning snakes danced, accompanied by the continuous roar of thunder. Faintly, 36 divine figures appeared, each clad in armor, overlooking the mortal realm. Zhang Shining grasped the lightning tribulation, his voice ethereal, resonating like the voice of heaven and earth. In the next moment, a divine figure emerged from the storm clouds, raising a hand to seize a bolt of thunder, crashing it down upon the Grandmaster. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, striking the Grandmaster with a thunderous roar. The Grandmaster howled at the sky, his malevolent energy surging as he braced himself against the heavenly thunder. Not only that, the vital energy within him surged continuously. A vast wave of malevolent energy shot up into the sky. Zhang Shining, with an expression neither mournful nor joyful, continued to channel the seal behind him, while the 43 celestial masters each performed their incantations. Amidst the storm clouds, 2 more divine figures appeared. One, clad in armor and wielding a thunder spear, hurled it forth as if piercing through the heavens. The other bent a bow and drew an arrow, which was a pure bolt of thunder, shooting forth with a resounding crack. 2 more earth-shattering bolts of lightning fell from the sky, accompanying Zhang Shining's continuous incantations. The storm of thunder rumbled as the 36 divine figures showcased their powers. Some lashed out with thunder whips, others summoned a rain of thunder swords, while another gathered countless bolts of lightning in their palms, hurling them all at once. One after another, the 36 divine figures displayed their might, raining down heavenly thunder upon the Grandmaster, whose roars echoed through the heavens, nearly drowning out the thunderous sounds. Even within the storm of lightning, he continued to struggle against fate. At that moment, a radiant and imposing law seal descended from the sky, the Celestial Master Seal. This legacy passed down through generations of celestial masters descended like a mountain, crashing to the ground and firmly suppressing the Grandmaster. The echoes of his roars vanished from the world. The 43 celestial master specters behind Zhang Shining dissipated, and the storm clouds gradually faded from sight, along with the 36 divine figures returning to the void. The land lay in ruins, scorched black, with not a blade of grass surviving where the thunder had struck. The Grandmaster had been reduced to mere ashes, dissipating into the cosmos. Zhang Shining's eyes regained their color, and he collapsed to the ground. The Celestial Master Seal transformed to its normal size, hovering gently above his head, sheltering the young Taoist. At this point, the dust settled, and the surrounding area of 10 miles was cleared of thunder tribulations. On a small hill several miles away, an unremarkable old man observed the center of the thunder tribulation. The old man, small in stature, with murky eyes, watched the young Taoist and the Celestial Master Seal in silence. Upon witnessing the Grandmaster's demise, the old man simply shook his head and slowly turned away. Just then, a figure in a green robe appeared behind him. Chapter 85, Mysterious Depths on the Hill. The old man was suddenly joined by a young man in a green robe, none other than Lin Cuo, who had hurried to this place. The seemingly ordinary old man turned to the unexpectedly appearing figure and said, slightly surprised, "It is you?" Lin Cuo's expression was serene as he spoke. "It has been a long time since we last met, Xianyu." The seemingly unremarkable, diminutive elder before him was, in fact, one of the legendary four great masters. The Xianyu old demon. The elder, whose true identity had been unveiled, merely chuckled and replied, "Indeed, it has been quite a while, 10 years, if I recall correctly." Xianyu old demon gazed at Lin Cuo and remarked with a smile, "I never expected you to still be alive." Lin Cuo merely chuckled lightly and remarked, "Surprised?" The elder Xianyu clicked his tongue twice and replied, "Surprised, yet not entirely so." He gestured towards the horizon and continued. To survive that magnificent thunderous tribulation is indeed worthy of the title the foremost in the world. In the year of the Yuan calendar, 35. A singular monumental event transpired within the martial realm. The legendary number one in the world sought to transcend and become an immortal. As he ascended the Ming Mountain, ominous clouds loomed overhead. Compared to the thunderous tribulation he faced several years ago upon ascending Ming Mountain, the recent calamity summoned by Zhang Shining, aided by half of the fortunes of the Heavenly Master's residence at Longhu Mountain, pales in comparison. Lin Cuo glanced at Zhang Shining, who was lying in the distance, and raised his chin slightly, inquiring, "Is this your handiwork?" It was rather astonishing that an aging warrior at the brink of his lifespan could uncover the traces of that legendary woman of painted skin, which seemed to belittle the prowess of several venerable masters in the realm of painted skin. 2 centuries ago, the woman mysteriously vanished from the martial world. During these 200 years, countless practitioners who pursued the art of painted skin have tirelessly sought her esteemed legacy. Yet none have succeeded in finding the lineage of that grandmaster. The enigmatic elder Xianyu chuckled softly, revealing, "Jiang Kuei is the most gifted practitioner of painted skin who emerged after that woman. I invested considerable effort to guide him. It was only as Jiang Kuei approached the twilight of his years that elder Xianyu managed to lead this old master into the shadowy subterranean palace. Ultimately, Jiang Kuei did not disappoint elder Xian's expectations, breaking through to the profound divine realm, even daring to take a perilous path to attempt to seize the essence of that grandmaster. Yet, with a sigh of resignation, elder Xianyu lamented, "Alas, it still came to naught." Even with elder Xianyu's intervention to assemble the final component for Jiang Kuei's sword, he remained unable to achieve his goal. Lin Cuo slightly tilted his body, creating a path. The mysterious old demon gradually approached Lin Cuo's side. The two walked side by side. Lin Cuo inquired with curiosity, "Has that so-called grandmaster ever taken a single step into the realm of the celestials?" The enigmatic old demon pondered for a moment before replying, "By a stretch. One could consider it a half-step into the realm of the celestials." Lin Cuo clasped her hands within her sleeves and inquired, "What stage has that painted skin woman reached in the end?" The enigmatic old demon tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied, "We have both traversed the realm of celestial beings, and the profound mysteries are well understood by us. That so-called grandmaster, even if that woman grandmaster were to reappear in this world, could never possibly breach the realm of celestial beings." Lin Cuo simply nodded lightly. The old demon Xianyu sighed in resignation, lamenting, "Unfortunately, this path remains impassable." Lin Cuo's dark eyes were as tranquil as still water as he gazed towards the horizon, murmuring, "Is immortality truly of such significance?" The enigmatic old demon fell silent for a moment before bursting into silent laughter, saying, "Only by traversing the netherworld of Fengdu can one truly comprehend its essence. It is said that this master of demonic arts once undertook a journey to Fengdu, glimpsing the thin boundary that lies between the realms of life and death." Lin Cuo turned to gaze at the desolate ruins, furrowing his brow and remarking, "Indeed, it is a laborious endeavor." The enigmatic old demon, Xianyu, paid little heed to his concern and calmly replied, "At this stage of existence, how can one resign oneself to such a fate?" The last grandmaster of the old martial world, and the first grandmaster of the new. In pursuit of the elusive path to immortality, Xianyu led Jiang Kuei to inherit the path of the painted skin woman. Though Jiang Kuei successfully forged a new path, allowing him to shed and replace his flesh continuously, it ultimately proved to be a dead end, as his corporeal form deteriorated ever more rapidly until it completely collapsed. Jiang Kuei endeavored to inherit the essence of that grandmaster, striving to awaken him fully and then occupy this body through soul-seizing techniques. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Setting aside the abandonment of the current physical form and the intricacies of soul possession, the so-called grandmaster could never genuinely ascend to the realm of transcendent beings. Having spoken thus, Xianyu suddenly pointed at Zhang Shining, who lay amidst the ruins, and inquired, "Do you wish to preserve him?" Lin Cuo nodded and spoke plainly, "Indeed. A century and 50 years ago, after the profound rise of the Xianyu demon path, the Dao sect dispatched 66 true immortals to form an encirclement. Yet, in the end, the result was tragic. The Xianyuold demon annihilated all 66 true immortals at Demon Ditch Mountain, leaving the Tao sect in a state of disarray. The esteemed Grand Master of the Celestial Master S Pavilion met his demise at the hands of the Xianyuold demon. Now, the treasured Celestial Master seal of the Celestial Master S Pavilion lay before us, while Zhang Xining, destined to inherit the Celestial Master S legacy, lay upon the ground. Surprisingly, the Xianyuold demon uttered no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Cuo and, after a moment, remarked with a smile, "You are injured, grievously so." The Xianyuold demon sighed and said, "The backlash of the heavenly Tao is indeed severe. In that fateful battle where Lin Cuo claimed the title of the world's foremost, he single-handedly infiltrated the capital of the Liang Kingdom, severing the head of the Liang King, which led to the fragmentation of the Liang Kingdom and thus the division of the world. However, the fortunes of the Liang Kingdom were not entirely extinguished. Lin Cuo's forceful intervention provoked the backlash of the heavenly Tao, culminating in the most monumental thunder tribulation in 5 centuries atop the peak of the underworld mountain. Lin Cuo did not conceal his feelings, calmly stating, "My cultivation is far from what it once was. I have long since fallen from the realm of celestial beings." Hearing this, the elder Xianyu chuckled and shook his head. Though the thunder tribulation was indeed formidable, it ultimately resulted in minor injuries. Afterward, he gestured towards Lin Cuo's heart aperture and continued with a smile, "The physical form can be repaired, but the heart of the Tao is far more challenging to mend. While it is true that the thunder calamity was impressive, it could never truly extinguish Lin Daoxian, who has steadfastly maintained his position as the foremost in the world. Yet, the backlash from the heavens will not be so easily mitigated. The body may be restored, but once the heart of the Tao is shattered, how can it be replenished?" Elder Xianyu scrutinized the young man in the azure robe before him, remarking, "Your appearance has not changed much. Yet your spirit bears little resemblance to what it once was." Lin Cuo's expression remained unchanged, and he did not utter a word. The enigmatic old demon shook his head and remarked, "It appears as though one is trapped in place, yet it is, in truth, the will of heaven." Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves and remarked, "Now is indeed an opportune moment. Will you not attempt to slay me?" The elder Xianyu, a master of the demonic path, scoffed and replied, "It is but a hollow reputation. Why should I stake my profound cultivation on such a gamble?" At that moment, this formidable practitioner of dark arts had but one aspiration, to explore the pathway to immortality. With a chuckle, Elder Xianyu declared, "I shall take my leave. There is no need for farewells." The seemingly unremarkable elder, devoid of any visible flow of vital energy, departed at a leisurely pace. Lin Cuo stood still, his gaze unwavering. After walking 100 paces, the old man suddenly halted, turning around with a cheerful smile. "Should I, the old man, truly fail to discover the path to immortality, I shall undoubtedly come to challenge you, the world's greatest, before my lifespan wanes." Chapter 86, The Profound Essence Spell. Following a cataclysmic tribulation, the heavens and earth were rendered pristine. Lin Cuo squatted beside Zhang Xining, observing this young celestial master adorned in a purple robe. At this moment, Zhang Xining had completely drained his vital energy, with strands of white hair emerging at his temples, a consequence of the celestial master's fervent exertion of his life essence. The Grand Master had gathered the 5 elements and internal organs, supplemented by the remnants left by the previous female Grand Master, enabling this formidable figure to return to life. Although this Grand Master could never ascend to the realm of celestial beings, nor could his soul linger, his physical form had undeniably crossed the threshold of the Xianxin realm, reaching the brink of the celestial realm. While he appeared to have awakened, he possessed no consciousness, existing solely as a creature driven by an urge for destruction, a half-step celestial monster. Despite Zhang Xining's status as a Xianxin and a legitimate practitioner of the Tao, suppressing Jiang Kuei came at a significant cost, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless in the face of this Grand Master, akin to a man is trying to stop a chariot. Lin Cuo grasped Zhang Xining's wrist with a single hand, attuning to the pulse within. With his own vital essence, he delineated the grand formation of the 4-yang thunderpool, only to be met with a backlash from the array, compelling him to forcibly channel the thunderous arts. Now, within Zhang Xining's corporeal realm, chaos reigned supreme. Over 100 meridians had been severed, and the combustion of vital energy had further ravaged his very foundation. It is likely that his lifespan has been diminished by at least a decade, evidenced by the 2 strands of white hair at his temples. Lin Cuo did not hesitate, channeling his refined true energy through his fingertips into Zhang Xining's meridians. The celestial talisman continued to hover above Zhang Xining's head, safeguarding the Taoist beneath it. Lin observed the celestial talisman with keen interest. Crafted entirely from dark jade, the piece possessed a substantial thickness of 7/10 of an inch. measuring 1.5 inches in length. On the left side, intricate cloud patterns were engraved, while the right side bore mystical symbols. The aura of doubt was remarkably profound. Lin Cuo gazed upon the base of the heavenly master seal, where 4 ancient characters were engraved, peace under heaven. Lin Cuo murmured softly, truly worthy of the celestial master seal. It was indeed Lin Cuo's first encounter with this esteemed artifact. According to legend, this celestial master seal was forged by the very first Grand Celestial Master, and it has been passed down through generations, held by each subsequent Grand Celestial Master. Each Grand Celestial Master, upon receiving this seal, would inscribe a profound rune with their own unique Taoist principles. Over time, the seal has accumulated a total of 43 intricate runes. Lin Cuo gazed at Zhang Xining. If his assumptions were correct, this young Taoist would be the next heir to the mantle of the Celestial Master. Lin Cuo gazed towards the direction of Beifengzhu. With such tumult in the demon realm, only Zhang Xining descended from the mountain. The Grand Master, the Celestial Teacher, did not intervene, nor did the other purple-robed Celestial Teachers make their way down. Could it be that the demon sealing tower was experiencing some unusual activity? Lin Cuo furrowed his brow slightly. In the present age, the Taihe dynasty suppresses practitioners across the realm. And although the Tianchi mansion of Longhushan stands as the foremost of all Taoist sects, it remains unable to escape the oppressive grasp of Taihe. The northern territories are undeniably dominated by the Taihe dynasty, whose flourishing national fortunes are a manifestation of prevailing trends. Currently, the purple-robed Tianchi of Longhushan is forbidden from descending the mountain without special circumstances, and should the Grand Tianchi Zhang Yuanling wish to venture down, he must first obtain the emperor's personal approval. It is likely that Zhang Xining has also descended without permission. In order to protect Zhang Xining, the contemporary Grand Tianchi Zhang Yuanling is willing to sacrifice half of Longhushan's fortunes, even dispatching the Tianchi seal across continents. A century ago, the malevolent Xianyu slaughtered 66 Taoist masters, leaving the Taoist sects on the brink of extinction, resulting in a significant decline in their influence. After the passing of the former Grand Tianchi of the Tianchi mansion, the subsequent Grand Tianchi suffered from the Taoist sect's diminished fortunes and could only lead the Tianchi mansion for a mere 20 years before departing this world. It was not until the current Grand Tianchi Zhang Yuanling that Longhushan began to regain its former vitality. As the preeminent Taoist sect, its fortunes have once again been elevated. After years of vanquishing demons and performing benevolent deeds for the people, the momentum appears to be strong. However, following this incident, the purple-golden fortunes of Longhushan have withered by half, indicating a profound injury to its essence. Lin Cuo pondered for a moment, then gracefully traced symbols in the air with 2 fingers. A shimmering golden light emanated from his fingertips, dancing and outlining intricate designs in the void. The golden glow lingered in the air for an extended period, unwavering and resolute. From beginning to end, the process flowed seamlessly. A mysterious talisman was etched into the very fabric of the atmosphere. Lin Cuo silently recited, "Clouds entwined in the boundless void, at the dawn of calamity, now distant, now near, either sinking or floating, wandering through the 5 directions, just a yard away, the heavenly true sovereign, with a stroke of the pen inscribes." To unfold the profound chapters, subsequently inscribing the spiritual talismans, the primordial beginning descends, the true script manifests, clearly existent, yet obscured in the abyss. Mystical incantation. Lin Cuo left this talisman on the back of Zhang Xining's hand. Lin Cuo sighed softly and murmured, "It has returned to its rightful owner after all." The mystic seal chant had vanished for a full century, originally held by the Taoist masters of the Lingdao sect. Yet after the great battle at Demon-Sweeping Mountain led by the Dark Abyss Demon, the sect's leader perished, and the chant was lost to time. With the Lingdao masters nearly wiped out, the profound intricacies of the mystic seal became increasingly inscrutable. Even after 50 years of relentless effort, the sect's disciples failed to fully transmit its secrets. During Lin Cuo's wandering years, he once chanced upon the Lingdao sect. By serendipity, he mastered the very chant that had eluded their disciples. The eldest surviving Taoist, far from reprimanding him for learning in secret, wept with overwhelming joy. Gazing skyward, the old master laughed heartily and cried, "Senior brother, the mystic seal chant lives on." With 3 triumphant laughs, he passed peacefully into eternity. Later, Lin Cuo learned that this revered elder had been the sworn brother of the Lingao leader who fell at Demon-Sweeping Mountain. While the leader had been a prodigy, mastering the chant and ascending to the half-step divine profound realm, the elder himself had been mediocre, his early cultivation lax and unfocused. Yet after his brother's demise, he wept bitterly, vowing to preserve the chant despite his own limitations. The old master became the last living soul who had ever witnessed the mystic seal firsthand. For 50 years, He tirelessly expounded its mysteries to baffled disciples who could scarcely grasp its ethereal nature, a truth too luminous to articulate, too elusive to convey. He clung to life solely by the conviction that the chant must endure. Only when Lin Cuo, by sheer fortune, mastered it did the elder finally depart in laughter. In the years that followed, the Lingdao sect dwindled. The current heavenly master, Zhang Yuanling, unwilling to see its extinction, granted them the sacred peak of immortal sigil within Dragon Tiger Mountain's domain, merging their lineage with the greater sect. Lin Cuo engraved the long-lost Xianyan spell onto Zhang Shening's hand. Chapter 87. Dong, Wang, Chui, Zhao, Tianjing City. Before dawn, in the depths of winter, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Outside the grand residences of the noble families, sedan chairs were prepared, with 2 or 3 young attendants bowing in anticipation. Those officials residing in the capital arose before the night had fully faded, entering their sedan chairs to proceed to the resplendent imperial city. In front of the Dong family estate, a middle-aged man emerged from the vermilion gates, adorned with a wide jade belt embroidered with azure clouds, and dressed in a bright red official robe. With a well-groomed beard and a dignified visage, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Upon seeing their master, the attendants at the doorway immediately bowed, lifting the curtain of the sedan chair for him. In Tianjing City, aside from the preeminent royal Yang family, there existed 4 prominent noble families, the Dongs, Wangs, Cuis, and Zhaos. These 4 families constituted the foremost aristocracy of Tianjing. The distinguished middle-aged gentleman was Dong Yichang, currently holding the esteemed title of first-rank protector. Inside the sedan chair, Dong Yichang closed his eyes, meditating in a cross-legged position. Besides the 2 attendants carrying the chair, another attendant, disguised as a servant but actually one of Dong's loyal enforcers, jogged alongside the sedan. In hushed tones, the man conveyed, "Master Dong, Yang Rongyue is currently at Ming Mountain." Dong Yichang remained in meditative silence, calmly responding, "Understood." He then inquired, "Where has Yang He been these past few days?" The man glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before replying, "Yang He has been lingering in a small courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, indulging in merriment with the courtesan he acquired." Dong Yichang's brow furrowed slightly, prompting him to ask, "And what of Yang Yi?" The man hesitated, expressing, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that I have been unable to locate Yang Yi." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Dong Yichang let out a cold laugh. The esteemed first-rank protector of the Dong family remarked, "If you were able to find him, he would no longer be Yang Yi." The man bowed his head slightly, affirming, "Yes." Dong Yichang replied indifferently, "Return now." As the sedan turned the corner of the street, the man who had been following vanished from sight, leaving only the 2 attendants to carry Dong Yichang toward the imperial city. Inside the sedan, Dong Yichang slowly clenched and relaxed his fists. Among the 4 great families of the capital, the Dong family boasted the first-rank protector Dong Yichang, while the Wang family had the first-rank Grand Tutor Wang Mu. And the Chui family was represented by the first-rank General Chui Yu. The 3 families, Dong, Wang, and Chui, each had a first-rank official presiding. Although both Protector Dong Yichang and Grand Tutor Wang Mu held first-rank titles, they remained overshadowed by the current Prime Minister Du Wanfeng. General Chui Yu, a first-rank military official, also found himself beneath the authority of the reigning National General Chen Kai. Du Wanfeng represented the civil authority, while Chen Kai embodied the military might, both being formidable figures in the realm of power. Among the 4 esteemed families, only the Zhao family lacked an official in the court, yet the current empress bears the Zhao name. The 4 great families were entrenched in the capital, alongside numerous other noble families. Dong Yichang pondered, his thumb stroking his chin, as he furrowed his brow slightly. The reigning Emperor Yangzhen, having aged significantly and burdened by numerous old injuries from his youthful campaigns, could not rely solely on the assistance of the Astronomical Bureau and the Alchemy House. Within 3 years, it was likely that the Dragon Throne would require a new occupant. The current Prime Minister Du Wanfeng was also advancing in years, having come from humble beginnings and being a solitary minister. The Crown Prince Yang He, despite being the nominal heir, was indolent and lacking in scholarly pursuits, leading discussions in the court to lean toward replacing him with a more capable heir. The second Prince Yang Yi, however, was known for his intellect and depth, making him a subject of speculation among many who secretly placed their bets on his potential ascendancy. Grand Tutor Wang Mu had steadfastly supported Yang He without wavering, while Protector Dong Yichang had quietly shifted his allegiance toward Yang Yi. General Chui Yu remained undecided, withholding his stance. The Zhao family, benefiting from the empress's position, acted without fear. Nevertheless, the most captivating figure in the current court was the National General Chen Kai, a man of unmatched prestige. wielding half of the military power and commanding one of the three great iron cavalry forces. Remarkably, he had not yet reached the age of 50. Dong Yichang hesitated, acutely aware of the risks inherent in secretly supporting Yang Yi. Yet, should he succeed, it would signify the Dong family's monumental achievement. Just as he contemplated this, the sedan gradually came to a halt. The attendant outside whispered, "Master Dong, we have arrived." Dong Yichang leaned out of the sedan, beholding the magnificent imperial city before him. Regardless of rank, all entering here were required to dismount and proceed on foot to the court, with the sole exception being the urgent reports from the esteemed Chief Steward Chen. In the Golden Throne Hall, the civil and military officials lined up at the palace gates. Clad in splendid official robes and golden boots, they entered in an orderly fashion, advancing toward the court. The officials varied in age and demeanor, yet each one symbolized the power and majesty of the Taya dynasty. As the officials took their places within the Golden Throne Hall, the first rays of dawn broke through the darkness. A beam of morning light streamed into the hall, illuminating the figure of the foremost civil official, Prime Minister Du Wanfeng. Known for his exceptional skills and astute character, Du Wanfeng, still stooped and squinting with a smile, stood before Dong Yichang and Wang Mu, followed closely by Minister of War Qin Na, Minister of Revenue Wang Zhenghe, and Minister of Rights Li Zida. Leading the military officials was the National General Chen Kai, the only one permitted to don armor and bear arms in the hall. With one hand resting on his sword, his expression remained indifferent, followed by General Chui Yu. On this day, no princes were present, only the civil and military officials. This assembly of powerful individuals stood quietly within the Golden Throne Hall until an elderly man clad in a yellow robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons made his entrance. All officials bowed their heads and proclaimed, "Long live the Emperor." Yang Jin surveyed the assembly below before gradually taking his seat upon the dragon throne. In the southern part of Tianjin City, within an exquisite and antiquated courtyard, adorned with peculiar stones and lush trees, a meandering stream flowed gracefully. At the center stood a quaint pavilion named the Sheshui Pavilion, serene and rustic, embodying the essence of nature. Within the pavilion sat a tall man in a crimson robe, his prominent brows and large eyes betraying his identity as the crown prince, Yang He, who was indulging in wine. Opposite him, a graceful woman, reminiscent of a fallen flower, began to dance languidly. Despite the deep winter, she wore delicate veils, her alluring eyes captivating as she twirled gracefully. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in a fox fur coat entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the visitor, Yang He beamed with delight. "Yang Yi, what brings you here today?" Chapter 88. The celestial stream of jade. Yang He rose to his feet and beckoned to Yang Yi. Yang Yi slowly entered the water leakage pavilion and sat opposite Yang He. With a calm demeanor, he said, "I find myself with idle time and thought to visit my brother Wang. I hope you do not take offense." Yang Yi furrowed his brow and waved his hand in mock anger, exclaiming, "Nonsense. As brothers, we should not utter such foolishness." Having said that, Yang He immediately broke into a cheerful smile, embracing Yang Yi's shoulders. He winked at the courtesan dancing gracefully nearby and, with a grin, remarked, "What is this? Are you unable to resist any longer? I've been saving her for you. Do not be deceived by her sultry demeanor, for she is still quite innocent." Calling out to the courtesan, Yang He commanded, "Come here." Upon hearing his voice, the woman halted her movements, her delicate steps leading her toward the pavilion. The courtesan, already possessing a figure of exquisite grace, wore only a light veil that accentuated her curves, creating an enchanting sight as she approached. When she reached them, she bit her crimson lip, lowered her gaze, and softly addressed him, "Your Highness." Seeing her alluring appearance, Yang He playfully scolded, "What a brazen hussy." Yang He frowned slightly and said, "Brother Wang." But before he could finish, Yang He seized the woman with one hand and pulled her suddenly toward him. "Ah!" She gasped as she was unexpectedly drawn into his embrace, landing on his lap. Yang He wrapped an arm around her slender waist and playfully squeezed her rounded form. "Ah, Your Highness," she exclaimed, feigning irritation while her eyes glimmered with seduction, her breath quickening. Despite the biting cold of winter, the courtesan, clad only in her sheer attire, exuded warmth akin to exquisite jade. Yang He feigned intent to push her toward Yang Yi, but Yang Yi abruptly stood and coldly stated, "Brother Wang, that is enough." Reluctantly, Yang He retained the courtesan in his embrace and remarked, "You truly are a blockhead." With a quiet sigh, Yang Yi calmly continued, "Brother Wang, currently, Rongyi resides within Ming Mountain and will return to Tianjin City in 5 days." Yang He nodded nonchalantly, inquiring, "Has there been no news from the demon suppression tower of the Celestial Master's estate?" After a brief silence, Yang Yi replied, "It has been suppressed by the Celestial Master." Yang He exhaled in relief, stating, "That is good, that is good." It is rumored that beneath that tower lies a three-headed, six-armed demon. If it were to escape, it would be disastrous. Yang Yi helplessly remarked, Brother Wang, those are merely rumors. Yang Yi dismissed the concern with indifference, saying nothing further. Gazing into the distance, Yang Yi suddenly spoke coldly, Brother Wang, I shall personally go to retrieve you back to the capital. Yang Yi momentarily appeared taken aback but quickly regained his composure, falling into silence. Yang Yi's eyes were as cold as frost as he scoffed. Some individuals can no longer restrain themselves and wish to test the limits of this imperial city. With that, Yang Yi turned, determined to discover who sought their own demise. Yang Yi remained silent, his wine cup suspended in the air. It is widely known that Emperor Yongzhen had 3 princes and 2 princesses, yet now the Taihe dynasty boasts only Princess Yang Rongyue. The young princess perished tragically at the tender age of 13 during the downfall of the Liang kingdom. Just as the Taihe dynasty had secured the northern territories when the situation remained precarious, someone had attempted to test the emperor's limits by endangering a princess's life. But Emperor Yongzhen personally intervened, halting the inquiry altogether. Before leaving the small courtyard, Yang Yi glanced back at Yang He. The second prince, wrapped in his fox fur, bore a complex expression as he turned to depart. Once Yang Yi had left, Yang He's demeanor shifted to calm. He coldly commanded the courtesan in his arms, depart. The courtesan immediately stood, obediently positioning herself aside, silent as a shadow. Yang He, with an impassive expression, placed his wine cup on the table. The capital of Tianjin is indeed bustling. Those old schemers can no longer contain themselves. The 4 great families, Dong, Wang, Zhao, and Cui, have long been restless. And now they are finally making their move. Yang He rose and coldly instructed from the shadows, follow Yang Yi closely. Ensure that he and Ronyu return safely to Tianjin City. A hoarse voice responded from the dark, as you command. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, his figure melding into the shadows as he gazed upon the resplendent imperial city, sensing the storm brewing on the horizon. In Taizhou, amidst a landscape of sparse greenery and rugged stones, a dry, parched basin lay ensconced by mountains, perpetually stifling in heat. This basin, however, is one of the 72 blessed lands, known as Gan Mountain. Despite its arid and oppressive nature, it bears the name Gan, which signifies sweetness. After departing from the mass grave, Lin Cuo chose not to return to Yuzhou, but instead took a detour towards Taizhou. At this moment, Lin Cuo stood at the edge of the Ganshan blessed land, his figure rising and falling amidst the scattered rocks. The further he ventured towards the heart of the blessed land, the drier it became, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. Lin Cuo stood atop a peculiar stone, his azure robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. He hastened towards the inner sanctum of Gan Mountain's blessed land, weaving through the tangled thickets of jagged rocks, where distant sounds of clinking and clattering echoed faintly. Upon hearing this melodic symphony of metal and stone, a serene smile graced Lin Cuo's lips, prompting him to quicken his pace. At the heart of Gan Mountain's sacred realm, the previously oppressive heat transformed into a refreshing ambience. A gentle breeze caressed his face, imbued with a cool, sweet moisture that invigorated his spirit. Further afield, a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth, its melodious gurgling resonating in the tranquil air. The water was icy and piercing, a stark contrast to the warmth surrounding it. The center of Gan Mountain's blessed land revealed an expansive clearing, its surface dark and lustrous, exuding an unparalleled chill. Lin Cuo halted upon this expansive, open ground. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of lustrous, obsidian black earth, which was, in fact, a colossal piece of Tianjin jade. This jade is a rare treasure, elusive and almost mythical. Once it appears in the world, it becomes exceedingly difficult to obtain, commanding a price that is astronomical. Renowned for its exceptional hardness, Tianjin jade serves as the ultimate whetstone, coveted by both sword cultivators and blade wielders alike. This naturally occurring heavenly forged Tianjin jade epitomizes the essence of Ganshan's blessed land. Scattered across the vast plain were several makeshift thatched cottages. Here resided an unparalleled master craftsman of the world. As Lin Cuo took his first step forward, a sudden, resonant cry of a sword echoed through the heavens and earth. In an instant, a flying sword shot forth from one of the cottages. This sword, with its razor-sharp edge and a body enveloped in swirling white mist, moved with astonishing speed. The rapidity of the flying sword was such that the mist coalesced into a singular line, producing a thunderous sound as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Cuo's face. With a resounding thud, the sword's tip came to a mere inch from Lin Cuo's brow. Remarkably, Lin Cuo remained motionless, effortlessly pinching the incoming flying sword between his two fingers. The sword, trembling in his grasp, could advance no further. as the flying sword abruptly halted. The residual sword energy howled past, rustling Lin Cuo's garments and causing his long hair to billow. Chapter 89. Xianyuanyu. Lin Cuo gently pushed aside the tip of the sword, casting the freshly tempered longsword to the side. Lin Cuo turned his gaze slightly and chuckled. To welcome an old friend in such a grand manner is truly unprecedented. Not far away, a robust man emerged from a thatched cottage, his upper body bare. The man paid no heed to Lin Cuo's words and replied with a smile, "After all, it is the esteemed Master Lin who graces us with his presence. It is only fitting that we make it sufficiently remarkable." With that, he raised his hand, and the flying sword obediently returned to his grasp. The man examined the longsword, just tempered from the forge, and with a flick of his fingers against the blade, a clear and melodious chime resonated. He smiled and remarked, "Not bad." This man bore the surname Xianyuan. Lin Cuo approached Xianyuanyu, gently touching the flying sword, and remarked, "It seems the world is about to gain another renowned blade." Xianyuanyu, with one hand grasping the long sword, smiled and said, "The sword shall be named Autumn Cicada. What do you think?" Lin Cuo gently nodded and remarked, "Excellent." Xianyuanyu had secluded himself for 5 years, dedicating that span of time to forge this sword, the Autumn Cicada. This exquisite blade was crafted from celestial iron fallen from the heavens. Merely melting that piece of extraterrestrial metal with fierce flames consumed an entire year of Xianyuanyu's life. Shaping it into the form of a sword required yet another year. From the moment the furnace was ignited, 5 cycles of spring and autumn passed before the endeavor was finally accomplished. Once tempered and revealed to the world, the sword emanated a brilliant light, as if it possessed a spirit of its own, earning its place among the renowned swords of the realm. Xianyuanyu then turned to Lin Cuo, his curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Lin Daoxian, what brings you to Gan Mountain's blessed land?" No sooner had he spoken than Xianyuanyu's expression shifted. He furrowed his brow intensely, staring at Lin Cuo in disbelief, exclaiming, "You have fallen in rank." Lin Cuo smiled helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. Xianyuanyu had secluded himself for a full 5 years, detached from worldly affairs and shunning the mundane. Naturally, Lin Cuo was oblivious to the happenings in the martial world, including the tribulation at the darkening mountain. The martial realm is not short of enthusiasts, and Xianyuanyu is an indisputable aficionado of weapon forging. This preeminent craftsman, renowned throughout the land, has long resided in the blessed sanctuary of Gan Mountain. Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, uttering no further words but instead smiling as he inquired, "Do you still stand by your promise to forge a weapon for me?" Xianyuanyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Of course. For a craftsman of weapons, the ability to forge a renowned blade is of utmost importance. Furthermore, after the creation of a divine weapon, the wielder becomes the second most significant matter. The most illustrious example is the heavenly defeat sword immortal from 3 centuries ago, who ranked as the foremost among the 4 great masters of the old Jianghu, wielding the famed sword Daiyan. This heavenly defeat sword immortal traversed the world with the Daiyan sword, commanding the peaks of Wuyue Mountain. Consequently, the illustrious sword Daiyan has earned its place as the foremost blade in the realm. Despite the passage of 300 years, Daiyan remains the sword of choice in the hearts of sword cultivators everywhere. As for the current leader of the sword path, the Cold Pool Sword Immortal, whether his sword Hanmei can usurp the position of Daiyan remains uncertain. Among contemporary sword cultivators, there exists an unspoken yet universally acknowledged truth. The fate of Hanmei in displacing Daiyan hinges on whether the Cold Pool Sword Immortal can surpass the title of the world's number 1 within 50 years. However, after the demise of that number 1 amidst the treacherous paths of the underworld mountain, this matter was left unresolved. Xianyuanyu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he asked, "What do you require me to forge for you?" It is worth noting that the individual before him is universally acknowledged as the foremost in the realm today. 10 years prior, upon their first meeting, Xianyuanyu had vowed to create a weapon for Lin Daoxian. Yet, the white-haired Lin Daoxian had jovially declined Xianyuanyu's generous offer. When Xianyuanyu had curiously pressed for the reason behind his refusal, the venerable man, already a master of the heavenly being realm, simply raised his hand towards the heavens, as if to touch the firmament, and laughed, "I am invincible in this world. Why would I need to rely on external objects?" At that time, Lin Daoxian had already mastered the ultimate arts of the world, confident in his unparalleled strength, regarding external objects as mere burdens. A whole decade passed without their meeting. Today, just as Xianyuanyu had completed forging the Autumn Cicada, Lin Cuo had graced the Ganzon blessed land with his presence. As for the reason behind this man's current decline in stature and the transformation of his hair from white to black, Xianyuanyu felt no intrigue whatsoever. Lin Daoxian stated that he would listen. Lin Daoxian remained silent, and thus he chose not to listen. However, Xian Yuanyu was acutely aware of one thing. He still owed Lin Daoxian a weapon of divine craftsmanship. Lin Cuo gazed at the distant spring and spoke. I require a sword. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanyu was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence before cautiously inquiring. Are you referring to the sword of the cold pool? It is essential to note that the martial world is currently graced by the presence of a foremost swordsman. The sword immortal of the cold pool. Beneath the sword immortal, there exist 3 peak sword cultivators, Bai Xian, Chen Bai, and Wu Fengdong. Now you, who are hailed as the number 1 in the realm, wish to focus on the sword path. Do you, Lin Daoxian, aspire to claim the title of a great sword immortal? Or do you intend to engage in a life and death contest with the cold pool? Lin Cuo sighed helplessly, stating, It is not for me, but for a junior of the martial world. Xian Yuanyu was taken aback, stroking his chin in curiosity as he inquired. Could there truly be a junior who has captured the attention of you, Lin Daoxian? Among all the cultivators Xian Yuanyu had encountered in his lifetime, Lin Daoxian undoubtedly epitomized the very essence of audacity. Yet now, he sought a sword for the sake of a junior? Xian Yuanyu gazed at Lin Cuo, exclaiming in disbelief. This truly defies comprehension. After a decade apart, how is it that you, the once unbridled champion of the realm, have lost your fierce demeanor, transforming instead into a courteous and humble individual? Lin Cuo merely clasped his hands and chuckled lightly, saying, What? Have you never heard the saying that after 3 days apart, one should regard another with renewed admiration? Xian Yuanyu continued to wear a peculiar expression. Lin Cuo's expression was one of helplessness, leaving him at a loss for words. Xian Yuanyu ceased to press further on the matter and instead extended the newly emerged autumn cicada in his hand to Lin Cuo, saying, Shall I present this autumn cicada to that individual? Lin Cuo, however, had never wielded this longsword, which possessed a quality sufficient to rank among the top 10 renowned swords in the world. Lin Cuo handed the sword Xiaochan to Xian Yuanyu and remarked, There is no rush. He is not yet worthy to wield Xiaochan. Xian Yuanyu, displaying no pretensions, promptly accepted the sword. This exquisite blade, which had taken 5 years to forge, naturally awaited a sword cultivator who had longed for it. For Xian Yuanyu, the art of weapon crafting was the sole pursuit of significance. All other matters were mere distractions to be cast aside. He then inquired, What material do you wish to use for the forging of the sword? Lin Cuo extended his left hand, pointing towards the ground. Xian Yuantuo was initially perplexed, but soon spoke in disbelief. You intend to forge a sword from Tianjin jade? Chapter 90, Heading North. Xian Yuanyu, filled with confusion, looked towards Lin Cuo and remarked, Though Tianjin jade is a renowned whetstone of celestial quality and ranks among the hardest materials in the world, do you not understand that rigidity can lead to fractures? Tianjin jade is not an ideal material for sword forging. As Xian Yuanyu rightly stated, it is not simply the case that the harder, the better, in weaponry. Rigidity invites breakage, while softness invites bending. Only through a harmonious balance of hardness and softness, coupled with relentless tempering, can a true masterpiece emerge. Lin Cuo gently shook his head and replied, Better to be unyielding than to bend. A weapon is an extension of one's limbs. It moves with the body. The body moves with the heart, and the heart moves with intention. Only a weapon that resonates with one's true path can attain the realm of unity between man and sword. Xian Yuanyu then inquired, How long ago did you come to retrieve the sword? Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, silently contemplating. He remarked, It could take as long as 3 years, but as little as 1. Xian Yuanyu chuckled softly, replying, Then it shall be 1 year. Lin Cuo calmly stated, Once he ascends to the upper 3 realms, shatters his own sword, and traverses the rivers and lakes, he will return here to claim this longsword. Upon hearing the phrase rather bend than break, Xian Yuanyu repeated it several times in contemplation, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Very well, I am quite eager to witness the character of this junior in the martial world. Xian Yuanyu then inquired, What if he does not shatter his sword, or if he acquires another sword elsewhere? Lin Cuo fell silent for a moment before speaking. Then this longsword forged from the Tianjin jade does not belong to him. Xian Yuanyu grinned and replied, What a splendid embodiment of steadfastness. Can this young aspirant of the martial world truly navigate the trial of conscience you have devised for him? Lin Cuo did not respond. He merely gazed at the horizon and said with a smile, Let us wait and see. Xian Yuanyu crouched down and gently tapped the piece of Tianjin jade, inquiring, What shall the sword be named once it is forged? Lin Cuo gently pressed his thumb against his index finger and spoke, The sword is named, Jade Shattered. In Yuzhou. At the circulating city, a man named Wang Jin returned to Cuo Zhai and sat cross-legged on a bamboo bed, slowly regulating his internal energy. His martial arts energy originated from the dantian and circulated around the body. The circulation is round, a perpetual cycle without end. As his energy flowed through this cycle, Wang Jin, having survived a life-and-death confrontation, advanced 2 minor realms from the mid-stage of energy to the half-step golden body realm. Not only did he break through his realm, but his sword intent also crystallized through battle. Opening his eyes, he raised his left hand, focusing his mind. A subtle layer of profound sword intent emerged from his left hand. Only by cultivating a sword intent could one be considered a true sword practitioner, rather than merely a swordsman. Unlike the flashy martial arts seen in the rivers and lakes, a sword practitioner who nurtures a sword intent can genuinely step into the path of the sword. Wang Jin gradually dissipated this sword intent and stood up. The wounds from the battle had mostly healed. Rather than hastily practicing swordsmanship, he picked up his treasured sword. He positioned the long sword across his chest, gripping the hilt with his right hand, and slowly drew the iron sword from its sheath. Since beginning his sword training, aside from the wooden sword, this ancient iron sword was his first true blade, purchased in Beifengzhu for a mere 8 taels of silver. Now, with his considerable cultivation, he examined the iron sword with meticulous attention. Wang Jin clearly noticed the fine cracks running along the blade. He returned the long sword to its sheath. The young man felt an inexplicable longing for home. The Taihe dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty divided the realm. The Taihe dynasty occupied the north, comprising 12 provinces, while the Kaiyuan dynasty held the south with 10 provinces, separated by the Tongtian River. Shuzhou, as the southernmost province of the Taihe dynasty, lay close to the Tongtian River. Gazing across at the Kaiyuan dynasty, Shuzhou was garrisoned with a formidable force of 100,000 border troops, predominantly seasoned warriors who had fought through the chaos of the times, among them the renowned Kaishan heavy cavalry. Yet, since ancient times, no fortress has ever been truly impregnable. Human hearts are fickle and ever-changing. Presently, a young couple had crossed the Tongtian River and landed on the outskirts of Shuzhou. The man, clad in simple attire with his black hair casually tied back, always wore a smile. He jovially remarked, "So this is the Taihe dynasty?" Stretching his limbs, he playfully teased the woman beside him. "Pei Hui, do you think we can claim to be the first to penetrate the Taihe dynasty? It wouldn't be too much to return and boast about our pioneering achievement, would it?" The woman stood silently beside him, casting a cold glance and retorting, "Chen Fan, you might as well shout even louder to attract the Shuzhou army and present a grand gift to Yangshan." The man, named Chen Fan, seemed unfazed. Waving his hand dismissively, "The arrangements for the crossing have been meticulously prepared. Our forged travel documents are flawless. There will be no issues." Pei Hui shot him a withering look and scoffed. "Once you truly attract the Kaishan heavy cavalry, it will be your turn to weep." Chen Fan squinted and smiled, saying, "The Kaishan heavy cavalry cannot move without imperial command. Even if they were to discover our whereabouts, they must first respectfully request the imperial edict from Yangshan and the military token from Qin Kai before they dare to mobilize." Pei Hui did not refute him. Indeed, the Kaishan heavy cavalry was the premier cavalry of the Taihe dynasty, but their position was quite delicate. Although they were under the Taihe dynasty's command, their origins lay with Qin Kai's personal guards. During the times of turmoil, Qin Kai had been a great general of the Taihe dynasty. Yet with the northern realm now pacified and no immediate threat of conflict between the Taihe and Kaiyuan dynasties, the aging Emperor Yangshan's situation had become exceedingly intricate. The Kaishan heavy cavalry could only be deployed with both the imperial edict and military token in hand. Qin Kai had long since exhausted his titles. After the pacification of the northern realm, he was more than worthy of being bestowed the title of a feudal lord. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Emperor Yangshan had declined to approve the title or if Qin Kai had refused it. The powerful general of the nation remained in Tianjing City. Chen Fan stroked his chin with a grin. "I imagine Tianjing City must be quite lively now." Pei Hui promptly interrupted, "Chen Fan, I advise you to abandon this line of thought. If you truly set foot in Tianjing City, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Chen Fan spat dismissively. "Pa, what are you saying? I would never be foolish enough to swagger into Tianjing City." He understood well that within Tianjing City, aside from the visible astronomical bureau and the Imperial Guard, there were also numerous martial arts masters concealed within the royal city, not to mention the ever-present red-robed chief eunuch. "Chen," Pei Hui said, "let's go and retrieve that sword from Taizhou. The longer you remain in the Taihe dynasty, the greater your risk of exposure. Even your Chaos God garment, which conceals the heavenly secrets, may not suffice. Those from the astronomical bureau are not to be trifled with." Chen Fan shook his head. "No need to rush. It's not every day we travel north. Moving slowly allows for clearer observation." Chapter 91. The Path of Virtue Beifengzhu. The territory of Longhu Mountain. Amidst the magnificent purple-gold aura that surged from Chaotian Peak, the Tianshi seal transformed into a stream of light and flew out, prompting widespread discussion throughout Beifengzhou. At Chaotian Peak. In the cool residence, Yang Rongyue, who had been there for half a month, gazed at the distant Jinwu pool, her expression complex. The red-robed eunuch beside her bowed and said, "Your Highness, it is time to return." Yang Rongyue replied calmly, "I'm seeing this." The red-robed eunuch could say no more and silently stepped aside. The official reason was to visit Longhu Mountain, but in truth, it was to supervise the Tianshi office of Longhu Mountain. The purple-gold aura of Longhu Mountain's lotus had withered by half overnight. Now that the demon suppression tower had fallen silent, the fortunes of Longhu Mountain had diminished significantly. Yang Rongyue furrowed her brows slightly, gazing silently at the Jinwu pool. News had already arrived from Tianjing City, allowing Yang Rongyue to leave the mountain. Yet, she delayed, unwilling to depart. Meanwhile, 100 iron cavalrymen entered the territory of Longhu Mountain, moving freely through the sacred grounds of the Taoist ancestors, directly heading towards Chaotian Peak. Leading them was a strikingly handsome man clad in a snow-white fox fur coat. He was none other than the second Prince Yang Yi, who had journeyed from Tianjing City. The 100 iron cavalry halted at the foot of Chaotian Peak, and Yang Yi ascended the mountain alone. Along the way, the Taoists of Longhu Mountain paid him no mind. Not until he reached the entrance of the cool residence did any Tianshi appear. Yang Yi's expression was stern as he pushed the door open. Yang Rongyue, who had been gazing at the Jinwu pool, was slightly startled and turned her gaze toward the entrance. The red-robed eunuch beside her narrowed his eyes, subtly raising his arm beneath his sleeve, covered in precious armor. Who dares to intrude upon the cool residence? However, the moment Yang Yi stepped in, the eunuch's expression shifted, and he suddenly knelt on one knee. Furthermore, the scattered martial artists within the cool residence gathered, revealing themselves. Inside and outside, everyone knelt on one knee. The red-robed eunuch spoke in a deep voice, "We pay our respects to your highness." The warriors outside the cool retreat all exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to your highness." Yang Yi, however, regarded them with indifference, his gentle gaze fixed upon the woman reclining against the stone table. The moment Yang Rongyue caught sight of Yang Yi, she exclaimed in surprise, "Second brother? What brings you here?" Yang Yi responded with a soft smile, "I have come to escort you home." Rising swiftly, Yang Rongyue approached him, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, "So, have you grown fond of staying at Longhu Mountain? Unwilling to return to Tianjing City?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "How could that be?" Yang Yi understood well that her reluctance to leave stemmed from her desire to wait for the young Taoist to return to the mountain. Perhaps only upon witnessing his safe return would she feel at ease to depart. Yang Yi turned his gaze towards the stone table at the center of the cool retreat, which bore the osmanthus cake from Longhu Mountain. With a light chuckle, he inquired, "Are you still comfortable residing at Longhu Mountain?" Yang Rongyue opened her mouth to respond, softly saying, "It's all right." A flicker of emotion passed across her face, and she hesitated to speak further. Sensing her unspoken thoughts, Yang Yi coldly addressed the red-robed eunuch, commanding, "Step back." The eunuch, momentarily taken aback, hesitated, "Your Highness, this." Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and coldly reiterated, "Leave." The eunuch, feeling a sudden urgency, bowed his head and complied, "Yes." He retreated with trepidation. Once the eunuch and the warriors had departed, Yang Rongyue looked at Yang Yi, frowning. "You brought me to Longhu Mountain not merely to keep an eye on the Demon Lock Tower, did you?" After a brief silence, Yang Yi replied slowly, "Indeed. It was to monitor the celestial master of Longhu Mountain." Before he could elaborate, Yang Rongyue interjected, but Chao Yangming had already anticipated Zhang Shining's unauthorized descent. Yang Yi sighed softly, responding, "Correct. Mr. Chao foresaw that you would allow Zhang Shining to descend." Yang Rongyue clenched her sleeves tightly, her voice trembling. "And that monstrous Grand Master, as well as the purple gold fortune lotus of Longhu Mountain, too?" Yang Yi did not conceal the truth, softly stating, "As the ancestral ground of the Taoist sect, Longhu Mountain currently enjoys great fortune. Mr. Chao seeks to diminish its power." Upon hearing this, Yang Rongyue could only offer a bitter smile. Mr. Chao had sent her to monitor Longhu Mountain, fully aware that she would protect Zhang Shining. Relying solely on Zhang Shining to eliminate the demons was impossible. Either Longhu Mountain would suffer a significant loss of fortune, allowing Zhang Shining to summon the celestial masters of past generations, or this next celestial master would perish at the hands of that Grand Master. The ultimate outcome was that the current Grand Master Zhang Yuanling had to sacrifice half of the sect's fortune to reverse Zhang Shining's fate using the celestial master seal. Yang Yi's expression remained composed as he said, "Rongyue, For the sake of Taiha, Mr. Chao's contributions are immense. The court has suppressed the martial world for many years. Only by continuously repressing these foremost sects can Taiha maintain its grip over the north. Yang Rongyue fell into silence for a moment before gently nodding. Yang Yi did not elaborate further, simply gazing towards the foot of the mountain, saying, "Let us depart." Yang Rongyue's demeanor returned to normal, and she nodded lightly. The second Prince Yang Yi and Princess Yang Rongyue descended the mountain together. Strangely, despite their noble status, no celestial master from Longhu Mountain came forth to see them off. Not only did the Grand Master Zhang Yuanling remain absent, but the other purple-robed celestial masters also did not appear. The pair made their way to the foot of Chaotian Peak, where 100 iron cavalry awaited them. Upon entering the carriage, they departed. As they reached the boundaries of Longhu Mountain, Yang Rongyue felt a sudden intuition and lifted the curtain of the carriage. On a small peak, a young Taoist with graying temples gazed silently in their direction. Upon seeing him, Yang Rongyue's eyes trembled. The young Taoist merely cast a distant glance before vanishing into the mountains. Her expression shifted slightly, her eyelids lowering, her beautiful eyes reflecting a depth of emotion. In her heart, she silently whispered, "I'm sorry." In northern Shuzhou, advancing another 20 miles would lead them out of its territory. Chen Fan, clad in humble attire, clasped his hands behind his head, chuckling, "Shuzhou is nothing extraordinary." Pei Hui, beside him, gently remarked, "Shuzhou is a military stronghold. It is bound to be strict and harsh." Chen Fan merely smiled lightly, offering no further commentary. He squinted towards the horizon, scoffing, "Taiha is truly fascinating, relying on the Taoist's compassion for the people to exploit them mercilessly." Pei Hui understood well what Chen Fan referred to. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "The Taoist sect is filled with true practitioners." Chen Fan's gaze remained tranquil as he softly stated, "To cultivate the way is to prioritize the ancestors before oneself, solely engaging in the path of righteousness to aid and guide the world." Lin Cuo did not leave but instead chose to reside temporarily in the auspicious land of Gan Mountain. After all, even if the coveted Tianjin jade had been selected, extracting it from this precious stone was no simple endeavor. In terms of hardness, Tianjin jade stands unrivaled across the realm. It is worth noting that Tianjin jade is utilized as a premier whetstone for sharpening blades. To sever a piece of Tianjin jade, one must possess the prowess of a master at the divine transformation realm. Although Shan Yuanyu is a top-tier artificer, he is merely at the pinnacle of the golden body realm. Therefore, the task of extracting the jade would fall upon Lin Cuo. In recent days, Shan Yuanyu has measured with utmost precision, yet he has been unable to locate a suitable spot. It is essential to understand that the character Gan in Gan Mountain's auspicious land is situated precisely over this expanse of Tianjin jade and the frigid spring. Should either be compromised, the feng shui of Gan Mountain would undoubtedly be disrupted. Lin Cuo silently followed behind and inquired, "Have you not found a suitable location?" Shan Yuanyu, who was crouched on the ground, did not lift his head but replied calmly, "I have already identified 3 suitable places. There's no need to rush. I will make a decision once I have completed my measurements." Lin Cuo gazed upon the vast expanse of the dark earth beneath his feet. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "How much of this Tianjin jade has been lost over the millennia?" It is well known that once Tianjin jade emerges into the world, it becomes a coveted treasure, fervently sought after by cultivators across the realm. This precious jade is particularly adored by sword cultivators and blade wielders alike. Legend has it that within the Taishu sword sect lies a colossal piece of Tianjin jade weighing 13,000 jin. A natural masterpiece that now stands proudly upon the Tianjin peak as the guardian treasure of the mountain. Yet, when compared to the Tianjin jade found in the Ganzan blessed land, it pales in significance. For weapon artisans, Tianjin jade is of unparalleled value, regarded as the quintessential material for tempering weaponry. Shan Yuanyu, with one hand resting upon the earth, chuckled and posed the question, "What do you think?" Lin Cuo raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke slowly, "The blessed land of Ganshan has been passed down through generations, after a millennium. Has it not at least diminished by half?" Shan Yuanyu straightened up and replied softly, "It has not diminished by even 1/10. Lin Cuo stood frozen in place and exclaimed, "After a millennium, merely a loss of 10%. Shan Yuanyu pointed to the Tianjin jade beneath their feet and replied, "Indeed, the master of the Gan Mountain blessed land has been passed down through generations. I, Shan Yuanyu, am the 17th master of this blessed land. Over the course of 1,000 years, this Tianjin jade has suffered a loss of less than 10%. After speaking, Shan Yuanyu turned to Lin Cuo, smilingly inquired, "What do you believe alchemy to be?" Lin Cuo pondered for a moment and remarked, "To seize the essence of heaven and earth, to create the most exquisite treasures of the human realm." Yet, Xianyuanyu gently shook his head and replied, "It is not a matter of seizing, but rather stealing." Lin Cuo furrowed his brow and murmured, "Thievery?" Xianyuanyu nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, it is thievery." He gestured towards the horizon and continued, "The natural world, nurtured by the heavens, is a manifestation of cosmic creation." After this, Xianyuanyu pointed to himself and elaborated. The art of crafting artifacts serves as a conduit between the celestial and the terrestrial, appropriating the essence of the universe to forge treasures of the mortal realm. With a grave expression, Xianyuanyu stated, "Humans are the apex of all beings, possessing the power to create and destroy, to seize the essence of all that exists. Both cultivators and mortals are, in essence, thieves." Lin Cuo furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Xianyuanyu, crouching on the ground, remarked, "Regardless of whether one is a mortal or a cultivator, whether engaged in forging or alchemy, all are but thieves, appropriating the creations of heaven and earth for their own purposes. To the cosmos, we are all but plunderers." Xianyuanyu rubbed his palms together and, with a cheerful smile, continued, "Do you know what my master said to me upon my initiation into the art of forging?" Lin Cuo gazed at Xianyuanyu and inquired, "What?" Xianyuanyu appeared lost in thought and softly responded, "My master advised me to take with moderation and use with restraint." He gestured towards the horizon and added, "To revere the heavens and the earth." Lin Cuo gazed at the horizon, murmuring, "Reverence for heaven and earth." Xianyuanyu's expression softened, and he replied with a smile, "It is permissible to utilize the natural treasures of the earth, as they are meant for our use. Yet, one must always harbor a sense of reverence, taking only what is necessary and never harming the balance of nature." Xianyuanyu chuckled lightly and added, "The universe endures and flows infinitely. It must be approached with such understanding." Lin Cuo sighed and remarked, "I have gained much." Xianyuanyu glanced at Lin Cuo and suddenly said, "Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your fall, I believe it is not necessarily a bad thing." Lin Cuo was momentarily taken aback and pressed further, "Why?" Xianyuanyu scratched his cheek and replied, "In those days, when one was the unrivaled champion of the world, lofty and distant, soaring amidst the clouds, who had the inclination to cast a glance upon the mortal realm and attend to such trifling details." Lin Cuo smiled helplessly and softly remarked, "Indeed. This must be what they refer to as virtue not matching position." However, Xianyuanyu waved his hand and replied, "One cannot say that. After all, the title of the world's foremost is truly justified." Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, his gaze serene, and remarked, "In the past, I hurried too swiftly, missing countless opportunities. Now, as I traverse the world once more, I shall take the time to observe the intricacies of the martial realm." Meanwhile, Xianyuanyu continued to measure the expanse of this celestial valley, while Lin Cuo languidly allowed his thoughts to wander freely. Lin Cuo suddenly had a thought and raised his hand with a gesture. The flying sword in the thatched cottage responded as if it had received a command, soaring outwards. The autumn cicadas circled around Lin Cuo, resembling a snow-white dragon in graceful flight. Lin Cuo gazed upon the long sword, a masterpiece forged over 5 long years by Xianyuanyu. Lin Cuo inquired with curiosity, "Who is the sword cultivator who has patiently awaited the autumn cicada for 5 years?" Xianyuanyu did not conceal the answer and replied, "It is Chen Fan." Lin Cuo furrowed her brows slightly. "Chen? The Qin clan of the Kaiyuan dynasty?" The borders of Taizhou. Chen Fan and Pei Hui sat at a wonton stall, where Chen Fan ordered 2 large bowls of wontons, one for each of them. He rolled up his sleeves, smiling as he accepted the 2 bowls handed over by the vendor. "Thank you," he said, placing the bowls on the table. However, despite Pei Hui sitting right beside him, Chen Fan made no effort to offer her any wontons, instead gathering both bowls in front of himself. Unperturbed by Pei Hui's disapproving gaze, he took a condiment dish from the table, scooped a generous spoonful of chili oil, and poured it into his bowl. The winter chill had yet to dissipate, and the steaming wontons were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hastily popped a wonton into his mouth. "Ouch!" he gasped, feeling the heat sear his lips. Pei Hui, sitting beside him, wore a look of resigned amusement. As they traversed through Shuzhou, their journey was marked by pauses and meanderings, with Chen Fan showing little interest in the renowned sects or noble families. Instead, he seemed intent on delving into the lives of ordinary folk, wandering through bustling markets, attending gatherings, and even lingering at brothels. Though Pei Hui found his antics exasperating, she had no choice but to accompany him in his aimless explorations. Chen Fan, oblivious to her feelings, devoured a bowl of wontons, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his nose running. He squinted and smiled, embodying the adage, To see the people is to understand the heavens. Chapter 93. Retrieving the sword in Beifeng Prefecture, 100 iron cavalry rode leisurely along the official road, escorting a horse-drawn carriage. Clad in light armor and armed with military sabers, the knights presented an imposing sight. 6 exceptional steeds from Liaozhou led the way, their grandeur undeniable. Those who could travel in such a carriage were mostly from noble families or powerful circles. However, the aristocracy was not homogeneous, and one could surmise the identity of the passenger merely by observing the carriage and horses. The 6 magnificent horses, clearly of the highest caliber from Liaozhou, were worth a fortune, each requiring extravagant care. The carriage itself was crafted entirely from Nanma wood, adorned with intricate carvings of 360 types of flowers, exuding exquisite beauty. Atop the carriage, a large emerald jewel sparkled, hinting at immense value. The very aura of the carriage signaled the high status of its occupant, accentuated by the 100 iron cavalry flanking it. Whenever the carriage passed, all others would halt and yield the path. Even common noble carriages had to obediently move aside, too intimidated to contest. Inside the opulent carriage, the seats were draped in fine silk, and aromatic sachets hung from the curtains, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere despite the winter chill outside. A young couple sat within. Yang Yi, draped in a white fox fur coat, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation. Yang Rongyue had her hands neatly placed on her abdomen, exuding an air of grace. The carriage swayed minimally, and though it was winter, the interior felt as warm as spring. The reason for this comfort lay in the mystical symbols carved by the Qi practitioners of the Astronomical Bureau beneath the carriage, ensuring it remained temperate year-round. The Taihayang family, under Emperor Yangzhen, consisted of 3 princes and 1 princess. The eldest prince, Yang He, was known for his lack of ambition, showing mediocrity in both governance and martial pursuits. Princess Yang Rongyue also exhibited limited martial talent and had not pursued training. The second prince, Yang Yi, was recognized for his profound wisdom and martial prowess, currently at the pinnacle of his cultivation. As for the third prince, Yang Rue, who had long resided at the border of Yuzhou, little was known about him, and the court sought to downplay his presence. Only a handful were aware of Yang Rue's current status, which was a half-step into the Golden Body realm. Aside from the 3 princes, there had been another princess in the Taihe dynasty years ago, a true prodigy in martial arts. Her innate talent was such that she could rival any young genius in the martial world. Born with a unique innate energy, she entered the bone-strengthening realm at birth and touched the threshold of the Qi harmonization realm by 10, achieving its peak by 14. However, she tragically passed away at that age under mysterious circumstances, a closely guarded secret within the Taihe dynasty. Within the carriage, Yang Rongyue turned to Yang Yi and spoke softly. Second brother. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, a fleeting spark of light within them, and replied gently, "What is it?" Yang Rongyue glanced toward the 100 iron cavalry outside and said, "Princes must not mobilize troops without authorization. You recently summoned 100 cavalry from Yuzhou, and now you are at Ming Mountain." The court may before she could finish. Yang Yi interrupted, "It matters not. Let them say what they wish." Yang Rongyue shook her head lightly. It might leave room for speculation. Yang Yi coldly chuckled, responding calmly, "Anyone bold enough to speak against me can certainly try." This second prince, known for his brooding demeanor, exhibited a rare softness only in the presence of Yang Rongyue. He gently clenched his fist upon his knees, speaking softly. "Only by personally escorting you back to the capital can I feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Yang Rongyue hesitated, her gaze dropping. After a moment of silence, she softly added, "In half a month, it will be the day of remembrance for Yang Xin. Let us invite eldest brother to visit Xin together." Upon hearing the name Yang Yi furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Observing Yang Yi's reticence, Yang Rongyue also chose to remain quiet. There were faint signs of turmoil within the court, as many could no longer contain their restlessness regarding the matter of the heir. Crown Prince Yang He currently resided in the Eastern Palace, ostensibly the designated successor. However, over the years, Yang He demonstrated a lack of ambition, exhibiting incompetence in both governance and martial skills, and even went so far as to scandalously keep a courtesan, disregarding the dignity of the royal family. Some noble families had silently aligned themselves with Yang Yi, seeking to support this second prince in replacing Yang He. The emperor, Yangzhen, appeared oblivious to these developments, never alluding to them. The relationship between the crown prince and the second prince had become increasingly delicate within the court. Yang Rongyue knitted her brows, her azure eyes trembling slightly. Though Yang Yi was close at hand, she found herself unable to speak, rendered voiceless. The imperial family is notoriously unfeeling, as the dragon throne accommodates the realm yet allows no room for personal sentiments. Crown Prince Yang He remained blissfully unaware, spending his days in idleness. Presently entangled with the courtesan in a secluded courtyard of the capital. The second prince, Yang Yi, feigned ignorance regarding these currents, never revealing his stance. Born into the imperial family, Yang Rongyue had long been accustomed to the intricacies of power play, being ensnared in this vortex as time passed. One often found oneself at the mercy of forces beyond control. Countless hands would push and shove, compelling one to act against their will. Even with a desire to remain detached, one would inevitably be drawn further into the ever-expanding whirlpool. Yang Rongyue's beautiful eyes quivered, and she sighed softly. The figure of a gray-haired young Taoist emerged in her mind. Just the endeavor to weaken the fortunes of Lin Cuo Mountain was plotted so deeply by Chao Yangming that she had unwittingly become a pawn in the game. What then could be said of the lofty and singular struggle for imperial power? It often rendered one powerless. Taizhou, Gan Mountain, a land of fortune. Lin Cuo clasped her hands within her sleeves, standing gracefully behind Xin Yuanyu, who was currently holding a slender piece of Tianjin jade. Lin Cuo was about to speak, but he slightly raised an eyebrow and then gazed into the distance. Xin Yuanyu, noticing the change in Lin Cuo's expression, also turned his head slightly. The Qiuchan sword emitted a resounding hum within the thatched cottage, vibrating incessantly thereafter. Lin Cuo clasped his hands within his sleeves, standing still as he spoke. Guests have arrived. Xin Yuanyu chuckled lightly and remarked, "Those who have waited 5 long years for the Qiuchan sword have come to claim it." In the next moment, 2 figures swiftly approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before him, descending gracefully to the ground. The young man clad in black robes squinted with a smile, cupping his fists in salute. He announced, "I am Chen Fan, here to retrieve the sword." Chapter 94. Dual pupils. Chen Fan remained dressed in simple cloth, his dark hair casually tied back, hands clasped in greeting. Beside him stood a young woman, Pei Hui. Pei Hui slightly bowed, lowering her head as she cupped her fists and softly said, "I am Pei Hui, honored to meet you, Xian Yuan Sr." Xian Yuanyu nodded slightly to Chen Fan, smiling, "Chen Fan, it has been a long time." Chen Fan also smiled lightly, replying, "I hope you have been well, Senior." Xian Yuanyu waved his hand, signaling that no further pleasantries were necessary. The Qiuchan sword now hovered in midair, responding to Xian Yuanyu's command. It joyfully soared towards Chen Fan, circling around him incessantly.